Chapter 161 Flaw. Hu Yu's claws were numb instantly. He didn't expect that after avoiding Chu Yi, who he met at the beginning, he would still be defeated here. No! Keep fooling around. He frowned and looked at Wei Shengnan very seriously. General Wei, you also know that our mission is highly confidential. Not to mention you. Even if your superior comes, I will not let him add my personal communicator. This, I know. Wei Shengnan stood up and bowed. I'm sorry, Chief. I was abrupt. I will go back and prepare to leave now. Well, be careful on the road. Thank you, Chief, Wei Shengnan said as she stood up and left. Walked all the way to the deck. Stepped on the gangway and returned to her warship. Huh? Hu Yu looked at the warship going farther and farther away and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I've dealt with it. Since Wei Shengnan has left, the Research Institute's affairs should naturally be put on the agenda. However, in addition to the black-scaled koi and golden-scaled dragonfish on the ship, more materials need to be accumulated to make it look like a research institute. Fish. Zhao Vong is still fishing. His fishing speed is not slow, but the probability of catching fish is, among 100 fish, there may be only one mutant fish. If you want to know where there are the most mutant fish, Hu Yu immediately thought of a place. The community. The community where he used to live. When Zhao Yi and his friends went into the water, it was full of black. Although I don't know why the mutant fish gathered in that place. It's just collecting samples. And it shouldn't be a big deal to leave after catching them. Xiao Hai. I'm here. Master. Destination. Xingfu community. Yes. Master. It's been half a month since he left. And he doesn't know what happened to his good neighbors. The water is 76 meters deep. And it should be flooding the 26th floor. I really want to see their expressions when we meet again. The heart of the ocean is activated. Hu Yu was not idle either, and walked all the way to the ice storage. The biological materials of the mutant fish obtained earlier were stored there. Although the research value is not as good as when they were alive, it's better to send them to Su Linglong first. After all, giving this woman more work can save her from harming herself again. Just as Hu Yu was about to reach the ice storage, a figure suddenly jumped out. Xiao Zissou. She was wearing a surgical gown, as if she had just undergone a major operation. And she rushed over to Hu Yu when she saw him. You're just in time. Come on. I've got a surprise for you. Another surprise? Hu Yu's nose twitched, smelling a fishy smell. And she just came out of the ice storage. Wait. Didn't you go to dissect the bodies of those mutant fish? Yeah. Xiao Zissou didn't deny it. And her eyes revealed excitement. I'm telling you. This is a big discovery. What discovery? Hu Yu asked curiously. He had previously taken out all the mutant crystals in the heads of mutant fishes. Could there be any other discovery that was bigger than the mutant crystals? You'll find out if you follow me. Hu Yu was dragged into the ice storage by Xiao Zissou, which was filled with various dissected mutant fish. In addition, there were some dissected rabbits in the ice storage. It was probably Xiao Zissou who took advantage of the night to find them in the greenhouse. Fortunately, rabbits have a strong reproductive ability, so it's okay to find one or two. If it were other creatures, Xiao Zissou should be being hunted by Mr. Fong now. But why does the rabbit's body seem to contain some mutant fish bodies? Quick! Give me a mutant crystal. Hu Yu took out an ordinary mutant crystal from the space and handed it to Xiao Zissou. What are you doing? Doing an experiment, Xiao Zissou said, grabbing a rabbit with one hand and holding a scalpel with the other, and performed a head surgery directly in front of him. Then, he stuffed the mutant crystal into the rabbit's head and sutured it. Done! Hu Yu looked at the rabbit lying on the operating table, a little confused. That's it? Then what? Don't worry. It will be fine soon. After saying that, the rabbit, which had already lost its vitality, slowly opened its eyes. The previously red eyes were now stained with a strange purple. Half an hour ago, on the warship, the first thing Wei Shengnan did when she returned to the warship was to lock the beans in the safe. Then issued an order to leave. And then found Zhao Yi, who had been cleaning the toilet all day. General. Zhao Yi stood at attention and saluted, his expression still full of dissatisfaction. Tell me everything you know. I want to know all the information about Hu Yu. General. Don't you believe him? Believe? Wei Shengnan turned her head and glanced at the ocean heart that gradually disappeared from her sight. Yesterday, I did believe him. But today, he showed too many flaws. Flaws? Zhao Yi's eyes lit up immediately. General. What flaws? First, as a large ship, even if there is artificial intelligence on it, the operator should not be called the master. Secondly, Academician Fang's attitude towards him is obviously not as good as towards me. Since we are both military personnel, how can he treat me differently? The most important point is the third point. I asked him for the number of his private communicator, but he said the mission was confidential and did not give it to me. Private communicator? Zhao Yi asked in confusion. Is there such a thing? It is precisely because there is no such thing that this is his flaw. Wei Xingnan gritted her teeth and said, pretending to be a military personnel and eavesdropping on secrets. No matter what. He must be arrested and interrogated. Then why should we leave? Zhao Yi was puzzled. If we capture them by force? It would be simple. Wei Xingnan shook her head. But with such a ship, we don't know how much supplies are on it. It is impossible to suppress them by force. The best way is to gather troops first, intimidate the other party, and make him not think of resisting. Anyway, he will stay in Jinling for a while. Right, General? You are wise, Zhao Yi exclaimed. He almost thought that General Wei was so bewitched that he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, in the end, the general saw through the other party's trick. Okay, tell me about him. Tell me everything. Don't leave anything out. Yes. Zhao Yi responded quickly and began to tell everything he had seen with Hu Yu. Especially the storage space. You mean, the other party has a space of unknown size that can keep all the food fresh? Yes. Zhao Yi nodded. That's why they can have so much food. Okay. I get it. Don't tell anyone else about this. Wei Xingnan waved her hand and said, go and rest. Yes, General. After Zhao Yi left, Wei Xingnan immediately took out the communicator and sent a message in a group of only 9 people. Commander, I found something here. Chapter 162 Surprise. Inside the ice house, the heart of the ocean, Hu Yu rubbed his eyes as he watched the rabbit open its eyes again. Before he could come to his senses, Xiao Zissou picked it up and threw it into the cage. The rabbit went berserk instantly. It started gnawing on the metal cage railings, making a crackling sound and sparks. What the hell is this? As you can see, the rabbit has also mutated, and the source is the mutated crystal. Xiao Zissou raised her hand and knocked on her head. To be precise, it should be the unknown substance that constitutes the mutant crystal. I conducted an experiment last night and found that all mutant fish have a part of unknown substance in their bodies. The concentration of this substance determines whether mutant crystals will be produced in their brains. I extracted a part of this substance and conducted experiments on rabbits. I found that they will produce different degrees of mutation according to the concentration of the substance. 1 milliliter of the substance injected will cause the death of a living rabbit. 2 milliliters of the substance injected will cause the rabbit to be in a state of excitement for a long time, and burst out with power that does not belong to rabbits. 3 milliliters of the substance injected will cause changes in the rabbit's genes, including but not limited to enlargement, shrinkage, hair loss, hardening of hair tissue, etc. 4 milliliters have not been tried yet. Huh? Hu Yu asked curiously. Why didn't you try 4 milliliters? Because it's not enough. Xiao Zissou pointed to the pool of fish corpses behind her. These corpses are only enough to extract 6 milliliters of unknown substances, and the remaining substances are not enough to support the next experiment. I was just about to look for you, but I didn't expect you to come here. And then you want to do it in one step and directly use the mutant crystal for the experiment? Hu Yu looked at the rabbit in the cage. But it seems that there is no change except for the violent state? As soon as the voice fell, the metal railing as thick as the little finger was bitten off by the rabbit. It flashed, got out of the cage and climbed up, and its purple eyes stared at Xiao Zissou's arm, as if it would bite it in the next moment. Be careful. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate, and immediately took out a pistol from the space and shot at the rabbit. Bang! 2 consecutive shots were fired at the rabbit's head. The first shot knocked the rabbit away, but did not cause a penetrating wound. The second shot hit the rabbit and killed it on the ground. Xiao Zissou immediately stepped forward, and her hands wearing rubber gloves flew up and down, and soon dissected it again. But the mutant crystal that had just been stuffed into its brain was now gone, and only a tiny group could be seen, proving that it had existed. It looks like the crystal has been absorbed, Xiao Zissou said, and immediately took out a syringe and began to absorb the blood from the rabbit. The originally red blood? after being drawn out, turned into a dark purple color, just like the rabbit's pupils before. She quickly finished drawing the blood, poured it into the distillation bottle, and began to distill it. At the same time, she put on a full-face gas mask, and the other end was connected to an oxygen tank. As expected of a medical student, she was fully prepared. Seeing this, Huyu also hurriedly took out a similar one from the space and put it on, and at the same time came forward and asked, "Is that how you extracted that unknown substance?" "Well, I did a simple experiment. After distilling the blood of the mutated creature, I can get that substance." "What a coincidence." "Coincidence? Not really," Xiao Zissou replied, then turned to look at Huyu. "Do you know where I have seen this substance?" "Seen it?" Huyu frowned and thought of a possibility. "You mean?" "That's right." Xiao Zissou nodded. "When we examined the semi-vegetative people, we found that their blood samples were somewhat different from ours. After some experiments, we finally extracted similar substances. It's just that the amount of this substance is very small. It takes almost 100 milliliters of blood to extract 0.1 milliliter of this substance. We can't kill people with blood, so we just store the substance." "So what you mean is, the substance that affects fish mutations can also affect humans and cause mutations?" Huyu was a little dazed. "It seems so now." Xiao Zissou nodded. "But the materials for the experiment are really limited now. I would like to ask you for a batch of mutant crystals for the experiment. Only then can we draw an accurate conclusion." As he spoke, Xiao Zissou's eyes began to be filled with a kind of fanaticism. Think about it. If fish can evolve because of this thing, and give birth to wisdom that is no less than that of humans, then if humans can also evolve through this substance, wouldn't it be more terrifying than fish? Maybe. We will usher in a superpower era. Well, just now one of us wanted to do research, and now another one wants to do experiments. Huyu pondered for a few breaths, and finally gave the same answer. "Let's put the superpower era aside for now, as I have limited experimental materials here. Wait for a while, and when we have accumulated enough materials, you and Su Linglong will take the lead and set up a research team. And then we can do both research and experiments." "Su Linglong?" "Yeah." Huyu nodded. "She is also interested in this matter." "Okay," Xiao Zissou replied. She also knew that she could not handle everything by herself, so it would be good to have someone to help. "Then how long do you mean to wait for a while? If nothing unexpected happens?" "Tonight?" "Tonight? Since you have given me a surprise, I can't help but give you a surprise." Huyu smiled bitterly. "Let's go. We don't need to extract it now. Let's go out and discuss the research team. I'll give you a surprise tonight." "Okay." Soon after the two left the ice storage, Xiao Hai's voice sounded on the radio. "Master, we have arrived at the destination." "We have arrived. It seems that the surprise doesn't have to wait until tonight," Huyu said, and took Xiao Zissou and Xianer all the way to the deck. "I thought the community was in the city, and Xiao Hai had to plan a route to get there. But I didn't expect to arrive so quickly. Just like there was no obstruction." When the three of them came to the top cabin and looked at the situation outside, they were stunned. Is this still the community they used to live in? All the community buildings are gone." "No, not just their community. To be precise, all the nearby buildings have disappeared on the water. It's like they were submerged by water." But Huyu clearly remembered that at this time, the community had not been submerged. Chapter 163 Concrete? Steel bars? Crunchy. Chicken flavor. Boss. Shen Shan also ran over at this moment. He was one of the people who heard Huyu talk about the 49 days in the previous life, so he naturally understood that the situation in front of him was not right. "Brother Shan," Huyu replied, looking at him and asked, "What's going on in front?" "It's fish." Shen Shan frowned and said, "Do you remember the group of black fish under the water? Originally, after our bombing, there should not be many left. But now? What's going on now? You should go and see for yourself." Huyu frowned and walked forward. He did not go directly to the deck, but came to Diaoyu Island. From here, he could still see the specific situation outside. Now Zhao Zhong's fishing rod was almost swung out sparks, and he was fishing on the water surface, and each rod would bring up a small black fish. Unlike the black scale koi caught before, the scales of these small black fish were obviously not as hard as those of the black scale koi, but their teeth. Huyu was shocked when he saw Zhao Long taking them off the hook. 2 rows of sharp tail-like stingers were arranged in their mouths, as if no matter how hard the object was, it would be eaten in their mouths. Even the fish tank made of tempered glass. Wait a minute. The fish tank. The black fish in the fish tank swam to a corner of the glass and began to eat. The special tempered glass had begun to show spider web-like cracks, as if it would collapse at any time. Huyu hurried forward and kicked the fish tank down with his foot. There was no better way to deal with it now. If we leave these fish on the boat, the heart of the ocean will be fine. But it will be bad if they chew other things. Tempered glass can be chewed up. What if the sofas on the boat are chewed up? Wouldn't that be a waste? Brother Zhong, don't fish for now. Huyu stepped forward and put the favor of the sea god into the space. The black fish on the hook fell directly on the boat board, fluttering, looking for something to chew on the boat board. Yes, boss, Xiao Zhong replied, looking at the fish on the boat board. This thing, couldn't it be the one we bombed before? Is it so lethal? It should be, Huyu replied, looking at the panel of the black fish. Name, black-scaled toothfish mutated type. Fish status, hungry description. A mutated small fish with sharp teeth that can cut all objects with a hardness below excellent. It is a schooling fish. Note, concrete, rebar, crunchy, chicken flavor. It turned out to be this. Huyu frowned, looking at the panel's description of this little thing. And he could guess what was going on in the community outside with his toes. The buildings in this area were probably eaten clean by this thing. But why didn't he encounter this situation in his previous life? Could it be that he did something that caused the number of this thing to grow wildly, resulting in the current situation? Recalling what happened in the community before, he didn't do anything. He even bombed the fish under the water when he left. Wait, bombing? Could it be because? Huyu frowned and turned to look at Xiao Zhong. Brother Zhong, do you still have some of the common fish you caught earlier? Yes. They are in the kitchen. Bring a few. Smaller ones. Okay. Xiao Zhong trotted all the way to the kitchen. And soon with the help of Lao Wang, he brought a large fish tank. Tinghua Novel Network. There were more than a dozen small fish in the fish tank, the largest of which was no larger than the size of a palm. And most of them were freshwater fish. Huyu took out the favor of the sea god again, and put the fish hook back into the mouth of the black-scaled toothfish. Feeling something in its mouth, the black toothfish subconsciously began to chew. Why can't it bite it? Huyu swung the rod and threw the black toothfish directly into the fish tank, then turned to look at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, when I take away the fishing rod later, you shoot and kill the black fish. Okay, Shen Shan replied, and stood in front of the fish tank, holding up his pistol and ready. Collect. As the favor of the sea god was taken away again, the black toothfish felt that there was nothing in its mouth, and immediately began to search for other food in the fish tank. However, its primary target was not those small fish, but the oxygen supply in the fish tank. Just when it was about to touch the oxygen supply equipment, Shen Shan pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the black toothfish, and its body immediately exploded in the fish tank. The lavender blood dyed the water in the fish tank. Those small fish seemed to be crazy and began to swallow the purple water in the pool. After a while, they began to swim faster and faster, gradually entering an excited state. It seemed that they felt that their own kind were competing with them for resources. So they began to attack each other. With the death of the first fish, those fish began to eat its body, and their bodies began to shrink. 5 minutes passed. The fish tank, that originally had 15 fish, now only had 10. They stopped attacking each other and began to devour other things in the fish tank. The sound of snapping even spread from the fish tank to the outside. The scales on their bodies also began to dim and gradually turned black. Another 5 minutes passed. When Huyu opened the panel for them, those different types of freshwater fish now had a unified name. Black-scaled toothfish. No wonder their population increased instead of decreasing after a round of bombing. It turned out that the root cause was here. The blood of a black-scaled toothfish was enough to make 10 ordinary fish mutate, according to the experiment conducted by Xiao Zissou. This alienation process is obviously not normal. But don't forget that the environment they live in is all waters composed of rainwater. What they lack is not alienated substances, but an opportunity. The death of each black-scaled toothfish is an opportunity for ordinary fish. This is troublesome. Huyu frowned and spit out a sentence. Kill. Can't kill. Catch. Can't catch all. Put it in the fish tank. Tempered glass can't protect it, even if it is like black-scaled koi. Put it in the swimming pool in the boat, so many fish can't be put in. He looked at the water in front of him, and his paws were suddenly numb. You can't really catch them one by one, and then kill them on the boat. Right? The blood of black-scaled toothfish is contaminating. What if people are infected? How about? Xiao Zissou suddenly came up. Try my method? What's your method? Tell me. Hu Yu asked in confusion. From the experiment just now, the threat of black-scaled toothfish is nothing more than high contagiousness. What if, find some people who are not afraid of infection, and do it to them? You mean? Hu Yu looked inside the cabin. Those people? Yes. Chapter 164 Boat. It's a boat. Semi-vegetative. In terms of combat ability, they can definitely kill those black-scaled toothfish. Even if they enter the water to kill them. All they need to do is use the scales of the black-scaled koi they collected earlier to make them a set of armor. And then use the mutant crystal to strengthen it. However, Hu Yu is not going to adopt this plan. If the semi-vegetative person mutates again and can no longer recover his sanity, then the gain will outweigh the loss. If they can find an oversized fish tank, put all these black-scaled toothfish in it, and then put the oversized fish tank into the space. They can put all these black-scaled toothfish in front of them. Then do it again, and put the empty fish tank outside the black-scaled toothfish. So that you can get a fish tank without water. Only black-scaled toothfish. Fish. Out of water. Death is a matter of time. Killing fish in this way can prevent the blood of black-scaled toothfish from leaking out. Right? But if you use this method, you will face a key problem. Fish tank. If you want to accommodate the black-scaled toothfish in the entire water area, you need a fish tank of more than 50,000 square meters. And the material must be excellent. Otherwise it will be broken by the black-scaled toothfish. This plan is a backup plan. Hu Yu looked at the others present. Do you have any other ideas? Although he already had a plan in mind, he still wanted to hear other people's opinions first. Otherwise, if he expressed his opinion first, with his current favorability, others would definitely choose his plan. Me. I have an idea too. Minato raised her hand in the crowd. Since Hu Yu came to the cabin, she has been watching from the side. Naturally, she also witnessed the whole process that just happened. You say. The problem now is that we need to control this group of fish without polluting the waters. Right? Boss Hu. Can you turn Zijing Mountain upside down? Upside down? Hu Yu was stunned, and immediately understood what Minato meant. There is a Zixiao Lake on Zijing Mountain, with an area of just about 50,000 square meters. If it is turned upside down, Zixiao Lake can form a groove, covering everyone's heads, and the entire Zijing Mountain will become an umbrella, blocking everyone's heads and blocking the rain. As long as Hu Yu can collect the water within 50,000 square meters in a certain period of time. Can he kill these fish directly? But this method is still too troublesome. The coverage area of Zijing Mountain is too large, and he can't just take out a part of it. Once it is taken out, the humans outside 50,000 square meters will also be affected. More importantly, Wei Xingnan. Taking out Zijing Mountain will make too much noise. They have just separated for a short time. If he attracts this person, he will have a hard time explaining. As for the previous forbidden fishing technique, it is not easy to use. After all, the biological pollution of black-scaled toothfish is too great. If the fish carcasses are left in the water, there is no guarantee that more black-scaled toothfish will be derived. This area of water is so large that even after electrocution, it is difficult to guarantee that all the fish carcasses will be collected. This plan can only be a last resort. It makes too much noise. Hu Yu replied and looked at the others. Anything else? Everyone looked at each other, and no one could think of a better way. After a few breaths, let's go out and take a look first. Hu Yu sighed and replied, walking towards the deck. Everyone followed behind, and Shen Shan took a step forward and followed him with an umbrella. On the deck, looking around, there was no more building in sight. Looking at the water, all you could see was a dark mass. In terms of quantity, these black-scaled toothfish far outnumbered the black-scaled koi. If they could catch all of them alive, it would be enough to support Su Linglong and Xiao Zissou's experiment. Unfortunately, boss, look over there. Shen Shan's voice rang out. Hu Yu looked in the direction of his finger and saw a black dot in the distance. He casually took out the telescope and looked forward. You don't know until you see it. When you see it, you are stunned. There are 3 people floating on the water in the distance. It seems that they are cushioned by something. Those black-scaled toothfish under the water didn't attack them. That person is, through the telescope, who you actually saw a familiar person in the crowd. Interesting. Who you put down the telescope and ordered Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai. Go over and take a look. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean started and headed towards the group of people. At the same time, 1,000 meters away, the three people floated on the water, trying to avoid the water, but they had to lean outward. After all, once they gathered together, the things under them would probably sink to the surface of the water, and then no one would survive. Look! What is that? The man sitting in the front suddenly exclaimed. He pointed to a dark shadow in the distance. Boat? It's a boat! We are saved! What's the use of a boat? The person sitting at the end cursed loudly. Even if there is a boat, it will be eaten up by those guys sooner or later. It's worse than us. But what if there is a rubber life raft on the boat? Can't we grab it and use it? It's better than sitting here. As soon as the woman in the middle spoke, the person sitting at the back raised his hand and slapped her directly. Pa! The crisp sound was drowned out by the sound of rain. Did I tell you to speak? Sit still. Don't move. After yelling, the man at the back looked forward again. Cousin, let's find a way to get over there. When the time comes, we can use this woman to exchange for a life raft. But don't get on the boat. I know. Cousin. But, the man turned around, his fat face trembling, and looked at the woman sitting in the middle. It's too early to get over there. Can you let me sit in the back and have some fun? When the woman heard this, she immediately shrank her neck and trembled like a chicken. It's already this time. And you're still thinking about having fun. The man frowned. Hurry up. Don't delay the business. Okay. The fat guy in front turned his head slightly frustrated. And when he looked forward, he heard a woman's coquettish voice from behind. Obviously, his cousin didn't let him have fun because he wanted to have fun for the last time. Instantly, the cousin's eyes were full of hatred, and he was secretly planning another plan. You like to have fun, right? Wait until you get under the water and have fun slowly. If it weren't for the fact that this thing requires 3 people to maintain balance, who would be willing to share a woman with other men? As long as they can get the kayak, no matter the woman or the man behind them, they are useless. What? Cousin? As long as someone can keep him alive, give him food, and let him call me dad. It's fine. Cousin is nothing. Just as the cousin was about to continue paddling forward, he suddenly found that the yacht in front of them was heading towards them at a very fast speed. Before they even reacted, the yacht had already stopped in front of them. If a boat of this size can still be considered a yacht. Hey! My cousin trembled, immediately looked up, and shouted towards the boat. Is there anyone on the boat? Save us! We can agree to any conditions. Oh! Any conditions? A familiar voice sounded. The woman sandwiched between the 2 men suddenly looked up. And at a glance, she saw a familiar face appearing on the deck. He looked down at her from above. Chapter 165. Let me get on the boat. I want to get on the boat. Who? Who you? The woman uttered a name. The cousin behind her immediately asked. Do you know the man on the boat? Great. The cousin also exclaimed. Hey! On the boat! We have a friend of yours here. Let's go up and talk first. Okay. Friend? If this is a friend, it would be great. The woman trembled slightly and shrank between the 2 men, not daring to stick her head out at all. She knew that given her relationship with Huyu, there were only 2 possibilities if they met. Either being thrown into the water, or being killed and then thrown into the water. Hee. Okay. Wait for me. Huyu's voice sounded. He walked all the way from the deck to the gangway. When the gangway was lowered, he also appeared in front of the 3 people. Are you the owner of the ship? The cousin asked in confusion. In his opinion, this man was too young, even a little thin. In this age of the survival of the fittest, how can a person like this become the owner of such a ship? Why? Isn't it like that? Huyu asked back, and took a look at the vehicle the 3 people were riding. He was stunned at the sight. Who brought the girlfriends out? The boat under the 3 people was actually made up of 4 inflatable girlfriends. The 4 inflatable girlfriends were stacked in a field shape, barely carrying the 3 people. How could such a material that could be pierced by a needle not be bitten by the black-scaled toothfish? Could it be? Huyu had a guess in his mind. And just as he was about to try it, He was interrupted by the voice of his cousin in front of him. Hey, what are you looking at? The cousin shouted at Yu rudely. Took out a dagger and put it on the woman's neck. Don't just stand there. If you don't want this woman to die, then hand over an inflatable boat. And prepare 5 days, no, 10 days of food for us. As long as you meet our requirements, we can give you this woman. Are you threatening me? Using her? Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What else? The cousin asked back, not forgetting to confirm. Your name is Yu, right? She just called your name. Yes. That's right. The cousin's tone immediately became fierce. Hurry up. Don't force me to move. Bang. Before the cousin could make a move, the cousin sitting in the front pulled out a kitchen knife from his arms and chopped behind him with his backhand. The blade pierced into the cousin's neck. His pupils trembled suddenly, and the hand holding the dagger trembled slightly. He tried to stab forward, wanting to exchange one for one before dying. Unfortunately, the cousin had already prepared countermeasures. While pulling out the kitchen knife, he chopped his arm again. After 2 consecutive cuts, the cousin completely lost his life and fell into the water crookedly, without the weight of one person. The girlfriend boat also floated up a lot. The 2 people sitting on the boat quickly moved, one sitting forward and the other moving back. Originally, it took 3 people to maintain the balance, but now there are only 2 people left, so they naturally have to adjust their positions. Sorry, Mr. Hu. The cousin held the bloody kitchen knife in his hand, put it back in his arms, and smiled at Yu. That guy is not very sensible. What he said just now does not represent my thoughts. If possible, I would like to continue trading with you. I wonder, is it okay? Yu smiled. He had seen too much evil in human nature, so he naturally knew what this guy wanted. What a woman can get in exchange is always limited. When resources are limited, one person can enjoy more than 2 people. Oh! Yu looked at the other party with interest. Then tell me, what kind of deal do you want to make with me? Simple. The cousin pointed at the woman behind him. It's still her. No matter what your relationship with her is. I just want to exchange her for a kayak and food for me for 20 days. You and he want the same thing. Why should I agree to you? Because of my attitude, the cousin said calmly. If you had just agreed to him, he would have just taken the things and left, and would not fulfill his promise. And now, I am alone and no longer have the ability to breach the contract. Don't you think this is the truth? Yu nodded slowly. That's true. But, I don't agree. The cousin was stunned for a moment. Don't you want to save this woman? Even though the apocalypse has been here for 20 days, and the woman behind him hasn't showered or dressed up for many days, he can still see her exquisiteness and beauty from her face. A woman like this, even if they have no relationship, is enough to exchange for these resources. What's more, the 2 of them know each other. How could he not agree? Ms. Yi. Yu looked at the woman sitting on his girlfriend's boat. Didn't you tell them about your relationship with me? That woman. No. To be exact, it was Yi Wanqiu. She lowered her head, bit her lips, and didn't know what she was thinking. If she had known that the end of the world was coming, and that this guy could get such a big ship, she would never have rejected him. Not to mention chasing him. Even being his dog would be okay. It's better than the current state of being neither human nor ghost. Yu. Yi Wanqiu knelt directly on her girlfriend's boat, with snot and tears flowing down. She looked at him, who was dressed neatly on the boat, and kept kowtowing. Please, just for the sake of our acquaintance, save me once. As long as you save me once, I can do anything you ask me to do. Oh, Yu asked curiously. Are you sure you can do anything? Of course. Yi Wanqiu seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw, and she wanted to pounce on him right now. Okay then. Yu threw a math exercise book at him. Then you finish this exercise book. 5 minutes is enough? Yi Wanqiu was stunned. Please. She said she could do anything. But it definitely wasn't something like this. You still say you can do anything. It seems you still like to lie. I understand. The cousin shouted and looked at Yu excitedly. Boss, you must hate this woman. Just wait. I'll deal with her right away. As soon as the words fell, the cousin immediately moved, turned around and pushed Yi Wanqiu directly into the water. Dark red, fainting in the water. He stood alone on his girlfriend's boat, looking at Yu with red eyes. Boss, I'll help you get rid of this woman. Let me get on the boat. I want to get on the boat. Chapter 166 The Weakness of the Black-Scaled Toothfish. Get on the boat? It's not his turn to go to the grave. Although who you hates you want you. He will never take her life. In the end times, the easiest thing is death. Struggling to survive in the end times is the most painful. This is why he didn't do anything to Yuanqiu, even though he had many opportunities before. He wanted her to experience more despair in the end times. But now, someone accelerated this process. Sorry. Hu Yu looked gloomy as he looked at the man. When did I say? I'll let you on the boat if you get rid of her? You. The cousin hesitated, not knowing what to say. He fell to his knees on his girlfriend's boat. Boss, I don't ask for food or supplies. I just want you to give me a kayak. I just want a kayak. The premise of the transaction is that both parties need to be equal. Hu Yu stared at him coldly. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you can answer my questions honestly, I can give you a kayak. Boss, you say? The cousin said excitedly, and then thought of what had just happened, and quickly added, as long as I don't have to do math problems. Don't worry. It's not math problems. Hu Yu looked at the black-scaled toothfish under the water. As the two bodies fell, the number of black-scaled toothfish under the water also increased dramatically. Many small fish leaned on the heart of the ocean, biting the boat board with their teeth. If the heart of the ocean wasn't of high enough quality, it might have been eaten by these little guys. But the girlfriend boat made by this man was still safe and sound. Even the black-scaled toothfish had a tendency to retreat. I guess he wanted to kayak because he found something. How much do you know about the fish below? This? The cousin thought for a moment, then answered honestly. In fact, we don't know much. But it started to eat the building in the water 10 days ago. Whether it's cement or steel bars. As long as it gets into this guy's mouth, there is nothing he can't eat. Except for one thing. Rubber products. I don't know the specific reason. Anyway, he made a simple ship with these things. About 2 days ago, the last building was also eaten clean. I had no choice but to take some things and get on this ship. Wait. Hu Yu interrupted the other party and asked again. When did the other two people get together with you? My cousin lives next door to me. As for the other woman, we found her in a building in Xingfu community that had not yet completely sunk. Thinking that more people would provide more care, we took her along. More people would provide more care? Hu Yu sneered. This kind of nonsense would make people laugh in the end times. But he didn't care about these details. And then, in addition to not eating rubber products, did you find any other characteristics? No more. The cousin shook his head, his eyes full of fear. Those fish are like monsters. Anyone who falls into the water nearby will be eaten clean in less than 3 seconds. I just found out about this by chance. Only rubber products. They will stay away from them, as if they saw a ghost. Well, as a transaction, your information is very important. So, the cousin's eyes were filled with anticipation, and he was already imagining how to thank this person after getting on the boat. But the next moment, then I'll give you this. Hu Yu threw a can of luncheon meat over. According to the end-of-the-world prices he was familiar with, a can of luncheon meat was enough to buy 2 lives. He just got a piece of news. Or a piece of news to verify his guess. A can is enough. The cousin took the can, his eyes full of surprise. This is it? I told you the news. You should let me on board. You just gave me this thing. And you want to get rid of me? You don't want it? That's great. Hu Yu asked back, and took the can away. Although the distance between the two was more than 1 meter, the can had entered the space, and could be taken away as long as it was within sight. Seeing the can disappear, the cousin was about to pounce and die with the other party. But before he could move, Hu Yu and others had closed the gangway and walked towards the ship. This is the first time I've seen such a sensible person, who gave the information without asking for anything in return. Yes, Shen Shan responded on the side. It seems that there are still many good people in this world. That's right. The voice gradually disappeared. Before the cousin could come to his senses, the ship had already sailed towards the edge of this area of water. He could only stand on his girlfriend's boat, staring at the direction where the ship disappeared, and squeezed out a name from his teeth. Who? You? At the same time, on the heart of the ocean, Hu Yu returned to the cabin and verified that the news just now was not enough, and he needed to do an experiment. He walked all the way to the water tank, tentatively took out a piece of the most common rubber product, BYT, and threw it into the water. and found that the movement speed of the black-scaled toothfish was indeed much faster. All avoided the rubber product. However, it seemed that the reaction of the black-scaled toothfish in the water was not as strong. Could it be because of the different types of rubber? You tried a few more times and found that the stronger the smell of the rubber product, the greater the reaction of the black-scaled toothfish. For example, tires. Xiao Hai, Kali Newer and Zhou Wenchuan over. If I remember correctly, both of them have perfect chemistry skills in their panels. It's best to ask them about this. Soon, the two of them came to the fish tank. When they first came, they saw the things in the fish tank, and their mouths twitched. You looked at the two of them and asked directly, what substances are unique to rubber products? And the rougher the processing, the more they have? Especially in terms of smell. Hydrogen sulfide, ammonia, acetaldehyde is also a possibility. The two of them gave many different answers almost at the same time. The answers were all correct, but in different directions. You nodded, fished out everything in the fish tank, and the black-scaled toothfish returned to normal. Fortunately, there are a lot of various chemicals in the island country's chemical plants. He divided the black-scaled toothfish into several fish tanks and poured the same amount of ammonia, hydrogen sulfide gas, and acetaldehyde into them. Obviously, the black-scaled toothfish in the fish tank with acetaldehyde reacted the most. Now that this is confirmed, the next plan can be determined. Xiao Hai, you immediately ordered, call all adults and hold a meeting. Last time, more than 50 people were recruited from the shelter, and now they are useful. Chapter 167 Xiao Hai, turn on the power. Soon, everyone except the group of students arrived and gathered in the cabin at the same time. Even the group of semi-vegetative people were included. I won't say anything more. Yu's eyes swept across the crowd. Perhaps many of you think that it doesn't matter whether you deal with the black-scaled toothfish under the water or not. Anyway, they can't bite us, so just sail away. Now, anyone who has this idea can directly step out of the line. This mission does not require you. The voice fell. No one in the crowd stepped out, except for those semi-vegetative people who didn't quite understand. Everyone was clear about one thing. This was the first mission of the collective action, whether they were willing or not. If they left now, then even if they could stay on the ship in the future, the collective would have nothing to do with them. Very good. Yu nodded with satisfaction. It seems that we have reached a preliminary consensus on our goals. If we don't deal with those underwater things now, and don't kill them in the cradle, then after a dozen days, or even a few days, they will kill us in the cradle. This is not an exaggeration. Ordinary mutant black-scaled toothfish can eat steel and concrete. But what about elite level? Or even perfect level? In such a large group, as long as one above the perfect level evolves, all the warships except the heart of the ocean will become their food. For the safety of the allies in the future, it is better to be careful. Let me briefly talk about the mission objectives this time. Yu said, and snapped his fingers. Xiao Hai. Blank. Yes, Master. A whiteboard was lowered from the top of the boat by Xiao Hai. Yu drew a simple water map on it, and marked the data on it. At present, the circumference of the entire water area is about 3,000 meters. The area is 50,000 square meters, and the depth is about 80 meters. I will distribute 50 kayaks to you later. Each group of 2 people. It has been divided. 50 beams of light fell at the same time. Each beam of light enveloped a normal person and a semi-vegetative person. As for why they had to bring the semi-vegetative person along, after the last experience, Yu habitually thought more about it. If the black-scaled toothfish went crazy, it would be safer to have a semi-vegetative person on the boat. If it really doesn't work, we can use that plan. Those covered by the same beam are in the same group. Yu simply explained and continued. Your task later is to take a kayak to the waterside and carry out the delivery operation. The delivery is very simple. Acetaldehyde, and I will put it on each of your kayaks. You only need to deliver acetaldehyde into the water, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Do you understand? I understand. Everyone shouted in unison. Yu glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. This thing should be solved sooner rather than later, so as to avoid more trouble at night. Since kayaks have no power system, if you want to move in the water, you can only rely on paddles, but ordinary paddles obviously cannot move in the water. So Yu could only drive the heart of the ocean around the water area and place 50 kayaks around the water area at the same distance. A rope was also tied to each kayak. After everything was done, the heart of the ocean sailed to the center of the water. Yu turned on the heart of the ocean's PA system and uttered 2 words. Start. As soon as the words fell, the 50 ropes connected to the kayaks began to tighten. The people on the kayaks began to release acetaldehyde as a chemical liquid that can be dissolved in water. It is not difficult to release. There is also a semi-vegetative person on the boat who is constantly stirring with a nearly 10-meter iron rod to ensure that the acetaldehyde can penetrate deep into the water. As acetaldehyde was continuously added, the black-scaled toothfish in the water also began to go crazy. The fish at the edge of the water kept swimming into the water, like wild boars with their tails stabbed, swimming wildly. What's going on? The cousin sitting on his girlfriend's boat couldn't help but exclaimed when he saw this. When had he ever seen such a scene? He was stunned in place, and could only see the black shadows under the water passing by him. Fortunately, at least the fish didn't fly up and bite him. As time passed little by little, the 50 kayaks that were released also gradually approached the heart of the ocean, the waters that have been fused with a large amount of acetaldehyde. Only a small part of the center has not been polluted, and almost all black-scaled toothfish are concentrated in this part. It's time to close the net. Yu looked at Su Linglong and Xiao Zissou behind him. Are you going to study the materials? How much do you want? I'll prepare it. About 1 ton. Su Linglong asked tentatively. Then I'll also take 1 ton. Xiao Zissou followed closely and added, 2 tons of fish should be enough for the early stage. Okay. Yu replied casually, and walked to the deck, ready to start loading fish. It's just 2 tons. With the carrying capacity of the heart of the ocean, it's not a problem at all. But the place to raise fish can only be placed on the deck. He put out 4 giant inflatable swimming pools from the space, the kind used in amusement parks. If it's 2 tons, 4 are enough. Yu released the 5th inflatable swimming pool, threw it into the water, put the black-scaled toothfish into the pool, and then took it back. The black-scaled toothfish in the pool fell directly into another inflatable swimming pool in front of him. After repeating it many times, all 4 inflatable swimming pools were filled with black-scaled toothfish. Since the material of the inflatable swimming pool is rubber, the black-scaled toothfish will not bite it. The rest is just to wait for the rain to fall and fill it with water. At that time, add a layer of tempered glass greenhouse on top to cover these 4 inflatable swimming pools. If you need experimental materials, you can just come and take them. After getting the experimental materials, Yu once again used the forbidden fishing technique. Thunder God help me. Xiao Hai. Turn on the electricity. Yes, master. 2 wires with a diameter of 1 meter were put into the water by the heart of the ocean, and they were instantly electrified, with the heart of the ocean as the center of the circle. The water area within a radius of 5 meters was like a fountain, and countless black-scaled toothfish surged out of the water. Now that acetaldehyde has been used to gather these black-scaled toothfish in one place, there is naturally no need to worry about the problem of collecting the bodies after using the forbidden technique. As long as we follow the previous method and use the space backpack to create a vortex in the nearby waters, we can collect all the black-scaled toothfish. As for those who are still on the kayak, that is a kayak, and it is not conductive. With the discharge intensity of the heart of the ocean, it will only take a little longer, so there will be no problem. About half a minute later, a large number of black-scaled toothfish corpses are floating near the heart of the ocean. You can stop. Yes, master. Xiao Hai stopped injecting current. Yu came to the surface of the water and was about to start collecting these fish corpses when a black shadow jumped out from under the water, heading straight for his head. Chapter 168 Fish Balls. Yu subconsciously looked up, and the other person's appearance was reflected in his eyeballs. It was a black-scaled toothfish. But whose black-scaled toothfish could be more than 10 meters long? The diameter of its mouth was at least more than 4 meters, enough to swallow him whole, without even biting. It was a ticket to the stomach. Be careful. Fortunately, Sienna was following him. When she exclaimed, she immediately pulled Yu behind her. But the mouth of the black-scaled toothfish was too big, not to mention Yu. Even Sienna herself was within its swallowing range. The black-scaled toothfish fell from the sky, wrapped both of them in its mouth, and dived into the water. Boss! Sienna! Shen Shan was watching on the deck and exclaimed. But when he rushed to the gangway, the black-scaled toothfish had disappeared under the water, leaving only a piece of fish carcass floating on the water. Fuck! Shen Shan cursed angrily and turned to look at Zhao Zong. Zhao Nong. You are responsible for commanding the next work. Xiao Hai. The torpedo locks on my mobile phone. Once I find the target, send a signal, and you fire immediately. After saying that, he did not wait for Zhao Zhong and Xiao Hai's reply, but took off his shirt directly, jumped into the water, and started looking for the black scale toothfish. No matter what, nothing can happen to the boss and Siener. Even if the boss and Siener are alive or dead, he will kill the black scale toothfish. At the same time, inside the giant black scale toothfish, there is enough space for 2 people to survive in the 10-meter-long fish. Huyu immediately took out a flashlight and illuminated the environment inside the fish's belly. Although there was enough space for 2 people to survive here, it still seemed a bit crowded, and Siener was leaning against Huyu, her expression still calm, as if nothing could change her expression. But his face turned red, and he seemed a bit embarrassed. After all, this posture was a bit too ambiguous. In order to distract his attention, he quickly took out 2 cans of oxygen from the space and gave one to Siener. With the oxygen supply, his brain was much clearer. The most urgent thing now was to find a way to get out before Huyu could make a move. And Siener took out a dagger from somewhere and was ready to perform a surgical operation on this giant black scale toothfish. Don't! Huyu hurriedly grabbed her hand. Don't let blood see. Xiao Zisu's experiment was still vivid in his mind. The substance that caused the biological mutation was in the blood of these mutant creatures. The blood of ordinary mutant creatures was enough to make people alienated. Not to mention this huge mutant fish. If blood was seen, even if they left the water alive, it was hard to say what would happen. It's better to leave in another way. Seeing Huyu speak, and Siener naturally would not act rashly. She put away the dagger and looked at him quietly. Huyu also immediately opened the panel and checked the other party's information. Name giant black scale toothfish species fish gender male status full description elite level mutant creature that further mutates by swallowing its own kind. Its size is comparable to that of a super large fish. It has extremely hard teeth and can chew all items below the excellent level. Remarks look. A fish has taken the bait. Wait. Why is my hook broken? Hey. Why is my boat sinking too? Huyu's mouth twitched. Fortunately, Huyu reacted quickly enough and collected all the teeth of the black-scaled toothfish at the first time. Otherwise, when they entered the mouth, they might have been dead. But now? Huh? Huyu casually took out 2 super-large syringes, each of which could draw nearly 550. He handed one to Siener. Needless to say, the other party naturally knew what to do. The 2 needles directly pierced into the body of the giant black-scaled toothfish and began to draw blood. In less than 10 seconds, 1,100 blood flowed into the syringe. This blood was extremely heavy, and it was estimated that the blood density of this thing was different from that of normal creatures. Huyu put it into the space and took out 2 syringes of the same specifications again. After repeating this for 3 minutes, the movements of the giant black-scaled toothfish became noticeably slow. 5 minutes later, even the heartbeat echoing in the ear began to slow down, and the black-scaled toothfish should have been in shock. Calculating, Huyu collected a total of 60 tubes of blood, and the weight was at least more than 1,500 kilograms. Finally, the giant black-scaled toothfish stopped swimming. The space available for activities around it also expanded by more than 3 times. If we assume that humans will go into shock if they lose 20% of their blood, the blood content in the body of this giant black-scaled toothfish should be about 4 tons. You should know that a humpback whale with a body length similar to it weighs only 40 tons. And its weight is at least 3 times that of a humpback whale. It's almost time to move on to the next step. The giant black-scaled toothfish is in a state of shock now, so they can crawl out through the passage they just came in. As for this fish, Huyu will definitely not let it go. He led Siener up, and soon climbed to the position of the fish's lips. The position that should have been full of sharp teeth now only has a groove. It was the first time for Huyu to directly collect non-living biological materials from a living creature, and he didn't expect that this could be successful. Next time if I encounter any snake creatures, I will just pull out their teeth. Wouldn't their fighting power be reduced by half instantly? Of course, now is not the time to think about these things. The giant black-scaled toothfish just fainted, which does not mean it is dead. If you want to kill a giant creature by just drawing blood, it will take at least half an hour. He doesn't have so much time. Naturally, he has to choose a faster method. Huyu took out 2 syringes again and began to draw blood from the top. 3 minutes later, There was no dark purple blood flowing into the syringe, but it began to be filled with white turbidity. This should be the brain. Hu did not stop, but continued to pull out 4 large tubes of brain. With so much brain tissue loss, even the strongest creatures would die. After brain death, the heart of the black-scaled toothfish stopped beating, and the blood stopped circulating. From this point on, it was no longer a creature, but a corpse. Now we just need to put it into the space, and everything will be fine. But just in case, Hu still put on diving suits for himself and Insianer. Collect. The body of the giant black-scaled toothfish was collected into the space. The two fell into the water, and just as they were about to float up, the scene in front of them stunned them. Under the water, densely packed egg-shaped objects covered most of the water area, each the size of an egg. These are the eggs of the black-scaled toothfish. Fortunately, I went into the water. Otherwise it wouldn't be long before the black-scaled toothfish would still flood the Jinling area. Don't get on the boat first. Just get off now. Just collect these things first. Chapter 169 now. Hu made a gesture to Insianer, who nodded, indicating that he understood. The two of them continued to dive, and began to collect the densely packed fish eggs in front of them under the water pressure. Before these things hatch, the system will not judge them as living things, but a state between living things and non-living things, which can be directly collected into the space. I just don't know if they can still hatch after being taken out. Think about it. Where are there so many fish in the nearby waters? Even if the biological pollution of the black-scaled toothfish is strong, it is impossible to produce so many in a short time. Now it seems that, in addition to biological pollution, these black-scaled toothfish have entered the reproduction stage. Even if their reproduction ability is not as good as that of black-scaled koi, it is not much worse. That's right. How can an ordinary black-scaled toothfish with a palm-sized body lay such a big egg? Who was collecting eggs, frowned and suddenly thought of a bad possibility. Could they be the offspring of that giant black-scaled toothfish? If I remember correctly, the panel indicated that the gender of the black-scaled toothfish was male. If these are really its offspring, then there should be a female giant black-scaled toothfish in the water. Hu's heart trembled, and even his hand that was collecting eggs paused. Not really. Not really. It's only been a short time. It's already a miracle in biology to have a giant black-scaled toothfish. How could there be another one? Don't scare yourself. This should be an ordinary black-scaled toothfish and its cubs. Just collect them and leave. The next moment, under the residual light of the lighting, a giant creature swam from a distance, answering his doubts. Hu and Insianer raised their heads at the same time and looked into the distance. In just a moment, they determined each other's size. There is indeed another giant black-scaled toothfish like that. Run! Hu immediately swam towards the surface with Insianer. It was a fluke that he was able to deal with a giant black-scaled toothfish just now. If he were in the water flow caused by the giant black-scaled toothfish's mouth would be enough to sweep him into its mouth. He would not have had time to put the opponent's teeth into space, let alone the subsequent operations. He would be minced into pieces the moment he entered the mouth. Now they only have one way. Run! Wait until the surface of the water, and then think about how to deal with this underwater thing. As they swam upwards, a figure also appeared in front of them. That's Brother Shen. Why did he follow me? Come to think of it, considering Brother Shen's favorability towards me, even if I fell into a volcano, I would have to come down to fish for it, let alone being swallowed by a fish. Hu spotted the other party and quickly signaled him with a light, indicating that he should turn around and leave. Shen Shan also responded with the same signal. He also spotted the giant black-scaled toothfish following behind the two of them, indicating that the two of them should go up first, and he would be responsible for covering them. Cover? What kind of cover is this? That thing can swallow 3 people at once, and you might not even be able to fill your teeth if you go over to cover them. The 3 of them quickly joined together, and the giant black-scaled toothfish behind them was still chasing them. Hu wanted to catch Shen Shan and let him run away with him, but Shen Shan pushed him back. The interaction of forces pushed Hu to the surface of the water, and he sank all the way to the black-scaled toothfish. Damn! What does this guy want to do? Hu frowned. He believed that Shen Shan would not do anything without confidence, but it is very unlikely to kill a giant black-scaled toothfish without bloodshed. He should want to kill this thing, but he didn't consider the consequences of blood flow. After all, he didn't know about Xiao Zisu's experiment. Hu Yu frowned, and simply turned around and swam over with him. Seeing Hu Yu also sinking, and Xianer naturally followed him. The three of them swam towards the giant black-scaled toothfish one after another. Shen Shan did not pay attention to the movement behind him, but swam all the way to the front of the black-scaled toothfish. When he was less than 3 meters away from the giant black-scaled toothfish, it opened its mouth. A large amount of water flowed into the fish's mouth. Seeing this, Shen Shan threw his mobile phone directly into the fish's mouth, and he kept swimming to the other side, trying to get out of the fish's mouth. Seeing this, Hu Yu also aimed at Shen Shan, and took all the water around his body into the space, artificially creating a water vortex. The force of the two vortices pulled, barely maintaining balance. The next moment, a muffled sound came from the water surface. Hu Yu looked up and immediately understood where Shen Shan's ceremonial guard was. Torpedo? The torpedo sent by Xiao Hai was legendary. It was too easy to deal with an elite black-scaled toothfish. But if this thing fell, let alone the black-scaled toothfish, they might also be affected. To put it another way, even if they were not affected, the flesh and blood of the giant black-scaled toothfish would spread throughout the waters. This is not a good thing. But now that the torpedo has been launched, it is easy to take it back. It belongs to the heart of the ocean. As long as it is within Hu Yu's sight, he can take it back. But the giant black-scaled toothfish is not easy to deal with. Now Shen Shan is on the edge of danger. If the torpedo is taken away, the vortex created by the space backpack will disappear, and he will be swallowed by the black-scaled toothfish. Unless... Hu Yu frowned. His brain was working fast, and he could only think of a way to resolve the current crisis. He did not dare to hesitate, and his spirit was tense to the extreme. At the same time, he stared at the head of the black-scaled toothfish, and heard the sound of the torpedo getting closer and closer. Almost instantly, the torpedo passed by the two of them, passed by Shen Shan in an instant, and went straight to the giant black-scaled toothfish. Now! Hu Yu calculated the time in his heart, and the moment he saw the torpedo, he put it into the space. Then he closed his eyes and waited for the final verdict. This is the only solution he can think of. Seize the moment when the torpedo and the black toothfish collide, and collect it into the space before the torpedo explodes. Stagnant space can block the explosion of the torpedo. And after the black toothfish is hit by such a torpedo, even if it does not die, it will be crippled. At least it will not open its mouth wide to try to swallow Shen Shan. And the trouble of the disappearance of the vortex will be gone, and Shen Shan will be safe. The whole plan seems perfect. The only difficulty is the timing. If the timing is too early, the torpedo will not touch the black toothfish, and Shen Shan will die if the torpedo is taken away. If the timing is too late, the torpedo will explode. The flesh and blood of the black toothfish will spread in the water, and all the efforts made now will come to nothing. Hu Yu has done everything he can. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, tentatively raised his eyelids, and determined the situation in front of him. Chapter 170. You are Lin Lin? In the deep water, Shen Shan was still suspended in the same place, and the black-scaled toothfish in the distance was motionless. As for the flesh and blood, Hu Yu held up the flashlight, and could not see any trace of the dark purple flesh and blood spreading. The bet is won. A trace of excitement flashed in Hu Yu's eyes, and he immediately swam forward with Xianer. When passing by Shen Shan, he could see the confusion in his eyes, knowing that he must want to ask, why bother to take the torpedo back when it can be blown down? But he didn't have time to explain to Shen Shan what was going on. Now the giant black-scaled toothfish just fainted. Not completely dead. If he couldn't find a way to kill it in a short time, there would be no second torpedo to launch later. Seeing that Hu Yu and Xianer were swimming towards the giant black-scaled toothfish, Shen Shan followed closely behind and followed all the way. The three of them came to the top of the giant black-scaled toothfish, and a huge dent was visible to the naked eye. This was the damage caused by the torpedo that just fell. Fortunately, it was just a moment away. If Hu Yu was a step later, even if the torpedo did not explode, the head of the black-scaled toothfish would be shattered, and the biological pollution produced at that time would also spread in the water. He glanced at the panel of the giant black-scaled toothfish, and a touch of joy appeared in his eyes. He raised his hand and put it into the space. Because of the dent in the head, this guy has already died, and there is no need to repeat the previous operation, and he can directly put it into the space. Just as he guessed before, this black-scaled toothfish is indeed a female. Now that the 2 giant black-scaled toothfish have been dealt with, it's time to deal with the fish eggs under the water. Yu took out a display screen and typed a string of text on it. Brother Shan, go back and deal with the things on the heart of the ocean first. There are still some fish eggs under the water. Sienna and I will come up after collecting them. Shen Shan shook his head. He was not sure if there was any danger in the water. He wanted to continue to stay by Yu's side. He took the display screen and wrote on it. Zhao Zhong is on the boat to help watch over it, so it shouldn't be a big problem. I'll go with you guys, so we can do it faster. Yu thought about it and handed him a diving suit. Although the fish eggs were not at the bottom of the deep water, they were nearly 50 meters deep, so it would be good to get up there earlier. No one wants to stay in the deep water for a long time. It's always bad for the body. Meanwhile, on the heart of the ocean, the salvage of the black-scaled toothfish is still going on, and the whole process is done by the group of semi-vegetative people. They seem to have endless energy, carrying buckets of fish carcasses to the boat. Zhao Zhong and others stood on the deck, frowning and looking underwater. They also felt the noise of the torpedo launch just now. But after so long, there was no movement underwater, and no one knew what happened. I'll go down and take a look, Su Zilong said immediately. Don't. Zhao Zhong frowned and said, now Shan Gu and Xian Air are underwater. Even if there is something, it's useless for us to go down. That's you. Not me, Su Zilong said as he was about to take off his clothes and jump off the boat. He was rebellious by nature. Not to mention now, he had always been unwilling to obey Zhao Zhong before. Originally, he was under pressure from Shen Shan and Yu. But now that both of them were in the water, his unyielding temper came back again. Su Zilong, Zhao Zhong roared angrily, if you dare to jump, you will be disobeying orders. Disobeying? So what? Do you think you are still in the army? Su Zilong asked back. And just as he was about to walk to the side of the boat, he heard a soft and sticky voice. Uncle Zilong. It's Bubu. As soon as Bubu's voice sounded, Su Zilong immediately turned around. The rebellious him instantly turned into a little puppy, looked at Bubu and asked, Bubu, what's wrong? Is there something you want to call Uncle Zilong for? Uncle Zilong. Dad jumped down. I'm scared. Can you hug Bubu? Who can bear this? Su Zilong quickly put on his clothes, trotted to Bubu, squatted down, and rubbed her head. Bubu, be good. Uncle, Bubu. What did you do? Before everyone could come to their senses, Su Zilong had been stabbed in the shoulder by Bubu. She pushed the light blue liquid into his body. Nothing. Uncle Zilong is just too tired. Bubu wants you to take a rest. Bubu still had a childlike smile on her face, and she raised her little hand and gently pushed Su Zilong. Bang! Su Zilong was knocked down directly. Okay. Uncle Zhao Yong. Bubu smiled sweetly at Zhao Zhong. Send Uncle Zilong to rest. Zhao Zhong's mouth twitched, and before he could come to his senses, he looked at the syringe in Bubu's hand. Bubu, what did you inject into him? Don't worry. It's just a sedative. Bubu smiled and put away the syringe. It was given to me by Sister Zissou. Zhao Zhong turned to look at Xiao Zissou, who looked serious and nodded. Yes, I gave it to her, Xiao Zissou said, and walked to Bubu and stretched out a hand. Bubu, be good. Give the syringe back to your sister. Yes. Bubu handed over the syringe. Bubu, let's go back to the cabin first. Okay. Okay. As Xiao Zissou and Bubu left, Su Zilong was dragged back to the room by Li Ji. When they arrived in the room, Xiao Zissou looked at Bubu and asked, Are you Lin Lin? It seems that Dad has told you about me. Lin Lin chuckled and sat on the bed, shaking her legs. That girl is a coward. She let me out when she saw Dad jump into the water. But it's okay. I haven't come out to play for a long time. Why did you give Su Zilong a sedative just now? Xiao Zissou asked cautiously. As Bubu's attending physician, she had heard a lot about Bubu's second personality from Shen Shan. She also knew what kind of person this Lin Lin was. Of course, I don't want him to go down and cause trouble for Dad. Lin Lin replied as a matter of course, and then asked Xiao Zissou. Sister Zissou, can I have steak? Okay. Be obedient. I'll go make it for you now. Yeah. Thank you, Sister Zissou. Lin Lin smiled. As long as there is meat to eat, Lin Lin will be obedient. Obedience? Whose obedient child will be given a shot of sedatives by shaking his hand? But there is no other way now. Just coax her first. Xiao Zissou turned around and went out to prepare to fry steak, and subconsciously turned her head to look out the porthole. The next moment, her pupils shrank suddenly. That's a ship. A large ship is coming. This is the city area. At this time, who would sail to such a place? Now the supplies in the entire city have been almost consumed. Unless they are here to collect people. Chapter 171. You are devils. At the same time, when Xiao Zissou found the ship, Xiao Dong, who was standing on the deck, also found them. After going through so much, Zhao Zhong has become accustomed to one thing. Consider everything with the worst possible scenario. No matter who or what you are about to encounter, it is always right to be cautious. Everyone, stop salvaging. Zhao Zhong immediately ordered. Prepare for battle. After the voice fell, the more than 50 people who had just been recruited returned to the deck, hurriedly preparing for what might happen next. But those semi-vegetative people are still salvaging the remaining fish carcasses. There is no way. Now, apart from you, even Shen Shan can't command them. They will only strictly follow the order who you just issued and catch the fish carcasses. Zhao Zhong frowned and had to give up commanding them. He asked Xiao Hai, Xiao Hai, can you lock onto that ship? Sorry. Your authority does not allow you to perform this operation. Then can you activate the defense measures? Sorry. Your authority does not allow you to perform this operation. Damn it! Zhao Zhong cursed inwardly. As new people were on board, all the weapons that you had put in the armory were taken back. Now the only weapons he could use were an AK and 2 fully loaded magazines that were always placed in the room. There was nothing else. Once the other party found out that they were salvaging fish carcasses, there was a high probability that a conflict would break out directly. In this situation, they were likely to be at a disadvantage. By then, even if Boss Hu and Brother Shan came back, he would not be able to see them again. There is only one way now. Li Ji. Zhao Zhong looked at Li Ji standing behind him. Do you dare to come with me? Nonsense. Li Ji agreed without hesitation and asked, Brother Zhong, what do you say? Behead. Zhao Zhong looked at Xiao Zissou, who was rushing out of the cabin. Miss Xiao, you came at the right time. Li Ji and I will sneak into the other ship and find a way to control the other leader. All matters on the ship will be handed over to you for command. If Boss Hu and Brother Shan come back first, please tell them. This? Xiao Zissou frowned. Will it work? There are still many dead fish on the water. If we dive in rashly, then this is the only way. Zhao Zhong interrupted. We don't know if the other party has heavy firepower. If they try to seize the dead fish after getting close, or attack you directly, the damage caused will be incalculable. Miss Xiao, there is no time to lose. I will leave the matters on the ship to you. After that, Zhao Zhong took Li Ji and jumped into a water area without dead fish, and swam towards the ship. In less than half an hour, the command of the heart of the ocean was transferred 3 times. Xiao Zissou stood on the deck, frowning, looking at the water from time to time, and looking at the approaching ship from time to time. What is this? While Zhao Zhong and others were swimming towards the ship was also moving towards them. In less than 20 minutes, they could clearly see the situation on the ship. There seemed to be only women on the ship. Whether it was the sailors in charge of lookout on the observation deck, the crew walking on the deck, or the figure standing in the cabin, they were all obviously women. There was no man on the boat. There were at least 30 people. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes. Unless the other party came from the land of women, this situation would not be possible. Something is wrong. This boat is very wrong. Hey! Save me! Please save me! In the distance, a familiar voice sounded. It was that cousin. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji both saw the people on the girlfriend's boat in front, due to the insulation of rubber. When Xiao Hai passed electricity to the water, he did not get into trouble, but stayed on the girlfriend's boat. Unexpectedly, I actually waited for another ship to approach. Brother Zhong. Li Ji looked at Zhao Dong and asked, do you think they will let this person on board? Probably not. Zhao Zhong said without thinking. There are only women on the boat now. They are likely to be the type of people who don't allow men to get on board. As soon as he finished speaking, a lifebuoy was thrown from the boat and hit his cousin. It was obvious that the people on the boat were planning to rescue the other party. The scene was awkward for a moment. Ahem. Zhao Zhong coughed twice. My prediction was wrong. It seems that the other party is quite kind. Then how do we sneak in? Pretend to be someone waiting for rescue? No. Zhao Wong shook his head. In this situation, if the other party rescues one person, it doesn't mean they will rescue the other two. And if we are rescued, it will expose our existence. Let's stick to the original plan. Okay. The two dived into the water and went all the way to the side of the ship. After confirming that there was no one nearby, they took out a flying claw from their pockets and threw it on the railing to fix it. This thing was made by Lao Wang and his team. It was originally used to seize the ship. After being recruited, Zhao Zhong and his team also learned to make one. For no other reason. Just to be on the safe side. They are bodyguards. They can't always rely on the boss to do it. Right? Unexpectedly, it actually came in handy this time. The two climbed onto the ship in no time, and just saw the cousin who had just been rescued being sent out of the cabin. That guy, who originally had a wretched expression on his face, instantly turned into a pious one. The strong contrast visible to the naked eye made the two of them a little dazed. What did this guy experience in the cab that he turned into this? The two looked at each other and saw confusion in each other's eyes, watching the cousin being led by the woman on the boat to the cabin. Generally speaking, important people are either in the cab or in the cabin. Since the other party was brought into the cab first, the owner of the ship is likely to be in the cab as well. So let's go over and take a look first. Just as the two were about to sneak into the cab, they accidentally caught a glimpse of the situation in the cabin. Women. Still women. More than 20 women knelt in the cabin, lowered their heads, held a book in their hands, and read the contents in a low voice. The weird scene almost made Zhao Zhong and his friends mistakenly think that they had entered a cult. As for the cousin, he had been taken deeper into the cabin. Zhao Zhong frowned slightly and immediately gestured to Li Ji behind him. Let's go to the cabin first. There must be something wrong here. The two went deep into the cabin, because the group of women were paying attention to the books in their hands. They didn't notice that two more people had entered the passage behind them, because the passage under the cabin was extremely narrow. The two did not dare to follow too closely after going down. Soon, a wailing sounded. You are devils. Chapter 172 To Save the World. When Xiao Zisa found the other party naturally found them. In the cab. The driver in charge of steering reported immediately. Holy Mother. There seems to be a ship docked ahead. Should we go? The one called the Holy Mother was a woman wearing a black cloak. She stood behind the driver, with a wide cloak covering her face, a silver-white necklace adorning her chest, and her hands folded in front of her. Elegance. Timeless. Go. The Virgin Mary said a word. Let more people know our doctrine. It is the power given to us by the Savior. Yes, Virgin Mary, the driver replied. His tone was not perfunctory at all, but almost crazy and fanatical. To save the world. The ship that was originally planning to pass by immediately turned around and headed towards the location of the heart of the ocean. Soon after they entered the waters, they found a person calling for help. It was the cousin sitting on his girlfriend's boat. He waved at the boat with all his strength. Hey! Save me! Please save me! The crew on the ship found him and asked the driver's cabin as they approached. Holy Mother! A man in distress was found. Do you want to rescue him? The Holy Mother turned her head and gave a look to the two maids behind her. One of them immediately raised the intercom, pressed the intercom button, and handed the intercom to the Holy Mother. The Savior of the world warns us that as human beings, we have the right to survive. We should not deprive them of it, let alone stand by and watch them die. Your question is wrong in itself. Yes, Holy Mother. The person on the other end of the intercom apologized immediately. I will copy the Holy Scripture 10 times when I return. To save the world. To save the world. As they spoke, the people on the boat rescued my cousin. With just one glance, my cousin's eyes were wide open. Women. All women. The entire boat, from top to bottom, was full of women. Looking around, it seemed that he was the only man. He suppressed his desire and immediately asked the woman who rescued him. Miss, who is your ship owner? I have important information to tell him. What important information? The crew member asked directly. You can tell me directly that the Holy Mother is very busy now, and will only see you when she gives a lecture. Holy Mother? Forget it. This is related to a large amount of supplies. The cousin raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the heart of the ocean. That ship is catching a lot of fish. The amount is at least 2 tons, no, more than 5 tons. You must be prepared before going over. Otherwise it will be easy to suffer. With the blessing of the Savior, we will be fine. The crew member responded subconsciously, but still took out the intercom and reported the situation at the heart of the ocean to the Virgin Mary. After hearing this, the Virgin Mary responded calmly. The Holy Lord gives the world suffering and also gives the world opportunities. No matter which one it is, we should share it with the world. Bring the person in distress here. I want to see him. Yes, Virgin Mary. The crew member responded and looked at his cousin. Let's go. Virgin Mary wants to see you. The cousin hesitated for a while, and his face was so ugly. Miss, you are not brainwashed. Are you? Where is the Virgin Mary? Shut up. The crew member was furious and pulled out a dagger from his waist and put it on my cousin's neck. Insult the Virgin Mary. Do you want to die? My cousin had never seen such a scene before and shook his head quickly. Wrong. I was wrong. Doesn't the Virgin Mary want to see me? Take me there. Humph. The crew member put away the dagger and took my cousin to the cabin. After knocking on the door of the cabin slowly opened. The Virgin Mary turned her head and looked at her cousin. She flipped her palm and took out a can of meat from somewhere. It was the kind that had been opened. The smell of meat instantly filled the entire cab. The cousin's eyes turned red when he saw it. If it weren't for the coldness of the dagger on his neck, he might have pounced on it. Even so, he kept swallowing his saliva to maintain his remaining sanity. At this moment, the can was handed over. Be grateful. This is the reward given to you by the Holy Lord. Thank God. Thank the Virgin Mary. My cousin immediately knelt on the ground, holding the canned meat, pinching the mincemeat inside with his fingers, and stuffing it into his mouth frantically. Taste? Who cares about the taste? Being full is the most important thing. In less than 10 seconds, he stuffed the whole can of meat into his mouth. A hand also fell on his head at this time. Poor child. We are late. Welcome back to the arms of the Holy Lord. The voice of the Virgin Mary reminded him of his mother, and tears filled his eyes instantly. This feeling is like you have suffered a lot of grievances outside. You can hold on when you are alone, but once you find someone to vent your emotions, the tears are like a flood that bursts the dam and gushes out all of a sudden. And you can't stop it? My cousin raised his head. Tears and snot flowed together. Holy Mother. Good boy. The Holy Mother looked at him, gently stroking his head with her hand. But a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. Are you willing to give everything for the Holy Lord? Yes. I am. Well, you are a good boy. The Holy Mother turned her head and looked at a maid beside her. Xiao Xiao. Take our family to the church to rest. Yes, Holy Mother. Xiao Xiao replied, and walked out of the cabin with her cousin. Enter the cabin and go all the way to the bottom. Further down, it is the engine room responsible for power. There are 2 doors here. One is painted with dark red paint, and the other is painted with pure white paint. There is no sound from the former, and the latter seems to have a male wailing. Xiao Xiao came to the dark red door and smiled. Family, this is the church. Go in. You can rest after you go in. Yes. Now my cousin's mind is full of the kind voice of the Virgin Mary just now. Without thinking too much, he pushed the door open and went in. As soon as the door was opened, the smell of blood instantly hit my nose. The temple? This is clearly a slaughterhouse. Countless human bones and human flesh were piled together, like an assembly line, and were processed and cut by several women in turn, and finally put into iron cans and sealed into canned meat. Looking at the blood inside, my cousin instantly remembered the can he had just swallowed. His stomach churned, and he knelt on the ground and vomited. You are devils. Bang! Devil? Xiao Xiao kicked him in with a kick, and didn't forget to frown. You are the devil for wasting the food given to us by the Holy Lord. Family, he will leave him to you. Everyone in the temple came over immediately, and didn't forget to shout in unison. To save the world! To save the world! Chapter 173 returned to the ship. Hearing the reverberating wailing, Li Ji shuddered and gestured to Zhao Zhong. What happened below? Zhao Long shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. No matter what happened, their target should not be below. So they still had to go to the cabin. The people below were probably coming up soon, so they had to go back quickly. Go to the cabin. Zhao Zhong gestured and immediately turned around and walked towards the cabin. Li Ji followed silently behind him. They returned all the way to the cabin. And just as they were about to sneak into the cabin, Xiao Xiao also came up from the sanctuary. The two looked at each other and did not act rashly. Instead, they chose to follow Xiao Xiao and wait for an opportunity. Bang! Xiao Xiao knocked on the door of the cab. Holy Mother! It's me! The door of the cab slowly opened. Xiao Xiao stood beside the Holy Mother again and lowered her head to respond. Holy Mother! He has gone to the church to rest. Yeah, that's right. But Holy Mother, there are not many men in the temple recently. Don't worry. The Holy Mother looked at the heart of the ocean, which was getting closer and closer, and said in a calm tone, there will be new family members joining the temple. As she spoke, she looked at a portrait on the top of the cab with an extremely pious expression. For the Holy Lord. Everyone looked up at the same time and looked at the portrait. For the Holy Lord. On the portrait, there was no god, but a young man. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji also stuck to the door of the cab at this moment, following their gaze to look up. Just one glance, and suddenly froze in place. This so-called Holy Lord. Why does he look so much like the boss? No matter what the situation is, control the group of people in front of you first and nip the danger in the bud. Zhao Zhong came back to his senses and glanced at Li Ji. After so many years of cooperation, the two of them could understand each other's thoughts with just one glance. The two entered the cab one after the other. Zhao Zhong directly stuck to the so-called Virgin Mary, holding a dagger in his right hand, directly on the other's neck. Li Ji protected behind him to ensure that no one would attack from behind. It happened so fast that the whole process did not even take 3 seconds. Zhao Zhong had already controlled the Virgin Mary, and Li Ji cleared all threats within a radius of 1 meter with him as the center. By the way, he also controlled the operator in the cab. Don't move. A deep voice echoed in the cab. Zhao Zhong held the Virgin Mary hostage, and did not relax at all, but approached the console behind him. Don't make any noise. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen later. As he said that, Li Ji knocked out the operator in charge of the console, took over the control of the ship, and reduced the power to the minimum. You can't drop the anchor directly, otherwise it will arouse suspicion from other people on the ship. Holy Mother! Xiao Xiao frowned, looked at Zhao Zhong, and cursed out loud. Dare to hold the Holy Mother hostage. The Holy Lord will definitely give you the most severe divine punishment. Let you starve to death in life, and be buried in the belly of a fish after death. Shut up. Before Zhao Zhong could refute, the Holy Mother he had held hostage actually spoke first. She frowned and looked at Xiao Xiao in front of her, and immediately scolded her. How can you talk to the Holy Envoy? Holy Envoy? For a moment, both Xiao Xiao in front of her and Zhao Nong who held her hostage were stunned. Okay. The Holy Mother had no fear of being hijacked, but waved her hand very easily. Everyone, go out. Let me talk to the Holy Envoy. Yes. Facing the Holy Mother's order, Xiao Xiao and the others did not resist at all, and left the cab after replying. When leaving, they even took away the person who fainted on the steering platform. What do you want to do? Li Ji spoke first. Don't use your tricks to deceive people. It's useless to us. You too. Don't you recognize me? The Virgin Mary smiled bitterly and raised her hand to try to take off her cloak. Don't move. Zhao Zhong frowned immediately. Facing such a bewitching existence, it is always right to be careful. What if she also has gold needles hidden in her hair like someone else? Don't get me wrong. I just want to take off my cloak so that you can take a closer look at me. Just take off the cloak. No need to bother you. Li Ji said, and stepped forward to take off the huge cloak on the Virgin Mary's head. With just one glance, he remembered who the other person was. Is it you? Huh? Zhao Zhong also changed his position, and while making sure that the dagger was always on the other person's carotid artery, he also looked at the other person. Similarly, he recognized the other person. But unlike Li Ji, he still remembered the person's name. Misusu, the woman who was once saved by the boss, and asked her to wait for him in Jinling. I didn't expect to meet her here. This can also explain why the portrait of the so-called Holy Lord is a painting of the boss. The flood washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family members don't recognize each other anymore. Misusu chuckled and looked at the dagger on her neck. Brother, do you think this dagger can be put down? No hurry. Zhao Zhong knew that people are treacherous, and even if they are old acquaintances, they are not necessarily friends. Why are you here? What's going on with those people on this boat? Me? Didn't boss who asked me to come? Misusu replied with a smile. As for the people on the boat, they are all poor people wandering in the end times. I took them in. And we can rely on each other in the end times. What's wrong with that? This statement is perfect. It's the word dependence? Brainwashing is probably more appropriate. But those who can do this in the end times are indeed talented. No wonder the boss let her go at that time. No matter what the boss wants her to do. In this situation, it is estimated that she can't be killed. The boss has something to do now. You stay here first. When he is done, he will see you naturally, Zhao Zhong said, putting away the dagger. Also, the sanctuary and temple you just mentioned, what is that? Secret? Misusu smiled and replied. If the boss asked me, I would tell him. This sentence made Zhao Zhong speechless. He couldn't ask Misusu about it without asking the boss. Humph. Zhao Zhong snorted coldly and glanced at Li Ji. Li Ji, you stay here to guard her. If there is any unusual movement, you can kill her directly. I will go back and take a look. Yes, Li Ji replied. And Zhao Zhong immediately jumped back into the water and swam towards the heart of the ocean again. There was no other way. He was also worried about the situation on the boat. Now only the old, weak, women and children like Xiao Zissou were left on the boat. If the newcomers had any bad intentions, they would not be able to resist. The sooner the better. It is better to be safe than sorry. Just when Zhao Zhong swam to the edge of the heart of the ocean again, he saw 3 heads coming out of the water. It was the boss and his friends. Chapter 174 Shen Shan mutates. Zhao Zhong swam over in a hurry, his face full of excitement, and shouted to them from a distance. Boss! Brother Shan! Siener! I'm so glad you're all okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Shan turned his head and looked at him. With just one glance, Zhao Meng was stunned. Shen Shan, who was normal just before entering the water, now has blue and purple lines all over his face, like protruding blood vessels, which looks extremely weird. Shan! Brother Shan! Your face? Face? Shen Shan was stunned, a little confused, and raised his hand to touch his face. When his arm emerged from the water, the same pattern appeared on his arm. Hu also looked over with a little doubt, and his expression instantly became the same as Zhao Zhong's. Let's get on the boat first. Now Shen Shan looked like a rabbit infected in Xiao Zissou's laboratory. And his body had changed. If he didn't get on the boat again, God knows what would happen. The gangway was lowered. Hu and the other 4 hurriedly boarded the boat. Except for Shen Shan. No one else had similar changes. Only he had this problem. The dark purple lines were like pigments, marking every blood vessel in Shen Shan's body. Quick! Let Zissou and Ling Long come over. And Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao. Let them all come together. Hu hurriedly gave orders, took out a wheelchair from the space, let Shen Shan sit on it, and walked towards the nearest room. Zhao Zhong and Siener also followed behind. Boss! Shen Shan was forced to sit on the wheelchair, and said with a bit of a smile, Not really. I don't feel anything. Let's check first and then talk about it. Hu's attitude was extremely tough. No matter what. Shen Shan followed him from the beginning, and he couldn't let him get into trouble no matter what. Soon, everyone who was summoned came to the room. Hu brought out the most advanced medical testing equipment in the island country, and prepared to give Shen Shan a full body check first, whether there is anything wrong or not. The data speaks the most important thing. If Shen Shan also becomes a semi-vegetative person who only knows how to eat, he doesn't know how to explain it to Bubu. Time passed by minute. Everyone stayed in the room, and Shen Shan also cooperated with the inspection. There was no problem, and their hanging hearts gradually settled down. By the way, seeing that there was no accident, Zhao Zhong turned to look at Hu. Boss, I have something else to report to you. Are you in a hurry? If not, wait until the inspection results come out. Hu is now focused on Shen Shan's physical condition. Although Shen Shan's current condition is still normal, judging from his panel, it is no longer normal. Name Shen Shan mutating. 27 gender male age 29 skills epic fighting. Epic assassination. Perfect survival. Perfect firearms. Proficient driving. Proficient first aid. Proficient swimming. Proficient off-road. Proficient cooking. Personality daughter slave. Loyalty. Heroic. Loyal. Favorability 81. The three extremely dazzling words have appeared next to Shen Shan's name. From the perspective of the system, he is already a mutated life form. In addition, the three skills he mastered have also been improved. Fighting and assassination have been upgraded to the epic level. And even the firearms have been upgraded to the perfect level. In other words, Shen Shan can even fight Infiltrating on equal terms now. You know, before, he and Su Zilong were both completely defeated by Infiltrating. This is still the improvement during his mutation process. When the mutation is over, he may even surpass Infiltrating and become the strongest single soldier on the ship. If he could keep his sanity, it would be the best. But if he lost his sanity like those semi-vegetative people, the whole ship would be in danger. So, he didn't have the energy to deal with anything unimportant now. It's not urgent, Xiao Zhong replied. In his opinion, with Li Ji there, Mi Susu shouldn't cause any trouble. So it's okay to wait until the inspection is over. 1 hour later, Xiao Zisa came over with the experimental report. The preliminary examination results of Shen Shan's body are out. How is it? Even though you already knew the results, he still asked. According to the previous experimental data, Shen Shan's body now contains 0.32 milliliters of unknown substances for every 100 milliliters of blood, which exceeds the content in those semi-vegetative people. The DNA sequence has not been determined yet. But, strictly speaking, he has begun to mutate like those fish. How is it possible? Xiao Zhong couldn't accept it at all. Brother Shan didn't eat those fish. How could there be mutation? It's the water. Hu frowned and said, among our group, apart from Sienna and me, only Brother Shan does the most underwater work. Since the unknown substance exists in the water, the more it comes into contact with the rain, the easier it is to mutate. It's just that the probability of mutation varies from person to person. That's right. Xiao Zisa held the report and looked at Hu and Infiltrating. So, I suggest that everyone on the ship be tested. Just in case. Okay. Hu nodded. Then looked at Shen Shan, who was still undergoing the test. But let's wait until all the test results come out. After just 1 hour, the degree of mutation on Shen Shan's panel has reached 47. And is still rising. According to this trend, if it reaches 100%, he may become a semi-vegetative or completely insane mutant. Hu didn't want this to happen. Okay. Another hour passed. All the black-scaled toothfish outside had been loaded. Hu took the time to go out and put all the black-scaled toothfish into the space, and arranged dinner for the evening. After finishing, he returned to the medical room. Shen Shan's specific data has come out. In addition to the weight reaching 15 times the previous weight, all body functions have increased to varying degrees. And the content of unknown substances in the blood has increased to 0.57 milliliters per 100 milliliters. Hu looked at the panel above his head again. The mutation level has reached 87. Not only is there no sign of stopping, but it is even accelerating. Even dark purple spots have begun to appear on his skin. The only good news is, at least he can still maintain his sanity now. But now it seems that Shen Shan's mutation seems to be a foregone conclusion. Okay. Everyone leave first. Boss. Hu, Xiao Zhong and Xiao Zisa spoke at the same time, obviously worried about him staying here alone. Don't worry. I'll be fine. Hu smiled and replied. Go out. I'll have a word with Brother Shan alone. Chapter 175 Perfect Mutation. In the medical room. I want to stay. Faced with Hu's attempt to drive people away, Infiltrating spoke calmly, with a tone that could not be refused. Okay. Hu replied, watching the others leave, and then put all the medical equipment into the space, leaving only a bed and enough food for Shen Shan. He brought Infiltrating all the way to Shen Shan. Brother Shan. Okay. There's no need to say anything else. Shen Shan forced a smile, his face covered with dark purple blood spots, which was particularly eye-catching. If I have any problems, please help me take care of Bubu and Lin Lin. You really are. Hu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You haven't forgotten that you have 2 daughters at this time. Right. Don't forget. The contract I signed with you is not expired yet. How could I let anything happen to you? Hu raised his hand to pat Shen Shan's shoulder. But when he raised his hand, he found that Shen Shan, who was originally 1.9 meters tall, was now more than 2.2 meters tall, and had become a giant. He wanted to pat the other person's shoulder but couldn't. Shen Shan squatted down silently, but still let Hu's hand fall on his shoulder. I won't say anything more. According to your current mutation speed, you may be completely mutated in 15 minutes at most. Hu Yu looked at Shen Shan and told him the news he saw through the panel. I don't know what the consequences will be at that time. Brother Shan, let's see if you are willing to gamble with me. Gamble? Shen Shan was a little confused and didn't quite understand what Hu Yu meant. Do you remember what General Wei said? Hu Yu took out 3 fine-grade mutant crystals from his space backpack. 2 of them were just dug out from the head of a giant black-scale toothfish. And the other one was obtained earlier. When fish evolve to a certain level, they may have intelligence equivalent to that of humans. According to this principle, it is impossible for humans to lose their sanity and become monsters after mutation. And the degree of alienation is related to the content of the unknown substance in the body. If the content of the unknown substance reaches a certain concentration, humans may also gain wisdom while gaining power. Of course, all this is just my guess. If I guess wrong, I understand. Before Hu Yu finished speaking, Shen Shan interrupted him and took the 3 fist-sized mutant crystals from him. He raised his head and smiled at Hu Yu. Boss, when we face the unknown, we have no other choice but to try boldly. Now I have this opportunity. If I don't try it, wouldn't it be a big loss? You can ask Miss Xiao and Miss Su to come in. Haven't they wanted to do research in this area for a long time? It would be good to let them take a closer look. Brother Shan. That's right. Shen Shan spoke again, still smiling. If the experiment fails, you must kill me immediately. I don't want to become a monster. Then you can tell Bubu that I died underwater and you have avenged me. Hu Yu knew that Shen Shan had made up his mind, and he had no better plan now, so he could only try his luck. He frowned and asked, Are you sure you won't look at Bubu again? No. Shen Shan shook his head. If I survive, I can still see her for decades. If I don't survive, I don't want her to see me like this for the last time. Okay. Hu Yu replied and turned to walk out of the medical room. He opened the door and called in the people guarding the door. He told everyone about Shen Shan's choice and what might happen next. Everything was ready. Hu Yu put out a bulletproof glass to separate Shen Shan from everyone else, and at the same time activated Xiao Hai's defense measures. Once he swallowed the mutant crystal and something happened. Xiao Hai could kill him immediately. The bulletproof glass was used to prevent the blood and flesh from splattering after Shen Shan was killed. Hu Yu opened the panel again. Now the mutation progress has reached 95. And Shen Shan will be completely mutated in 5 more. Start recording, Hu Yu said, frowning and looking at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, you can start now. Yes. Shen Shan responded and stuffed one of the mutant crystals in his hand into his mouth. The moment the crystal entered his mouth, it melted in his mouth like ice cream. Instantly, the progress of the alienation skyrocketed. Mutation 198 exceeded 100%. Shen Shan's body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. The body that was originally more than 2 meters long expanded again and directly hit the ceiling in the room. He could only stand by bending over. You should know that the specifications of the rooms in the heart of the ocean are at least 3 meters high on each floor. So Shen Shan's current height is at least 4 meters. Not to mention the body size that is also enlarged in proportion. The bulging muscles on the forearms alone are as ferocious as steel bars. Roar! The roar instantly echoed throughout the room. Just hearing the sound was enough to make people's eardrums hurt. Su Linglong and Xiao Zisu quickly covered their ears, but they still stared at Shen Shan in front of them, afraid of missing any details. Brother Shan. Zhao Zhong couldn't help it, covering his ears and shouting to Shen Shan inside. How are you? Are you okay? When Shen Shan heard Zhao Zhong's voice, he immediately turned his head and looked at the people behind the bulletproof glass. Without any hesitation, he punched. Bang! The bulletproof glass, which was 30 centimeters thick, began to crack after this punch. Boss Hu. Father Xiao was also among the observers. He looked at the situation and said quickly, Captain Shen has mutated. Don't wait. Hu Yu looked at the bulletproof glass in front of him and took out a new one to block it. Wait a little longer. Roar! Another roar. Because of the punch just now, the other 2 mutated crystals in Shen Shan's palm shattered at the same time and merged into his palm. The mutation progress on the panel increased again. Mutating 399. Shen Shan's body suddenly stopped. His body stopped expanding and began to shrink at a faster speed. In less than 10 seconds, his body, which had expanded to more than 4 meters in height, shrank back to normal size in a short time. He stood there with his eyes closed, and the dark purple lines and purple spots on his body disappeared at the same time. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. However, Hu Yu frowned. When he looked at Shen Shan's panel, the 4 words next to his name were like steel needles, piercing his pupils. Name Shen Shan. Chapter 176. What scene have I not seen? Name Shen Shan. Gender male, age 29. Skills: epic fighting, epic assassination, epic firearms, epic physique, perfect survival, proficient driving, proficient first aid, proficient swimming, proficient off-road, proficient cooking, personality daughter slave, loyalty, heroic, loyal, favorability 81 mutated, and a perfect mutant. In terms of mutation level, Shen Shan now even surpasses the giant black scale toothfish just killed. Although the fighting and assassination levels are still at the epic level, his firearm skills have also been upgraded to the epic level. And he also has an epic physique. Hu Yu didn't quite understand what that was, but he also knew that if Infiltrating fought him now, Shen Shan might be able to defeat her with just one hand. Boss Hu? Xiao Zhong asked tentatively. Is Brother Shan okay? Wait a little longer. Shen Shan is in a quiet state now, but it doesn't mean he is safe. From the panel, Shen Shan's alienation process has ended, and it depends on whether he can keep his sanity next. The whole medical room is so quiet that you can hear the heartbeat. Everyone looked at Shen Shan through the tempered glass, waiting for what might happen. The next moment, Shen Shan's eyelids were raised. His originally dark pupils had been dyed purple. When he looked at everyone, his figure flashed and rushed over directly. Bang! In just a moment, the tempered glass that had just been replaced shattered into rain in an instant, sprinkling on his shoulders. Before everyone could come to their senses, Shen Shan had already arrived in front of Hu Yu and stood opposite him. In an instant, everyone's heart seemed to be stuck in their throat. Infiltrating was the first to react and punched Shen Shan directly. Shen Shan did not dodge or evade, but used his face to block the punch. A crisp bone cracking sound was heard. What was broken was not the cheekbone on Shen Shan's face, but Infiltrating's forearm. An elite-level mutant black-scaled toothfish can grow to the level of a humpback whale. So how terrifying a human with a perfect mutation would be. At this moment, everyone had a direct feeling. If Shen Shan and a group of giant black-scaled toothfish were put in the water now, the one who would survive in the end would definitely be Shen Shan. However, now they have to think about how they can survive from Shen Shan. Just when everyone was about to open the door and run away, Shen Shan moved again. He flashed and half-knelt in front of Hu Yu, and a familiar voice sounded in everyone's ears again. Boss, it's me. It's Brother Shan. He still has reason. Hu Yu showed a relieved smile at the corner of his mouth, and Xiao Zhong rushed over immediately, hugged Shen Shan and laughed wildly. Brother Shan, you're fine. That's great. That's great. Xiao Dong, don't get excited. Get off me first. Shen Shan's face was full of bitter smile. I can't control my strength now. I just broke the glass. Don't hurt you. I've already hurt me. And Infiltrating hung her arms and complained. I'm sorry. Infiltrating. Shen Shan scratched his head helplessly. I should have avoided it. It's okay. It's okay. Hu Yu let out a long sigh and looked at the few people who survived the disaster behind him. Uncle Xiao, please bandage Infiltrating. Okay. No problem. As he said that, Hu Yu moved the medical equipment in the medical room out again. He looked at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, you should do another physical examination during the insurance period. No problem. But, Shen Shan stood up, holding his stomach, and smiled a little embarrassedly. Can I eat something first? I seem hungry. That's easy. Hu Yu took out a fine senza bean. Try this first. Yes. Shen Shan swallowed the senza bean directly. He felt full for 2 months. Enough for an ordinary person. He touched his stomach and smiled with satisfaction. I am full, but I don't know how long it will last. It's okay. There is plenty of food, Hu Yu said, and stuffed a handful of senza beans in his hand. Try to control your current power first, so that you don't smash my boat when you are fine. That won't happen, Shen Shan responded with a smile. Xiao Hai is still pretty strong. That being said, he still tried to control his new body, step by step back to the detection device, waiting for a new round of examinations. Father and Mother Xiao were responsible for treating Infiltrating, while Xiao Zissou was responsible for examining Shen Shan. The needle that could easily penetrate the skin could not even break Shen Shan's skin, and the entire needle was bent as soon as it was inserted. How about, try using an electric drill? Shen Shan spoke tentatively. I feel like I can't get through with a needle. Who said that? Wearing a full set of protective gear, Xiao Zisu pulled out a golden needle from somewhere and stabbed it with his backhand. A cut suddenly appeared on the smooth skin. A hint of dark purple gradually overflowed. And it was obvious. Shen Shan's defense was broken. Isn't this done? Xiao Zisu said, and put the golden needle aside, and began to draw blood for Shen Shan's examination. Who was watching from the side, couldn't help but tremble. Even Shen Shan in this state could break through his defense. If this happened to him, even his bones would be pierced. Hu shuddered, and suddenly remembered that Zhao Zhong had something to ask him just now. He turned to look at Zhao Zhong, who also shuddered. By the way, Brother Zhong, didn't you come to me for something? Is there something going on the boat? Yes. Zhao Zhong suddenly remembered and said slowly. Boss, do you still remember Misusu? Misusu? Hu was startled. Has she come over? Yes. Zhao Zhong nodded with a wry smile. Her boat is anchored not far away. I asked Li Ji to control her. What do you think? How to deal with it? Control? Hu frowned, not quite understanding. Why hold her back? Is she dangerous? Very dangerous. Zhao Zhong thought of the almost crazy looks on the ship, and said this adjective without hesitation. The situation on the ship is too complicated to explain in a few words. But it's good that you're back now. I can accompany you to take a look. But, you have to be mentally prepared. What's the big deal? What scene have I not seen? Hu asked back. In his previous life, he had been on that ship. What psychological preparations did he need to make? Let's go! Zhao Zhong smiled bitterly, and didn't plan to elaborate. After all, he had to leave some surprises for the boss. 10 minutes later, Hu boarded the ship and looked at the almost crazy women in front of him. There was only one thought in his mind. This scene. I have never seen it before. Chapter 177I? Holy Lord. Before he even got on the boat, Hu found something wrong. This boat seems a little different from the one he had seen in his previous life. Could it be because he helped Misusu solve the trouble on the boat in advance, causing her fate to change? That shouldn't have changed so much. Right? From a small boat of about 10 meters, it expanded to a yacht of nearly 100 meters. The difference between the two is simply too big. Although the boat has changed, as long as her behavior logic has not changed, the people on the boat should be fine. Right? Hu thought to himself, and soon saw the yacht's gangway lowered, and at the same time a beam of white light shone down from the boat. The white light enveloped the situation on the ship. A woman in a black cloak stood in the front. The moment she looked at him, she immediately knelt on one knee and shouted loudly, Greetings to the Holy Lord. Greetings to the Holy Lord. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Hu seemed to hear an echo. He turned to look at Zhao Zhong, his eyes full of confusion. Me? Holy Lord. What's going on? Zhao Zhong held up an umbrella and didn't answer. He just motioned Hu to go up first, walking up the gangway. Hu just took a look and was stunned. On the deck, hundreds of people all knelt on one knee, lowered their heads, and acted extremely pious. And the one kneeling in the front was Misusu. There was even another person next to her, Li Ji. Now he also knelt on one knee, looking up at Hu with fanaticism in his eyes. Li Ji? Zhao Zhong also noticed that something was wrong with Li Ji, and immediately asked, Why are you kneeling? Get up quickly, Brother Zhong. Li Ji looked up, looking at Zhao Zhong with pity in his eyes. You don't understand. You don't understand the greatness of the Holy Lord at all. But this is not a reason for you to be presumptuous. Kneel down quickly, and meet the Holy Lord with me. Hu couldn't help but frown after listening to Li Ji's words. He seemed to understand. Brainwashing. This is what Misusu did in her previous life. But, in her previous life, her followers didn't seem to be so fanatical. Brainwashing is brainwashing. But since she dared to touch Li Ji, it was a slap in his face. Hu uttered her name in a deep voice. Misusu. Lord. I'm here. Misusu was still kneeling on the ground, with no intention of getting up. Get up and talk. Yes. After Misusu stood up, she still lowered her head, not daring to look Hu in the eye. She looked like a eunuch living in a feudal society, adhering to the tradition of not looking directly at the emperor. Lord, what do you want? So obedient? Could this guy have brainwashed himself when he was brainwashed? Yu frowned, thinking of the mutant substances that might be contained in the rainwater. Let them go back to the cabin first, so they don't get wet in the rain. Misusu turned around and looked at the group of women kneeling in front of her. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Lord. Hundreds of women stood up at the same time, shouting these 4 words in unison as if they had rehearsed them countless times. After that, everyone went back to the cabin together. If Zhao Zhong hadn't stopped him, Li Ji would have followed them in. It's only been a short time, and this guy has already integrated into this group? There are only 4 people left on the deck. Yu glanced at the cab not far away. Let's go over there and talk. Yes. Misusu responded obediently and followed Yu all the way. The 4 of them came to the cab. Yu raised his head and saw the scroll directly, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. I say, what are you doing? Complete the task you assigned. Misusu's eyes were full of madness. You have the supreme power to save the world, and you let me go. Isn't it just to let me follow your will and lead the world out of the end of the world? Stop it. Yu frowned. I don't feel like talking to you right now. Sorry. Misusu lowered her head, but the enthusiasm in her eyes was still burning. Please send down your decree so that we mortals can understand your will. This woman, is she really crazy? This mental state can't be seen from the panel alone. Let's give it a try first. You said you want to complete the task I gave you. So what is this task? Of course, it's to save the world. Misusu said without hesitation. You let me go, and let me do what I wanted to do. As long as I came to Jinling before August 4th. After I witnessed the miracle you released, there was only one thing left in my heart, to assist you and save everyone in the world. I know that August 4th is the test deadline you set for me. If I can hand in an answer sheet that satisfies you by this time, I can truly become your messenger. Although the time has not come yet. But, Lord, I am ready to accept your inspection. Okay. The inspection is over. This guy is really crazy. Sure enough, the highest level of brainwashing is to brainwash yourself before brainwashing others. But this is not important. In the end times, in addition to physiological needs, the most important thing is spiritual sustenance. It is good for people like Misusu to have a pursuit. At least, they can help more people within their ability. There is just one thing that Yu doesn't quite understand. I understand the reason. But, why are there only women on the ship? Where are the men? Of course they are where they should be. Misusu stood up and responded. The most important task for humans now is to continue. Most of the humans we rescued are in the temple and the church. Temple? Church? Yu was puzzled. Where? Please move. I will take you down and explain it to you. Yeah. Misusu walked in front, while Yu and Zhao Zhong followed behind her. Boss. Zhao Zhong came close and said in a low voice. Be careful. Those 2 places are a little abnormal. I guessed it, Yu said calmly. In his previous life, he had also come into contact with Misusu. Even if she was not crazy to this extent at that time, the things she did were different from ordinary people. What's more, now, since there are women on the boat now, the consequences for the remaining men, obviously, it will not be too good. The 3 of them walked through the cabin and came to the 2 rooms above the engine room. The doors of the 2 rooms were completely different. One was pure white, and the other was dark red. Holy Lord. Misusu came to the pure white door and slowly pushed it open. Here is the temple. As he spoke, Yu also looked into the door. With just one glance, he felt a numbness in his lower body. Now, he needed a word more serious than the collapse of rituals and music to barely describe the scene he saw in front of him. Chapter 178 To Save the World. 5 men were lying on the bed. Their hands and feet were tied, and a group of half-naked women walked towards them one by one, constantly completing primitive derivative activities. The women who completed the primitive derivative activities quietly went behind the curtain to rest. Judging from the shadows through, the back should be the rest area for those women. Yu took a breath of cold air. He thought Misusu was crazy, but he didn't think she was so crazy. Now that the end of the world has come, humans do need enough reproduction to ensure the continuation of the race. But it's not to turn it into a factory. Close it first. Yu listened to the voices that kept coming to his ears, and he was really disgusted. Yes, Lord. Misusu closed the door and walked to Yu, explaining casually, Lord, these people are willing to sacrifice their bodies to save the world. I didn't force them. Guessed it. Voluntary? Voluntary is just a nice way of saying it. Another way of saying it would be more accurate. Brainwashing. With Misusu's means, she can completely package this kind of behavior into an extremely noble task. He dared to guarantee that the men and women inside had no idea what they were facing. Needless to say, the men. Such high-intensity work was obviously the result of taking drugs. If they could survive by chance, they probably wouldn't even want to see women for the rest of their lives. If they couldn't survive, then they couldn't survive. As for the women, just now in the rest area behind the curtain, he saw the shadows of several devices. If he guessed correctly, they should be devices for checking pregnancy. Needless to say, if they are not pregnant, they will continue to work the same as those men. But the frequency is naturally not as high as those men, and they should work with different partners once a day. If they are pregnant, they can rest for 10 months, and all materials will be given priority during these 10 months. Give birth after 10 months. Rest for a while after giving birth, maybe they will continue to work. This is like an assembly line factory, producing human cubs in the most efficient way. Yu frowned again and again, wanting to refute this approach. But in the end, he held back his words. In the end times, everyone has the right to choose their own way of life. If the people in the temple don't do this, they may not even survive. Instead of dying inexplicably, it is better to contribute their own value. He raised his hand and rubbed his brow, turned his head, and looked at another dark red door. What is inside the temple? It is a place to wash away sins. Misusu's tone was still excited, like a child showing off toys to her friends. She took 2 steps at a time and rushed to the door of the sanctuary and pushed it open. A strong smell of blood hit her face. This is a slaughterhouse. Dark red bloodstains covered the entire room, and there were 5 women in chef uniforms inside. Scattered human limbs were hung in the room, and the women had clear division of labor. One was responsible for slaughtering. One was responsible for cutting. One was responsible for cutting meat. One was responsible for chopping stuffing. And one was responsible for putting the chopped meat stuffing into a machine, filling, cooking, and then stuffing it into empty meat cans. Among those limbs, there was a head hanging on the outermost. This is that cousin. Even though Yu had seen similar scenes in his previous life, when he smelled this smell, he almost vomited subconsciously. But Misusu acted like nothing had happened and called out to the butchers working inside. Come, family members. Come and see the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord's presence proves that the path we insist on is not wrong. The 5 women covered in blood immediately came out, and the moment they saw Yu, they all knelt on the ground with great piety. Meet the Holy Lord. Yu suppressed his physiological nausea and really had no time to answer them. He just waved his hand and signaled Misusu to close the door first. Family. Misusu turned her head and looked at the 5 women on the ground. Her tone was extremely excited. The Holy Lord means that we cleanse the world of sin, just like the purest angels. Remember, the kitchen knife in your hand is the angel's wings. Continue to cleanse the world of sin. To save the world. The 5 women turned around and went back to the room. The cabin, which was originally silent, was now echoing with the sound of kitchen knives. Apparently, they had taken Misusu's words to heart and their work efficiency had at least doubled. Yu let out a long sigh, as if he wanted to spit out the bloody smell he had inhaled into his lungs. He turned around and frowned at Misusu. When he saw the scene in the church, he still believed that Misusu was just brainwashed by herself. But after seeing the church, crazy, she was still the same as in the last life. No, even crazier than in the last life. Such a person must not be kept around. No, she can't stay in the world. If she continues to follow her pattern, there will be a daughter country full of monsters on the sea. You know, because of this rainstorm, there will be some mutant substances in the human body. It's okay if they don't eat people, as long as they start eating people. It's hard to guarantee that the special substances will not accumulate in the human body through food. Even if they are not killed by prion, they will mutate because of this mutant substance. Yu is motivated to kill. But not now. He walked towards the cabin and ordered Misusu. Let everyone on the ship gather in the cabin. Yes, Holy Lord. Misusu replied and gave the order immediately. 10 minutes later, Yu sat in the cabin, looking at the women in front of him, listening to Misusu's report. Holy Lord, there are 104 people on the ship. 79 people are here. 5 of them are in the church, and 20 are in the temple. Do you want to summon them? No need. Who you gathered everyone together just to find someone. Just now in the church and the temple. He had already checked. And there was no savior of his previous life. This was a blessing in disguise. He stood up and looked at the people in front of him. As his eyes scanned them one by one, Hu Yu's face began to get worse and worse. No. 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 Could it be that after Misusu's fate was changed by him? She didn't save the person she was supposed to save. This is not right. Most of the faces on the ship now are familiar faces. How could there be no such person? Hu Yu frowned and turned to look behind him. Are there no other people on the ship? Misusu seemed to remember something. There are still some. But they are not considered crew members. Holy Lord. Are you sure you want to see them? See. Even if there is a slight chance. Hu Yu will not give up. Chapter 179 Mastering Mind Control? Hu Yu didn't understand. Why did Misusu take him to the holy church and the temple? And hide a group of people from him? But when he came to the place where the group of people lived, he understood. They walked through the cabin again, passed through the holy church and the temple, and came to the engine room, and saw the so-called remaining people. They said people, but they were actually mutants. More than 10 mutants gathered in the engine room, replacing the engine system that originally needed fuel to supply energy, and used their flesh to drive the entire engine room, providing kinetic energy for the ship. Like the mutants before, these mutants have lost their subjective consciousness, and only have the basic desire to eat. So Misusu took advantage of this, using food as a lure, and treated these mutants as free labor like Palu. In simple terms, it's like riding a donkey. No matter how stubborn a donkey is, as long as it is hungry for a period of time, you can fish a carrot in front of it, and it will obediently carry you and keep moving forward. And Misusu's method is even simpler. She didn't know how to lock these mutants in a huge roller similar to a hamster cage, and opened a hole in the roller, which was connected to the temple. The scraps that the temple didn't use, such as human bones and internal organs, were thrown down directly. If the mutants wanted to eat these scraps, they had to turn the huge roller to deliver them to them. Through the kinetic energy transfer of the roller, the engine unit can also obtain energy. That is, the end of the world is coming now. Otherwise, if this working system is discovered by capitalists, the price of oil on the market will drop by at least 30%. Hu Yu had to admire Misusu's imagination. Sure enough, the mental state of the mentally ill is indeed different from that of ordinary people. But could she be in here? Hu Yu swept his eyes over the group of mutants in front of him, not daring to make any mistakes. Soon, he found one of them. Her petite body was considered short among normal people, let alone among mutants. Other mutants stepped hard on the rollers, trying to get the food dropped from the temple. But she could only be moved by the rollers. Her thin body made it impossible for her to take in food, and she couldn't even keep up with the pace of other mutants. Her body was covered with scars from bumping against the rollers. It's her. Hu Yu still remembers that when he saw her, he almost thought she was a monkey that jumped out of nowhere. She could be so thin. He didn't expect that when they met again, it would be like this. If it was a day ago, maybe he would give up on her and give her a peaceful death. At least after death, she would have the dignity of a human being. But now, since Shen Shan could gradually master his own reason from an ordinary mutant state, why couldn't she? With a thought, the panel about that woman also popped up in front of Hu Yu. Name Mo Xiaoma, gender female, age 19, skills proficient in mind control. Personality none, favorability 0. This is the first time Hu Yu has seen the panel of an ordinary mutant. No matter from which aspect. Proficient in mind control. This kind of skill should not appear on an ordinary mutant. There must be something wrong with Xiao Mo's mutation. And the personality column. None? No personality at all? This should be the result of losing reason. Anyway, get her out first. Brother Zhong. Brother Ji. Help me. Hu Yu turned his head and looked at the two people beside him. You guys control the mutant later. I want to take him away. In theory, it is best for Shen Shan to carry out this kind of mission. After all, he is already a mutant. Even if he is infected again, it will only enhance his strength and will not cause harm. But he is still in the recovery stage and is not suitable for action. With the strength of Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, controlling such a thin mutant should not be a problem. Right? Okay. Zhao Zhong replied as a matter of course. And Li Ji. He imitated Misusu's behavior, kneeling on one knee, his eyes also full of fanaticism. I am willing to serve the Holy Lord. Well, this guy has been completely brainwashed. Huyu was speechless. But it doesn't matter. Misusu is under control now. And she will brainwash Li Ji again later. Let's deal with her first. If she is not rescued, she will be killed by the roller. Huyu took out an AK, aimed at other mutants, and turned to look at Misusu. Open the door. Yes, Lord. The metal door of the roller was opened, and the mutants inside did not react at all, still waiting for the relief food sent by the holy hall above. Zhao Zhong and Li Ji went in directly, keeping the same pace as those mutants, moving inside the roller. The next moment, almost all the mutants stopped and turned to look behind them. Discovered. Quick! Huyu exclaimed, and pulled the trigger at the same time, shooting at the mutants. When Zhao Zhong and Li Ji entered the roller to catch people, Xiao Mo was also running in their direction at the same time. She had been hungry for a long time, and finally found a food close at hand. This was her only chance. Less than 3 seconds, Zhao Zhong and Li Ji came into contact with Xiao Mo. The cooperation between the two for many years allowed them to control Xiao Mo's 2 hands directly from the left and right, and lift them up at the same time. The two of them held Xiao Mo's neck with their arms to prevent her from lowering her head to bite, and at the same time further controlled her and ran out of the roller. But they miscalculated one thing: the speed of those mutants. When they controlled Xiao Mo, those mutants were only a hair's breadth away from them. Whether it was Xiao Mo, who was of the same kind, or Zhao Zhong and Li Ji, they were all within their attack range. After all, scraps are not as tempting as fresh food, even with AK suppression. It was just a drop in the bucket, and there was no way to suppress all the mutants within a safe range. On to the RPG. Huyu had already taken out the rocket launcher, ready to launch a big one. But at this moment, roar! Xiao Mo suddenly roared. In just a moment, the situation was reversed. Those mutants who were about to catch up suddenly paused, then turned around silently and crashed into the mutants rushing behind them. Although only the 3 mutants closest to them were controlled, it still created an opening for Zhao Zhong and Li Ji. They successfully rushed out of the cage with Xiao Mo. But just as they were about to further control Xiao Mo to ensure safety, the next moment, Xiao Mo turned his head, staring at Huyu with lavender eyes, and also roared. Roar! Chapter 180 Food. Food. Boss Hu. Holy Lord. Zhao Zhong and others immediately exclaimed. Misusu immediately stepped forward, supported Huyu, and directly blocked him and Xiao Mo. She had a desperate intention to kill Huyu first. If Zhao Zhong and Li Ji had not had to control the mutant in front of them, they would definitely be one step faster. After seeing what just happened, everyone present knew the horror of this mutant. As soon as he roared, the mutants that were originally rushing towards them turned around and rushed towards other mutants. Now Boss Hu was hit in the face. God knows what will happen. I'm fine. Huyu was in a trance for a while, but he quickly came to his senses. It was like hypoglycemia. The brain suddenly shut down. But as long as the sugar was replenished, it would soon return to normal. He looked at Xiao Mo in front of him, frowning slightly. This was enough to prove that the other party's ability was also effective on humans. But for some reason, it had no effect on him. Food, food, food. This voice is Xiao Mo. The familiar voice echoed in his mind. Huyu immediately looked at Xiao Mo in front of him. He did not feel controlled, but could only hear the other person's voice in his mind. Could it be that after being mentally influenced, he could hear the other person's voice? Let's see if she can understand what he is saying. Huyu was about to move forward again, but was stopped by Misusu behind him. Holy Lord. Be careful. It's okay, Huyu replied. In any case, Misusu really cares about him, but her management style is too radical. If she can accept the improvement, it's not impossible to give some support. You stand aside first. Yes, Holy Lord. Misusu looked at Huyu with more admiration. Huyu stood beside Xiao Mo again, and he took out a roasted chicken leg from the space. Because the space backpack can lock time, the chicken leg is still sizzling, and the crispy skin can be felt as long as you press it with your teeth. As the aroma wafted, the sounds of seeking food in Huyu's mind became more and more intense. It seems that he still has the most basic ability to distinguish food. I can give it to you. Huyu took the chicken leg and moved forward. But you have to tell me your name first. Boss. Zhao Zhong smiled bitterly. She has already mutated. How can she know her own name? Shoo. Shut up. Li Ji frowned immediately, raised his hand, and put a finger between his lips. How can you guess the power of the Holy Lord? Roar. Another meaningless roar sounded. Although it was also a roar. The sound was obviously not as angry as before. At the same time, another voice sounded in Hu Yu's mind. My name is Xiao Mo. Sure enough, mutants also have some consciousness. But it varies from person to person. Some mutants are like those in a cage, with only the primitive instincts of humans left. And some are like Xiao Mo, who, like a semi-vegetative person, still has some wisdom. Hello. Xiao Mo, Hu Yu said, as he handed over the chicken leg in his hand. After Xiao Mo bit it, he swallowed it whole, swallowing the whole chicken leg into his throat. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. After she swallowed the chicken leg, her voice echoed in his head again. Food. 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 You are just being greedy. Hu Yu did not continue to feed him, but took out a pork chop from the space. I have plenty of food. As long as you listen to me, don't hurt anyone, and don't use your abilities, I can give it to you. Food, food, food. It seems that her desire for food still overwhelms her rationality. This won't do. Hu Yu took the pork chop farther away. Answer me. Otherwise you can't get it. Food enough, okay. Okay. Hu Yu handed the pork chop to her, and stuffed an ordinary magic bean into it. If she filled it all with meat, God knows how much food she would consume. Repaying the life-saving grace is one thing, but you also have to stick to thrifty housekeeping. Xiao Mo ate the pork chop in no time, and stuffed the magic bean into his mouth, making the semi-vegetative people in the cage very greedy. After she was full, there was no more echoing sound in Hu Yu's mind, and she stopped resisting, but hung on the two people like a sloth. The main attack is to lie down. Okay. Hu Yu looked at Zhao Zhong and others. Let her go. Boss. Yes. Lord. Li Ji let go immediately. Xiao Mo, who lost the control of one person, could attack Zhao Zhong at any time if she wanted, but she was like a puddle of mud, and the whole person went limp. Seeing this, Zhao Zhong also let go immediately. The two took a step outside, leaving Xiao Mo limp in the same place, like a salted fish without dreams. The power of the Holy Lord. Mi Suzu exclaimed directly. She immediately came up and asked, Holy Lord, have you mastered the method to control them? First of all, don't call me Holy Lord. Call me boss like them. Hu Yu glanced at Li Ji, who was also crazy next to him. Secondly, restore him to normal. We'll talk about the rest later. Yes. Saint. Boss. Mi Suzu lowered her head. Hu Yu walked to Xiao Mo and tried to poke her. You sleep when you're full. Are you a pig? No voice echoed in her head. This guy seems to have really fallen asleep. What should I do? I can't carry her back. Right? What if she gets wild and sends him to hell? Hu Yu took out another pork chop with hot oil and handed it to her with a steel fork. Although her eyes were not open, her body gradually stood up as the pork chop moved. Fortunately, at least we can control her movement. When the time comes, we will transfer her to the heart of the ocean and let Brother Shan take care of her. There should be no problem. After collecting a few more fine mutant crystals, she can regain her sanity. Shall Hai. Hu Yu turned on his phone and said to the upgraded artificial intelligence, drive the boat over. Yes, master. The heart of the ocean started quickly and drove towards the boat. Hu Yu settled Xiao Mo next to Shen Shan's medical room so that he could deal with any problems as soon as possible. When he got on the boat again, Mi Suzu also lifted the brainwashing on Li Ji. But I don't know if it was the sequelae of brainwashing. Li Ji's favorability towards Hu Yu has exceeded Shen Shan's favorability towards him, and it has soared to 98. Only 2 points away from the full value. Hu Yu also took the time to take a look at Mi Suzu's panel, wanting to confirm her favorability towards him. You don't know until you see it. And when you see it, his jaw almost dropped. Chapter 181 Sea God's Tears Normal. Name Mi Suzu Gender Female Age 27 Skills Epic UA. Perfect Coordination. Perfect Planning. Perfect Acting. Perfect Organization and Operation. Mastery of Disguise. Mastery of Communication. Personality Dark. Forbearing. Hypocritical. Cruel Favorability 100 Purity 78 Full Favorability. According to the system settings, the concept of full favorability is, as long as Hu Yu asks, even if he wants the stars in the sky, Mi Suzu will find a way to blow that star down for him, regardless of the cost. regardless of time. This brainwashed herself to this extent. No wonder she worshipped Yu as the Holy Lord. In addition, is the epic skill she just acquired. Epic Pua, plus other perfect skills. That is, she lives in the era of the end of the world. If she lives in a peaceful era, it would be an understatement to say that she is the head of a pyramid scheme. Yu originally wanted to throw this guy away and let her fend for herself. But seeing this favorability, he really had other thoughts. If her ability can be used in the right way, it will be very useful in the future. Apart from other things, the people on that ship are perfect productivity. There is no need to set up a breeding factory. Letting them fall in love freely with the people on the ship can also bring fresh blood to mankind. It is also because of Misusu's panel that Yu plans to go again tomorrow and have a good talk with her. The next morning, Yu woke up from the bed, and the first thing he did when he opened his eyes was that Xiao Hai's daily report sounded in his ears without him saying anything. Hello, Master. Today is August 3rd, 10 a.m., the 21st day after the apocalypse. The water level in Jinling has reached 93 meters, and the water level is increasing at a rate of 160 centimeters per hour. All the facilities on board are operating normally. Everything is normal on board, and no suspicious situation has been found. Everything is normal in the nearby waters, and there are no suspicious biological targets. Regarding the affairs on board, the physical examination reports of you, Missin, Miss Imo, and Mr. Shen are out. Do you want to check them now? Okay. Send it to my tablet. Yu responded and stood up from the bed. Last night, in addition to Shen Shan and Imo Xiaomao, who needed to have a physical examination, Yu and Xian, who were exposed to the rain for a long time, also had a physical examination. He picked up the tablet, and the first page on it was his physical condition examination. All indicators were at normal levels, except for the content of unknown substances in the blood. 0.12 milliliters in every 100 milliliters. Does he already have this thing in his body? Come to think of it, he is a reborn person, not an extraordinary person. In the case of a lot of exposure to rain, there is only this little content in his body, which is considered to be high enough for his antibodies. As for Encianer, the content in her body has reached 0.2 milliliters per 100 milliliters. At this level, if she is exposed to rain again, it is very likely that she will mutate like Shen Shan. In any case, she cannot continue to be exposed to seawater. Xiao Mo's test results are unexpectedly strange. Her physical fitness is the same as that of a normal person, and some of her skills are even weaker than Yu. While the content of unknown substances in her blood has reached 1 milliliter per 100 milliliters. This data is completely the strength of an ordinary mutant, even higher than the mutation level of those semi-vegetative people on the ship. Finally, it is Shen Shan's. His physical indicators have reached non-human levels, and all functions have reached 30 times the previous level. The content of unknown substances in his blood has reached 31 milliliters per 100 milliliters. The physical strength has even reached the level of withstanding pistol bullets. It is estimated that even a mutant of the same perfect level may not be his opponent. With him on the boat, if we encounter those monsters again, we can even put him in the water and wait for the harvest. Xiao Hai, help me prepare breakfast and bring it in. Yu put away the tablet and did not get out of bed. By the way, please ask Misusu to come over for lunch. I have something to tell her. Yes, Master. After arranging the lunch schedule, Yu once again came to the balcony. The egg opening event that happens every 3 days is here again. I don't know what will come out this time. Just as he was about to crack the egg, he looked outside. There were densely packed heads. Misusu's boat was just 5 meters away, and now all the people on the boat were leaning their heads out, looking at the heart of the ocean, as if they wanted to find something from it. The next moment, they seemed to have discovered Yu. Holy Lord. It's the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord is there. Holy Lord. I am willing to sacrifice everything to save the world. Instantly, the voices of the women on the water even drowned out the sound of raindrops. Yu had no choice but to change places quickly. He closed the balcony, returned to the bathroom, and breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that this place is safe and secret enough. If you draw something that is not right, you can throw it away normally. He took out the black eggs stored in the space backpack for the past 3 days and lined them up in front of the sink. Open the eggs. There are too many things happening recently. Whether it is the mutated Shen Shan, Misusu who brainwashed herself, or the fish that are constantly mutating. Everything is very tricky. Now I just hope that opening the eggs can open some good things. Maybe it can bring some help. Huyu casually raised his hand and cracked the first black egg. A burst of purple light suddenly flashed. Perfect grade. Huyu's eyes suddenly lit up. After opening the eggs many times, he has mastered some rules and can judge the quality of the things in the black egg from the flash of light. As long as it is perfect grade, no matter what it is, it will not be too bad. He looked closely and almost jumped out of the toilet. Name item synthesis table type props effect after use. You can turn on the system synthesis function. All similar items with a synthesis level not higher than perfect grade have a certain probability of obtaining a higher level product of the item. Note, if the synthesis fails, all the synthesized items will be scrapped. Please use with caution. This thing is just like it was tailor-made for him. Now I am worried about where to find a fine-grade mutant crystal. It's like a pillow when I'm sleepy. I just need to deal with the fish corpse of the black-scale toothfish. Dig out the ordinary mutant crystal and synthesize it slowly. It seems that I have good luck today. Keep going. Huyu immediately cracked the second black egg. The moment the black egg broke, a white light flashed. Black? It doesn't matter. There is a synthesis table as a base. These 3 eggs are not a loss. He looked down at the scene in front of him. Although he was mentally prepared, when he saw the scene in front of him, the joy in his heart reached its peak again. This thing is better than the synthesis table. Name Tears of the Sea God. Chapter 182 Poseidon's Favor. Name Poseidon's Tears type item effect 1 after use. It can be bound to Poseidon's heart. Every nautical mile sailed, a point of experience will be accumulated. Effect 2 Effect 3. Note 1 experience can be used to upgrade Poseidon series products. Note 2 Gather 3 Poseidon series products to get extra surprises. Note 3 Follow the will of Poseidon. This is actually a Poseidon series product. Huyu tentatively picked up the blue crystal in front of him. And the moment he touched it, a prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding! It was detected that the host successfully obtained 3 Poseidon series products, and the achievement of Poseidon's Favor has been unlocked. Achievement Poseidon's Favor Effect 1 after unlocking. All fishes will have a minimum favorability of 30 towards you, and will not actively attack you. Effect 2 All Poseidon series products generate plus 100 experience. Notes child. I'm watching you. This thing actually has an achievement system? Huyu raised his eyebrows, not knowing how many Poseidon series products there were in total. If all were collected, maybe a higher level of achievement could be unlocked. His mind moved, and when he looked at the drop of blue crystal in his hand again, the note 2 on it had changed. Note 2, collect all 5 Poseidon series products, and there will be an extra surprise. Sure enough, there is one more. Huyu was delighted, and first put the blue crystal into the space, and then smashed the last black egg. This time, it was still white light. Huyu lowered his head, as if to see if there was another surprise like before. But when he looked closely, a stench suddenly hit him. Name, Stinky Tofu type of food effect. Fill your stomach while disgusting others. Note, I don't know which lottery platform I got this item from. There is only one. Congratulations on your successful draw. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he quickly put this thing into the space backpack. He couldn't appreciate this thing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken away the stinky tofu when he took away the products of the entire snack street. Unexpectedly, the system would give him such a trick. Anyway, today's harvest is quite fruitful. Let's deal with the fish corpses in the space first. Huyu simply washed up and walked out of the room, and saw Misusu kneeling at the door. It seemed that she didn't sleep all night. Huyu hesitated for a while, and didn't wait for him to finish his words. Misusu knelt down on the ground. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. She raised her head and looked at Huyu with tears in her eyes. Thank you, boss, for saving us sisters. I thought I would never see my sister again. Wait, your sister? Huyu seemed to have thought of something. That Mananyuo couldn't be your sister? Yes, Misusu responded and raised her head with tears in her eyes. I saw her when I got on the boat last night. I didn't believe it at first, until I saw her just now. Boss, thank you. Okay, stop crying. We are all on the same ship. It's too formal to say these things. Huyu helped Misusu up. That is, the highest favorability is only 100. Otherwise, he would have received a notification that the favorability has soared. You didn't kneel here all night, did you? Misuzu lowered her head. I don't know when you woke up. Boss. I want to express my gratitude to you as soon as possible. So, okay. Go and rest quickly. Huyu waved his hand, thinking that there was still a boat of brainwashed people outside who needed to be dealt with. I'll come to you in the afternoon. Yes, boss. Misuzu replied, got up and walked towards the cabin. There were many empty rooms on the heart of the ocean, but Huyu didn't arrange any for her, so she could only go back to her own ship to rest. Really crazy enough. Huyu's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but think of Minono, the strong loving monster. These two sisters are really made from the same mold. It's okay if they're not crazy, but when they are crazy, they are more terrifying than anyone else. He casually took out some food from his space backpack, and after filling his stomach, he walked to the ice storage. Just as he was about to start processing the fish carcasses, Shen Shan's voice came from behind him. Boss. Huh? Huyu turned his head and looked behind him. Why are you here? I heard your footsteps. Shen Shan pointed to his ears. After that night, I could hear almost all the sounds on the ship, he explained with a wry smile. I heard you were coming to the ice storage, so you should be processing the fish carcasses. Right? I'll come. Okay. Huyu nodded. He originally planned to throw the fish carcass into the ice storage first, and then go find Shen Shan. Unexpectedly, he had predicted it one step ahead of time. This is convenient. The carcass of the black-scaled toothfish was released, and the originally empty ice storage was instantly filled. This is only half of the total amount. Brother Shan, can you do it alone? It's a small matter. Shen Shan patted his chest. This body has endless energy now. Just consume it. Boss, what are you going to do? Try to only take the crystals. Don't touch the others. I want to use Zissou and Linglong for research. Okay. Got it. Shen Shan said as he locked himself in the ice storage and began the ruthless dissection work. If I had known earlier, I would have rescued a fish butcher from our T-Mart and brought him on board. There will be many such jobs in the future, and relying on Shen Shan alone is always a bit of a waste. But there is no way now. After dealing with the fish carcass, Huyu was not idle either. While it was still early, he also went to see Xiao Mo, who was rescued yesterday. In the medical room, Xiao Zissou was busy examining her body and performing acupuncture on her in the same way as before for treating semi-vegetative patients. Xiao Mo was lying on the bed, biting the pork chop in front of her. It seemed that as long as there was food, she would cooperate with whatever Xiao Zissou did. From this point alone, her intelligence was far superior to that group of semi-vegetative patients. After ensuring that nothing happened on the ship, Huyu was relieved. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch, Huyu boarded the ship where Misuzu was again. He went all the way to the captain's room, and after knocking on the door, he found that Minono was also on the ship reminiscing with her sister. Boss! After the two found out, they immediately stood up and shouted in unison. Both of them are here. Just right. Sit down. Both of you sit down. Yes, boss. Having said that, Misuzu immediately gave up the main seat and sat next to Minono, who walked into the captain's room and sat down at the main seat. He looked at the pair of sisters in front of him. His fingers kept tapping on the table. The sound echoed in the quiet captain's room, and the heartbeats of the two sisters gradually followed. After the whole state lasted for several minutes, Huyu spoke calmly. Now, you have two ways. Chapter 183 Epic Hidden. Since his rebirth, Huyu has always adhered to a principle. That is to respect the fate of others. As for helping others, he still has some. Of course, this is limited to a win-win situation where he can help the other party and benefit himself. He will take action after careful consideration. For example, now, two roads. This is the opportunity he gave the two sisters of the Mi family to choose. If they are willing to extend a hand to save themselves, Huyu doesn't mind helping them. This is also his idea after careful consideration. First, Huyu looked at the two sisters in front of him and said calmly, I will give you enough food for you to live, as long as you no longer feed on humans. I don't care where you want to go or what you want to do. Next time we meet, whether you call me Boss Who or Mr. Who, I don't care. He has plenty of ships. He also has a lot of people on his ship. He doesn't need Misuzu's ship and the hundreds of fanatics on her ship. If they choose this path, Hu will give them 2 perfect fairy beans, which can be regarded as a salary for Minono's help these days, and Misusu's reward for helping him find Xiao Mo. You know, just a position in a national database is worth the price. Not to mention Xiao Mo. Hu has a hunch that as long as Xiao Mo's mutation level is improved to perfection, she may even be able to control elites or even perfect mutants. What a concept. Just thinking about it makes me feel terrified. When Hu said this, Misusu and Minono said it in unison without any hesitation. Second one. Well, they are sisters indeed. They are at the same frequency, and can be thrown into the Pacific Ocean to drive a mecha. It's not too late to decide after you finish listening to me. Hu's fingers were still tapping on the table, immersed in the rhythm he controlled. The second way is also very simple. Follow us. But there is one thing I want to make clear in advance. You need to follow my command in all actions. If you can't do it, it's better to leave early. We can say that we have a good parting. I can do it. Misusu and Minono spoke at the same time. But this time, the two of them turned their heads and looked at each other. Not the kind of knowing smile of telepathy, but frowning tit for tat. It seems to be saying, why do you want to learn from me? Listen to me, and then decide. Hu still said this. He looked at Misusu and said, the first point is, don't brainwash anyone again. Unless I instruct you. I have to say that Misusu's epicue is quite useful. As long as it is used properly. It is a killer. Yes, boss. Misusu nodded in response. Second, stop all actions of the temple and the sanctuary. Remove the brainwashing of everyone on the ship. And let them decide for themselves whether to stay or leave. No problem, boss. Misusu answered with ease. After all, in her opinion, the whole ship existed because of Hu, their holy lord. Now the holy lord wanted the ship to change direction. Or sail in another way. She just needed to obey. Hu nodded. Human reproduction is important. But he doesn't want to wake up every morning and open his eyes to find a whole ship of women plotting against him. He couldn't stand the few women on the heart of the ocean, let alone hundreds of women on the whole ship. Wouldn't it be good to let them freely fall in love with the young guys on the boat? Misusu was extremely cooperative. And the other one was Minono. Minono. Boss. I'm here. Minono immediately stood up. And before Hu could speak, she uttered a series of words. I firmly support the boss. Your will is my reason. Your instructions are my imperial decree. It's not that exaggerated. Hu's mouth twitched. I gave you your ticket. As long as you don't want to get off the boat, you can always follow me. I mean, do you plan to stay on this ship with your sister? Or go back to the heart of the ocean with me? Of course I'll go back with you. Minono grinned. And the corners of his mouth almost stretched to the back of his neck. Yeah, Hu replied, looking at Misusu. Susu. I'll call you that from now on. Since you plan to go together, we'll be on the same ship from now on. I'll reserve a room for you on the heart of the ocean. When you finish your work on this ship, you can get on board at any time. Boss. Misusu's eyes instantly filled with tears. Don't be so moved. Hu raised his hand to stop her crying. By the way, don't rush to deal with the mutants on your ship. Just keep them first. As for food, I will ask Minono to bring it when the time comes. Don't worry. Yes. Misusu nodded heavily. Thank you. Boss. We are all family. You're welcome. Hu said as he walked out of the captain's room, took Minono back to the heart of the ocean, and went directly into the greenhouse. Let Mr. Fong give her some magic beans every day and give them to Misusu's ship as a food source for the mutants. As for the food of the other people on the ship, they should still be provided with normal food according to the standards of the heart of the ocean. Not magic beans. After talking with the two sisters, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Hu just walked into the cabin and heard Xiao Hai's voice. Master, Shen Shan is looking for you. Brother Shan? Hu was puzzled. Could it be that he had done the dissection? There were more than a ton of fish in the entire ice storage. Even if they didn't eat or drink, it was impossible to finish it within 4 hours. Let's go and take a look first. Hu took 2 steps at a time and walked all the way to the door of the ice storage. Just as he was about to raise his hand to knock on the door of the ice storage opened from the inside. He was stunned by the scene in front of him at a glance. The fish were all gone. Not to mention the mutated crystals. There was not even a fish carcass left. In the ice storage, there was only one person left, no. To be precise, Half a person. Shen Shan's head was hanging in the air, and the upper body below the neck was completely gone. But his lower body below the waist was still alive. It looks extremely weird, just like it ran out of a horror movie. Boss. Shen Shan smiled bitterly. His expression was indescribably bitter. I seem to have a problem. The fish corpse is a small matter, but if Shen Shan loses control, it will be troublesome. Don't worry. Let me see. You called up Shen Shan's panel again, and suddenly found that there was a new skill in his skill bar. Epic Concealment. This skill has never appeared before. Wait. No. Why did another skill on this panel disappear? Chapter 184 Synthesis. Yu has seen Shen Shan's panel more than once, so he naturally knows what skills are on his panel. At the same time as the Epic Concealment appeared, another skill on his panel also disappeared. Perfect Assassination. Normally, a skill that has been mastered cannot disappear for no reason, unless this skill is replaced by a certain skill, just like Yu's previous skill evolution. After the skill evolution, the original skill naturally disappears. Is Brother Shan also in this situation now? After evolution, will one of his skills evolve? Brother Shan, I roughly know what's going on. Don't worry. Yu said as he walked into the ice storage. He was about to lock Infiltrating outside the door and solve the problem by himself. But as soon as he entered, Infiltrating followed him in. He turned around and was about to say something, but Infiltrating stepped forward and blocked him. With this posture, it was naturally impossible to chase him out. Fortunately, Brother Shan could control his behavior. It didn't matter whether Infiltrating was here or not. Yozhan looked at Shen Shan again and asked, Brother Shan, please recall what happened just now. The more detailed the better. Boss, I really can't remember. Shen Shan smiled bitterly. I only remember that you asked me to be responsible for dissecting the fish carcasses and taking out the crystals. After I dissected the first fish, I had no memory of anything. When I came to my senses, I was already like this now. The fish carcasses and crystals around me disappeared. But judging from the traces, I should have eaten them all. Yeah. Yu nodded. At present, you should have undergone another small evolution. Although it is still in a perfect mutation state, you have a brand new ability. Try it now, and see if you can control this force. Control? How to control it? This? I have no experience. Yu complained helplessly. Anyway, try to think about it first. Such as controlling yourself to return to normal, or hiding yourself completely. It's better than the current situation. Okay, I'll try, Shen Shan said, and he really closed his eyes and began to meditate. The next moment, it really worked. The upper body that had disappeared reappeared, but his lower body also disappeared. The head that was still there just now only half is left. If the degree of panic caused by Shen Shan just now is 10, then now it is 100. Yu even turned his head to look at his half head. Good guy. Even the brain structure inside can be seen clearly. With such materials, there is no need for live dissection. It is enough to peek into the mysteries of the human body. It works. Yu continued to cheer him up. Brother Shan, try again. Shen Shan did not answer. The next moment, the body structure that could appear changed again. This time, his hands and feet were complete, and his head was also complete. But the torso that connected the hands and feet disappeared. In the following time, Shen Shan did not know how many times he tried. Every time he used a skill, more than 30% of his body and less than 80% of his body were hidden. If this skill was not epic, Yu might have thought he had learned a pirated version. Brother Shan, let's not try it yet. Yu sighed and released some of the black toothfish into space. Try to dissect it again, and I'll see how you are doing. Okay. Shen Shan nodded, with a trace of worry in his eyes. But boss, if I lose consciousness again later, you must leave as soon as possible. I don't want to find that I have done something I regret after waking up. Don't worry. I'm afraid of my life. Infiltrating. Understood. And Infiltrating's tone was still cold. After spitting out 2 words, she controlled Yu with her backhand and pulled him directly to the door of the ice storage. If Shen Shan had any problems, even if Yu didn't want to leave, she would pull him away at the first time. I'm starting. Shen Shan stepped forward, pulled out the dagger from his waist, and cut open the fish's head. In an instant, a light purple light flashed. The first one was shipped. Yu's heart instantly rose to his throat. and he looked in front of him nervously, fearing that Shen Shan would have any problems. The next moment, he turned his head suddenly. A flash of purple light flashed in his eyes. Something happened. Just as Anciener was about to open the door and run away, Shen Shan slowly spoke. "Don't be nervous. I'm fine." He picked up the ordinary mutant crystal stone casually. "I don't know why. When I see this thing, I have the urge to swallow them. But fortunately, I can still suppress this urge. But if it accumulates to a certain amount, I can't explain it clearly." "That's easy," Huyu said as he put the fish carcass and crystal in his hand into the space. "Do you still have the urge now?" Shen Shan shook his head. "That's fine." Huyu breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Shan, continue dissecting. I'll collect one fish carcass for each one you dissect. We'll talk about it after we finish dealing with these fish carcasses." "Okay," Shen Shan replied and started his dissecting task again. Even though he was fast enough, it took him from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. to dissect the remaining half of the fish carcass. Huyu was almost vomiting from the fishy smell before he finally finished dealing with all the fish carcasses. A total of 25,800 black-scale toothfish carcasses only produced 2,000 mutant crystals, and the delivery rate was too low. But it was barely enough to use the synthesis table. After sending Shen Shan to rest, Huyu put the fish carcasses in the ice storage, and told Su Linglong and Xiao Zisu that they must wear protective equipment before entering. After dinner, Huyu also returned to the room alone. It was time to start the tense and exciting synthesis task. He first took out the synthesis table, and after observing it, he found that there were a total of 5 grooves on it, which means that each synthesis would consume 5 items of the same quality. This consumption, if it fails once, it would be too painful. I just don't know what the probability of this synthesis is. Huyu tentatively placed 5 ordinary mutant crystals on it, and soon a prompt popped up. Ding! Synthesis detected. Ordinary mutant crystals 5. Synthesis probability 100. Whether to start synthesis? 100%. Huyu was surprised by the prompt in front of him, and tried to take out another crystal from the groove. The prompt changed again. Synthesis detected. Ordinary mutant crystals 4. Synthesis probability 70. Whether to start synthesis? So that's it. In other words, if 5 pieces of the same item are placed, the synthesis probability is 100%. And the probability will decrease by 30% for each piece of material reduced. Then if only 2 mutant crystals are placed, there is also a 10% probability. Isn't this forcing people to be gamblers? Wait, who said that? Only mutant crystals can be synthesized? Although the quality of the synthesis table is only perfect. But the notes are items that do not exceed the perfect level. And it does not say that perfect level items cannot be synthesized. Huyu took out all the crystals, put the remaining 3 perfect fairy beans in the space on the synthesis table, looked at the prompt in front of him, and chose to confirm. I don't know if this synthesis system has a novice protection period. Chapter 185 Huyu evolves. Ding! Synthesis is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic level Senza Bean 1. It's done. There really is a novice protection period. Huyu's pupils trembled, holding the Senza Bean in his hand that looked like emerald. But he didn't dare to try it a second time. 3 perfect Senza Beans. Only 40% chance of success. Once failed, these 3 perfect Senza Beans will be scrapped. This is purely a gamble. But fortunately, the bet won. Huyu calculated the number of Senza Beans in the space now. In addition to the food supply for the next 7 days, there are still 300 ordinary Senza Beans and 40 fine Senza Beans. According to the safest synthesis method, this is equivalent to 20 perfect beans. If all these 20 perfect beans are synthesized, it will be 4 epic beans. Counting the one in my hand, it is just enough to get 5 epic beans. It's a pity that the quality of the synthesis table can only be synthesized to epic. Otherwise it can be upgraded to legendary. Regardless of these, I will synthesize the epic beans first. When I bring them to Mr. Fong tomorrow, I'm afraid his heart will beat faster again. The synthesis speed is very fast. In less than half an hour, the more than 200 fairy beans in Huyu's space were exchanged for 4 epic fairy beans. Each epic fairy bean, even if the planter is a little unlucky, is enough to feed tens of thousands of people in the end times. And now, including the one in the ground, he has 6 epic fairy beans. Building a city. Enough. After synthesizing the fairy beans, it's time to synthesize crystals. Huyu thought about it, and decided not to gamble on the probability for the sake of safety. 2,000 ordinary mutant crystals are enough to synthesize 400 fine mutant crystals, according to the calculation that every 3 pieces can create a perfect mutant. This is enough for 133 mutants to evolve. Do it as you say. He sat in front of the synthesis table all night, constantly synthesizing mutant crystals. After all 400 mutant crystals were put into the space backpack, his whole expression began to be dazed. Strange. Logically speaking, this kind of mechanical work should not be tiring. Why is he so sleepy? Huyu shook his head, forced his consciousness, got up and walked towards the bathroom. No matter what. As a person who has high standards for quality of life, he still has to wash up before going to bed. He propped himself up and walked all the way to the wash basin. The moment he looked up at the mirror, he was stunned. A pair of light purple eyes were facing the mirror, and the dark purple hideousness covered his cheeks. He looked exactly like Shen Shan before. In other words, he was mutating. Huyu's pupils trembled. He had obviously taken protective measures. Whether he was synthesizing crystals or taking and placing crystals, he wore the top-level protective clothing. Even nuclear radiation can be partially offset. How could this happen? No. It's impossible. I must be too sleepy and I saw it wrong. Huyu washed his face and looked up again. He still looked the same in the mirror. But even so, he still didn't recover his spirit. He still felt dizzy, as if he was hit on the back of his head by something. At this moment, he came to his senses. His mutation has begun. He didn't dare to hesitate and immediately locked himself in the bathroom, while taking out a piece of bulletproof glass to block the bathroom door. He also took out a large number of fine mutant crystals and filled the entire bathroom. After mutation, he will instinctively devour the mutant crystals. As long as he devours to a certain extent, he should be able to regain consciousness like Shen Shan, regardless of whether Shen Shan's situation was an accident or a normal situation. He had to take a gamble. No. To be precise, he had no choice but to take a gamble. As his consciousness gradually blurred, Huyu had to hold on to the last bit of consciousness and take out another thing from the space, epic senza beans. After the mutation, being hungry would lead to a decrease in sanity. So it was best to fill his stomach first, even if he would lose his sanity after the mutation. He didn't want to be a starving ghost. What's more, there were no other grades of senza beans in his backpack now. He had, and only had this one way. After swallowing the senza beans, Huyu took advantage of his consciousness to give orders. Xiao Hai. Tell Shen Shan to come tomorrow. Before he finished speaking, Huyu had completely lost consciousness, lying in the bathroom, and roared. Roar! At the same time, Shen Shan, who was lying on the bed and preparing to rest, was stunned for a moment. His evolved hearing allowed him to hear any movement on the ship. He immediately determined that the sound came from Boss Hu's room. Dressing, getting up, the whole action was done in one go. Just as Shen Shan was about to rush to Huyu's room to rescue him, Xiao Hai's voice also rang out. Mr. Shen, the master asked you to go tomorrow. Tomorrow? Shen Shan frowned. Xiao Hai, are you sure? Is the boss okay now? In good condition. Eating supper. Xiao Hai responded obediently. Shen Shan believed that Xiao Hai, as an artificial intelligence, would not harm Huyu. So he turned around and laid down to continue resting. Who would have known that this so-called midnight snack turned out to be a mutant crystal? The next morning, Huyu opened his eyes. His mind was a mess, and he could only vaguely remember what happened yesterday. He looked up and looked around. The hundreds of fine mutant crystals that had been taken out earlier had disappeared, and the bulletproof glass was also covered with cracks. Mutation is over? Ding! The system prompt sounded suddenly. Congratulations to the host for completing the first round of evolution. Please choose the evolution direction. Evolution? Huyu caught the word sharply. You know, whether it is Shen Shan's panel or the crystal, the system uniformly marks it as alienation. One word difference. 1,000 differences. System. What's going on? Huyu wanted to ask, but the system would not answer, just mechanically repeating the prompt just now. Please choose the direction of evolution. Let's see what this so-called evolution direction is first. If it is evolution instead of alienation, it shouldn't be out of control. Right? Huyu looked at the prompt bar in front of him, and as his eyes gradually swept over it, the excitement on his face became more and more exaggerated. There were hundreds of evolutionary directions in the list in front of him. There were assassins and stealthers similar to Shen Shan's transformation direction, and control and manipulators like Xiao Mo. Behind each evolutionary option, there was an exclusive skill, and most of the skills were at the perfect level. As long as who you determined a certain evolutionary direction, he could obtain the skill and could continue to grow. This was simply a pie in the sky. He read all the hundreds of evolutionary directions from beginning to end, and finally locked on one of them, which was also the only evolutionary direction with only ordinary level skills attached. Prophet. Ordinary Word Spirit. Chapter 186 The Power of Words. Words. The meaning of this word is to achieve the goal in the mind of the caster through the power of language. If this skill is the same as its literal meaning, then, no matter what happens in the future, he can stand firmly on the top of the world. To put it simply, it is like, God said, "Let there be light." And there was light in the world. Of course, it is impossible for ordinary words to achieve this level. But this has already evolved in the first round. Is the second round of evolution far away? If it can continue to evolve, and this skill can be upgraded to the epic or even legendary level, it seems that it is not impossible to end the entire apocalypse with one word. Huyu became more and more excited as he thought about it. And without any hesitation, he immediately chose the evolution direction of the prophet. Instantly, a strong tingling sensation drilled out from the depths of his brain. It seemed as if something was about to come out. Fortunately, the whole process lasted less than half a minute, and Huyu returned to normal again. In order to test his stability, he took out some fine mutant crystals. Unlike Shen Shan, Huyu did not feel the uncontrollable desire when he took out these mutant crystals. Instead, it was no different from normal. The next moment, ding! Fine mutant crystals are detected. Do you want to absorb? After absorption, the evolution value can be increased by 0.1. Evolution value? Only 0.1. In other words, if I want to start the second round of evolution, I have to absorb at least 1,000 fine mutant crystals. What the hell? Huyu checked the inventory in his space backpack. The original 400 fine mutant crystals, now only 300 are left. The remaining 100 are probably absorbed by me. Let's try to synthesize perfect crystals first. Maybe the evolution degree of perfect crystals will be higher. He did it as he said. He took out the synthesis table again and synthesized 5 fine crystals. Perfect grade mutant crystal. Done! Huyu tried to hold it in his hand, and a prompt popped up again. Ding! Perfect grade mutant crystal detected. Do you want to absorb it? After absorption, the evolution value can be increased by 1. 10-fold increase. In other words, through the synthesis table, you can get double the evolution value for free. What if you synthesize an epic crystal? Huyu synthesized 4 perfect crystals again, including the one just now, and used the synthesis table to synthesize an epic grade mutant crystal. He held it in his hand, ready to accept the surprise. But reality gave him a blow. Ding! Epic grade mutant crystal detected. The current evolution level is too low. There is a 90% probability of absorption failure. Do you want to continue? Damn! You still play like this? Huyu cursed in his heart, looking at the epic grade mutant crystal in front of him, and couldn't help but mutter. It would be great if it could be absorbed normally. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the ordinary word spirit. Instantly, the epic mutant crystal melted into his palm. Huyu felt refreshed, just like jumping into a pool of clear spring in the hot summer. Success? Success? Can this ordinary word spirit control things of this level? Huyu's pupils trembled, and he immediately opened his panel and carefully checked the description of this skill. Name word spirit category skill effect. Any sentence spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target grade. When the target is ordinary, the probability of coming true is 10, and the probability decreases to 110 for each level increase. It can only be used once a day, and you need to bear the corresponding cause and effect. Note, God said, "Let there be light." This is simply a magical skill, although there are many restrictions. As long as the first thing you do every morning when you wake up is to keep chanting the end of the apocalypse, isn't there a certain probability that the apocalypse can be ended? Wait, let's calculate it first. If the level of the apocalypse is mythical or above, then the probability of success is 0.0000001, which is equivalent to a probability of 1 in 10 million. Huyu's mouth twitched. This probability, coupled with his dark face attribute, is simply too targeted. But no matter what, there is always hope. Let's find a way to finish the second round of evolution first. You combine the remaining fine mutant crystals into 9 epic mutant crystals, and plan to try every day to absorb these 9 epic mutant crystals. In the end, there were still 50 fine mutant crystals left. 2 tons of black scale toothfish. Now except for the fish corpse, there are only these things left. Sure enough, no matter what you do, resources are still the most important. You sighed, walked to the mirror and washed up briefly, confirmed that there was no change in his appearance, and then walked out of the bathroom slowly. He glanced at the time. It was only 6 in the morning. Don't worry. Take a nap first. Wait until the alarm goes off. He stretched himself and asked Xiao Hai as usual. Xiao Hai, do you have any situation to report? Hello, Master. Today is August 4th. 10 o'clock in the morning. The 22nd day after the end of the world. The water level in Jinling has reached 147 meters. And the water level is increasing at a rate of 320 centimeters per hour. All the facilities on the ship are operating normally. On the ship, Miss Misusu has obtained the personnel list and applied to you for certification to confirm that all the personnel on the ship are in a normal mental state. Everything is normal in the nearby waters, and there are no suspicious biological targets. In terms of shipping, Miss Xiao Zisu and Miss Su Linglong have entered the ice storage for more than 10 hours, and no abnormalities have occurred so far. The first round of tests in the school is over. Guanli ranked first with full marks in all subjects, and Miss Buba ranked second. The translation of the Yonghua Encyclopedia has been completely completed, and all data has been loaded into the database. If the master needs anything, he can ask directly. 147 meters? Yu was stunned for a moment. Although in his memory, the 22nd day was the time after he'd boarded the ship. The water depth should not be so deep. Right? This can't be the butterfly effect caused by his rebirth. Right? Wait. It's not impossible. Didn't General Wei say before? This heavy rain is very likely related to extraterrestrial civilization. If so, when extraterrestrial civilization finds a threat, wouldn't it be possible to increase the speed of disasters? But what kind of threat can make them make such a decision? Because of themselves? According to the technological level of extraterrestrial civilization, they may indeed be able to see the every move of all life on the blue planet, and it is not difficult to find out what abilities they have. But since the threat has been discovered, why don't they take the initiative to take action, but choose to eliminate the threat by accelerating the end of the world? Unless, Yu's eyes suddenly lit up, and there was only one possibility left in his mind. Chapter 187 Save the Wrong Person. They, the extraterrestrial civilization that controlled nature, were not yet able to reach the blue planet in a short time. Otherwise, they would not have accelerated the apocalypse to indirectly affect themselves as they did now, but should have taken more radical means and methods. After figuring this out, Yu breathed a sigh of relief. But in the end, this was just his guess, and whether it was true or not still needed to be verified. After a simple wash, he confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his appearance, and then walked out of the room. Now that the mutation crisis of Shen Shan and himself has been resolved, it is time to help Xiao Emo regain his sanity. Then it is Sienner. He now understands that this so-called unknown substance will not only cause the fish in the water to mutate, but also humans will be affected. It is just that the time and effect of the impact will be different depending on the individual's physique. Instead of waiting for the mutation to come, it is better to take this opportunity to actively stimulate it. Maybe you can seize the initiative and gain a chance of survival in the end of the world. Others don't care. They are less exposed to rain and have the right to choose. But in Sienner, based on the unknown substance in her body, she is likely to be the next mutant. We must solve this problem as soon as possible. Xiao Hai, Yu got dressed and started to arrange today's schedule. Notify Shen Shan. Sienner to come to Xiao Mo's room. Yes, Master. Half an hour later, in the medical room, in addition to Shen Shan and Sienner, 2 other people came. Xiao Zisu and Su Linglong. When they heard that they were going to replicate the process of Shen Shan regaining his sanity, they came over without saying a word, holding their own recording equipment in their hands. Even with dark circles under his eyes were still bright and lively. I heard that they didn't even sleep last night after getting the fish carcass. After asking Mr. Fong for 2 liters of sweet spring water, they stayed in the ice storage all night. Yu originally wanted to tell them about the possibility of mutation in advance, But he didn't have time. He could only talk about it after Xiao Mo's incident. Let them see the mutation first. Let's start. Su Linglong looked at her notebook and said without raising her head, "Remember to record the video. This situation must be recorded." "I know." Hu Yu replied. Judging from Su Linglong's situation, she was completely in the research state. He didn't say anything. He just came to the bulletproof glass where Xiao Mo was locked up and fed her 3 fine mutant crystals. According to Shen Shan's dosage, these 3 were enough for Xiao Mo to regain her sanity. There was no other way. He only had 50 left. Xiener hadn't mutated yet, so he had to use them sparingly. The crystal fell to the ground. In just a moment, Xiao Mo rushed over like a starving person seeing white porridge. She threw herself on the ground and stuffed the 3 mutant crystals into her mouth. Instantly, her original skin was covered with purple lines. But that was all. Unlike Shen Shan, her body did not begin to show visible changes. A minute later, Xiao Mo began to tear off her clothes, and every inch of skin where her fingers passed would have hideous scars. The lavender blood flowed out, but the wound healed in a short time. Seeing this, Hu Yu and Shen Shan immediately turned their heads away, not looking at the situation inside the bulletproof glass, but just listening to Xiao Zisu's narration. 2 minutes later, Xiao Mo's mental state gradually stabilized, and the blood that had just flowed out of her body was absorbed by her skin and integrated into her body in a short time. But her eyes were still blurry. 3 minutes later, Xiao Mo knelt on the ground, kept turning her head to look around, hugged herself with her hands, and finally looked outside the bulletproof glass and uttered a sentence. "Where am I?" "Success?" Hu Yu exclaimed. His joy was beyond words. This was not only because all 3 experiments were successful, but more importantly, the savior of the previous life survived. He quickly took out a piece of women's clothing from his space backpack and handed it to Xiener. "Xiener, send the clothes to Xiao Mo." And Xiener did not answer, but took the clothes and sent them over as soon as possible. "Thank you." Xiao Mo put on the clothes and found that there were 2 men in the room. He immediately lowered his head and blushed. Of course, there was more fear. "Your name is Mo Xiaoma, right?" After she put on her clothes, Hu Yu turned around and looked at her and asked, "Do you remember what happened during this period?" Xiao Mo was silent for a while, then shook her head. In her memory, she just slipped and fell into the water. And when she came to her senses, she was already here. She had no memory of what happened during that period. I only remember that I fell into the water. And I can't remember anything else." "Then let me repeat it to you." Hu Yu spoke slowly. "You absorbed a special substance in the rainwater, and eventually mutated. After the mutation, you were rescued by us. We have mastered the technology that can restore the sanity of mutants. And now we have awakened your sanity. Feel your body now. Is there anything strange or uncomfortable?" Mutation. Xiao Mo naturally understood what this word meant, and quickly began to check his own condition. There were no missing arms or legs, and of course no longer arms or legs. As for the rest, Xiao Mo checked carefully and found nothing wrong. Then he looked at Hu Yu again with a slightly fearful look. Xiao Mo's favorability was 10. Now 10. Hu Yu's mouth twitched. She thought she was a scammer. Why didn't I realize that she was so anti-scam before? Wasn't she still a believer of Misusu? I have a video here. You can take a look. Hu Yu knew that it was useless to say more, so he had to take out the video as evidence. Xiao Hai. Play all the videos after Xiao Mo got on the boat. He knew that with Xiao Mo's vigilance, if he didn't play all the videos, he might think that they had drugged him. Soon, the video was played at an accelerated speed. Xiao Mo also knew that this was not edited, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. I'm sorry. I really don't know what happened." The favorability from Xiao Mo increased by 30. Now 20. "It's okay," Hu Yu smiled and said. "In this era, it's good to be vigilant. My name is Hu Yu. You can just call me by my name, or call me boss like them. If you don't mind, the doctor on our ship will do some physical examinations on you, and after confirming that you are fine, we will let you out." "Okay? Of course," Xiao Mo replied, and Xiao Zisu also began to enter the field. Hu Yu also opened the opponent's panel. This skill, this personality, is fake. Did I say the wrong person? Chapter 188 Salvation Committee. Name Mo Xiaoma, gender female, age 19, skills perfect mind control, perfect mind connection, proficient in sign language, Proficient in translation. Average swimming. Average cooking personality stubborn. Suspicious. Kind favorability 22 perfect skills. And at first glance, they are both the product of mutants. In addition to perfect mind control, there is even a perfect mind connection. I don't know what the function of this second skill is. Wait until her physical examination is over, and then slowly study it. As for Xiao Mo's personality, can these three personalities be put together? Hu Yu frowned and thought. It seems that there is nothing wrong with putting them together. It is precisely because of her stubbornness that she was brainwashed by Misusu in her previous life. And she strictly behaves according to the content of brainwashing. It is also because of her kindness that she saved Hu Yu. As for suspicion, I just saw it. It is also because of this personality that she probably still has some doubts about herself now. There is no way. He lied about Xiao Mo's origin. If she didn't tell, Xiao Mo would have to face the reality that she had been trapped in the engine room, worked as a slave with other mutants, and had to eat human flesh and blood. She was only 19 years old. Whether it was to protect her personality as a human being or to ensure that she didn't lose control because of this incident, Hu Yu planned to bear the consequences. Even if Xiao Mo suspected him, he would bite the lie to death and never let her know. But then, he would have to check his confession with Misusu and the others. Just doubt it. If you want to gain her favor, you still need some effort. Before lunch, Xiao Mo's physical examination report is out. Except that the concentration of unknown substances in the blood is enough to match Shen Shan. The rest of the physical condition is not much different from that of normal humans. As for mental ability, this thing cannot be measured by current technology. In addition to physical examination, there is also stress test. After passing the food temptation and pain test, Xiao Mo was finally determined not to lose control. So everyone took her to the first cabin. It's almost time for lunch. So before lunch, let Xiao Mo take a look at the outside world again. According to her, her memory stopped at the 10th day after the apocalypse. Now 12 days have passed, and the whole world has changed a lot. Everyone looked outside the world. In addition to countless splashes of water, most buildings were submerged underwater. Now, the water level has exceeded 150 meters. This height is far higher than most residential and commercial buildings. I'm afraid that only one person can survive. Xiao Hai, Hu Yu thought for a moment and asked, how many buildings are there in Jinling that are over 150 meters tall? Master, there are 85 buildings in Jinling that are over 150 meters tall. Should they be marked on the map? Marked? Hu Yu replied. If you are rich, you can help the world. If you are poor, you can take care of yourself. In the past, he had no ability to take care of the fate of others while surviving in the apocalypse. But now 6. No. 5 epic fairy beans, plus the 3,000 ships, are enough for him to help the world. Whether it is for the fate of mankind or for better survival, he now needs enough manpower. Of course, the premise is that the people are worth saving. Although he has made a decision, he still has to follow the convention and ask for the opinions of everyone on the ship. Xiao Hai, call a meeting. Yes, Master. 10 minutes later, in addition to Shen Shan and others who came to the meeting room, Xiao Zisu, Mu Lingxiu, Fang Lao, Su Lingwang, Han Weiwei, Zhang Sirui, Minanyuo, and Misusu were also there. As for the others on the ship, they are not qualified to attend this meeting. Before the meeting begins, there is one thing I need to confirm first. Hu Yu looked at the 13 people in front of him. You have either followed me for a long time or are crucial to our future survival. We will face many more major decisions in the future, and I hope to have more ideas to consider. So I will set up a committee. Everyone here is a member of this committee. Every time a major matter is voted on, I will inform the committee and then vote. Everyone has 1 vote. I have 2 votes. And I have a veto. Now, if anyone has any opinions, you can raise them directly. After that, no one said anything. Even Mr. Fang, who always disliked Hu Yu, was excited at this moment. Just now, Hu Yu handed him 4 new epic beans, and he naturally understood what this meant. A total of 5 epic beans will become the last trump card of mankind. This committee is the one that determines the future fate of mankind, and he is in it. After a few seconds, Hu Yu smiled with satisfaction. Very good. No one objects. But before the committee, there is one more thing to do. We need a name. As soon as the voice fell, Misusu stood up immediately. Saving the world? She looked at everyone. Let's call it the Salvation Committee. I think this is the purpose of President who calling us here. Right? Who you just smiled back and said nothing. He looked at everyone present. First vote. Raise your hands if you agree with this name. It was just a name. And everyone present couldn't think of a better name. So they all raised their hands in agreement. Okay. Then I will officially convene the first meeting as the first chairman of the Salvation Committee. Who you sat in the main seat and spoke calmly. The first topic is about the rescue work for the remaining population in Jinling. According to the investigation, there are a total of 85 buildings over 150 meters in the entire Jinling. And the estimated remaining population should be less than 850. Raise your hands if you agree to conduct humanitarian rescue within the scope of your ability and morality. Who you did not raise his hand himself, but scanned the crowd in front of him. Shen Shan and others raised their hands slowly after hesitating. And although the remaining few people had their own ideas, most of them still raised their hands. Only one person did not raise his hand. Zhang Siri. She sat there, folded her hands in front of her, motionless. Count me in. Who you also raised his right hand. 14 votes. More than half agree. Pass the proposal. But, he looked at Zhang Siri and asked, I want to hear your thoughts. My thoughts are actually very simple. Zhang Siri said calmly under the gaze of everyone. Although everyone here has struggled through the apocalypse, you probably haven't experienced as much evil as I have. At the beginning, I was rescued from the hotel by President Hu. The hotel was full of good and bad people. Even in the early days of the apocalypse, it was enough to suffocate. It was because of this that I learned a lesson. Human hearts are the dirtiest things in the world. Of course. Zhang Siri slowly stood up and looked at Hu Yu. I also understand the meaning of President Hu's actions. So I want to ask for one thing. You say, please let me review all the people who come on board. I will report to the President in writing. And then you can decide whether to stay or go. Chapter 189 Review 4th Update. Hu Yu now understands why Zhang Siri was so gloomy after boarding the ship. He also understands why she can become a person who controls the crowd at the bottom of a hotel. Although she is just a pastry chef with a name called the international version of Zhang San. Her observation of people's hearts is the most meticulous and careful. With her as a sieve, some chaff that is not suitable to stay on the ship can be sifted out. This also shows the necessity of the existence of the Salvation Committee. It is better to have these talents working together than to support it alone. He was reborn to the end of the world not to suffer and continue to work hard, but to enjoy life. In fact, if there were no threats from extraterrestrial civilizations, he would not be willing to take on this mess. He would just find a place to survive and muddle through the next 180 years. By then, even if the blue planet exploded, it would have nothing to do with him. But now, he can't let his salted fish rot. So he has to stand up. Okay. Hu Yu nodded. There was no need to vote for such a small matter. So he decided immediately, according to the previous group allocation, send the ship and start the action. Yes. Everyone stood up and answered in unison. Now, this makeshift team that was pulled together abruptly finally looked decent. After lunch, Hu Yu asked Xiao Hai to mark all the 85 locations on the map and distribute the ships to the 85 groups. Of course, if we only count the labor force on the heart of the ocean, it is naturally not enough. This is counting the personnel on Misuzu's ship. The brainwashing effect has not been completely removed yet. When the girls heard that the Holy Lord needed them, they rushed forward. Some girls, who didn't get the rescue quota, almost jumped into the water and started a human flesh search. Fortunately, Misuzu stopped them. Otherwise, I don't know how many more mutants would appear. Now that the rescue has begun, it's time to deal with Enciener's mutation. This great god has already mastered epic skills before the mutation. If the mutation is completed, God knows what kind of existence he will become. In order to raise the price of insurance, Hu Yu decided to wait until tomorrow. At that time, his word spirit skills would also be reset. So it would be a good idea to have an extra insurance. In the afternoon, Hu Yu accompanied Xiao Mo to experiment with her ability. It was strange. Now her ability can only control mutants that have completely lost their minds, or affect mutants of the same level. The former are like those mutants in the engine room. And as for the latter, no matter Hu Yu or Shen Shan, they will feel a little headache under the influence of Xiao Mo and cannot be controlled. The semi-vegetative people were completely out of control. They were like pets that could not understand commands. No matter what Xiao Mo said, They were unmoved. Only Yu, who gave them food, could completely command them. As for Xiao Mo's other skill, Yu and others studied it for a long time. But they still didn't understand how to use this skill. Even Xiao Mo himself didn't know. After doing scientific research for a long time, Yu was tired and took a rest in the remaining time. In the evening, the first batch of rescue people also came back. Zhang Sirui listened and immediately rushed to the boat. Yu followed. He also wanted to see how Zhang Sirui planned to review whether these people should board the ship. If it was appropriate, it would be easy to handle. There would be space on the heart of the ocean or other ships. Just stay there. If it was not appropriate. He also wanted to know how Zhang Sirui would handle it. The rescue team sent the people directly over. Just as they were about to board the ship from the gangway, Zhang Sirui stopped them first. Wait a minute. Because Zhang Sirui often stayed in the kitchen. Few of the rescue team members had seen her. But because Yu followed behind them, they naturally knew who meant it. Everyone stopped immediately. The rescue people looked at Zhang Sirui on the boat. There were a total of 9 people in this group. 4 men and 5 women. From their appearance, these 7 people lived well. From the clothes they wore, they were all people of status before the end of the world. It seems that high-rise buildings have their advantages. Although it is difficult to escape from earthquakes and other hazards, the difficulty of survival in such disasters is indeed much better than that of the lower floors. A man in a wrinkled suit immediately stepped forward and stuffed a half-pack of cigarettes in his hand. I guess you are the owner of these ships. Thank you for saving us. A small gift is not a respect. Please accept it. A small gift? You must know that in the end times, the third most precious thing besides food and wine is cigarettes. There are so many smokers in the world. Needless to say, under the high pressure of the end of the world, some people are even willing to exchange a day's food for a dry cigarette. Even if it's only the kind that costs 5 yuan a pack. And the cigarette that the man just stuffed over was Jin Ling Jiuwu, which was not cheap even before the end of the world. Well, you are quite sensible. Zhang Sirui took the pack of cigarettes, lit one directly in her mouth, and glanced at the rest of the people. What about you? Is there anyone who is sensible? Yu watched from behind and secretly gave her a thumbs up. He knew that Zhang Sirui never smoked because the smell of cigarettes on her fingers would affect the production of products. Now she was posing like this, and it was obvious that she had already started her plan. Yes, I have it. A few people in the crowd gathered around. Cigarettes, canned food, chocolate, and even 50 milliliters of whiskey. All kinds of things were piled at Zhang Sirui's feet. But among the 9 people, 4 people still didn't take out anything. They could only stand there awkwardly, not knowing what to do next. Anything else? Zhang Sirui asked again. The 4 people just bowed their heads and said nothing. As for the 5 people who handed over their things in front, they stood there motionless. Well, you 5 people stay. And the rest of you can go. Zhang Sirui looked at the rescue team members. Send them to where they came from. The rescuers were stunned. Even Yu, who was standing behind her, was stunned. That's it? Could this be the good idea she said? Isn't this too hasty? Before Yu intervened, among the 4 people who didn't give anything, a pretty woman immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Miss. No. Master, she cried. As long as you can take me in, I will offer myself to you, and I will be your servant in the future. Do you think I need it? Zhang Sirui asked back. But there is a way to make you stay. What is it? The remaining people asked hurriedly. Chapter 190. What are you barking about? It's simple. Zhang Sirui pointed at the 5 people around her. If I'm not mistaken, these people still have some things on them. If they are willing to use something to protect you, I don't mind you staying. Otherwise, you will just waste food if you stay. Why should I keep you? After saying this, Yu roughly understood her intention, targeting different groups to test each other's character. First, they pretended to be bribed. And while creating a character, they divided the other party into 2 groups. One is the group with resources, and the other is naturally the group without resources. Then, whether the latter can stay depends on the conscience of the former. If they are willing to give up some of their own interests and stay with the people they are traveling with in the end times, then it proves that this person is trustworthy. On the contrary, it can also prove their character. If I guess correctly, later, Zhang Sirui will conduct another test on those groups without resources. He stood silently behind Zhang Sirui, watching her next move. Soon, Those who were awakened by Zhang Suri changed their direction. The woman just now immediately rushed to the first man. Boss Wei. Boss Wei. Please save me. As long as you are willing to save me, I am willing to serve you. What are you talking about? Am I the kind of person who takes advantage of others? Even if you don't say it, I will help you. Boss Wei frowned and scolded. Then immediately looked at Zhang Suri and took out a small piece of chocolate. Captain, I still have a piece of chocolate on me, which was originally meant for my girlfriend. But now it seems that she is gone. So I'll give it to you. Saving her is also a life. Zhang Suri narrowed her eyes and did not take it, but said calmly, throw it up. Hey! Thank you. Mr. Wei. Thank you. Captain. The woman quickly stood over, and the whole person relaxed immediately, as if she had survived a disaster. Zhang Siri saw this and made a gesture with her hands behind her back. Who you understood it at a glance. This means they want him to speak up and stop them? Well, I'll just play the whole game. Then I'll play along with them. He stepped forward and asked, Captain, this isn't good, isn't it? What's not good? The woman immediately yelled at Who do you think you are? The captain has already spoken. Why are you barking like a dog? Barking like a dog? Who hadn't heard this word for a long time, since he became boss Who. The last time he heard it was when that unscrupulous supervisor scolded him like this. He sneered. You said I was barking like a dog? Aren't you the only dog here? Hee hee. I hope you won't regret it later. Regret is none of your business. The woman continued to look up at Zhang Siri. Captain, you just promised us. You can't go back on your word. Of course it counts. Zhang Siri said calmly. Look, your master has agreed. So don't bark like a dog, the woman said, and habitually leaned towards Mr. Wei. But Mr. Wei was very self-disciplined and even took a step back. Hurry up. Zhang Siri glanced at everyone. I don't have much patience. The remaining people also begged hurriedly when they saw this. Except for Mr. Wei. No one else gave anything, even if they had other things on them. After all, they still had to live on the ship, and no one knew what was going on the ship. It would be best to leave some things for themselves. As for Zhang Siri, she was watching from the beginning to the end. Soon, those who couldn't get anything started to get wild, and 2 of the remaining 3 people chose to curse at them. Zhang Siri still didn't care, just blocked the gangway and didn't let anyone get on board. The situation became more and more intense. On the rescue ship, the 2 people started to take action, preparing to rob the supplies from those people. The rescuer was about to stop them, but when he looked up, he found that Who didn't speak, so he stayed where he was. Okay. Zhang Siri looked at the remaining person who didn't hand in the resources and didn't take action. You? Get on board. Me? The girl was stunned for a moment and pointed at her nose. Captain. You mean me? You? Zhang Siri said calmly. Why? The woman who just got the ticket immediately became excited. We have given you everything. Why can this person who has done nothing get on board? Why? As she spoke, the woman's eyes faintly glowed with purple. It is obvious that she is on the verge of mutation. If it were before, Who would have already called for help. But now, he's just a mutant. Who isn't? Want to know? Zhang Siri smiled and said meanly. Because I want to. The woman was so angry that she was out of breath. Pointing at Zhang Siri and angrily said, Give me back. No. Zhang Siri replied and looked at the rescuers. Send the people up. I'll have to trouble you to send the others back later. Thank you. The selected person bowed quickly. Thank you. Captain. I am not the captain. He is. Zhang Siri stepped aside and led Who behind her out. President. Do you think my screening mechanism is okay? Not bad. Who replied from the bottom of his heart. Eliminate those who do not help others in need. Eliminate those who are irritable and difficult to control. Eliminate those who are heavy-hearted. And eliminate those who do whatever it takes to survive. Although there are few people left, they can ensure the safety of others on the ship to the greatest extent. President. President? Everyone was stunned. Especially the woman with purple eyes. You are the president? Surprised? Who asked back, looking down at the people. I said, I hope you won't regret it later. Who will regret it? The woman tilted her neck, knowing that no matter what she said, she couldn't get on the boat. So she said very stubbornly, "It's just a broken boat. Who cares?" "No." Hu smiled and looked at the others. "My men just said something wrong. There are more people who are qualified to board the ship than just that lady. If anyone here can let me hear a real dog barking, maybe I will let you board the ship too." "A real dog barking? Where can you find a dog?" Those who have survived to this day are all smart people. They understood the key in just a moment. Real dogs are hard to find. But real dogs are easy to find. Mr. Wei, who was closest to the woman, reacted immediately and grabbed the woman's neck with his backhand. His face extremely ferocious. "Bark! Bark for me!" The woman was pinched by the neck and was short of oxygen. The purple in her eyes became more and more intense, and purple lines began to spread on her slender neck. Chapter 191 Experimental Materials. Mutated? Although Hu was prepared, he was still a little stunned when he saw this scene. Before they could react, the woman had already bitten Mr. Wei's arm. "Ah!" A scream sounded. The people who were watching the show around also came to their senses. A group of people stood aside and began to mock with the mentality of watching the fun. It seems that what this gentleman said is really right. Dogs are dogs. They only use this kind of means. I say, since you've already bitten someone, why don't you just bark a few times? Maybe the president will be happy and let you go? That's right. I would bark if I were you. As they spoke, the group of people began to surround her, as if they were going to take action directly. As long as they could make her bark a few times, they could get a life-saving straw. I'm afraid no one would refuse such a lucrative business. But in the next moment, the woman raised her head, and the blood and flesh in her mouth were swallowed whole by her. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. This scene scared the people who were about to gather around. Monster! Monster! She turned into a monster. President! Help! In an instant, screams and roars echoed on the water. Zhang Siri subconsciously stood in front of Hu. Even though she was not in danger, this scene still made Hu feel warm. "Don't worry. It's okay." Hu raised his hand and patted her shoulder, saying calmly, "Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo rushed out from behind Hu, holding a big chicken leg in his hand and stuffing it into his mouth. After she regained her sanity, she followed Hu all the time in order to recall more things. In addition to restoring memory, she also wanted to protect Hu. In their minds, he is still a normal person now, and has nothing to do with the so-called mutant. Therefore, in addition to Enciener's protection, it is also very important to add another layer of insurance. Xiao Mo naturally stayed by his side. As for the bodyguard fee, I don't know if it was because she had been hungry for a long time, or just to satisfy her appetite. Even if she had eaten sins of beans before, she still wanted to eat. It just so happened that this was the right thing to pay for her bodyguard fee. Since lunch, she has been eating snacks, chicken legs, fried chicken and the like. Hu didn't care. Anyway, she had the resources of the island country to support her. Even if she ate at this frequency for 100 years, it would not hurt her foundation. Now, it comes in handy. Don't move. The moment Xiao Mo's voice fell, the woman also froze in place, like a robot whose spring is run out. She didn't move. President. It's done. Xiao Mo stood beside Hu. What do you say? How should we deal with it? Let her come up first. Hu said calmly. If he was not mistaken, the moment the woman bit off Mr. Wei's flesh and blood, Mr. Wei was already dead. That scream was Mr. Wei's last voice. If it was just a bite, it would not be possible. But what if this woman was poisonous? Because she had mutated, the panel could only show her current skills besides her name. Mastering poisons. It was obvious that this woman's direction of alienation was a new path. It was perfect to use it as experimental material. Okay, President, Xiao Mo said, biting off another piece of chicken leg. Come up. The woman immediately raised her head, jumped up, and jumped directly in front of Hu, bowing slightly to show respect. Okay, Xiao Mo. Take her to the ice storage first. I'll be there soon. Yes, Xiao Mo replied, not forgetting to stretch out his right hand. This is to ask for the insurance premium. Hu smiled bitterly, and reluctantly took out another piece of chicken chop for her. She took it with joy, and hopped towards the ice storage with the woman. This is the good thing about Xiao Mo. Although he is greedy, he is not picky about food, as long as the amount is large enough to fill him up. It's fine. Hu Yu turned his head to look at Zhang Siri and nodded with satisfaction. Your plan can be passed. Thank you, President. You're welcome. Hu Yu smiled and responded. You are sharing my worries. I'll have to trouble you to take a closer look at the next ships coming. If a similar situation occurs, you can directly activate the protection system of the heart of the ocean. I will authorize you. Okay, President. Yes, Master. Zhang Siri and Xiao Hai responded one after another. Hu Yu didn't say anything more. Just turned around and left, chasing Xiao Mo towards the ice storage. As for the begging and shouting outside the gangway, what does it have to do with him? The kindness to these people now will turn into a sharp sword against him in the future. And all of them will stab him and the people he cares about. In the end times, human nature is the least important and the most important thing. If you become a beast, don't blame others for treating you like a beast. As for the treatment of those who shouldn't be on the ship, Hu Yu didn't mention it. He believed that Zhang Siri had her own ideas. Hu Yu and Xiao Mo arrived at the ice storage one after another. As soon as they brought the mutants to the ice storage, Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong, who were conducting experiments, turned their heads and looked at them. After lunch, the two went directly into the ice storage, wearing medical protective suits, and started their respective research projects. Su Linglong's research direction is mainly the body structure and evolution direction of mutant fish. Why does the same kind of fish mutate into two different mutant fish when living in different waters? And why do different fish mutate into the same kind of fish when living in the same waters? They are all rainwater. Why do mutant substances in different places have different effects? As for Xiao Zissou's research direction, she majored in medicine, and her research direction is mostly related to the substances in the blood of mutant creatures. Whether it is mutant fish or the blood of mutants like Shen Shan, they are all her research targets. That is, Hu Yu's identity as an evolver has not been discovered. Otherwise, he should have been drawn blood by now. Seeing Xiao Mo coming with new experimental materials, Xiao Zissou's reaction was the most intense. She rushed over and patted Hu Yu's shoulder with satisfaction. Okay, Boss Hu. I said I wanted an experimental mutant. And you caught it so quickly? Not bad. Not bad. Don't be so good yet. Hu Yu smiled bitterly. This thing is poisonous. Be careful when you experiment. Xiao Mo. Can you ensure her safety? I'll try, Xiao Mo said, looking at the mutant and pointing at Xiao Zissou. From now on, she is your master. You must obey her orders. The mutant turned his head and looked at Xiao Zissou. As for whether it succeeded or not, no one knows. I'll try to command it. Xiao Zissou swallowed and said slowly, Squat down. As soon as the words fell, the mutant squatted down slowly, just when everyone smiled with satisfaction. The next moment, the mutant exerted force with his legs and pounced forward. The target was Xiao Zissou. Chapter 192. You can try. Perilla. Su Linglong was watching from the side and exclaimed in surprise. Fortunately, Hu Yu was right next to him. As a being that had undergone the first level of evolution, his reaction ability was the strongest among all mutants. At the moment when the mutant pounced, he also came to his senses, raised his hand and slashed down, hitting the opponent's neck directly. Caw! A crisp sound rang out. The mutant fell from the air and collapsed to the ground. But it still raised its head, stretched its hands toward Xiao Zissou, and struggled to pounce. Seeing that it couldn't move, Xiao Zissou went forward and squatted on one side to check its condition. Be careful. Hu Yu frowned and prepared to pull her up. It's okay. Xiao Zissou refused him and reached out to press its cervical vertebrae and spine. The second cervical vertebra. The spine is broken. It should not be able to get up. She stood up and looked at Hu Yu with a smile in her eyes. Sure, boss. I didn't know you had this trick up your sleeve. Coincidence. Coincidence. Hu Yu smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. I drew a perfect physique book earlier, and my physical fitness and strength have improved. To be honest, he didn't know that he could reach this level after his evolution. Not only did his reaction speed increase, but his strength also increased. In other words, he didn't know any fighting skills. If he could reach the fighting awareness and skills of Zhao Zhong and others, it would not be impossible to unlock the perfect fighting. It has to be you, Xiao Zissou said, without doubting anything, but pointed to the mutant on the ground. Then why are you still standing there? Lift it up. It looks like it has no ability to resist. You don't need to worry about what happens next. It's better to be safe, Hu Yu said, as he lifted it onto the test bench and turned to look at Xiao Mo. Xiao Mo. Just control it again and stop it from moving around. Okay. No problem. Xiao Mo is just a 19-year-old girl after all. When she saw the mutant pounce on her just now, she was stunned for a moment. Now she came to her senses and realized what had just happened. If Hu Yu hadn't just stood by and cut off the opponent's attack, she would have become the indirect murderer of Xiao Zissou. She quickly gave orders to the mutant. And at the same time, she looked at Xiao Zissou and bowed slightly. Sister Zissou. I'm sorry. I didn't think it through just now. And I didn't know that this would happen. I'm sorry. It's okay. You didn't mean it. Xiao Zissou looked at the two and smiled. Okay. You can't help much here. Go out and rest. Well, keep going. If you need anything, just call me through Xiao Hai. Don't worry. Hu Yu and Xiao Mo walked out of the ice storage. After dealing with the mutant problem, he was still a little worried about Zhang Sirui. No matter what, there were all kinds of people in these 85 buildings. If there were mutants, or if someone who could hide from her sneak into the ship, it would not be good. It is safest to kill the danger in the cradle. But he did not go to the gangway, but came to the deck and looked down at the situation below. Anyway, he has evolved now. Xiao Mo is also a mutant. And Enciener's mutant materials are ready, so it's okay to get wet on the deck. As soon as he arrived on the deck, when Hu Yu looked down, he saw some familiar people getting off the rescue boat, and it was obvious that Zhang Sirui was being assessed. It's them. Isn't this his unscrupulous boss and his secretary? These two are still alive. Oh right. Wasn't his working environment in the previous life in a business building over 150 meters high? It seems that the boss and the secretary were in that building that Saturday. Anyway, it's not easy for these two to live to this day. When he was in the company, Hu Yu was a nobody. The boss might remember his face, but he definitely couldn't remember his name. As for the secretary, he was like a eunuch around the emperor, always looking down on everyone. She did know Hu Yu, but his attitude was no different from that of a big eunuch to an ordinary palace slave. But that was all in the past. Hu Yu wasn't a petty person. If they could pass the test, it wouldn't matter if he let them on board. But this job still needs to be assigned. Since Xiao Yi left, it seems that no one has cleaned the toilets on the ship. Arranging this eunuch to clean the toilets is also a professional match. Of course, the premise is that they can pass the test. As time goes by, more and more rescue ships are piled up below. If we still assess one ship at a time, the efficiency will obviously be much slower. And it is possible that the personnel on other ships will find clues. Zhang Sirui simply did not assess one ship at a time, but waited for all the people in this group to gather together for the assessment. It was just right. And it could also temper the people on the ship. 6 o'clock in the evening. All the rescue ships were already in place. This time was already considered late, because some of the ships were attacked by mutants. It was Shen Shan who led the team to ensure that everyone came back. According to statistics, a total of 720 people were rescued from the remaining 84 rescue locations, with an average of 89 people at each location. Only the heart of the ocean could take in so many people at once. If it were a ship like General Wei's, even if there was enough food, it would be difficult to leave so many rooms vacant. Zhang Sirui arranged all the 720 people on a container ship. Hu Yu held a tablet and looked at the detailed information of the 720 people sorted out by Xiao Hai, with the data support of the national database. Even without the panel, these people were transparent in front of him. All kinds of resumes were clear at a glance. To be honest, Hu Yu was still a little surprised. According to the rating of the shelter, among the 720 people, more than 30% were B-level talents and 10% were A-level talents. The remaining 60% are mostly D-level and E-level, while C-level talents are very rare. As for the legendary S-level talents, there is not a single one. Ahem. Seeing that the number of people was almost enough, Zhang Sirui started her own review session. She held the megaphone, looked at the people in front of her, and slowly said, I won't say any more. If you want to get on board, it's very simple. Show me your value now. If your value is enough to qualify for boarding, we will be a family in the future. We will support each other and survive in the end times. If it's not enough, then we will send the waste back to its original place. After that, there was silence. They thought the owner of the ship would be arrogant, but they didn't think it would be so arrogant. You said so. So be it. A voice rang out from the crowd. Now we have more people. So what if we rob you together? Huh? Zhang Sirui sneered. You can try. Chapter 193. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. The man was in the front row, with a hook hidden in his sleeve. He flew out of his hand and landed steadily on the gangway. Not only him. The moment he made his move, the other rescued people on the same boat with him also followed him immediately. More than 10 hooks fell on the gangway, and the hooks were intertwined to form a rope net. The leader immediately shouted, Brothers, charge. Our fate must be in our own hands. After that, some people were really tempted. They all rushed to the rope net at the same time, obviously intending to climb up. But the next moment, Zhang Sirui spoke calmly. Start defense mode. As soon as the words fell, a large number of gun muzzles appeared on the deck of the heart of the ocean. Those black muzzles were like deep black holes, aiming at those people. But without orders, Xiaohai still did not shoot. Shoot! Zhang Sirui made a prompt decision. She knew that if she wanted to establish her own authority, she had to water it with blood. Bang! More than 10 gun barrels fired at the same time. Those who were climbing the rope net and firing the hook were shot dead at the same time. Because the shooting was too close in time, the gunshots overlapped into one. The rest of the people shuddered. And when they came to their senses, those who were ready to control their own destiny were already lying on the ground. Now, Zhang Sirui looked at everyone with a smile on her face. Who else is ready to control their own destiny? Everyone bowed their heads and said nothing, obviously stunned by Zhang Sirui's move. Very good. Then we can move on to the next step. Zhang Sirui looked at everyone. Give me your value. Soon, the group of people started to promote themselves. Their talents, bottom lines, and the materials they carried were all used as their capital to promote themselves. Zhang Sirui selected 30% of them as those who had the initial qualifications to board the ship. This woman has a sharp eye. Among the 30% she selected, either they could be rated as A-level talents, or they could exchange a lot of resources. And the rest were all B-level talents. With this eye, she is not talented enough to be a pastry chef. As the first batch of people were selected, the others also panicked. They dared not use force to coerce, so they could only keep begging or looking for other ways to save themselves. Just like the mutant woman at the beginning. The scene soon became chaotic. Zhang Sirui watched silently, observing the changes in the field, and asked Xiaohai to mark the people she chose in a very low voice. 10 minutes passed. When the situation was on the verge of getting out of control, Zhang Sirui spoke. Stop! The voice sounded like an oracle. Those who should stop stopped. Those who should shut up shut up. And no one moved. Like obedient children in kindergarten. Everyone looked up, looking at Zhang Sirui above, waiting for her next instruction. Now start calling the names. Come out when your name is called, Zhang Sirui said, holding her mobile phone, and began to read the names recorded by Xiaohai one by one. Among the remaining more than 600 people, only 120 names were called. Among these 120 people, there are A-level talents, E-level talents, and naturally there are people who have no supplies. They didn't know why they were named. But now their lives and futures were in the hands of others. So they just had to obey. Soon, the 120 people walked out of the crowd. Zhang Sirui looked at them and said calmly, You can be the first group to board the ship. Come on board now, and then go to the overtime gathering. Really? Great. Praise the captain. You are the kindest person. Because Zhang Sirui used the word first group. The others who were not selected were India's. But they did not lose control. After all 120 people were on the deck, Zhang Sirui would screen the remaining people. As for the 120 people, they came all the way to the deck. And they all admired the luxury and horror of the entire ship. As it was almost dinner time, the kitchen had already started to operate, and the aroma of food filled the aisles on the ship. It was Zhang Sirui who ordered them to wait on the deck. Otherwise, they would have started searching for food long ago. After they came to the deck, they naturally wanted to see the situation of the other 500 people under the ship. As soon as he arrived at the deck, he found Hu, who had been observing here for a long time. Some people didn't know his identity and didn't dare to approach him to talk. However, except for acquaintances. To be honest, Hu didn't expect that his previous boss and secretary were among the selected people. There was no way. Although Zhang Sirui's screening method is feasible, It is only limited to the case of a small number of people. Once the number exceeds 500, the scene will be chaotic and other situations will occur. For example, the mantis is ready to catch the cicada, but the oriole is waiting behind. His boss and secretary are obviously in this situation. It's not that they don't want to fight for the chance of survival by any means, but they are waiting and watching. Not only them, but there are more than a dozen people in the 120 people who have the same purpose. If Huyu hadn't evolved and his eyesight had not improved, he might not have been able to see their little tricks. It's a pity that these little tricks can't be hidden from him now. As for how to deal with these people, there's no rush. Wait until Zhang Siri screens out the second batch of people. The secretary found Huyu at the first time, came up to the boss, and whispered a few words. The two of them immediately came together. At this time, it was a great thing to have an acquaintance on the boat, especially with two beautiful women standing behind this acquaintance. I think his status on the boat should not be too bad. Hello. The former boss lowered his status and took the initiative to approach Huyu with a flattering smile. Huyu, do you still remember me? I am Li Wankai. We used to be family members in the same company. Do you still remember? 2 consecutive sentences of remember, and can't you really forget you? A dog capitalist. Others work overtime and get overtime pay. But you work overtime for you. And you let us pay the electricity bill. It would be a bit difficult to forget. But Huyu didn't intend to pay attention to him, and didn't even bother to give him a glance. Hey! The secretary was furious when he saw this. Huyu. The boss is talking to you. What's your attitude? He used to be a unit butler, and now he still habitually wants to bite people for his master. What's your attitude again? Without waiting for Huyu to speak, Xiao Mo, who was eating potato chips, turned his head and looked at the secretary and started to scold. Come here to chat with others. And you ignore me, and you are so arrogant. You are still right? What? You are really a dog. You are so arrogant. Now you are ready to bite people? Chapter 194. How about, try it. You? The secretary wanted to speak, but the boss interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Xiao Wang. Stop talking. The boss looked at Huyu with a smile on his face. Xiao Hu. No. Brother Hu. If there was anything wrong with the previous work, I would like to apologize to you here first. Sorry. Now we are all on the same boat. Please take care of us in the future. After all, we don't want to make a fool of ourselves by letting the ship owner see us. What a joke. Huyu asked back, then turned to look at the boss. Maybe the ship owner likes to see jokes like you. Who do you think you are? The secretary was still arrogant. You can still speak for the ship owner. Aren't you afraid that we will complain and let the ship owner shoot you? Me? Huyu pointed at his nose and laughed. I'm really sorry. I really am the ship owner. You? Ship owner? The moment he heard this, the secretary chuckled and habitually hugged his hands around his chest, still looking arrogant. If you are the ship owner, then I am the creator. You are a loser who works 996 every week and can't even take a taxi after overtime. And you can own such a ship? Don't be ridiculous. The people watching the excitement around them originally thought that it had nothing to do with them, and were ready to just watch the show without saying anything. But when they heard the secretary say this, they immediately became interested, whether in the end times or in a normal society. Huyu's life has started from the beginning. For people like this, no matter how good the opportunity is, it is impossible for them to make a name for themselves. What the secretary said was true. If he could own such a ship, then she would be the creator. Instantly, everyone cast curious eyes. But no one intended to laugh with the secretary or bully others. They were all selected people, knowing that this opportunity was hard to come by, and would not risk touching any restricted areas. Huyu did not speak, but just chuckled, then turned his head and looked down at Zhang Sirui's next operation. Since the end of the world, his identity has been questioned by many people. He had made excuses and slapped his face. But that was when it was necessary. Now there was no need. So he naturally didn't want to explain too much. When have you ever seen a farmer explain to turkeys that they would be slaughtered on Thanksgiving? It doesn't make any sense. Anyway, they can't threaten me. Look, you have nothing to say. The secretary came to the boss with his head held high, like a rooster that had won a fight. Boss Zhang, don't try to be nice to him. People like him are lucky to get on the ship. But now he dares to pretend to be the ship owner for the sake of face. If the real owner comes up later, he might be kicked off the boat. President. A voice came from the cabin. Everyone turned around and saw the woman who was put on the boat by Zhang Sirui at the beginning came out. What was her name? I seem to have forgotten to ask. Huyu turned his head and glanced. And her panel suddenly appeared. Wang Tian. She ran all the way with an umbrella and an apron. It was obvious that she had already integrated into the life on the boat. She was probably going to help in the kitchen. President. The meal is ready. We can eat anytime. Yes. Huyu nodded. Go back first. When things are done here, we can eat together. Yes. President. Wait. The secretary stopped Wang Tian immediately after seeing this. Wang Tian. What did you call him just now? President? Yes. Wang Tian seemed to know the secretary. She smiled happily. Sister Wang. You are still alive too. That's great. I just got on the ship today. We will definitely live well with the president in the future. When the secretary heard that Wang Tian had just boarded the ship today, she immediately looked distressed. Xiao Wang. Tell me. You are so old. How could you still be deceived? This guy is not the president of the ship. He is clearly a liar who is pulling tiger skins and flags, the secretary said, like a famous detective who discovered the truth of the case. Looking at the other two women standing next to Huyu. I don't know how he bewitched the ship owner and let him cheat on the ship like this. But I can be sure that you two should have been deceived by him. As for his so-called president, I guess he pretended to be someone else, or made up something to make the ship owner believe his lies. I will expose his ugliness to the real ship owner later, and see how he can stay. The ship owner is also a woman. She must understand what this means, and kick him off the ship. This? Wang Tian was stunned for a moment. President. You see? Don't worry. Just notify them. Huyu rolled his eyes, and still didn't want to talk. Yes. Wang Tian replied, and immediately ran towards the cabin. Some people are like this. The huge gap in status will make them doubt reality. And the most obvious manifestation is to get stuck in a dead end. But it was the first time he met someone like the secretary who was so stubborn. President. You don't want to argue with this kind of person. But I can't, Xiao Mo said angrily. And without waiting for Huyu to speak, he looked at the woman and smiled. Didn't you say he is not the president? In fact, there is a very simple way to verify it. I wonder if you dare to do it. What am I afraid of? The secretary still held her head high. Even if I go with him to confront the ship owner on the spot, I am not afraid. No need to confront. There is a simpler way. Xiao Mo ate languition with a slight smile on his face. There is artificial intelligence on this ship. I believe you saw it just now. As long as you take the initiative to attack him, and see if the artificial intelligence will attack you. Wouldn't it be easy to verify his identity? This? The secretary hesitated. She believed that she was right. But she didn't want to put her life on the gambling table. Why? Isn't there anything you are afraid of? Xiao Mo continued to provoke, with a faint purple light in his eyes. Give it a try. If you succeed, you can show your face in front of the ship owner as a hero who exposed the evil conspiracy. Think about what kind of preferential treatment you will get. Why not? Give it a try. The words fell. The secretary's eyes also flashed with a purple light, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Try. Try. She walked towards Huyu in her leather shoes, and rushed over while he was facing away from everyone, before Xiao Hai could make a move. And Xianer, who was responsible for guarding Huyu, took action first. No extra movements. Just raised her hand and knocked. The secretary fainted on the ground. It's really not fun. Xiao Mo licked his fingers and looked at Xianer with a little resentment. Sister Xianer. She wants to die. Why are you saving her? And Xianer didn't say anything. She would only follow her own way to ensure Huyu's safety. Although, she didn't know if he still needed it. When they were in the ice storage, others couldn't see the meaning of Huyu's move. But she could see it. It's time to talk to him. It just so happens that tonight, there should be time. Chapter 195, the last screening. Okay. The second group of people are coming up. It's time to get down to business. Huyu didn't want the farce to continue. After he spoke, Xiao Mo also calmed down and stood aside obediently, not even spitting the powder on his fingers. Just standing there simply. Seeing that Huyu was so intimidating, the others didn't dare to act rashly and stayed quietly aside. As for the boss, he was also a man of affection and righteousness. Seeing that the secretary who had been following him, fainted. He also rushed over to her at the first time and stayed by her side. Based on this alone, Hu Yu looked up to him. No matter what. At least this capitalist dog still has some humanity in him. Not long after, the second group of people came up with Enciener. This group of people was not as many as the last one. Only 80 people. In other words, there were a total of 720 survivors. And only these 200 people could be selected to board the ship. President Zhang Siri came to Hu Yu and stood still, responding respectfully. The preliminary screening is over. And there are a total of 201 people left. Now 200 people are here, waiting for your orders. As soon as they saw Zhang Sirui's appearance, no matter how stupid the others were, they knew who was the real boss on the ship. The first people on the ship were immediately scared. Fortunately, they did not question Hu Yu or even attack him. Otherwise, they would not know where they are now. At worst, they might have fainted on the deck. And it was unclear where they would appear after waking up. After all, they had seen many cases of cannibalism. Yes, Hu Yu nodded. He knew that the one missing was Wang Tian, who had joined the kitchen. Her qualifications to board the ship had been confirmed. And the remaining 200 people who needed to be certified were naturally the 200 people. Everyone. You all know my identity. Hu Yu looked at the people in front of him. Now, I will give you a question. There is no correct answer to this question. It all depends on your own ideas. It doesn't matter if there are different answers. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Xiao Hai instantly projected the picture of the water. In the picture, about 500 people who were not selected to board the ship were standing in the rain. Some standing, some bowing their heads, and some kneeling. No matter which way, they were begging for another chance. As you can see, these people are begging for a chance now. I am not asking you to decide whether to give them a chance, but help them think of a place to go. Hu Yu said and walked towards the cabin. Just stand here and think about it. If anyone has an answer, come into the cabin and tell me. If I'm satisfied, you can join today's dinner. If I'm not satisfied, I'm sorry. You will also become one of them. After the last word fell, Hu Yu led everyone into the cabin and started today's dinner, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. What should we do? How can we deal with this? Find someone to send it back? How can this satisfy this person? He is so cruel. Would he be willing to waste manpower and resources to do this? Didn't he just say he wanted to send the people back? Who knows if this is a trick to give us an answer? What if he just wants to reduce the number of people on board? Or wants to find people who share the same interests as him? Then how do you answer? You can't just throw them into the water to feed the fish. Right? How can feeding fish be as cost-effective as feeding people? Don't tell me you've lived this long without eating any meat. As soon as this was said, everyone fell silent. Meat. In the past, this word was usually prefixed with something. For example, pork, beef, chicken and the like. But now, where are these? Even if it is fish that eats people. Now there is only one kind of food that can be called meat. People. They were able to survive in the end of the world for 22 days. In addition to good luck, they naturally gave up some things that are human. And the last question set by Hu Yu is to see if they can get this thing back. Putting your own life first is undoubtedly correct. But when your own life is not in danger, consider the lives of others. This is the bottom line of human nature. Soon, the fragrance in the cabin wafted out. Everyone's noses twitched. And they, who were already hungry, immediately began to swallow saliva and secrete stomach acid. No more waiting. The first person immediately rushed into the cabin. Life or death. It all depends on this. The man rushed into the cabin, and what caught his eyes were dozens of nutritious, well-matched meat and vegetable foods placed in front of everyone. Whether it was Hu Yu or Wang Tian, who had just boarded the ship, the things placed in front of them were exactly the same. He couldn't stop swallowing his saliva, but still forced himself to come to Hu Yu. President, I have thought of an answer. Hu Yu drank a mouthful of yogurt calmly. Say, kill them all. Throw them into the water. Hu Yu hesitated for a while, and spoke helplessly. Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied. Anyway, he didn't need to eat, so it was just right to do this kind of thing. He was one of the few people who still insisted on calling Hu Yu boss after he became the president. In addition to him, there were Zhao Zhong, Su Zilong, Li Ji, Xiao Zisu and others. Others had already changed their words. thinking that Hu would prefer the new name. In fact, he was still a nostalgic person. Don't. The man immediately panicked. Give me another chance. President. Please give me another chance. No matter how the man struggled. In Shen Shan's hands. He was like a crab jumping around randomly. And the whole person had no resistance at all. Directly from the location of Gaoyu Island. He was thrown into the water. Seeing someone fall into the water. The people on the boat were stunned at first. Among those who were not selected. Someone actually jumped into the water and rescued the man. Hu, who was watching the surveillance, was suddenly enlightened. Remember him? You can let him on board to talk later. Yes, Master. Xiaohai responded respectfully. Soon, more and more people came up with their own ideas. These ideas revolve around two options. One is to kill people. Whether it is to kill them all or to recycle resources. They all revolve around the same essence. And they can't let them survive. As for the other kind, naturally the opposite. Either give them a boat and let them fend for themselves. Or send them back to where they were and continue their lives before they were rescued. The people in front were naturally thrown into the water by Hu. I don't know if it was inspired by the man just now. But all the people thrown into the water were rescued by the people on the boat. The latter joined the dinner. A total of 66 people. Almost less than a quarter of the total number. After dinner, Hu came to the gangway again. And there was one last screening. Here he comes again. What on earth does this guy want to do? No matter what he wants to do. We brothers and sisters are united. Even if we are willing to sacrifice our lives. We must bring this guy down. Yes. Fight him. Kill us all if you have the guts. Listening to the noise in his ears. Hu didn't care. He looked at the crowd in front of him. Whose number had returned to more than 600. And spoke directly. Do you know why I threw those people into the water just now? No one answered. But their eyes had given the answer. What else could it be? Because you are ruthless and murderous. Hu was not afraid of embarrassment and continued. Because I gave them a question. Asking how to deal with those of you who did not get on the boat. For those who were thrown into the water. The answer, forget it. You can see for yourself. Xiaohai. Play the video. Yes. Master. The video of everyone answering the question was projected. The scene was instantly very awkward. Chapter 196 Riot. There is nothing new under the sun. In ancient times, there was Mr. Dongwei and the wolf. And now there are old men and passers-by who fall down. It is too common for people to bite back after being rescued. Not to mention that these people bit everyone before being rescued. After watching the surveillance, the eyes of those who participated in the rescue were eager to eat these guys alive. It was because Hu and others were still standing there. Otherwise, they would have pounced on them by now. Now, you are also facing a choice. Hu chuckled and said, all those who just jumped into the water to save people. You can vote on your own and decide how to deal with the people who just fell into the water. Those who want to throw them back into the water. Stand on the left. And those who want to give up and let them go. Stand on the right. As soon as the voice fell, a large number of people stood directly on the left. And only a small number of people stood on the right. There were a total of 84 people who just participated in the rescue. Now 60 people stood on the left and 24 people stood on the right. Very good. Hu looked to the left, looked at those people and said, although you can't get on the heart of the ocean, I am willing to give you a chance. I can give you a ship. And follow us in the end times. If your performance is recognized by me, you will also have the opportunity to get on the heart of the ocean. As for how to choose, it's all up to you. Is there any need to think about it? As long as you are not stupid, you know what to choose. Almost instantly, everyone bowed, half knelt on the ground, and shouted in unison. Thank you, President. You're welcome. We're all family members from now on. After saying that, Hu looked at the others. As for you, I know the location of a shelter in Jinling. If you're willing to take a chance, I can send you there. If you're not willing, I can also send you back to where you came from. Why? Hu's former boss explained immediately. He had already boarded the ship. But after answering the questions with the capitalist's thinking, he was thrown off again. Now, he was covered in rain and looked at Hu with a ferocious expression. Why should they have a chance to get a ship? You brought us out of the safe place. So you should be responsible for us. We also want a ship. Now. Yes. Even if you don't let us get on the ship. I want a ship to be self-sufficient. I think the ship is good. We want this one. This one. This one. The crowd of more than 500 people was boiling. Who you saw this and just sneered. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? As soon as the words were spoken, the scene instantly became quiet. The boss stepped forward. We are on the ship. You have no one on the ship now. And there are more than 500 of us here. Even if we seize the ship, what can you do to me? That's right. Brothers. Go. Go to the cabin first. Heh. Who you sneered. He ignored those who were about to take control of the ship, looked at the 60 people standing on the left, and said calmly, Do you know why I gave you a chance? Everyone was silent. In the end times, besides humanity, there is another point that is extremely important. Ruthless. You have the heart to save people and the courage to kill. Although you are not suitable for survival on the heart of the ocean, you are suitable for protecting others on a frigate. Now, let me see if you can protect your ship. After saying that, Who you waved his hand. 60 AKs fell in front of him. It's up to you to decide. Everyone was silent for a while. And as the first person stepped forward and picked up the AK, more and more people followed. In less than 3 minutes, the 60 people rushed into the container ship with AKs. Xiao Mo, who was watching, couldn't help but ask, President, is it really okay to do this? Do we have to kill all those people? I gave them a chance. Hu Yu shrugged and looked at Xiao Mo. Remember one thing? In the end times, the least valuable thing is human life. The most valuable thing is also human life. After Hu Yu finished speaking, he continued to look at the container ship. About 15 minutes. The gunshots on the container ship gradually disappeared. The difference in number of people was nearly 10 times. But it was not enough to make up for the difference between bare hands and armed with guns. It was time to check the results. Hu Yu waited quietly, and soon saw a group of people carrying guns coming over. And at the same time, it gave him a surprise. No killing. At least not all of them. They pressed the group all the way to the previous position. Among the 60 people, the leader, who was also the first guy to jump into the water to save people, walked forward with a gun and put the AK in front of him at the first time. President, there are 515 rebels in total. 65 of them were killed. And the remaining 450 are all here now, waiting for your disposal. Hu Yu smiled. He remembered this person. He was one of the few A-level talents in the database. But he didn't have time to look at his panel in detail. As soon as he thought about it, the other party's panel popped up immediately. Name 2 Shengyi gender male age 27 skills epic strategy. Epic fighting. Perfect firearms. Perfect management. Proficient training. Proficient personnel. Proficient survival. Proficient swimming. Proficient dagger. He has a sinister character. Is good at planning. Loyal. And decisive in killing. His favorability is 10. No wonder he can be rated as an A-level talent. With these 2 epic level skills, let alone in troubled times, even in peaceful times, he will at least be a general level figure in the future. Especially his character. He is loyal. A rare talent. Very good. Hu Yu smiled with satisfaction. What's your name? Tu Shengyi. Tu Shengyi spoke calmly. For a person like him, being able to tell his real name in this situation means that he has begun to trust Hu Yu. Xiao Tuesday Hu Yuming knew that the other party was older than him. But he still pretended to be mature and said, Answer me. Why didn't you kill them? You are the president. Tu Shengyi said coldly. You only asked us to protect the ship, but didn't tell us how to deal with these people. My brothers and sisters and I decided to capture these people first, and then hand it over to you for decision. He is indeed a person with perfect management. Originally, he was the only one who showed off. But he brought other people in the same situation. Even if it was just one sentence, it was enough for everyone to have a good impression of him. I said, the way to deal with this group of people is up to you. Hu Yu raised his lips slightly. Now, I want to hear your opinion. Shelter. Tu Shengyi spoke decisively without any hesitation or consultation with the people behind him. President, I beg you to give them one last chance and send them to the shelter. Tu Shengyi. Hu Yu uttered his full name and lowered his eyelids slightly. I just want to hear the truth. Chapter 197. You taste a little different. Kindness? Perhaps before entering the apocalypse. Tu Shengyi did have this thing. But after experiencing the apocalypse, this thing obviously disappeared. This is not Hu Yu's guess, but actual evidence. The reason why such a talent was kept on the ship by Zhang Suri was because he took out enough resources in exchange for a ticket during the first screening. But later, facing the pleas of others, he just ignored them. He also didn't get a ticket in the second screening. As for why, he was willing to jump into the water to save people just now. If I guess correctly, he should want to keep the manpower to do something he wants to do, including but not limited to controlling the ship, or becoming the leader of the crowd and controlling the right to speak. Such a person, kind? Ridiculous. If you believed him so much, then this guy would definitely not be loyal to him, and might even laugh at him secretly as a fool. He wanted to find a shelter, obviously for his own purpose. What's more, such a talent. It is impossible not to know the location of the shelter in advance. Tu Xingyi was stunned. He obviously didn't expect Hu Yu to expose him like this. At this point, he had no choice but to confess. Yes, President. Tu Xingyi responded respectfully and spoke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, since the President knows the location of the shelter, he should have been inside. Right? Remember. Hu Yu's tone became colder. I'm asking you. Not you. Tu Xingyi shuddered. He originally thought that people of Hu Yu's age would be easy to fool even if they became the people in power. Unexpectedly, when he got serious, he actually had some of his former boss's demeanor. Yes. Tu Xingyi lowered his head a little. He lowered his head and explained. Before the apocalypse, I already knew the location of the shelter. There should be enough living space, food, and ways to contact other survivors on the blue planet. I thought of going there not only to find a better living environment, but also to try to contact the outside world. Maybe there are survivors like us in the world. The reason why I didn't tell the truth is that I'm afraid. The voice stopped abruptly. Speak. Hu Yu actually knew what he wanted to say. He was just afraid that there would be a conflict between the two forces, or that he was afraid that he would not go to the shelter because of his little thoughts. I'm afraid that you won't allow me to do so. And I'm also afraid that when I see the shelter, I will also want to join. But you won't want to. You know it's good to be honest. Hu Yu said calmly. He looked at everyone on the boat. You can rest assured in the latter situation. Choices are 2A. I chose you to join me. And you can choose to leave at any time. As long as we can help each other and survive in the end times when we are together, I will not stop you when you leave. President Gao Yi. Tu Xingyi immediately raised his hand and shouted. The rest of the people saw this and followed suit. That's it. Hu Yu looked at Tu Xingyi and threw a pistol at him. This gun is for you. You are responsible for controlling the affairs on the container ship. If there is anything, report directly to me. Yes, President. Tu Xingyi stood at attention and saluted, and put the pistol into his pocket. Hu Yu took away the rest of the guns on the ship, left some handcuffs, and asked them to take care of the 450 people who were alive. The rescue work near Jinling was also done. When the time comes, just put the remaining people into the shelter, and it will be over. As for the food in the shelter, I will give them a perfect fairy bean when the time comes. Anyway, the current output of 5 epic fairy beans is about 3 perfect fairy beans every day. So giving 1 or 2 is no big deal. As for why, he wanted to help this group of people on their last journey. In the end, Hu Yu still has the most basic respect for life. He can kill people, and he can save people, but he won't kill everyone just because the people he saved are not the ones he wants to save. Let's go. What should we prepare for tonight's entertainment? Hu Yu walked back, thinking all the way. How about playing mahjong? Xiao Mo. Do you know how to play? Not really. Xiao Mo answered while eating chicken wings. That's perfect. I'll use your share of snacks as a bet. Xiao Mo. Dog capitalist. After a night of mahjong, the ending was that Hu Yu lost 3 years' worth of snacks. Xiao Mo doesn't know how to play mahjong, but she can cheat. That's enough to control the mutant's mental power. And she can almost observe the cards in everyone's hands and the cards they touch. It's like opening a global perspective. In addition, she is not stupid. After losing 3 or 2 games, she started to kill everyone. Less than 2 hours after playing, Hu Yu had to turn into a deserter, cash in the snacks, and leave the table. If this is output again, I'm afraid she will have enough snacks for the rest of her life. After leaving, Hu Yu returned to the room. After a simple wash, he laid down on the bed. With the establishment of the Salvation Committee, there will be fewer and fewer things he needs to worry about, and he can just make decisions on major matters. During this period, he only needs to look for mutant fish schools that may exist nearby. Ordinary level words are not enough. If he can evolve to an epic level, or even a higher level, maybe he can really cancel the end of the world with a single word. Huyu was lying on the bed, imagining the possible future, with a slight smile on his face. If the apocalypse was over, with the resources he had now, it would be no problem for him to be the world's richest man, not to mention being a football owner. By then, he would be at the peak of his life. Just as he was immersed in his fantasy, a voice sounded quietly. "What are you laughing at?" A voice fell. Huyu's keen perception made him tremble, and he quickly looked around to check the other party's identity. But this voice seems familiar. Here. The voice appeared again, and Huyu looked in the direction of the voice. And Sienna appeared at the door of the toilet without knowing when, as if she had just come out. "You? Sienna, why are you here? Coming out of the toilet? When I was taking a shower just now. Could she have seen me? I have a question for you." And Sienna walked all the way to the bed and stared at him. Huyu subconsciously wrapped himself tightly in his blanket, and his heartbeat began to speed up. Could she be trying to force Yuji to have sex with him? Could it be that Su Linglong, that bad star, was behind this? This time, she was really playing him to death. "You?" and Sienna said, slowly moving closer, her nose just a hair's breadth away from Huyu's nose. She slowly spoke. "You smell a little different." Chapter 198 Sienna mutates. Smell? Did she discover something? Huyu immediately laughed and said, "Maybe I changed to a new shower gel. Do you want it? I'll get you some." And Sienna didn't answer, but kept moving forward, her nose twitching, as if looking for the source of the odor. "Wait!" Huyu saw that he couldn't hide it anymore, so he quickly said, "You don't suspect that I've mutated? Do you?" Question thrown. And Sienna also exited the military dog state, stood by the bed, and nodded silently. "Please, if I really mutated, how could I hide such a big thing from you?" Huyu asked from the bottom of his heart. He also stretched out his arm. "The blood of mutants is purple. If you don't believe it, just cut me and try it." With Sienna's personality, it is obviously impossible to get away with it in front of her. It's better to bluff her. Maybe she will be tricked by me. But I didn't expect, the next moment, a dagger slashed through his arm. The stinging pain came. Huyu took a breath of cold air, and in Sienna's voice, at this moment just fell into his ears. "Okay. Come on. Who would be a good person who would answer only after taking action?" Huyu's face was as red as a pig's liver, and he didn't know what to say. He could only watch the blood flow out of his wound. Bright red, dripping onto the deck. Red, red. How could it be red? Not only in Sienna, but even Huyu himself was stunned. Logically speaking, after his evolution, his blood should also be purple. How could it be? That's right. Evolution. According to the research results of Xiao Zissou and others, the reason why the unknown substance reacts to humans and fish is that it changes the body structure of the species at the DNA level. Purple blood is the manifestation of DNA sequence mutation. But he is not a mutation, but an evolution. With this happening, there is only one possibility. His evolution is related to unknown substances and the system. Because of the existence of the system, his DNA has changed. But it is different from that of other mutants. As for the specific differences, Huyu cannot be sure. The only thing that can be confirmed is that in terms of blood, he is still a normal human. Look! Huyu quickly came to his senses, and while using gauze to stop the bleeding, he did not forget to say to Sienna, "I said I didn't mutate. Right?" Sienna did not speak, but just stood there. Still standing there? Huyu smiled helplessly. "Come and bandage me quickly." "Ah." And Sienna came to his senses, immediately stepped forward, took the gauze and medicine from him, and began to bandage Huyu. Huyu did not blame Sienna. After all, in her mind, there is no difference between sarcastic and righteous words. "Since you asked me to cut it and try it, then let's try it." It was also because I was careless and did not consider this point. Otherwise, I would not have received this cut in vain. Bandaging completed, Huyu also smiled at Sienna. "Okay. It's okay. Go and rest quickly. We have to travel tomorrow. Although the shelter is not too far away, it is less than half an hour's journey for the heart of the ocean. But we still have to take into account the speed of the other two ships. It will take at least 2 hours to rush to the shelter after breakfast tomorrow. With the current rainfall and the speed of biological mutation, we don't know what will happen. Yeah. And Sienna replied lightly, turned around and walked towards the door. When she walked past the pool of blood, she did not forget to look back, as if verifying something. She simply did not leave, and stood by Hu Yu's bed. She did not speak, but directly expressed her meaning with her actions. Tonight, I will not leave. Hu Yu smiled bitterly. He knew that he could not control this girl, so he just let her do what she wanted. As the rainstorm came, the weather became colder. Hu Yu turned on the air conditioner, turned off the lights, covered himself with a quilt, and went to sleep. At night, the heat from the air conditioner filled the room, drying it, and gradually drying the blood dripping on the deck. The smell penetrated into Sienna's nose and merged into her body. She felt sleepy instantly, and Sienna felt dizzy and her body softened, and she finally fell on the bed. Early the next morning, Hu Yu woke up and yawned, but his eyes were still open. I don't know if it was because he was angry playing mahjong last night, or for some other reason, but he didn't want to get up at all today. He turned over and hugged a soft ball, thinking it was his pillow, and rubbed it with his head, ready to continue his sweet dream. But in the next moment, he woke up suddenly. A pillow? Where did the pillow come from on his bed? Hu Yu immediately opened his eyes, and a familiar face appeared in front of him. This is Sienna. How could she be here? Hu Yu quickly let go and subconsciously checked each other's clothes. Fortunately, the clothes and pants were all there, and it was estimated that nothing happened. But then again, Sienna has always been cautious. Why did she sleep here? Hu Yu was full of doubts. Just as he was about to check the surveillance footage from last night to see what happened, the first scene in front of him made him stunned on the spot. A barely detectable purple line spread from Sienna's neck and crawled towards her face. Mutation. Although he had prepared a mutation crystal that would directly jump across 2 stages when Sienna mutated, his heart still trembled. You know, the horrible scene when Shen Shan mutated is still in front of us. If Sienna mutated, God knows how violent the process would be. Hu Yu immediately jumped off the bed and stuffed 5 fine mutation crystals into Sienna's arms. He lowered his voice and said, Xiao Hai. Master, I'm here. According to his daily habits, Xiao Hai immediately started today's report after answering. Hello. Master. Today is August 5. Don't report yet. Hu Yu frowned and interrupted Xiao Hai's morning report, and immediately said, Call Shen Shan and Xiao Mo. Quick. Yes. Master. Mr. Shen Shan and Miss Xiao Mo have been notified. The voice echoed in the room, before the external aid arrived. And Sienna, who was lying on the bed, had her eyes trembling slightly, and was already on the verge of waking up. Sienna. The word fell, before Hu Yu could come to his senses, and Sienna on the bed had disappeared without a trace. The next moment, a burst of soft fragrance and tenderness fell into his arms. Hu Yu was stunned. What kind of change direction is this? Running wild is equivalent to hugging someone. It seems that Sienna is not very dangerous. As soon as the thought came up, and Sienna tiptoed and moved to the side of his neck. Bite it. Ah! A scream rang out. Shen Shan, who had already rushed to the door, immediately broke in. Boss! You didn't. The voice stopped abruptly. The scene in front of him made his mutated CPU a little confused. Wow! Xiao Mo also came over at this moment and exclaimed at the scene in front of him. President, you asked us to come here early in the morning just to watch the live broadcast. Live broadcast, you idiot! Hu Yu shouted directly. Sienna has mutated. Help! Chapter 199 New Era Tang Monk. After hearing this sentence, the 2 people who had experienced the mutation knew what it meant. Sienna's condition was obviously not stable enough. If she was allowed to continue like this, then their amiable Captain Ocean Heart, the new chairman of the Salvation Committee, would probably die in a woman's belly. Something seemed wrong. But that was indeed the case. Shen Shan immediately rushed towards the 2 of them, ready to separate him and Sienna with his bare hands. Almost at the same time, Xiao Mo also spoke at the first moment. Don't move. After the voice fell, Sienna should have stopped moving. But she was still lying on Hu Yu. Even the tip of her teeth had pierced into his neck. The expected blood did not flow down his neck, but was sucked into Sienna's lips and teeth. Taste. Swallow. Hu Yu didn't remember that there were vampires in those branches of the evolvers. Now he could only hope in Shen Shan and Xiao Mo in front of him. But these 2 don't seem very reliable. Hurry up. No. Boss. Shen Shan has tried many methods, whether it is hand knife or anesthetic, and Sienna still maintains the same posture as before, with no intention of switching targets, let alone fainting. I can't do it either. Xiao Mo frowned. I don't know why. I can't seem to sense her mental power. Yu felt the coolness flowing from his neck, and was speechless for a while. There is no way. Now all mutants are familiar with their own abilities. Even when Shen Shan ran over, his legs were invisible. So Xiao Mo's mental control was obviously not reliable. As for the toxin, no one knows the specific power of this thing. And Yu can't put Sienna in danger. Wait. This is already the second day. Then his own words can be used again. Now we can only treat the dead horse as a living horse. Yu lowered his head and said in the tone of Xiao Mo, stand back and don't move. A reminder also sounded in his ears. Congratulations to the host for successfully triggering the ordinary word spirit. Instantly, a golden light flashed in his eyes, and Sienna in front of him stopped moving immediately, while slowly loosening her fangs. She also began to retreat. Success? Yu was delighted and raised his hand to cover his still bleeding wound. Fortunately, the word spirit worked, and fortunately Sienna didn't bite the artery. Otherwise he would have died now. Boss! Shen Shan immediately came to protect him, and stood between him and Sienna. Are you okay? Not bad. Yu took out a bottle of sweet spring water and drank it, and his wounds healed instantly. I won't die for now. But Sienna's condition is a little strange, so be careful. President. Xiao Mo stood at the door in a daze. You can also do mind control. I haven't mutated yet. So how can I do mind control? I just use some tricks. Yu smiled bitterly, not ready to reveal his secret. He looked at Sienna in front of him, frowning slightly, with the effect of the word spirit, and Sienna stood in place, although her body did not move. Her eyes were fixed on Yu's neck. Obviously, she wanted to pounce on him and suck. This is not right. Whether it was Shen Shan or Xiao Mo when they mutated, they would not be so crazy. Right? Could it be a problem with the food? Yu tried to feed an ordinary fairy bean to Sienna, and Sienna ate it. But the hunger still filled her eyes. He threw the exquisite mutated crystal on the bed over, but the other party was still in the same state, as if he had to eat Yu alive. What is going on? Boss. Shen Shan came over and asked curiously, did you do anything last night? I need to have the ability to do that. Yu replied with a wry smile. With this lady's ability, what can I do to her? Shen Shan nodded silently. He also believed that his boss would not do such a thing. And drugging was even more impossible. To put it another way, if the boss really wanted to be a beast, the women on Misusu's ship would be enough for him to have different ones for 3 months. Why did he have to provoke Sienna? Yu was also confused. He didn't do anything last night. How could this happen suddenly? Could it be because he looked down at the wound that was cut by the dagger last night? Because he didn't want to waste Li Chuan. Yu didn't recover from the injury last night. Now that Li Chuan was drunk, the injury was also healed. The wrapped skin and flesh were a little itchy, and he remembered this incident. When Sienna cut him, his blood was exposed to the air. Although the blood looked bright red, the unknown substances contained in it definitely far exceeded all mutants at this stage. You know, he had swallowed a perfect level mutant crystal and an epic level mutant crystal. In addition, her target was her own blood. Yu had a guess in his mind. He took out a dagger and an empty can, cut his fingertips, and tried to squeeze the blood into the can. Instantly, the smell of blood filled the whole room. Not only Sienna, but also Shen Shan standing next to him, and Xiao Mo at the door. The 3 people's eyes were wide open instantly, and Sienna was controlled. But she was still standing there. But Shen Shan subconsciously moved forward, and wanted to use his mouth instead of the can to catch the blood. Xiao Mo also rushed over at the first time, as if ready to snatch it directly. This thing is not only attractive to Sienna. Seeing this, Yu secretly thought it was not good, and immediately threw the can out, and rushed towards Sienna. Shen Shan and Xiao Mo were attracted by the blood in the can and rushed over directly. He came to Sienna and put his finger into her mouth, and Sienna continued to suck like a baby. The other 2 finished eating the blood in the can, then regained their sanity, and looked at Yu in a daze. Boss, what happened just now? I don't know either. Yu frowned slightly. But my blood now may have a fatal attraction to you. Only Sienna reacted before. It may be because she sucked all the blood away. So you didn't get hurt. If my blood was exposed to the air like just now, you would lose control. Out of control. This word was like a nightmare to all the mutants who had regained their sanity. They did not speak, but just stood there silently. Who you drank the sweet spring again to heal his wounds. Now that this matter has been verified, the next step will be easy. While Ancianer was unable to move, he fed her the mutant crystals on the bed. After feeding the first crystal, she had regained her sanity. Similarly, she did not remember what happened before, but just looked at everyone with a puzzled look, not understanding how it was morning. Huyu turned his head to look at Xiao Imo and Shen Shan, and shook his head slightly. His meaning was very clear. He didn't want Ancianer to know what happened just now. Ancianer, don't worry. You just completed the perfect mutation. I'll ask Zissou to check your body. Huyu instructed Xiao Hai, and also looked at Ancianer's panel. Under normal circumstances, this person has epic skills. Now that she has a perfect mutation, I don't know what level of horror the panel has reached. You don't know until you see it. Once you see it, even if Huyu was mentally prepared, he was stunned. Chapter 200 Evolver. Name Ancianer, gender female, age 25, skills legendary combat, legendary assassination, legendary firearms, legendary off-road, legendary camouflage, mastery of metal control, personality loyal, cute, ambitious, protective, confessional, shy, purity 100, favorability 81. Huyu looked at it several times before he was sure that he was not dazzled and was not seeing things. All of Ancianer's skills were upgraded to a higher level. And even like Shen Shan, the only extra skill was at the mastery level, and right next to her name. It was indeed evolution. In addition to herself, she was also an evolver. But she obviously also absorbed the unknown substance in the water. How could it be blood? That's right. It must be because of the blood. Ancianer, let me do an experiment first. Huyu took out a dagger, grabbed Ancianer's hand, and scratched her fingertips with the tip of the knife. Light purple blood flowed from her fingertips. Needless to say, her blood naturally does not have the effect of Huyu's blood. But everyone is obviously an evolver. No. Ancianer's evolver has an eye behind it as an identifier. Is it because Ancianer was transformed into an evolver by herself? So she can't have the same blood as herself? In other words, the elite zombies infected by the Zombie King cannot transform other zombies, or people into elite zombies, like her. Although this metaphor is not quite appropriate, it is the most appropriate. He frowned slightly. Just then, Xiao Zissou, who was called, came running over in protective clothing. This is the efficiency of emergency doctors. What's wrong? What's wrong? Xiao Zissou ran all the way to the crowd. Who is injured? In order to slow down the progress of Xiao Zissou's mutation, Huyu gave Ancianer a cup of sweet spring water, and the wound healed instantly. No one is injured. But Ancianer has just completed the mutation. Take her to check her body, Huyu said with a smile, and also looked at Xiao Imo and Shen Shan. Brother Shan? Xiao Imo. You too. It's still early. Go back and rest. Seeing that everyone was still confused and full of questions, he had no choice but to yawn. Huh. I'll go take a nap first. If there's anything, ask me after I wake up. Seeing Huyu say that, everyone had to leave the room one after another. Seeing the door close with his own eyes, Huyu also collapsed on the bed. Now the trend of things is about to get out of his control. He didn't expect that his blood would attract mutants to this extent. If other mutants found this, he would become the flesh of Tang Monk in the modern era. Well, just right. And Wukong with legendary skills. Shin Beiji, who was responsible for guarding. And Sha Singmo, who was only concerned with stuffing snacks into his mouth. This configuration is really complete. Huyu laughed at himself. Anyway, as long as he didn't bleed, he himself would not have this situation. He lay on the bed, unable to fall asleep. So he simply spoke to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai. Continue today's report. Yes, Master. It is now August 5th. 7 o'clock in the morning. The 23rd day after the end of the world. The water level in Jinling has reached 237 meters. And the water level is increasing at a rate of 640 centimeters per hour. All the facilities on board are operating normally. Everything is normal on the two nearby ships. And no suspicious situation has occurred. In terms of research, it has been certified that the toxin contained in the body of experimental subject number 1 does not belong to any known toxin. 1 milliliter can kill an adult elephant. And no antidote has been found so far. After dissecting the black-scaled toothfish and black-scaled koi, all the blood has been collected. Miss Xiao Zissou is preparing to concentrate it and try to artificially create mutant crystals. Radar shows that there are no other mutant creatures in Jinling City. Report completed. Hu Yu nodded. While Xiao Hai was reporting, he had already put on his clothes and was ready to go out. Originally, he was still sleeping in at this time. But after what he had just done, he obviously couldn't sleep. It would be better to take advantage of this time to send the other people on the ship to the shelter. I could also find mutant fish in other areas. Every second counts. Now the process of the end of the world has been accelerated. And no one knows what will happen next. If we can kill more mutant fish now, we will face fewer stronger enemies in the future. Hu Yu came all the way to the cabin. Before he got close, he saw a bright light in the cabin. Because of the continuous rainy weather, the sun now appears less and less. Usually only after 9 o'clock. And usually after 5 o'clock. It will set. At 7 o'clock in the morning, the outside of the ship was still blurry. The lights in the cabin meant that there were people inside. But except for the students, who had already started morning reading, and the supervising teachers, everyone else should still be resting at this time. Who got up so early? Hu Yu was puzzled and walked slowly closer. At first glance, Zhang Siri was actually sitting in front of the sofa, lying on the table, as if writing something. So early? Hu Yu's voice suddenly sounded, and Zhang Siri was obviously startled. Me? President. She stood up quickly, somewhat at a loss. Good morning. 2. Yeah. Hu Yu responded, sat beside her, and looked at the documents on the table. Sit down. Don't be shy. What are you writing? This. Zhang Siri said as she held up the document with both hands and handed it to Hu Yu. My idea was a little immature yesterday, but after seeing your methods, I came up with this plan. I was originally thinking of reporting to you after you woke up. Yeah. Hu Yu flipped through the document, which listed more than 10 different screening mechanisms. Each one was reasonable, but lacked practical operation. He nodded, a little curious. You should have a desk in your room. Why do you come out to work so early? I'm not used to it. Zhang Siri smiled. I always think about resting in the room. I need to change the environment to get into the working state. That's right. Now that the committee has been established, everyone has things to do. Staying in the room also lacks communication. Hu Yu said and looked at Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai. Allocate a special meeting room for meetings. Yes. Master. The plan is good? Hu Yu handed the document to Zhang Siri. But some things still need to be verified. We will not recruit new people in the short term. There is no need to rush this work. Think about how to quantify the assessment of the people on the other 2 ships. Quickly formulate a promotion mechanism and plan to give them hope of being able to board the heart of the ocean. Yes, President. Listening to Zhang Siri's respectful answer, Hu Yu gradually fell into deep thought. Now there are so many things to do. It is always a bit troublesome to remember them by yourself. Although Xiao Hai is assisting in the operation, artificial intelligence can never replace human labor. He seems to need a secretary. Hu Yu thought about it, and a candidate suddenly emerged in his mind. Chapter 201 Secretary Lu Ling. First of all, the secretary cannot be someone in the Salvation Committee, although others will not complain, and even willingly take up this position. Each of them has their own things to do. Zhang Siri has gradually started to engage in personnel work, and even Mu Lingxiu has entered Misusu's ship and started to train those people in basic logistics skills. Hu Yu doesn't want to delay them. As for Xiao Emo, although this girl has been following him, the secretary's job is not suitable for this foodie. It would be nice if she could be a food taster responsible for drug testing. Therefore, it would be best to choose the secretary from the newly recruited people. Among those people, Hu Yu did have a candidate, Lu Ling, one of the few A-level talents. She also passed various screenings and became one of the 66 people in the heart of the ocean. As an A-level person, her panel is also equally eye-catching. Name Lu Ling, gender female, age 23, skills epic memory, epic management, perfect learning, perfect language, perfect translation, perfect psychology, perfect micro-expressions, proficient in dressing, proficient in swimming, proficient in fighting, character, rigorous, focused, indifferent, warm-hearted, favorability, 19, purity, 100. Sooner or later, Hu will drive the heart of the ocean to the other side of the ocean to check the situation. There must always be someone who is proficient in various languages around. Judging from Lu Ling's panel skills alone, she is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate for secretary. But I don't know what she thinks. Notify them. Hu came to the outside of the cabin and looked at the waters in front of him through the deck. Let's go. Target shelter. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai's linkage system started instantly. The two ships in charge of Misusu and Tuxing started at the same time. They wrapped the heart of the ocean one after the other, and moved forward according to the map transmitted to their control console. The speed of the two ships was not fast. According to their speed, it was estimated that they would have to wait until the sun came out to reach their destination. Xiao Hai, who was also idle, so he gave an order directly. Order in the name of the committee to recruit various talents from the 66 people yesterday. Whether to apply or not, and what positions to apply for are up to them to decide and propose. And Hu looked at Zhang Sirui. Sirui, in addition to the promotion mechanism of the two ships, you have to come up with a promotion mechanism for this ship as soon as possible. Equal distribution is not a long-term solution. Okay, President. Zhang Sirui responded respectfully, as if she was at ease. By the way, Hu looked at her curiously. Aren't you a pastry chef? You seem to be very proficient in this kind of personnel management. Zhang Sirui smiled shyly. A pastry chef who doesn't want to be the general manager of a hotel is not a good cook. President, I'll go draft the documents first. Okay, go ahead. Hu smiled helplessly. Yes, if it was a normal pastry chef, how could he become the controller in that environment? 8 o'clock in the morning. After the notice was issued, the 66 people were ready early. From the end of the world to now, those who can survive are not stupid people. They also know that if they have no use value, they can only live on the ship and wait for death. And at most, they can only do the latter two words. So as soon as they received the notice, they used various tools of Ocean Heart to tidy up their appearance and printed out their resumes for reference. It was the authenticity of the resume. The end of the world is indeed the best catalyst for human nature. Among the 66 people, except for a few whose resumes were impressive enough, almost everyone else chose to falsify their resumes to varying degrees. They were afraid of being left behind by others and not being able to get any position. Seeing that they were almost ready, Hu called Fan Lao, Su Lingwang, Xiao Zisu, Han Weiwei, Zhang Sirui, and Zhou Wenxuan to participate in the interview. These 5 people are in charge of the ship's planting, engineering, research, teaching, personnel, and computers. It is better to have them for reference than Hu to study with the panel alone. Although Zhou Wenxuan has not yet become a member of the committee, his work is also extremely important to the heart of the ocean. As for security, Shen Shan and the group of semi-vegetative people are enough. And Hu does not expect this group of people to take on the security work. It's good enough to be able to help in other areas. After the job fair began, people continued to pour into the newly designated meeting room. Among the first 65 people, 16 were selected to join the planting, 10 to join the engineering, 12 to join the research, 4 to join the teaching, 12 to join the personnel, and 11 to join the computer. There is only one left, Lu Ling. I don't know why. Whether it is the initial screening or who used questions later, she is always the last to participate. Even this time, she applied for a position. Aren't you afraid that the good positions will be taken by others? Among the remaining people, there are also A-level talents. She was the last one to enter the meeting room, bowed respectfully, and put only a resume in front of Hu. Before Hu could speak, Lu Ling spoke first. President, you are short of a secretary now. This guy. Could he have the ability to read minds? Hu checked her panel again, and after reading it twice, he didn't find any mind-reading skills in her skills. He immediately became interested. Oh, why? According to my statistics, the total number of people on the 3 ships is more than 300. Excluding the people on the other 2 ships, there should be a large surplus of labor on the ships. But there is still a lack of labor for various positions on the entire ship. Lu Ling smiled and answered, neither humble nor arrogant, and at ease. This is why you are so anxious to recruit workers. Hu did not express any attitude, but just spoke calmly. Go on. Do you mind letting me see this? Lu Ling pointed to the tablet on Hu's desk, which recorded the positions and destinations of the remaining 65 people. Hu Yu raised his hand to indicate. You are welcome. Thank you. Lu Ling took the tablet and scanned it. In less than 5 seconds, she put the tablet back in front of Hu Yu and immediately reported. Zhang Yi. Li Tizan. Chen Anren from the computer group. Wang Shanshan. Wu Chongwei from the scientific research group. Qi Shanwan. Chen Lan from the agricultural group. These people are not professional. They lied about their skills for their own reasons. And I don't mind admitting them. You mean? Let them leave. No. Lu Ling stood there and said seriously. In the end times, even a piece of waste paper has value. Let alone people. You choose me. And I will keep everything in its proper place under your will. Chapter 202. Is it good? Hu Yu was shaken. He was not attracted by the blueprint described by Lu Ling, but was shaken by his idea of recruiting her as a secretary. A secretary is someone who helps the boss with tedious matters, not someone who influences the boss or even makes decisions for the boss. Hu Yu's fingers kept tapping on the table, looking up at Lu Ling in front of him. So, if one day you think my position is suitable for a better person, you will do this. Lu Ling's body trembled. She was proficient in micro-expressions and understood what this meant. This person got angry. She quickly lowered her head and lowered her posture to the lowest level. President, I spoke without thinking. Everything on the ship should be based on your will first. Hu Yu did not speak. It must be said that Lu Ling is indeed a talent, and she knows how to adapt and be smooth. But her subjective consciousness is too strong. If she is well controlled, she is indeed a rare secretary. If she is not well controlled, maybe she will become a sharp sword that hurts herself. Logically speaking, the most suitable candidate for secretary should be Guanli. But this little guy is too young and still at the age of studying. Hu Yu is not good at recruiting child labor, so he can only recruit Lu Ling first. You are accepted. He handed over the tablet in his hand. Now recruit people. Please divide them carefully. Who is suitable for which position? Don't let me down. Yes. Thank you. President. Lu Ling took the tablet excitedly. The reason why she came in last was to bet big first. Now it seems, she won the bet. At least from the current cards. She won. It depends on whether the dealer, who will be in charge of the gambling game, will let her continue to win. Since then, there is another woman behind Hu Yu. That is, Xiao Imo and Enciener are still undergoing physical examinations. Otherwise, he would have 3 golden flowers behind him. 9:15 in the morning. 3 ships arrived above the shelter. At this moment, there are many more fish around the waters. Although Hu Yu deliberately collected blood when he killed the dragon snake, the blood that was scattered still attracted many fish. However, these fish are far from the degree of mutation, and at most they are just fatter than normal fish. President Tu Xingyi came to the heart of the ocean at Hu Yu's instruction, stood beside him, and was responsible for directing this operation. Yeah, Hu Yu replied, his expression showing no emotion. How are the preparations going? Most people are ready, and they have learned how to use your diving equipment, which can ensure normal activities below 60 meters in water. Hu Yu nodded lightly. The shelter has a suspension system. According to the situation when it was found last time, its suspension range may be around 60 meters. As long as you can reach this level of diving, you can reach the shelter. You go with them, and then put this thing on the last person who goes in. Hu Yu said, as he threw something wrapped in oil paper to Tu Xingyi. Inside were 2 seeds of perfect fairy beans. Tu Xingyi took it without asking any more questions. After putting on a diving suit, he followed the crowd into the water and began to look for the location of the shelter. Hu Yu was not idle either. He turned on the communicator that General Wei had given him before, found the channel of shelter number 012, and sent a message to Li Xianzhong. Prepare to recruit people. I have found the remaining survivors in Jinling for you. Pay attention to the things on the last person. Almost instantly, the message from shelter 012 came over. Huaxia shelter 012 you are. This guy is quite cautious. Yes. In this situation, everyone is busy with their own affairs. Who would be kind enough to send resources to others? If you are not careful, you won't even know that your hometown has been destroyed. Hu Yu also knew how to verify his identity and typed a sentence on it. Li Xianzhong, did the seed you planted last time grow anything? As soon as this sentence came out, Li Xianzhong, no matter how stupid he was, knew who the person opposite him was. His news came one after another. Huaxia shelter number 012 turned out to be you. Thank you for your seeds. Now the food in our shelter can maintain sustainable development. I just don't know how many people will enter the shelter this time. I can also prepare in advance. More than 500 people. They are the only ones left in Jinling. Don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. These people have been exposed to too much seawater. It is best to isolate them first and release them after a period of time to make sure they are fine. It's not that Hu Yu doesn't want to make it clear. Now the remaining people in Jinling are here. Once they enter the shelter, they will stay there for at least 30 years unless something unexpected happens. They don't know what happened outside. And they don't need to know. Even if they are told about the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, they can only worry in the shelter. So it's better to stay here honestly. If humans are lucky enough to die with the extraterrestrial civilization, they can still continue the human race in 30 years. Huaxia shelter number 012 is. Thank you for your information. Although he didn't understand the meaning of this isolation, Li Xianzhong still chose to believe it. After all, that one magic bean did solve their urgent needs. Now we just have to wait for those people to enter the shelter. Hu Yu sat at the table, preparing to taste his delicious and small breakfast. But the next moment, before he could come to his senses, the 9 Wagyu sandwich in front of him was snatched away by a black shadow. He looked up and saw. Well, Mo swallowed the sandwich in 2 or 3 bites, and looked at him anxiously. President, it's so late, and you're still eating breakfast. Go see Sister Siener. What's wrong with her? Hu Yu immediately stood up, and the words of reprimand were on the tip of his tongue. But he swallowed them back. A sandwich is not as important as Siener. She is now. Xiao Mo choked, as if he swallowed too big and choked himself. Lu Ling, who was following behind Hu Yu, immediately handed over a bottle of water. But Hu Yu couldn't wait and ran directly to the physical examination room. Siener, Zisu, and Shen Shan were all in the physical examination room. What if Siener went berserk? He didn't know what to do. He came to the door of the physical examination room. Hu Yu pushed the door open and walked in. The next moment, a white figure came into view. Is this Siener? Didn't they say she was in trouble? Hu Yu stared at Siener, who turned her head and looked at him without covering her eyes. She just spoke softly. Does it look good? Good. Wait. Siener's condition seems to be a little off. Chapter 203 Enemy Attack. It's still beautiful here. Before Hu Yu could continue to appreciate the beautiful scenery, Xiao Zisu stepped forward and covered in Siener with clothes. She put away the various instruments on the table and asked unhappily. What? President, who is not willing to knock on the door when entering the medical room now. My fault? Hu Yu smiled helplessly. He was not an animal who could only think with his lower body. No matter who he faced on the ship, he would maintain the most basic respect. He walked into the medical room and explained. Xiao Mo said that Siener seemed to be in trouble. So I didn't knock and came in directly. Xiao Mo? Xiao Zisu asked in confusion, and seemed to understand what was going on. I asked her to call you, but she wasn't in a hurry. She was in a hurry. Lu Ling and Xiao Mo also followed at this moment. Xiao Mo said with a dissatisfied look on his face. I came to watch Sister Siener's physical examination, and I have finished my snacks. I have to replenish them quickly. Just for this? Hu Yu was speechless. Yeah. Xiao Mo looked up. President, didn't you say that you would give me enough snacks? I haven't eaten snacks for 3 hours. What if I lose control? Here you are. Hu Yu complained helplessly, but still stuffed a big bag of snacks into her hand. Fortunately, he had foresight and didn't ask her to be a secretary. Otherwise, no matter how urgent the matter was, it would not be as important as eating. He even wanted to cut a small part of the space for Xiao Mo so that she could pack her own snacks. Hee. Thank you, President. Xiao Mo responded with a smile, holding the snack bag and began to eat heartily. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zisu. Zisu, how is Siener's physical condition now? Compared with normal people, she is simply a monster. Xiao Zisu did not hesitate to speak directly. Her muscle strength is almost comparable to that of an adult elephant, and her speed is far faster than that of a cheetah, even including but not limited to reaction speed, control and other physical qualities. They are also extremely high values beyond the normal level. The only abnormal thing is, Xiao Zisu didn't say anything, but just looked at Siener deeply. Hu Yu understood what she meant. She had mentioned Siener's problem to him before. To put it nicely, it's called a pure heart. To put it bluntly, It's a lack of discrimination and a lack of brains. Who you didn't say anything. After all, this is Siener's old problem. Fortunately, this phenomenon did not get worse after this evolution. Who you didn't expect it to get better. Okay. Since you're fine. Who you walk towards the outside of the medical room. Those people are about to enter the shelter. After Tushingi comes up, we'll be ready to leave. Leave? Xiao Mo stuffed potato chips into his mouth and asked. Where are you going? President? Fishing. Who you said calmly. He had thought about it before. According to the current apocalyptic process, the conservative plan is to move towards the mountains. After the rainstorm period is over, only that mountain range has the possibility of establishing a base for human civilization. If there are still people alive, they should rush to the roof of the world as soon as possible. Go. Of course. But not now. With the current speed of the heart of the ocean, it won't take long even if it rushes from the other side of the world. The most important thing now is not to be conservative, but to maximize the power you have within a limited time. The heart of the ocean needs to fish to upgrade. And the evolvers and mutants, including himself, also need mutation crystals. The best solution now is to go to the place with the most mutant fish. Where are the most fish? Of course, the ocean. Walking out from Jinling. It won't take long to reach the Magic City. The Magic City is by the sea, so it's not difficult to find mutant fish. Maybe you can absorb some survivors by the way. As one of the two major talent gathering places in China, the Magic City has a lot of high-rise buildings. If you go there earlier, you may find some talents. Who you said and walked towards the cabin. When he took out another Wagyu sandwich and finished eating it, Tu Xingyi also floated up from the water. He came to Hu Yu and reported. Report to the president. The mission was perfectly completed. All the survivors entered the shelter. And I gave the oil paper to the last person to take in. Yeah. Not bad. Hu Yu patted his shoulder. Go back to the ship first. We will leave for the next location soon. Yes. Tu Xingyi did not ask where the next destination was, but just followed Hu Yu's instructions and returned to the container ship. He understood that with his current status, he was not qualified to choose, or even ask about the location of the next destination, and he just had to obey orders. Xiao Hai. Target the waters of the Magic City. Set off. Yes. We have planned a route for you, and it is expected to arrive in 3 hours. It is almost time, and it will be time for lunch when we arrive. The ships turned around and followed the same arrangement as when they came. The two ships sandwiched the heart of the ocean in the middle and headed towards the waters of the Magic City. Hu Yu was not idle either. After breakfast, he looked at the report submitted by Lu Ling. It detailed what positions those who submitted resumes were suitable for, as well as the allocation suggestions. Of course, it's just a suggestion. I have to say, Lu Ling's vision is really sharp. After just one night of getting along with him, she remembered all the personality traits, strengths and weaknesses of those people, and combined with the information from other people, she directly deduced the other party's true ability and personality. Compared with the one on the panel, it is almost the same. She almost figured out the other people's ancestors. Hu Yu simply selected a few candidates to keep them as they are, and approved the transfer of the others, and asked Lu Ling to issue the notice. This theory is great, but we have to see how good her practical ability is. After sending Lu Ling away, Hu Yu also collapsed on the lazy sofa, sitting in front of the fishing island and fishing boredly. When he can catch the mutant fish, he can start the next encirclement and suppression operation. But at this moment, a strong red light and an alarm sounded at the same time. Warning! Warning! A UFO is detected approaching at high speed, suspected to be a heavy firepower weapon, and the intention is unknown. Do you want to intercept it? Nonsense! Intercept! Hu Yu didn't hesitate at all. But after he yelled, he found something wrong. Heavy firepower. There should be only one ship with heavy firepower nearby. Right? Wei Xing'an. Did this woman find something? Or did something go wrong on her side? Hu Yu frowned slightly. A spark exploded in the air. Hu Yu's eyes were blazing with anger, and his heart was burning with anger. No matter what the reason or what the problem was, he dared to attack me. He really handed in his resume to the King of Hell, hoping to get a job in the underworld. Chapter 204 Monitoring Chain is broken. Notify everyone. First level alert. Hu Yu put down the fishing rod, stood up quickly, and ordered, let the people on the other two ships gather on the deck and prepare to move positions. Xiao Hai. Activate the protection system and precision strike. I want the specific location and number of the enemy. Shen Shan. Take the semi-vegetative person and be ready for underwater or air-to-ground operations at any time. After saying that, Lu Ling, who was about to give the order, ran all the way back. The face that always showed no expression now actually showed a panic and confusion. This is an air raid. Since the other party launched a missile, it means that there must be 2, 3, or even more missiles on the ship. President, the words have not been finished. Above the sky in front of him, the firelight like a meteor appeared again. Here it comes again. This time is different from the previous one. It is no longer a test at the beginning, but an overwhelming main attack. Looking around, those fire meteors are like stars, densely smashing towards the heart of the ocean. There is no way to hide, and Hu Yu has no intention of hiding. He looked up at the sky, only to see flames denser than the fire meteors rising from the top of his head, all rushing towards the fire meteor. Bang! Continuous explosions sounded in the air. The fire even obscured the weak light of the sun, making everyone's faces hot. Every missile was shot down accurately, without a single one escaping. The heart of the ocean may not be that aggressive, but its defense is at its best. Hu Yu didn't even look back and walked straight to the deck. There was no need to worry about the heart of the ocean. But the other 2 ships still needed to be careful. Whether it was Misusu's ship or Tushingi's ship, they were just cargo ships. Missiles falling from the sky could be intercepted. But what about torpedoes? Hu Yu rushed to the deck, and everyone on the 2 ships was ready to move. He raised his hand and collected them. The 2 ships were put into the space backpack at the same time, and the people on the ships also came to the heart of the ocean. Everyone, including Tushingi, was stunned. How did it come here? They had seen Hu Yu take the gun out of the space backpack and put it away. Space backpack? Nowadays, everyone has seen it more or less, and this common sense can still be guessed. But whose space backpack has a transfer function besides collecting? As for Misusu and her group, it was much more normal, although she had already begun to help everyone get rid of their brainwashing. Hu Yu's omnipotent image was still deeply rooted in everyone's hearts. Seeing this scene, they were more excited than shocked. Excited to see the miracle created by the Holy Lord again. Go to the cabin first. Quickly, Hu Yu replied. And before everyone entered the cabin, Xiao Hai's warning sounded again. Warning! Warning! A torpedo is detected approaching. Should the underwater defense system be activated? No need. Hu Yu said calmly. Defense? The best defense is offense. Although the defense of the heart of the ocean can last until the opponent runs out of ammunition and can't break the armor. What's the point of being passive all the time? After all, we still have to give the opponent some surprises. Lift off and change direction. Hu Yu lowered his eyes slightly and looked at the direction where the missile was flying. My friend is so enthusiastic. I have to go over and take a look. Yes, Master. The heart of the ocean immediately activated the hovering mode and flew towards the opponent's position at the first time. Report? Shen Shan's voice sounded, and he came to Hu Yu with 50 semi-vegetative people behind him. Ready. 51 people are expected to come, and 51 people are actually here. Everything is ready. Yes. Hu Yu nodded. Shen Shan was doing things, so he didn't have to worry about it. The only thing he was worried about was these 50 semi-vegetative people. They only listened to their own arrangements, so they had to arrange the tasks properly before going out. He looked at the 50 semi-vegetative people behind Shen Shan. Pay attention. The action is to make the opponent lose the ability to move. I want to live. If there is strong resistance, you can kill them. The semi-vegetative people did not answer, but stood at attention, indicating that they had received the message. It seems that with the help of Zhao's father and mother during this period, their rationality is gradually improving. When there are extra mutant crystals, we will see if they can have new changes. Of course, now is not the time to say these. While Hu Yu was giving a lecture, the heart of the ocean had already flown over the opponent's fleet. Missiles were about to be launched, but because the heart of the ocean had already flown over their fleet, they could only stay in the aiming stage and dared not launch. At this distance, once a missile is launched, it is very likely that 800 enemies will be injured and 1,000 of their own will be injured. No one would be stupid enough to do such a thing. Hu Yu looked at the screen on the tablet through Xiao Hai's surveillance, and frowned slightly. The situation was a little different from what he thought. The ship was indeed the destroyer he had seen. But in addition to Wei Xingnan's destroyer, there was a larger ship next to it. No. To be precise, it should be an aircraft carrier. Divide into 2 teams. Who you said immediately? Brother Shan? You and half of the people go to the larger one. Yes. After Shen Shan finished speaking, he brought 25 semi-vegetative people to the side of the ship and prepared. Ready, jump. As soon as the voice fell, everyone jumped down without hesitation. Not to mention that the height of the heart of the ocean is less than 20 meters from the 2 ships. Even if it is twice as high, with their current physical fitness, there will be no danger. The only thing to worry about is who you held the tablet in his hand and watched the images on the 2 ships transmitted from the surveillance. Since General Wei and others have long known the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, it is impossible for them to only stay on the surface to study mutant fish. And they will definitely carry out the same mutant research as them. I just don't know what level their research has reached. If there are mutants like Xiao Mo, or stronger mutants, the direction of the battle will be unclear. Gunshots and flames exploded on the 2 ships one after another. Who you watched quietly, watching the crowd continue to go deeper into the core of the ship. Those bullets and sharp weapons fell on the semi-vegetative man, causing almost no harm. On the other hand, those soldiers, even the most elite soldiers, in front of the semi-vegetative man, it was just a matter of raising their hands. As for Shen Shan, there was even less to worry about. From the surveillance, he had already come to the captain's room. Hu Yu was relieved. It seemed that General Wei and his men had not yet started their research on mutants. Now we just had to wait for the battle to end and go down to ask what they meant by doing this. Just when Hu Yu was about to land the heart of the ocean, a shriek came from the screen. At the same time, the surveillance screen suddenly trembled. Both surveillances were disconnected. Chapter 205 Boarding. Something happened. The surveillance footage was transmitted by the cameras on everyone, and Hu Yu could view what happened from any angle at will. But now, 51 signal sources including Shen Shan lost their signals at the same time, which obviously meant something went wrong. Hu Yu frowned, but did not act rashly. Xiao Hai, bring up all the surveillance footage just now and analyze what happened. Yes, Master, Xiao Hai replied, and 3 seconds later, a screenshot appeared on the tablet. That was a black shadow. To be precise, it should be a humanoid black shadow. From the appearance, it should be a humanoid creature. But the body shape and other aspects do not belong to the human category. It seems that my guess is correct. And they also have some information about the mutant. But at present, I don't know how much this part of information is, what it is, and whether it can be controlled. Hu Yu frowned. No matter what, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. We can't just sit and wait for death. Sienna, Xiao Mo, come down with me. Okay, President. Xiao Mo stuffed a piece of elbow into her mouth and jumped into the rain, wanting to jump down. Fortunately, Hu Yu was quick-witted and stepped forward to grab her neck. What are you doing? Do you think you are the same as Brother Shan and the others? Just follow me. Oh! Xiao Mo lowered her head in response. She also wanted to jump down so handsomely. Hu Yu casually threw Xiao Mo to Sienna. Sienna, protect her. Yeah. And Sienna nodded silently. In the past, she would just silently carry out the task. But now she could actually respond. Although it was just a short word. Xiao Hai. Land? Yes. Master. The heart of the ocean landed. Su Zilong and others also rushed over at the first time. Boss. We are with you. Just watch the boat. This situation is not something that ordinary people can participate in. Even Su Zilong is the same. At this stage, their combat power is the same as that of ordinary semi-vegetative people, who are not afraid of injuries, pain, and have the ability to recover quickly. There is no comparison between the two. Hu Yu said as he led Xiao Mo and Sienna toward Shen Shan's ship. The dangers on that aircraft carrier were obviously more terrifying than the other ship. Catch the leader first. This strategy is always right. After the 3 left, Su Zilong and the other 2 looked at each other in confusion. If it was before, they would have rushed to the front without Hu Yu saying anything. But now, they also found that the boss seemed to be faster than them. Let's go! Zhao Zhong sighed. Protect the people on the boat and don't distract the boss. Ah. Li Ji sighed and turned to walk towards the cabin. Only Su Zilong. He stood on the deck, watching the three shadows gradually moving away, and his fists gradually clenched. From beginning to end, he was a proud man. Except for their previous captain, he had never obeyed anyone, whether it was the deputy captain Shen Shan or an Siener who could kill him at will. He was unwilling to accept it, holding back his anger, thinking that he would surpass them sooner or later. But now, let alone Shen Shan and an Siener, even Boss who had always been protected, showed a power close to him, or even about to surpass him. He couldn't accept this. Su Zilong knew where all these changes came from. He threw away the umbrella in his hand, looked up at the sky, closed his eyes, and bathed in the heavy rain. Power. He just wanted to have absolute power now. Isn't it just a mutation? As long as he can become a useful person and no longer be like now. Anyway, they are all mutated, aren't they? Su Zilong closed his eyes, and the eyeballs under his eyelids gradually turned purple. But these? Who you and the others didn't know. If they knew, they would probably have to leave one person on the ship to prevent this guy from losing control. At the same time, Hu Yu had already brought Siener and Xiao Mo into the cabin, because of the gunfight that just broke out. The cabin was filled with a pungent smell of gunpowder, and the original lines on the ship were also hit by bullets, causing darkness all around. Now only the green emergency indicator light was still on, and under the dim light, all the armed personnel were lying on the ground. Hu Yu ignored them and continued to walk deeper. After his evolution, not only his reaction ability was greatly improved, but also his vision and perception. If it was before, he would not be able to see the situation in front of him in this light. But now for him, this environment is no different from daytime. This is even more true for Siener. In other words, only Xiao Mo, this guy, who was talking excitedly just now, shrank like a little chicken when he really got to this environment, and kept stuffing food into his mouth behind Siener. That was her. Between being afraid and eating, she chose to eat fearfully. She even chose something that made no sound when eaten. Hu Yu was helpless when he saw this, and had no time to say anything to her. So he just kept groping his way deeper. Soon, a collision sound came from the front. Someone. Hu Yuchao made a gesture behind him, originally wanting Siener not to act rashly. But before he could make the gesture, he felt a gust of wind passing by his ears. Before he could come to his senses, Siener's voice sounded from the front. Done. Your evolution template is the Flash. Right? Hu Yu didn't have time to complain, and walked forward with Xiao Mo. In the huge command room, 25 semi-vegetative people were lying on the ground. Just like the armed personnel outside, they had lost their combat ability. Shen Shan disappeared, and only 5 muscular people with masks were lying in front of Siener. Siener, where is Brother Shan? I'm here. Shen Shan's voice really scared Hu Yu. He looked in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing. Brother Shan? You? I'm hiding, Shen Shan said, and his body appeared again. This time was different from before. He finally showed his full body. Apparently, he has mastered his ability. It's good that you're okay. Hu Yu let out a long sigh and looked at the 5 masked men in front of him. What's going on? 5 mutants? Can they be controlled? A panel popped up. There are detailed information about the masked men. Just as he thought, these 5 masked men are indeed mutants, or elite mutants of completely different types. But there is no information on whether they are controllable. This is a long story, Shen Shan said, and pulled out a middle-aged man from behind. You should understand if you look at him. Chapter 206. You just want an aircraft carrier. I'll give it to you. Hu Yu looked at the rank on the other person's clothes. Wow. It's even higher than that of General Wei. It seems that this person should be the captain of one of the 9 fleets of China. However, this person has fainted now. If you want to get an explanation, I'm afraid you have to wait until he wakes up. Let the people from Tu Xingyi's ship come and tie up everyone on the ship first, Hu Yu said, and walked towards the main control console. Now he didn't know why the other party attacked him, considering that they were all compatriots. He should stay for a while and deal with it after finding out the situation clearly. If the other party really wants to kill him and seize the resources on the ship, then it's not a big deal if it's handled. Brother Shan, go to another ship and bring Wei Shengnan to see me after you make sure you have control. Yes, Shen Shan responded, tied up the person in his hand, and walked out of the ship. Hu Yu put his mobile phone on the main control platform. In less than 10 seconds, Xiao Hai's voice came from the aircraft carrier. Master, We have taken full control of the ship and detected that the circuit in the living area is damaged. Do you want to turn on the automatic repair function? Automatic repair? Hu was stunned for a moment. Does this ship have this function? No. But Xiao Hai can automatically contact the engineers on board to come down and repair it. Such an automatic repair method. Okay. Let's repair it first. No matter how the subsequent situation develops. Such a large ship cannot be wasted. If the First Fleet really has any ideas about me, then it is reasonable for me to receive an aircraft carrier as compensation. It means that I didn't have this condition at the beginning. If he could sneak into the military base, get such an aircraft carrier, and then integrate it with the heart of the ocean, the area of the ship would be almost as large as a large residential area. Right? Of course. This is just an idea. Even if he could find a military base, it would be impossible for an aircraft carrier to disappear in public. By then, the aircraft carrier would be stored in the space, and all the soldiers on the aircraft carrier would appear in front of him. Even if he had a pair of Hot Wheels on his legs, he couldn't run away. To put it another way, even if he really got an aircraft carrier, what would it matter? There is an area. But what about the comfort and luxury? No matter how big this aircraft carrier is, the comfort level can't be compared with a luxury yacht like the heart of the ocean. Hu not only wants to survive in the apocalypse, but also wants to live well and comfortably in the apocalypse. Let's see if the aircraft carrier can be used as a plantation. When the time comes, it will be good to go to the African continent and collect some semi-automatic planters on the ship. Hu sat and waited for a while, and soon the power on the aircraft carrier was restored. The armed personnel on the ship were also controlled in one place, and the 5 masked men were controlled by Siener. During this period, they even woke up several times and wanted to attack Siener. But before they could do anything, Siener knocked them out again. 5 minutes later, Shen Shan came over with Wei Xingnan and Zhao Yi, holding 3 other people wearing masks. Like the 5 mutants, the mutation level of these 3 mutants is also elite. But the types are different. Different types of mutants. But they can all be under control? How did they do it? Hu frowned. And before he could speak, Wei Xingnan, who was tied up, spoke first. Chief, do we have any misunderstandings? Don't call me Chief. Just call me Boss Hu. Zhao Yi should have told you this title. Hu sat in the main seat and smiled at Wei Xingnan in front of him. General Wei, I'm actually quite curious about how you found out about my identity problem. Wei Xingnan knew it was useless to pretend to be confused. Now he is the butcher and I am the meat. So I should appease him first and then talk about other things. In fact, from the time you verified your identity to the time I left the ship, I believed you. But, Wei Xingnan smiled bitterly. Do you still remember the private communicator number I asked you for? Huh? Hu was stunned. What's wrong with this? Am I lying badly? Not really. It's just that we didn't have time to prepare a private communicator. So where did the number come from? Hu was speechless. As the saying goes, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Who would have thought that there is no such thing? So, this is why you summoned the fleet to fight me? Yes. Wei Xingnan nodded. You have a technological level that surpasses human civilization. Who knows if you have any connection with extraterrestrial civilization? Plus the fact that you are exploring military secrets is enough to prove that you have ulterior motives. Even if we don't kill you, we must control you within our jurisdiction. How should I put it? The words are rough, but the truth is true. If Hu was Wei Xingnan, he might be more radical than her. After all, this is a special period. Any power that may be related to extraterrestrial civilization must be strangled in the cradle. Extraterrestrial civilization? Hu asked with a smile. If I were an extraterrestrial civilization, would I give you that seed? Seed? Wei Xingnan was stunned. And then she remembered what kind of seed it was. Who knows what your seed is? I didn't plant it. Well, it seems that there is too much food on the fleet. And they don't take things like senza beans seriously. Okay. The misunderstanding is resolved. Hu waved his hand. Whether you believe it or not. Anyway, I am not a person from an extraterrestrial civilization. Nor am I a bastard like a human rapist. If you don't believe it, you will understand when you plant the seed. As for your attack on me, I don't want much as an apology. Just give me this aircraft carrier. I just have to worry about where to put the planes. You should know that there are American troops stationed in that island country. Although the models of the aircraft inside are not top-notch, They are more than enough for exploration missions. It's just that there is no place to take off and land on the sea. No matter how big the heart of the ocean is. The deck is only that small. It's okay for 1 or 2 planes, but it won't work if there are more. On the other hand, aircraft carriers are used exclusively for aircraft. If you don't want them even though they're delivered to your door, then it's a waste. No. Absolutely not. Wei Xingnan refused sternly. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids and glanced at her. General Wei, I'm not asking for your opinion. I'm just informing you. Understand? Wei Xingnan was speechless, frowning and wondering what she was thinking. Until another voice spoke. You just want an aircraft carrier. I'll give it to you. More than 1. 3 or 5. Chapter 207 send him to take a bath. Hu Yu turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. I don't know if Shen Shan was alert or what. He actually sat directly on the man, with his hands behind his back and handcuffed. And the man, except for blushing, he was trying hard not to react at all, just looking up at Hu Yu. From what he said, it is estimated that he had woken up a long time ago and was just eavesdropping. It's just that no one around noticed. Or, Shen Shan had already discovered it, but just didn't want to say it. What's this person's name? Hu Yu had seen the other party's panel, so he naturally knew his name. Just asking this question could open up the conversation. Yi Si spoke calmly, then looked at Shen Shan beside him. Shen Shan, why don't you let me get up? Oh, it's still an acquaintance. Judging from Shen Shan's behavior, it is estimated that this acquaintance must have offended him before. Shen Shan did not answer. Obviously, as long as Hu Yu didn't speak, he would not let this person get up. Mr. Yi Si, right? Hu Yu also guessed what he meant, and deliberately did not say the sentence, but asked with a smile. The aircraft carrier you just mentioned is Boss Hu, right? Yi Si asked back in the same tone. This is your way of hospitality. You still want to know the location of the aircraft carrier? Isn't it a bit too whimsical? You don't want to tell me? Then forget it. Hu Yu shrugged and raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The entire aircraft carrier was taken away in an instant. Fortunately, the heart of the ocean was nearby. When Hu Yu and others landed, the heart of the ocean, under the control of Shanghai, came over and picked them up. Seeing the aircraft carrier, he was on disappear in an instant. Yi Si felt that his worldview was about to collapse. What is going on? Before he could come to his senses, Hu Yu had already made the next move. Shen Shan, please send these people off the ship. We are also leaving. Yes. Wait. Yi Si knew that if he didn't speak up, he would probably be thrown into the water later. He knew that Shen Shan would definitely do it. Boss Hu. I say. Hu Yu did not answer, but looked at the other party with smiling eyes. It's the aircraft carrier of the United States. Shen Shan. Lose. Hu Yu immediately spit out 3 words. Isn't this a joke? Who doesn't know that the United States has many aircraft carriers? There are several obsolete ones alone. What you said? Who doesn't know that there is a sun in the sky? If you have the ability, you can go up and pick it up. Yes. Shen Shan said as he lifted Yi Si up. I mean, I know the exact location of the United States aircraft carriers. At least 3. Even 10 are possible. Yi Si hurriedly explained. Hu Yu raised his hand to stop Shen Shan. Go on. In addition to us, several other countries have also taken corresponding measures to deal with the end of the world. Just yesterday, several aircraft carriers of the United States sailed in the Pacific Ocean and discovered an unknown giant mountain. A rough estimate is that the mountain is about 9,000 meters above sea level, far exceeding the highest peak in the world. There is only one possibility that it is a product of extraterrestrial civilization. The United States fleet dare not deal with it rashly, so it is looking for teammates in the communication channel. There is nothing wrong with the previous words. The only problem is, with the temperament of the United States, will it look for teammates for this kind of thing? That's ridiculous. Of course, according to our speculation, the other party may have already explored it, but suffered a loss. So they want to call us, Yi Si said with a wry smile. What we mean is that our first fleet will set off to jointly explore the giant mountain. In addition to us, the other countries that have also received the call include the Northern Bear Country, the Island Country, the British Country, and the White Elephant Country. Wait! Hu Yu frowned and interrupted. I can understand the Northern Bear Country and the British Country. But what about the island country and the white elephant country? Do they also have aircraft carriers? We don't have aircraft carriers. But we do have larger ships. EC explained. The news that the end of the world may come is no secret among the upper class. So there will always be people who make more preparations. It is said that not long after the end of the world began, the ships of the island country and the white elephant country went out to sea. One was afraid that we would take action, and the other probably received some news and went to the Pacific Ocean. I heard you solved the problem of the island nation's ship? Yes, it was solved. But it wasn't the ship. EC didn't quite understand when he heard it. But Huyu didn't mean to explain. He just raised his hand to signal Shen Shan to put him down first. Go on. What else do you know? Nothing about that giant mountain. We agreed to arrive on August 10th and explore together. And now, I just met you guys when I was about to go to the Magic City. August 10th. There are still 5 days left. And judging from the speed of these two ships, the distance is not far. If the giant mountain is really related to extraterrestrial civilization, it is not a bad thing to go and take a look. After all, a giant mountain with an altitude of more than 9,000 meters can completely replace the mountain range and become a new base for mankind. What else? Huyu did not express his attitude, but pointed to the 8 masked men on Enciener's side. What's the matter with these people? This? EC still wanted to hide it. Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly and gestured to Shen Shan. Hey! Stop it! Seeing Shen Shan making a casting gesture, EC said quickly. It's a mutation. We found that in addition to fish being affected by substances in the water, humans are also affected and have different degrees of mutation. These people are the product of mutation. I have seen mutants too, Huyu questioned. But it's not normal for them to still have reason like them. Right? Because of the masks. EC pointed to the masks on the heads of the group of people. This is the result of our research and development. It can connect to human brain nerves and issue some simple and easy to understand commands. These mutants are different from normal people. They are extremely sensitive to nerve signals, so they can follow commands. This explains it. Why can these elite mutants have rationality? It turns out that they have turned on the plug-in. Very good. Huyu chuckled and walked up to EC and asked, Your honesty has earned you a chance to live. But it's only temporary. What else should I know that you haven't told me yet? There is one more. But EC looked around. His eyes fell on Shen Shan and Enciener, and finally spoke. This matter is of great importance. I can only tell you. Oh, Huyu replied, turning around calmly. Then I won't listen. Shen Shan. Send him to take a bath. Yes, boss. Chapter 208 Unforgivable Things. Wait. Poof. Before EC could finish his words, Shen Shan had already thrown him into the water. Seeing him struggling in the water, Shen Shan's face showed a touch of satisfaction. You know, in all this time, Huyu has only seen this expression on Shen Shan's face once. That time was when Buba got up and ran. What is the relationship between this guy and Shen Shan? Okay, Huyu said. He actually wanted to know what EC was talking about. But seeing Shen Shan's eager look, he couldn't bear to interrupt his interest. By the way, we can also give the other party a warning, so that EC knows who is in charge here. Pick him up. Boss, let Zilong go, Shen Shan said. When he just got on the boat, he actually saw Su Zilong in the rain. As a comrade in arms, how could he not know what Su Zilong was thinking? It's just that he might be worried that the boss would find out something. So he slipped back to the cabin at the first time. Now giving him this opportunity can let him get in touch with the rain more, and let the boss know his intentions. Yeah, either is fine. Huyu didn't say anything. In less than 3 minutes, Su Zilong brought EC all the way to Huyu. Boss, it's done. Yeah, Huyu responded, and saw that EC's face had some scars and bruises. He subconsciously looked at Su Zilong, but the guy raised his head, as if he didn't know, and looked around, making an expression that it had nothing to do with me. Huyu didn't care about these, just asked EC. Mr. E, can you tell me now? Say, I'll tell you. EC sighed helplessly. He stood up and looked at Huyu and spoke slowly. We have some information about what might happen in the future. In exchange, as long as you join us, I can tell you about these things so that you can prepare in advance. Anyway, we are all Chinese, and we can live in peace. What might happen in the future? Huyu was stunned. Could it be that there are other reborn people besides himself? This condition is not bad. After all, he only knows what happened in Jinling. If he can complement the information brought by other reborn people, it will also be good for him. As for peaceful coexistence, after knowing it was a misunderstanding, Huyu didn't really plan to attack them. After all, he was still counting on EC and the others to take him to the giant mountain. But just when he was about to agree, Wei Xingnan next to him spoke. Captain, don't interrupt. EC frowned and spat out a sentence, and continued to look at Huyu. What do you think? Boss Hu? My proposal is a win-win for us. In this world, one more friend is better than one more enemy. Right? That's true. But, Huyu looked at Wei Xingnan who was about to speak. I want to hear what this person is going to say. Wei Xingnan's face flushed. Others don't know. But she knows. What EC said might happen in the future was what she said. And she learned it from Zhao Yi. As for where Zhao Yi knew it, it goes without saying. This person actually took something stolen from others, and was going to trade with others? If he was discovered, he would probably be thrown down again. Okay. I know the answer. Huyu smiled helplessly. Come to think of it, rebirth is a miracle. It is more difficult to replicate it than to win the lottery jackpot twice in a row. How could there be two reborn people in China? Looking at Wei Xingnan's performance, he guessed where EC got the news from. Zilong, find a place for the three of you to stay for the time being, and provide you with good food and drink. Don't neglect it. Yes, boss. Su Zilong replied, and he also knew what Huyu meant. A place to live? That's all. He held EC back with his hand. General Wei, please come in. EC was still confused. They were chatting well, but he didn't know how it turned out like this. But he also knew that in this situation, if he opened his mouth, he might be thrown into the water again. It's better to be quiet. Wei Xingnan and Zhao Yi didn't dare to speak. They buried their heads lower and lower, fearing that they would be recognized by others on the boat. Last time they were guests here, but now they have become the targets. Who can stand this? Watching the three people leave, Huyu also looked at Shen Shan, with a look of gossip in his eyes. Before he could speak, Xiao Mo behind him came over with a starch sausage. Brother Shen Shan, you and Brother Zilong should know them. Right? Old acquaintances? Or did he offend you before? This? Shen Shan smiled helplessly. It's a long story. Boss, don't we still have to go to the Magic City area? How about we talk while walking? Okay. Huyu responded and looked at the other armed personnel on the deck. When the aircraft carrier was put away, these people also fell on the heart of the ocean. If they were left alone, with the current rainfall, they would have to deal with these mutated people before they reached the waters of the Magic City. Xiao Hai, notify Li Ji to control these people as well, and control another ship to follow us to the Magic City. Yes, Master. Li Ji quickly ran out with his men and arranged the hundreds of armed personnel on the deck in various rooms. What? Resist? The commander was already under control. What's the point of resisting? To put it another way, before they started to resist, Xu Hai's defense system had already been activated, and almost everyone had a gun hanging over their heads. It would be more than enough to shoot them 3 times. After everything was arranged, Huyu led everyone to the reception room of the cabin. It was still some time before lunch, and everyone else was busy with their own things, so there were almost no people in the reception room. Huyu sat on the sofa, took out a piece of iced watermelon, and shared some with everyone behind him. The posture is set, ready to eat watermelon. Shen Shan was helpless when he saw this, and picked up a piece of watermelon from the table and ate it while talking. Speaking of which, EC was once our boss. Boss? Huyu knew a lot about Shen Shan and others. When he heard these 2 words, he instantly guessed what would happen next. So, he was the one who drove you away? No. Shen Shan shook his head. To be precise, he tried his best to retain us at that time, but for some reasons, he failed. Who you didn't understand. Then why did you just? Because he tried to keep us. He did something we absolutely cannot forgive. Chapter 209, Laying a Nest. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up like night pearls, and they all pricked up their ears, afraid of missing any details. Shen Shan frowned and spoke slowly. Boss, you should know why we were fired at that time. Right? Yes. Huyu nodded calmly. At that time, there were 7 people in their group. In addition to the 6 people now, there was another one who was Buba's biological father. But because of Su Zilong's recklessness, Buba's biological father had to risk his life to save him, and eventually died. And Sienna lost control of her emotions and strangled all the targets of the mission. Because this incident violated the regulations, Shen Shan and others were fired. At that time, EC thought of a way to save the 6 of us. But the price was confusing right and wrong. Shen Shan's eyes were filled with anger. He was going to put all the responsibility for that incident on the captain. And we were all unaware of it. It was only after the captain destroyed the other party that we found the captain and the other party's bodies. For this purpose, he even made a full set of evidence chains. As long as we nodded in agreement and went to the military court, everything could be treated as if it had never happened. Not only will we not be expelled, we will even keep the original organization and continue to perform the mission. Rationally speaking, this was our best choice at the time. If we refuse, Sienna will be imprisoned in a special prison, and we will be expelled at worst. Of course, we all refused. The captain is gone. We will not allow him to bear this crime. Even if he is in heaven, he would choose this way. We will not allow it. But during the military court, he still presented these evidences, trying to bypass us and confirm the captain's guilt. Later, Sienna surrendered and took all the charges on himself. And it was over. What happened later? Boss, you know it too. Shen Shan gave a bitter smile, and the watermelon in his mouth didn't feel so sweet anymore. We all went our separate ways. And Sienna was sentenced to 10 years in prison because of her good behavior and mental state. And her sentence was reduced for various reasons. When we left, just like Sienna made a promise to herself that she would beat Su Zilong every time she saw him. We also made a promise. As long as we see EC, no matter who he is, we must beat him up. For no other reason than to vent the captain's anger. So that's it. Huyu was also helpless. He said, with Shen Shan and his friends' personalities. How could they have conflicts with someone of EC's status? Isn't this in conflict with their duties? Now it seems, EC really deserves to be beaten. He could even think of such a method. Wait. Huyu finally realized why Zhao Zhong and Li Ji were nowhere to be seen. And even Sienna was nowhere to be seen. So they are all fulfilling their promise. Okay. Let's notify them and prepare lunch. Huyu looked outside the deck. Wei Xingnan's ship was still outside. With Xiao Hai, the control of the ship was in his hands. But the people on the ship were not easy to deal with. Lu Ling. Boss, I'm here. Lu Ling immediately walked over in a pair of high heels. I don't know where she got the OL outfit from. With high heels, black stockings, and a pair of glasses, she really looks like a white-collar secretary. Let me Susu and Tu Xingyi jointly supervise that ship. The space and supplies on the ship should be enough for the people on the 2 ships. If not, tell me again. Yes, boss. Lu Ling held the tablet and went out in high heels to issue tasks. In less than 10 minutes, the people on the 2 ships gathered on the ship. And Huyu put the remaining 2 ships into the space. In this way, the forward speed can be greatly increased. And the time just wasted can be made up. The heart of the ocean led the way, taking on the task of breaking the waves while also covering the destroyer, heading towards the Magic City. When lunch was over, we arrived at the Magic City. The Magic City, which was once extremely prosperous, now only had a few scattered high-rise buildings. The water level has now reached more than 260 meters. And even in the Magic City, which was full of high-rise buildings, there are only 32 buildings left. According to the previous plan, Huyu picked up the napkin, wiped the black pepper steak sauce from the corner of his mouth, and took a sip of Romanikani. Zilong, Shonga, you lead 16 teams respectively. Select one person from Tu Xingyi and Misusu's boats, and search for survivors in these buildings first. Xiao Hai, scan the surrounding areas where there may be mutant fish. Si Rei, you should prepare a new plan to avoid cheating. Lu Ling, take notes. After Huyu finished speaking, he paused for a moment. Xiao Mo, who had been eager to try, came over immediately. President, what about me? You? Huyu looked at Xiao Mo, who was still chewing Rigiamo, and said helplessly, just eat melons on the side. Oh! Xiao Mo responded helplessly, biting off most of the Rigiamo in one bite, as if venting his dissatisfaction. Huyu looked at the others. Okay, let's get moving. It's 1:30 in the afternoon now. And I want to see your results before dinner. Yes, President. As soon as the voice fell, everyone started to move. After who you put the boat out. He sat on the fishing island, casting the rod and fishing out of boredom. Unfortunately, from noon to now, no mutant fish has been caught. Could it be that all the mutant fish in this magic city have run to the wider sea? As soon as the thought came to mind, Xiao Hai's voice sounded in my ears. Master, 7 large fish gathering places have been detected, and the probability of suspected mutant fish is 79. Do you want to mark them on the map? Here they come. The magic city is located at the mouth of the Yangtze River, and outside is the East China Sea. Places like this must have a large number of fish. As long as there are fish schools, the probability of mutant fish will not be low. I just didn't expect. There are actually 7 gathering places. Which one is the closest? It has been marked on the map. It is 42 kilometers away from the destination. Do you want to go? 4 kilometers is nothing for the speed of the heart of the ocean. As the saying goes, since we are here, it would be a bit of a waste if we don't go and take a look. But who said that we have to go? Isn't it better to let them find us? Xiao Hai, mark the center points of the 7 gathering places. Yes, the marking is completed. It is 71 kilometers away from the destination. Do you want to go? Yes. Hu Yu responded with expectation in his eyes. Since those mutants are flocking to his blood, there is no reason why those mutant fish will not be affected. He wanted to see how many fish this way of making nests can attract. Chapter 210 200,000 fish. Without other ships sailing together, the heart of the ocean reached its destination in less than 5 minutes. Hu Yu held the tablet and looked at the 7 red dots with almost the same distance, his eyes full of expectation. But before officially setting the nest, some preparations still need to be done. God knows what the 7 mutant fish in the water will look like, so it is better to take precautions. Xiao Hai, call Brother Shan to gather. Leave 10 semi-vegetative people to guard, and bring the other 40 semi-vegetative people over. Yes, Master. The voice fell. In less than half a minute, Shen Shan led the team to the deck and trotted to Hu Yu. Boss, there are 41 people who should be here, and 41 people are here. Please give instructions. No hurry, Hu Yu said calmly. Let me tell you about the plan first. There are 7 spots nearby where mutant fish are suspected to exist. You have also seen the map. This is the center. I will find a way to lure these fish here later. Your task is simple. Wait for the opportunity to act. The first task is to gather these fish in one place, and the second task is to prevent biochemical pollution. If necessary, I will let you go directly into the water. Brother Shan, is it okay? I guarantee to complete the task. Shen Shan stood at attention and spoke. Not to mention those semi-vegetative people. The unknown substances in the rainwater are like supplements to them, and it will not be a problem no matter how much they eat. As for Shen Shan, now that he has perfectly mastered the ability to hide, it stands to reason that he has mastered his current body, and it is time to take in more unknown substances and move towards the next step of alienation. Therefore, the only threat to them in this mission is not the mutant substances in the water, but those unknown fish. Hu Yu only needs to make sure that those fish will not harm them. The 41 people going into the water can only be described in 4 words: killing indiscriminately. Xiao Mo, pay attention to cover. Sienna, if there is any danger, go down to support immediately. Hu Yu gave 2 more instructions. Xiao Mo nodded with his head swallowing snacks, and Sienna still did not speak, but silently held an umbrella for Hu Yu behind him. Seeing no one responded, Hu Yu felt a little embarrassed and had to cough twice. Just be ready. Xiao Hai, take off. Yes, Master. The heart of the ocean rose into the air. Hu Yu looked down at the water, holding an umbrella, walked to the side of the ship, took out a dagger and cut his finger. Blood dripped from the air. A special smell penetrated the nose and throat of all the mutants present. Whether it was Shen Shan who was lining up in the distance or Sienna who was holding an umbrella behind him, they all had different degrees of reaction at this time. Especially those semi-vegetative people. The purple light flashing in their eyes. Looks like they are wearing beauty contact lenses. Fortunately, the blood quickly fell into the water and spread. The strong smell of blood dissipated, and everyone gradually returned to normal. But another drop of blood oozed from his fingertips and dripped onto the water again. Hu Yu thought, it's already been cut anyway. Might as well drop a few more drops. Make a nest. As long as you can get fish. It doesn't matter if there are more. Now I just hope that the explosion rate of these fish can be higher. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until the end of time before I can hope to enter the next stage of evolution. The second drop of blood fell into the water. Just when Huyu was about to collect 7 drops of blood, Siener suddenly came over, opened her mouth, and directly held his finger. A burst of warmth wrapped around his fingertips. Huyu turned around and found that Shen Shan and the 40 semi-vegetative people had come over at some point. And Xiao Mo, who was the second closest to him, had dark purple pupils at this moment, and his mouth was full of saliva while looking at him, as if he was going to swallow him whole in the next moment. He seems to have underestimated the attraction of his blood to mutants. If Siener hadn't suddenly bitten him, he would have been stabbed in the back by them, who had lost consciousness. Xiao Mo, whose combat power was almost 5, was fine. But if he was attacked by Shen Shan and those semi-vegetative people, he didn't know if he could survive. Huyu couldn't help but take a breath of cold air and quickly took out a cup of Lichuan to drink. It seems that this method of making a nest should be used with caution. Otherwise, before the fish come, he will sacrifice himself to make a nest. As the smell of blood completely disappeared, everyone returned to normal. Huyu looked at Siener, who stood behind him again, and said softly, "Thank you." Siener didn't say anything, just nodded silently. "Warning! Warning!" Xiao Hai's voice suddenly sounded. "A large number of unknown creatures are detected nearby. Should we activate the defense system? Here it comes." It seems that his blood, in addition to having a fatal attraction to mutants, also has the same effect on these mutant fish. This way, I can use this nesting skill next time. But I have to act alone. I can't let Siener speak every time. Right? Turn it on, Huyu said. And the heart of the ocean turned on the defense mode while suspended in the air. A large number of gun barrels protruded from both sides of the ship, locking onto the water surface. But because of the heavy rain, with the naked eye, you can only see the splashes of raindrops falling, and you can't see the situation under the water surface at all. At critical moments, you still have to rely on technology. Xiao Hai, how many fish are coming? According to radar detection, at least more than 200,000 fish are approaching this side. The exact number is unknown. 200,000. Huyu's pupils trembled. Even if the geographical location of the magic city is special, it shouldn't be so terrifying. You know, the black-scaled toothfish and black-scaled koi he caught before were less than 30,000 fish. But now there are 200,000. Even if each mutant fish is only 10 kilograms. That's 2 million kilograms, 1,000 tons. If all of them are caught, I'm afraid they can only be stored in the storage space first. If they are put into the ice storage, I'm afraid even the heart of the ocean can't bear this weight. Everyone on alert. Huyu exhaled a breath of foul air, but his eyes were full of excitement. This time, we have to do something big. What? What if we can't handle it? Huyu deliberately chose this place. In addition to being located in the center of the 7 schools of fish, there is another special reason. This place is open enough, even if it is not easy to perform forbidden techniques. He has enough space to perform a large summoning technique, no matter whether it is Qixia Mountain or Zijing Mountain. Once it falls, no matter how fierce the fish is, it will only become a dead soul under the mountain. Huyu thought beautifully. The first batch of fish has arrived. A black shadow swam into the water, madly swallowing the rain around it, as if it would die of thirst if it was a little slower. The people on the boat waited quietly, ready to act at any time. Wait! Huyu frowned, and threw himself to the side of the boat, overlooking the water. This situation seems to be a little wrong. Chapter 211 Battle Situation. The fish were crowded together directly below the heart of the ocean. To be precise, where Huyu had dripped blood. The diameter of the activity was no more than 3 meters from the point where the blood had dripped. Imagine, more than 30,000 fish were all squeezed into a circular area with a diameter of 3 meters. What would that feel like? Even if the water surface was more than 200 meters deep, the 30,000 fish were like loaches in a bucket, constantly squeezing their own kind while madly sucking the surrounding water. If we use human behavior to describe it, it would be trampling. Fortunately, at least the individual qualities of the same species are similar, and there were no casualties. But if this continues, it won't be Huyu's blood that makes the nest. He must get rid of these 30,000 fish before the next batch of fish arrives. Xiao Hai, hurry up. Land, Get ready to catch fish. Yes, master. Just as the heart of the ocean began to land, the second batch of fish arrived. Unlike the dense black shadows just now, these fish were emitting a dark red color and rushed directly into the group of black fish. Their ferocity far exceeded that of the black fish. When they approached the water, they did not choose to coexist peacefully, but directly attacked the group of black fish. In a flash, while Xiao Hai was answering Hu Yu, the group of red fish had already surrounded it, and before the heart of the ocean landed, a dark purple spread on the water surface. The two schools of fish have already started fighting. Hu Yu frowned. It was too fast. He originally thought that after the two schools of fish met, they would at least entangle, and would not conflict so quickly. At least there would be no casualties so early. Who would have thought that they would bleed right after they met? It seems that biological contamination has become an unchangeable fact. In this case, there is no need to stop. Just fire. Even if Xiao Hai's weapons are mainly for defense, the mutant fish can't withstand the bombardment below. Of course, it's not time yet. Xiao Hai, go up first. Yes, master. Xiao Hai resumed the hovering state again. Almost the next moment, the third and fourth waves of mutant fish arrived. These two types of fish are also different from the mutant fish that arrived before. Although the color of their scales is still black, their body shapes are completely different. The third type of mutant fish were all over 2 meters in size, but their number was far less than the first two types. Only less than 10,000. The fourth type of mutant fish was as small as a palm, but its number was close to 50,000. When these two types of fish joined the battlefield, they joined the melee. The four types of mutant fish continued to fight in the water, directly dyeing the water's surface dark purple, and it was impossible to see the specific situation below. The fish carcasses that were killed were bitten and swallowed by other fish before they even floated out of the water. A strong smell of blood hits the nose. Even if the heart of the ocean is floating in the air, it can still smell the pungent smell, not to mention the fish in the water that feed on blood. The remaining three groups of mutant fish heard the news, but did not join the battle at the first time. Instead, they were on the periphery, devouring the resources produced by the four mutant fish in the core battlefield. It seems that they will not enter the battlefield in a short time. Hu Yu frowned slightly. This step is enough to prove one thing. Those fish have already possessed some intelligence. If they were allowed to evolve further, or wait until the next group fight, they would have to use military tactics. Less than a minute. The four fish in the core of the battlefield also discovered the situation outside. They expanded the battlefield without hesitation, attacking all the fish in the range indiscriminately, no matter if they were different species or the same species. As long as they affected their swallowing of water resources, they were all enemies. The battlefield composed of more than 200,000 fish directly covered thousands of square meters, with the center of the ocean as the center. The waters within a radius of more than a kilometer were all dyed dark purple. These were all biological pollution caused by the war. However, something seems a little wrong with the situation in front of me. From the naked eye, the distribution pattern of these dark purple blood is extremely regular, close to a standard circle. The inside of the circle is light purple visible to the naked eye, while the outside of the circle is turbid, and there is no trace of any biochemical pollution. If it is normal, these blood should follow the water flow and spread farther, and the color will gradually fade. It is impossible to be so clear. It is like dropping a drop of ink into water. No matter the size of the container, the ink will soak into the water and gradually spread, dyeing the water into different colors according to different concentrations. Moreover, there is a heavy rain now, which drives the water flow. How can this happen? Unless there is something on the edge of this circle that is deliberately devouring the blood. Elite, or even higher level mutant fish. Since the black-scaled toothfish group can evolve 2 elite-level mutant fish, there is no reason why these groups cannot evolve. Hu Yu frowned slightly, and his eyes kept scanning the circle, searching for possible mutant fish. Unlike these ordinary mutant fish, elite mutant fish must produce excellent-level mutant crystals. The delivery rate of black-scaled toothfish is about 5. According to this probability, with the bonus of the synthesis table, 1 elite mutant fish is equivalent to 100 ordinary mutant fish. 7 is only equivalent to 700. But if they continue to mutate and become perfect mutant fish, the value of such a mutant fish is equivalent to 500 ordinary mutant fish. Of course, this is just a small part. If the fight between these mutant fish can make a few more elite mutant fish appear in their group, it will be a big profit. Anyway, biological pollution can be controlled within a certain range now. There was only one thing who you needed to do now. Wait. Wait until the internal fighting among the fishes ends. And then he can reap the benefits. 15 minutes later. Only less than half of the 200,000 mutant fish remained. But the battle below was even more intense. And some mutant fish even flew upward from the water, trying to break free from the battle. Unfortunately, they fell into the water again after flying a few meters, and rejoined the battle. Either fight with the same kind, or be devoured by the same kind. This seems to be the fate of this group of fish. 30 minutes later, the fish group gradually became reduced to only tens of thousands of fish. After the mutation, the body shape, posture, and appearance of those tens of thousands of fish have changed to varying degrees, which are completely different from the 7 mutant fish mentioned above. It seems that the individual differences are caused by further mutation. At this time, the 7 fish on the periphery moved. Chapter 212 Perfect Mutated Fish. 7 black shadows swam towards the center of the battlefield like dragons. The melee in front was just an appetizer for them. Those ordinary mutant fish may not have as much mutant substances as the rainwater. Eating them would be faster than drinking a few more sips of rainwater. But now it's different. After those ordinary mutant fish turn into nutrients, the remaining ones are elite mutant fish. These fish that have just undergone further mutations are obviously not as good as these elites, who have already become elites. They knew, after absorbing so much blood just now, they were only one step away from a higher life level. As long as they could eat one, no, 2, maybe just 1, their life level would be able to go one step further. Of course, it wasn't just these 7 mutant fish that had the same idea. Those mutant fish that had just become elite level also had the same idea. Not only did they not panic, they even united together at the first moment and aimed at the 7 mutant fish that swam over from outside. Judging from this alone, their IQ is close to that of a 78-year-old human. Tens of thousands of elite mutant fish actually formed 7 square formations, ready to fight to the death with the 7 mutant fish in front. Just when the 2 groups of fish were about to collide, the heart of the ocean landed. Everyone get ready. Huyu looked at the tens of thousands of fish in front of him, his eyes flashing with excitement. Remember, try to catch those alive if you can, and kill those that can't be caught alive. The minimum requirement is to bring me the fish head. Are you kidding me? This is an elite mutant fish. Every loss of one is a huge loss of my property. Not to mention the 7 nearly perfect mutant fish. Fight? Start a war? Even if we want to fight, we have to fight in our fish tank. The moment the heart of the ocean landed, all the fish's attention was attracted. Some of the elite mutant fish flew directly onto the ship, ready to stuff this iron lump into their stomachs. Unfortunately, before they landed on the deck, those semi-vegetative people had already taken action. Catch the fish, knock them unconscious, and stuff them into the hollowed-out swimming pool on the deck. The whole process was done in one go. In less than 20 seconds, hundreds of elite mutant fish were knocked unconscious and stuffed into the swimming pool. Fortunately, before entering the Magic City, they moved the mutant fish raised in the deck swimming pool to another place. There was no other way. The current rainfall was too terrible, and even the drainage system of the heart of the ocean could not keep up. If the mutant fish were not moved, they might be washed back into the water by the rain at any time. Unexpectedly, this unintentional move happened to come in handy. But it's not enough. The 7 nearly perfect mutant fish took advantage of the gap when the heart of the ocean landed and entered the fish school to fight. One after another, elite mutant fish were killed and swallowed. In the same 20 seconds, more than dozens of elite mutant fish were swallowed into their stomachs. One of the nearly perfect mutant fish has begun to show visible changes on its body. The body, which was less than 3 meters long, is now expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a balloon being inflated. The other 6 mutant fish also increased their efficiency in fighting. They knew that if they had not evolved before the other party completed its evolution, they would also become one of the prey. Huyu did not want to face a perfect mutant fish. You have to speed up. These elite mutant fish are different from the previous black-scaled toothfish and black-scaled koi. If they are directly powered on, the effect is estimated to be minimal. There are no suitable tools to catch fish. The best way is to lure them up. Huyu frowned, thinking about it, and still had to use that method. Brother Shan, take the people into the water. Yes, boss. Faced with the boss's order, Shen Shan did not hesitate at all, and took 40 semi-vegetative people, and jumped into the water directly, and began to fight with those mutant fish. These mutant fish are only elite in the end. For Shen Shan, it is no different from dealing with ordinary fish, and there will be almost no damage. As for those semi-vegetative people, after they fell into the water, they also frantically swallowed the unknown substances in the water, like those mutant fish. Occasionally, if they caught some mutant fish, they would directly bring them to their mouths to eat. The only thing to worry about is the mutant fish that is about to evolve to the perfect level. It seems to be a sturgeon. Its back is high, and the joints are densely packed from the spine to the body. The narrow and pointed mouth has become even more ferocious. The body of more than 10 meters is surging in the water, and only the dark and thick body can be seen. It looks a bit like a legendary creature. A dragon. No one knows how big it will grow after it completes the mutation. This is just one of them. The remaining 6 mutant fish seem to have begun to evolve as well. Huyu did not dare to hesitate, and ignored Xiao Mo beside him, and cut his finger directly. Blood seeped out of the fingertips again. That familiar smell seeped into the air. Whether those elite mutant fish in the water were interfering with the evolution of other mutant fish or fighting with semi-vegetative people, they changed their targets at the first time. The ship. On that ship. In an instant, a large number of fish suddenly flew over. There was only one target. Huyu. Almost at the same time, and Xianer and Xiao Mo standing next to Huyu also moved. Xiao Mo was easy to deal with. Her physical fitness was only at the level of an ordinary person. So Huyu raised his hand and pressed, directly stopping her. But Xianer was different. Huyu originally thought that she would repeat the previous action. But the next moment, she had already drawn 2 pistols from her waist, pointed them into the air, and quickly emptied the magazines. Dozens of fish were shot through the skull and fell on the deck at the same time, becoming a dead fish. But the bullets did not fall to the ground. There were a total of 30 bullets in the 2 magazines, which turned into 30 metal butterflies in the air, constantly crashing into the mutant fish that were about to pounce. Sparks. Blood. The dense collision sound rang out in the air, echoing with the rain that hit the deck, as if playing a symphony. Every second, more than 30 mutant fish fell onto the deck. Those mutant fish that flew into the air were like hitting a barrier. As long as they were 3 meters close to Huyu, they would be shot through the left eye, destroying the brain structure and exiting from the right eye. But Xianer seemed to feel that it was not enough. She raised her hand and took Huyu's hand and put it into her mouth. Then she took out an AK. Just as she was about to empty the magazine again, a black shadow jumped from the water and directly covered the heart of the ocean. It was the sturgeon. Its mutation was over. Chapter 213 Dragon Blood Sturgeon. Instantly, all the elite mutant fish that jumped out of the water were knocked into the water. The huge body, like a dark cloud, blocked all the rain above the deck of the heart of the ocean. The length of this sturgeon is almost longer than the width of the heart of the ocean. You should know that the width of the heart of the ocean is more than 80 meters, and the length of this sturgeon is only higher, not lower. When Huyu looked up at it, a panel popped up in front of him. Name Dragon Blood Sturgeon Type Fish Status Violent Description This sturgeon, with a part of the dragon blood, after a long mutation, finally found 1/10,000th of the power of its ancestors, and any material on its body is perfect. Note only sturgeons containing dragon blood have real dragon tendons. Dragon blood. If according to this note, doesn't it mean dragons really exist? Let's just say that our ancestors would not include a virtual creature in the 12 zodiac signs. It was said that Xianer also took action while Huyu was checking the panel. AK aimed at the pupil of the mutant sturgeon and fired a series of bullets. The 30 metal bullets hanging in the air were not idle either. The bullets flew towards it like moths to a flame, but they could not even penetrate its skin and flesh, and could only smash out a series of sparks. At the same time, Xiao Hai also activated the defense system. A large number of missiles simultaneously bombarded the belly of the sturgeon. The missiles exploded in the air. After the flash of fire, the powerful impact force knocked the mutant sturgeon into the water, which also resolved this wave of attacks. But it's not even 5 seconds yet. The mutant sturgeon jumped out of the water again. The target was still Huyu. What the hell was going on? It's okay that ordinary bullets couldn't break the defense, but even the ammunition loaded by Xiao Hai couldn't break the defense. That's a legendary missile. Even if the defense capability is greater than the attack capability, it can't break the defense. Wait, what is that? Hu Yu frowned and looked at the front. And a hole appeared in the abdomen of the dragon blood sturgeon. A lot of dark purple blood poured out from it. But in an instant, the wound was healed, as if it had never appeared before. Good news. Xiao Hai's missiles can break through the defense. Bad news. The opponent's recovery ability is too abnormal. As long as it can break through the defense. Just like the truth. As long as there is a blood bar on the head. God can be killed. Xiao Hai. Keep going. Hu Yu shouted excitedly. Let's see whether you have a strong recovery ability or Xiao Hai's firepower. But the next moment, Xiao Hai's voice sounded weakly. Master, the protection system has been overloaded. And it is cooling and reloading ammunition. It will take 10 seconds. Oh my god. In 10 seconds. The daylily is cold. We have to think of another way. Hu Yu's brain was working fast. According to the current technology, it is definitely impossible to beat it. If you use the great summoning technique, you have to use it when it is in the water. Otherwise a Bauhinia mountain will fall down. And he doesn't know whether this mutant sturgeon will die or not. And the heart of the ocean will definitely be smashed into the water. This won't work. And that won't work. You can't just wait to die. The dragon blood sturgeon has already pounced. Xiao Mo, who was attracted by the blood just now, has already hidden behind Hu Yu and grabbed the corner of his clothes tightly. Lu Ling, who was in charge of recording the files, frowned, and the veins on her hand holding the umbrella bulged. It was not that she didn't want to escape, but she knew that if such a big fish fell, she would have nowhere to run even if she wanted to. And Xiener stepped forward and blocked Hu Yu. It seemed that even if she died, she would die in front of him. As for Hu Yu, he stared at the dragon blood sturgeon in front of him. And a possibility came to his mind. The complete summoning technique could not be used. So what if only part of the summoning technique was used? Hu Yu's mind moved, raised his hand to the dragon blood sturgeon flying in the air, and immediately summoned a corner of Zijing Mountain. Bang! With a muffled sound. It exploded. The dragon blood sturgeon rushed to a corner of Zijing Mountain, and the whole fish head hit it, even knocking a dent in the mountain body of Zijing Mountain. And it itself was affected by the reaction force, and fell into the water again. But this time, the distance was closer than the last time. The huge body fell into the water, splashing a lot of rain, and also affected other mutant fish in the mutation stage. One of the fishes, which was covered with blue-green scales, was hit directly, and bit the dragon blood sturgeon. While it fell into the water, it actually tore off a piece of its flesh. The dragon blood sturgeon felt pain and started to fight with the other party, not caring about the tempting smell of blood on the boat. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate at all, fearing that the summoned Zijing Mountain would crush the heart of the ocean, and quickly put it into the space backpack. At the same time, he did not forget to put his finger into Xiao Mo's mouth, and after confirming that the smell of blood was not exposed, he was barely relieved. Just now, they were tormented by the dragon blood sturgeon. More than half of the elite mutant fish have turned over and started to swim on their backs. Of the remaining ones that didn't have time to jump on the boat, a small half were hunted by Shen Shan and others and thrown on the deck, and the rest were hiding deep in the water, not daring to show their heads. Now, there are only the 7 completely mutated perfect mutant fish on the surface. One of them is fighting with the dragon blood sturgeon, trying to kill it while it is sick. As for the remaining 5, they all looked up at the heart of the ocean after achieving perfect mutation. Although they did not take action, it was self-evident what they wanted to do. Taking action was just a matter of timing. Report to the master. Xiao Hai's voice sounded at the same time. Ammunition loaded. Ready to fire at any time. No hurry. Hu Yu spoke slowly. He had just seen Xiao Hai's defense system. The ammunition fired actively could only break the defense of one of the perfect mutant fish at most. Even if the ammunition is reloaded, it is impossible to eliminate 7 perfect mutant fish in a short time. Unless, another way, the attack ability of the heart of the ocean is not good. But the defense is definitely legendary. Far superior to those mutant fish. As long as we can find a solution that does not break Xiao Hai's defense and can effectively kill the 7 mutant fish, can't we break the situation? With a thought, Hu Yu slowly asked, Xiao Hai, with the defense of the heart of the ocean, how much explosion can it withstand? When the defense field is deployed, the power of about 1 ton of TNT explosion can be resisted outside the cabin, and the power of about 2 tons of TNT explosion can be resisted inside the cabin. It's done, Hu Yu said. looking at the 7 perfect mutant fish in the water. It's time to let these guys see the crystallization of human wisdom. Chapter 214. Join the game. It's just explosives. After overcoming the technical difficulties, it's easy to make this thing. The storage of just one island country has exceeded hundreds of thousands of tons of TNT. Although I don't know why these people store so much. Now all of them are cheap for you. I didn't use it before. Mainly because the release range of the storage space is limited. Let alone 1 ton. Even if 1 kilogram of TNT is released, you will be blown up if he stands within a 1 meter diameter range. Who would use such a method of mutual destruction for no reason? But now it's different. You has a way to accurately control the release range and explosion range. But before that, he still has to consider the life and death of his allies. While the 7 perfect level mutant fish are still watching, you immediately put the clothes of everyone under the water into the space. In an instant, the tops of 40 semi-vegetative people, including Shen Shan, were put into the space. As the objects wrapped in clothes, the 41 of them also appeared in front of Yu at the same time. This was the experience he gained after using the space backpack many times. It was also a small bug that allowed the people sent out to quickly return to defend everyone. Yu took out his clothes again and ran towards the cabin at the same time. Go back to the cabin. Quick! Everyone ran all the way back to the cabin. And Shen and Shen Shan blocked between the cabin and the deck, using their bodies to separate Yu from the outside world. I say, you guys should make way. Yu laughed bitterly. Don't block the view. I'm going to zoom in. Enlarge? Shen Shan was puzzled, but he still half-crouched down to make room for Yu's head. Boss, do you want to deal with these mutant fish alone? Alone? Yu shook his head and looked at the fish in front of him. No. 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 Behind me is the crystallization of human civilization. As he said that, he cut his finger again. At the moment when the blood flowed out, Yu had already collected the blood into the storage space, perfectly preventing the blood breath from flowing out. Even Shen Shan and Shen, who were standing beside him, did not react at all. Crystallization? Shen Shan was a little puzzled. To put it simply, it is. Yu raised his hand and found the barrels of TNT explosives stored in the space. One barrel after another. He smeared the blood that had just been collected into the space on them drop by drop. An art called explosion. After the words fell, 5 barrels of explosives were released from the air by Yu. In just a moment, the mutants on the boat, including Shen and Shen Shan, were attracted by the smell and subconsciously prepared to pounce on it. However, the mutant fish were still 1 step faster. A light red figure flashed by and stuffed all 5 barrels of TNT into his mouth. Shen, shoot! Yu roared, as the smell of blood was covered. Shen came back to her senses and shot directly at one of the barrels of explosives. The fire flickered on the barrels of explosives. The art of explosion immediately exploded in the air. A barrel of TNT weighs about 50 kilograms, and 5 barrels weigh 250 kilograms. A full quarter ton of TNT exploded, and the location was still in the mouth of the mutant fish. The light red mutant fish fell directly onto the deck, and the entire fish tail kept swaying, still struggling to get back into the water. But how could Yu give up such an opportunity? Brother Shan? Go! Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied, and immediately hit his body and went over, ready to find a way to kill this thing. But the next moment, another perfect level mutant fish jumped up. Its target was obvious. The mutant fish on the deck. As long as it eats this one, its mutation level will definitely increase further. Dare to snatch prey in front of me? Yu grabbed Shen Shan, who had not yet left, and threw out 10 barrels of explosives, all hitting the back of the fish's head. This time, Yu didn't even need to speak. Shen pulled the trigger as soon as the target appeared. Boom! A bigger explosion sounded. A dark gray mushroom cloud rose above the head of the mutant fish. Then the second fish lay on the deck of the heart of the ocean. It was different from the previous one. There was an obvious deep pit on the head of this one, and the crystal emitting dark purple light could be seen inside. 2. Done! Yu was waiting for the arrival of the third mutant fish. But there was no movement on the water surface at this moment. He could still hear the sound of stirring water from the sound of rain, proving that those perfect mutant fish had not gone far. But they refused to take the bait. Even the corpses of 2 perfect mutant fish would not work. However, Shen had a trick up his sleeve. Hu threw 5 more blood-smeared explosive barrels into the air according to the method just now. This time, although the water surface was surging, no fish took the bait. They just waited quietly on the water surface, waiting for what they thought was the perfect opportunity. Good. You like to wait, right? It depends on how long you can wait. Hu dare not let this group of fish continue to develop. You must know that in addition to the existing 5 perfect level mutant fish, there are tens of thousands of elite mutant fish corpses underwater. Who knows? There may be a few perfect level mutant fish. We have to fight quickly. A few drops of blood can't attract you. Then, what if it's a few 100 milliliters? Hu went straight past Shen Shan and Infiltrating and walked outside. The two of them were about to follow him at the same time, but he pushed them back. Just wait for me here. But boss? Shen Shan frowned slightly, obviously not feeling at ease. This is an order. Hu frowned and said. And ordered? Hai. Close the door. Yes, master. The glass door connecting the deck and the cabin closed instantly. With this door, even if more blood is lost, it will not affect Shen Shan and the others inside. Now everything is ready, and there is only one chance left. Hu walked to the mutant fish that was blown to death. Instead of putting it into the space, he climbed directly to the gap in its head, reached in and dug out the perfect mutant crystal. When the crystal was exposed in the air, all the mutant fish stopped and stared at the crystal. This crystal was like an elixir to a monster. All the mutant fish were eager to try it. Even the dragon blood sturgeon and another perfect mutant fish that were fighting stopped. Even the half-dead fish next to Hu was struggling constantly, trying to fight again. But this was not enough. Hu cut open his palm, holding the crystal in one hand, and dripping blood on the crystal with the other hand. Instantly, all the fish under the water were boiling. Now this crystal can no longer be described as an elixir. This is completely an immortal peach, and it's the kind that ripens once every 9,000 years. Chapter 215 Run? Dream on. Instantly, countless mutant fish jumped out of the water. Those elite mutant fish relied on their physical advantages and were close to the heart of the ocean, and jumped directly onto the deck. At the moment they jumped onto the deck, Hai also activated the defense system, pointed the gun at those mutant fish, and killed them instantly. Only the corpses were piled on the deck. Hu was not idle either. After successfully attracting these mutant fish, he drank the sweet spring water as soon as possible to ensure that his injuries recovered. And at the same time, he made an important decision. Run away. Why not run? Are you waiting to be smashed to death by these mutant fish? The protective shield of the heart of the ocean can isolate energy fluctuations, but it can't isolate physical damage. Hu first put the mutant crystal in his hand into the space, marked it with the space backpack, and then took it out again, running all the way forward. In this way, even if the crystal is thrown 1 meter away, as long as it is still within his sight, it can be collected in the space. Those perfect level mutant fish have jumped out of the water and are flying towards this place. Hai. Lock on to the things I threw and attack. Yes, master. Now he still needs this crystal to attract hatred. It is impossible to take it back into the space, and it is impossible to release Infiltrating to help him. 1 or 2 drops of blood can make them lose their composure. If they see this peach, I am afraid that even Infiltrating may not be able to control herself. Therefore, he can only let Hai to help him. I just hope this guy can be more reliable. The next moment, a black shadow covered the heart of the ocean. Fish. Here it comes. Hu didn't dare to hesitate at all, and threw 10 barrels of TNT directly at it. Just when the barrel of explosives was about to touch the mutant fish, a shell successfully hit the barrel of explosives. Art bloomed again over the heart of the ocean. However, due to the angle this time, the art did not explode on the head of the mutant fish, but only injured its lower jaw. Its body immediately lost control, and the whole body smashed towards the heart of the ocean. The target was Hu. Hu raised his head and looked at the behemoth that was dozens of meters long and was about to fall. Frowning, it was definitely too late to hide, so he had to bite the bullet and take another gamble. 5 more barrels of TNT were thrown, this time directly into the opponent's head. Boom! As the flame shot up into the sky again. The explosion was less than 5 meters away from Hu. He could even see the flames rushing towards him, and finally blocked by the protective shield in front of him. This time he must be dead. Hu immediately raised his hand and put the whole fish corpse into the space backpack. 3 were dealt with. And there were 4 left. When he took away the fish corpse, he didn't look up at the sky. The remaining 3 perfect fish flew into the air almost at the same time and smashed towards the heart of the ocean. Only the dragon blood sturgeon was gone. It's so hard to handle a perfect mutant fish like this. Let alone 3 of them. Who gritted his teeth. Let alone 3. Even if there were 4 of them, he would have to fight. The upper limit of the energy shield's protection is 1 ton of TNT. To put it in perspective, that's 2,000 kilograms. A barrel of TNT explosives weighs 100 kilograms. Which means that the heart of the ocean can at most withstand the power of 20 barrels of explosives exploding at the same time, as long as it is operated properly. The 3 mutant fish can be included in the explosion range at the same time. Let's go for it. He gathered his strength and threw the peach in his hand into the air. The height was nearly 20 meters. In order to avoid seriously injuring the mutant fish and causing himself to be crushed to death, he deliberately threw it over the side of the ship. Only in this way can the safety factor be increased to the highest level. And that position is exactly in the center of the 3 perfect mutant fish converge. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a lamb. It's a gamble. At the moment when the 3 perfect mutant fish were about to meet, they all bared their fangs, shook their tails, and were ready to snatch the peach in their prime. At this moment, the 4th perfect level mutant fish appeared. It was the dragon blood sturgeon. When the mutant fish that had attacked it was about to touch the peaches, it jumped up, bit the opponent's abdomen, and dragged it into the water at the same time. This is also possible. It must be that the personality is not recorded in the fish panel. Otherwise, based on the dragon blood sturgeon's behavior, there must be 2 words in the panel. 6th. Others are here to grab treasures. And you are sneaking up. Do you think you can afford it? You cursed inwardly. Because of this Lao Lu. Only 2 mutant fish rushed towards the crystal stone, missing the chance of 3 shots. But he had to explode. He had to get rid of these 2 fish first. Xiao Hai. Get ready. You threw out 20 barrels of explosives. And while taking back the mutant crystal stone, he also squatted down with his head in his hands. What is the concept of a ton of TNT explosion? 1 gram of TNT can release 4,184 joules of energy, equivalent to 3 AK-47 bullets with a firing rate of 900s. 1 ton of TNT exploded, and in the center of the explosion range, it was equivalent to being hit by 3 million AK bullets at the same place at the same time. Only Godzilla could ignore this kind of power. Right? As for these perfect mutant fish, obviously they haven't reached that level yet. In an instant, the bodies of 2 perfect mutant fish fell from the sky. Yu was quick-witted and rushed to the side of the ship at the first time, collecting the bodies of the 2 fish and the spilled blood into the space. At the same time, another fish body also appeared on the water. It was the perfect mutant fish that was bitten to death by the dragon blood sturgeon. Good news. 1 less object to be recycled. Bad news. The head of the recycling object is gone. The most important crystal in the mutant fish's body was swallowed by that dog-like dragon blood sturgeon. Damn it! If this guy is allowed to escape and continue to evolve, God knows if a demon dragon will emerge in the demon city in the future. We must not let it get away. Yu took out the peach again. But the black shadow under the water ignored him, and swam away directly. Hey! This thing is really smart. Unlike other mutant fish, this dragon blood sturgeon wanted to come up and swallow blood from the beginning. But after being hurt, it began to retreat. Unlike the other 6 fish, it would be fine if it didn't show its head, but it would be killed in seconds if it showed its head, without even a chance to regret. This one went against its instinct and chose to run away. But run? Have you asked me? Yu immediately put the sea god's favor from the fishing island into the space, and then took it out again, aiming at the direction where the other party ran away. Cast the rod. The sea god's favor special effect. Ignore the terrain. Ignore the water area. Ignore the fish. No bait is needed. And you will definitely hit the rod after casting the rod. Want to run after eating? Go to your father's fish pond and run slowly. Chapter 216 The First Resident in the Fish Pond. Fish Pond. A new legendary facility that appeared after the heart of the ocean evolved to the legendary level. A total of 10,000 fish can be kept. And regardless of the size of the fish, it can be proportionally reduced by 1,000 times and placed in the fish pond for viewing. Because this 1,000-fold ratio is too terrifying. Yu had never put fish such as black-scaled toothfish or black-scaled koi in it before. Think about it. The longest black-scaled toothfish is less than 1 meter. What will be left after it is thrown into the fish pond and reduced by 1,000 times? 01. This thing. I won't be able to fish it out when the time comes. But this dragon blood sturgeon is just right. Judging from the movement when it just swam away. After swallowing the perfect mutant fish. Its size has increased again. It is at least 100 meters long. Even if a fish of this size is thrown into the fish pond, it can be nearly 10 centimeters long. In addition to its perfect level characteristics, it is fully qualified to become the first permanent customer in the fish pond. The fish hook fell into the water. In just a moment, the dragon blood sturgeon was forcibly attracted. Even if it didn't want to open its mouth, it could only subconsciously put the fish hook into its mouth. It's hooked. You felt the strong pulling force from one end of the fishing rod, and the whole person was instantly dragged to the side of the boat. You should know that his current physical strength is enough to match Xiao Yi and Li Ji in normal state. But he was still taken away by this terrifying force in the first time. It is obviously impossible for him to catch this fish by himself. Of course, he didn't think about fishing alone. There are so many strong men on the boat. The first choice must be to call for help. Xiao Hai. Open the door. Yes, master. The door connecting the cabin and the deck was opened instantly. Shen Shan and others immediately rushed out and came directly in front of him. What surprised you a little was that, in addition to Shen Shan, Xianer, and Xiao Mo, Lu Ling, who was holding an umbrella, was the fourth one to rush out. She stepped on her high heels and ran faster than those semi-vegetative people. She came to Hu Yu in the first place and held an umbrella for him. Boss. Shen Shan frowned and shouted, and was about to say something when he was interrupted by Hu Yu. This is not the time to talk about this. Xianer, you take charge of the fishing rod. And Xianer said nothing more, and immediately stepped forward, holding the fishing rod with both hands, as if she was not under any pressure. The fishing rod, which was originally jumping, became quiet in her hands. If it were not for the bent fishing rod proving that there was indeed a huge creature at the other end of the fishing line, I am afraid that someone would think that the fish had not been hooked yet. Xianer could control it. But Hu Yu was not going to waste time with this guy. With so many people. Just fly this guy up. Brother Shan. Help me. Hu Yu took out 52 aircraft carrier arresting cables and 52 rebars of the highest standard. When the things fell on the deck, everyone was stunned. Don't just stand there. Tie them up. Tie these 52 rebars to the sea god's favor and fish together. Okay. Shen Shan replied and immediately started to operate. Hu Yu was not idle either, and cooperated with him to tie the two things one by one to make a simple fishing rod, and fix them all on the sea god's favor. Xiao Hai. Call out the remaining 10 semi-vegetative people. Yes, master. In less than 20 seconds, all 50 semi-vegetative people were in place. Hu Yu began to distribute the fishing rods in his hand. One for each person. Quick! Soon, 52 fishing rods were linked to the ocean's favor and ready at the same time. Everyone, listen to my command. Hu Yu held one of the rods, and his muscles began to gradually tense. I will count to 3, and everyone will fly this thing together. Yes, boss. There were 52 people in total, and only Shen Shan answered Hu Yu in the rainstorm. If I had known, I wouldn't have shouted slogans. This is so embarrassing. Hu Yu smiled awkwardly, and had to pretend that nothing had happened, and immediately began to count down. 3, 2, 1. Fly. At the command, 53 forces acted at the same time. The fishing line connecting the dragon blood sturgeon and the sea god's favor suddenly tightened, and the black shadow under the water was actually pulled and flew towards the heart of the ocean. Success? Think about it. This is just a perfect mutant fish. Even if there is a power bonus in the water, where can it be added? This is a legendary physique, an epic physique, a perfect physique, plus the full strength of 50 elites. Not to mention a dragon blood sturgeon. Even if it becomes an epic, it may not be able to escape. I saw a huge body flying out of the water, drawing a perfect parabola in the air, and finally falling on the deck of the heart of the ocean. It was like it was going to smash the entire deck. Boss, Lu Ling was not like these monsters. She was just an ordinary person. Seeing this, she panicked. Will you really not be crushed to death? Don't worry, Hu Yu said with a smile. Took out a small fish tank filled with half water from the space, and handed it to Lu Ling. Lift this up. Lift it up? Lu Ling was stunned. Crazy. His boss is really crazy. Is he going to use this to hold the monster? Such a small thing can be used to hold a small turtle. But for the monster, don't joke. If you don't raise it, I won't be responsible for what happens later. Yes. Let's go for it. My boss is so powerful. Maybe this is really a magical weapon. Lu Ling lifted the fish tank with both hands, and the dragon blood sturgeon fell from the air. The moment its body touched the fish tank, its body of 100 meters long instantly turned into a small fish of only a dozen centimeters and fell into the fish tank. The fish tank also expanded from the original bowl-sized fish tank to a small fish tank with an area of about hundreds of square centimeters. It seems that the fish pond will increase in size as the number of fish inside increases, which is convenient. Boss. Lu Ling exhaled a foul breath, always feeling like she had survived a disaster. She held the fish tank with both hands. Fortunately, I have fulfilled my mission. Yeah. Not bad. Huyu did not take the fish tank, but looked at her secretary, who was sweating profusely. In terms of professionalism, she must have full marks. But this courage needs more practice. Send it to the windowsill of my room. Remember? Don't drop it or it will leak. Otherwise it will be as big as it was just now. Also, don't touch the water inside. Otherwise you won't be able to get out if you fall in. The scale is thousands of times larger. Even if a 2-meter tall basketball player goes in, there is only 0.2 centimeters. Want to get out of the fish tank? It's impossible. Yes, boss. Chapter 217 F level? Lu Ling carefully protected the fish tank and walked towards the cabin. She looked as if she wanted her eyes to grow into the fish tank. She saw with her own eyes a huge monster falling directly into the fish tank. If she fell into it, looking at the small fish that was only a dozen centimeters long and constantly hitting the glass of the fish tank, Lu Ling quickly shook her head. It's better not to have such thoughts. Huyu looked at the spoils on the deck, and the corners of his mouth slowly rose. Notify everyone. Party tonight. Celebrate the complete victory of our first large-scale battle. What? The battle with EC's aircraft carrier just now was the first major battle? That thing is at most a battle. Major? Don't be ridiculous. Great. Everyone cheered. The cheers mostly came from the cabin, although their greatest contribution to this battle was their eye contact. It did not prevent them from cheering. The most difficult battle is over. All that remains is to clean up the battlefield. In order to avoid some unnecessary emergencies, the remaining 5 semi-perfect mutant fish bodies were handled by Huyu himself. All the other elite mutant fish corpses were handed over to Shen Shan and his team. In addition, there were hundreds of elite mutant fish that escaped in the waters. Those fish that escaped were also easy to deal with. Huyu just took out blood to lure them, and they floated to the surface one by one. In terms of self-control, they were far inferior to those perfect mutant fish. Not long after, a total of 368 elite mutant fish were captured one by one. The longest one was only about 80 meters long. The shortest one is less than 10 meters long. The size difference is extremely obvious. If they were all put into the fish pond, there might be only one fish left in the pond the next day. There is no other way. The fish pond has not evolved the ability to resist fighting. Huyu had no choice but to leave the bottom of the heart of the ocean empty and build a simple water storage tank. Fill it with water, divide it into several pools, raise these mutant fish in it, and send semi-vegetative people to guard it. It is just the ballast water of the heart of the ocean. 368 elite mutant fish, plus 1 perfect mutant fish. Now Su Linglong and Xiao Zisu's experimental materials will definitely not be used up. It depends on how much the harvest of this battle can reach, whether it can make their evolution line jump up a bit. 3 hours later, the dinner was ready, and the carnival was about to begin as long as Huyu gave the order. At this time, all the people who went out to search had returned to the team, with Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong leading the team. There was naturally no danger, but Huyu didn't expect that. A total of 32 groups had found 315 people. This ratio is far more than the number of survivors found in Jinling before. Just right. After Zhang Suri finishes the screening, the dinner will start, which will be a welcome party for them. Huyu did not participate this time, and did not even visit, but was busy getting into the ice storage to participate in the autopsy. No other way. This kind of delicate work cannot be handed over to a semi-vegetative person. If they were to dissect the body, it would be no problem to take out the mutant crystal. But after taking out the crystal, I don't know what the mutant fish body will look like. Therefore, only Yu, Xiao Mo, Shen Shan, and Enciener could participate in the autopsy. At most, one more poisonous woman will be added. It was the mutant that was captured earlier. Xiao Mo had a way to make the other party obedient, so it could be of some use. As for Xiao Zissou and Su Linglong, who were preparing to carry out research, both of them were forced to observe outside the ice storage. Can't get started directly. Even if you want to touch the bodies of these mutant fish in the future, you must do so after the mutant crystals are taken away. Although it is a bit tiring, but there are still a lot of gains. As Yu expected, these fish bodies contain an excellent grade mutant crystal, and some of the mutant crystals in the fish bodies are almost as big as the perfect grade mutant crystals. It seems that he is still behind other crystal stones of the same level. An hour later, Yu is now somewhat thankful that the mutant fish killed each other at that time. There were only 50,000 elite mutant fish in total. They slaughtered them for an hour, and only killed 1/10 of them. If they wanted to kill them all, they would need at least 9 hours of high-intensity work. At this moment, Yu understood. How cold must the heart and knife be to kill fish in our T-Mart for 10 years? No way. No way. Although the fish corpse is not a living thing, it is also an independent individual, including the crystal. He couldn't separate a part of the individual. If it was the explosives in the barrel, the two were not a whole, so he could separate them for use. But if it was the hydrogen and oxygen elements in the water, the organs, blood, bones, and flesh in the corpse, he couldn't separate them directly. Take a break first. Yu really couldn't do it anymore. Zhang Sirui should be almost done. It won't be too late to clean up slowly tomorrow after the dinner. To be honest, he just wanted to be lazy. Today's word spirit has been used. Otherwise he could just use the word spirit to separate the mutant crystal and the fish corpse, and then store them separately in the space. Yes, boss. Shen Shan and others were not very tired. Only Xiao Mo was so tired that he could hardly stand up straight. When she heard Yu's order, she cheered. Great. I want to eat small blue dragon, Boston lobster, and king crab. Xiao Mo came to Yu. Boss, we have such a rich harvest today. Do you mind rewarding us? Eat. Eat all. Yu waved his hand and promised directly. Although these are considered high-end ingredients, the most abundant thing on this small island near the sea is these seafood. As long as you don't eat the ones farmed near the island, there will be no problem. Great. Long live the boss. Xiao Mo rushed out of the ice storage as he spoke. Of course, the ice storage has now been transformed into a research room, and the disinfection and sterilization work must be strictly enforced. When Yu and his group walked out of the ice storage, Zhang Sirui had already completed the screening of the more than 300 people. She selected 155 people who she thought were suitable for boarding the ship from the 315 people, with a ratio of about 2 to 1. Of course, these 155 people did not enter the heart of the ocean directly, but were still standing on one of the container ships, waiting for Yu's final decision. Yu came to the deck, dragging his tired body, looking at the more than 100 people in front of him, while a large number of panels popped up continuously. Xiao Hai's summary information also popped up on the tablet. After just one glance, his eyes were locked on the last person. Unlike those with high ratings, this person's rating in the database is only F. Chapter 218 Strong Luck. It must be said that the talent pool of the Magic City is indeed the best in China. Among these 155 people, there are 35 A-level talents alone. What does this mean? Even if they are people who have been screened through the layers of survival in the apocalypse, this ratio is still frighteningly high. Among the remaining 120 people, there are 60 B-level talents, 45 C-level talents, 14 D-level talents, and only one person. His evaluation in the database is only F-level. Yu couldn't help but look at him more. You should know that in this talent pool, there is only one F-level, which is rarer than those A-level talents. The panel of the F-level also popped up in front of him at the same time. Name Yuxian, gender male, age 25, skills epic, strong luck, proficient in swimming, proficient in survival, personality salty fish, lying flat, anti-involution, otaku, enjoyment favorability 10 him. This skill, strong luck. This shouldn't be the skill he thought of, right? Yu was a little unsure, and clicked on the detailed information of this skill on the panel to check it out. Name strong luck type skill effect somehow. Your luck will always be better than those around you. No gold shines wherever it is. Just like you. Really. The degree of this skill is almost close to the existence of the word spirit. It's just that this guy's personality is too weird. Otherwise, just based on this skill, he is at least a protagonist. Stronger than those around you. What does this mean? In other words, as long as there are people around, it will never be you who suffers death, bad luck, disease, or even all debuffs. In other words, if good luck comes to people around you, the good luck you get will always be higher than his. Strong luck, although not as panacea as good luck, can be used everywhere. But in the end times, the horror of strong luck is far greater than good luck. If such a guy is left outside, it will also affect himself and others. If he is collected in the heart of the ocean, then no matter how good his luck is, he will be suppressed by this guy. Although the character of this salted fish will not cause any substantial harm to himself, he will not keep a mascot on the boat. Difficult. Who frowned slightly, thinking about how to deal with this salted fish. Good luck, a little luckier than the people around? If so, if this skill is used well, it may be of great use when recovering the aircraft carrier later. What? You say that is not called recovery? Think about how much silver she lost back then. Now they have to get it back with interest. Right? It's just a few aircraft carriers. Maybe after arriving in the Pacific Ocean, if there is enough time, they can go to the western continent to have a look. Maybe they can get some interest back. Zhang Suri thought that this person was dissatisfied with something. So she hurried forward and asked, President, is there any problem? No. I'm just thinking about something. Who came back to his senses and looked at the other 160 people first. Since the 155 people who passed are difficult to deal with, let's deal with those who didn't pass first. Everyone. Don't say I don't give you a chance to survive. Now you have two choices. One is that I send you back to your original place, and the other is that I send you to the shelter in the Magic City. Those who agree with the former stand on the left, and those who agree with the latter stand on the right. The crowd barely reacted, and everyone stood on the right. No one who can survive the apocalypse is a fool, knowing that even if they quarreled, it would not change the facts. It would be better to grab a life-saving straw instead of tearing each other apart. Very good. Hu smiled with satisfaction. He likes obedient people now. It's too late today. You can rest on this ship first, and I will take you to the shelter tomorrow morning. Everyone thanked him in unison. And under Tu Xingyi's arrangement, they came to the container ship to rest. As for the remaining 155 people, Hu started to call out their names according to the personalities displayed on the panel. He called out all those who had some rebelliousness in their personalities. Of course, this also included Yu Xian. All the people named above can become reserve members of the Heart of the Ocean. As reserve members, you also have the opportunity to board the ship. But you need to accumulate enough contribution points before you can board the ship, Hu said, looking at Lu Ling, who was holding an umbrella for him. Lu Ling, remember to announce the details of the contribution value later. Yes, boss. Now, you still have a chance to regret. Hu looked at the 100 people who were called out. If you refuse, I will send you to the shelter tomorrow. There was a complete silence at the scene. They all understood that it was uncertain what the shelter, which they had never seen or was even illusory, would look like. It was best to stay on this ship. If you don't answer, I'll take it as your agreement. Hu smiled slightly and looked at the remaining 55 people. As for you, congratulations. You have successfully become trainee crew members of the Heart of the Ocean. Like normal crew members, you can live on the Heart of the Ocean and have your own private room. The only difference is that you are still trainee status, and you need to go through a probation period before you can decide whether you can be promoted to a first-class crew member. If you can't get regular jobs for a long time, you will also fall into the other two ships and become one of them. Do you understand? I understand. Boss! Everyone shouted loudly, imitating Lu Ling's address just now. Even though they had just met, they had this level of tacit understanding at this moment. There was only one reason: food. The food for the dinner was ready. The aroma of various ingredients penetrated the rain and flew towards everyone, stirring their stomachs that had been silent for a long time. Don't call me boss. You are not worthy. Hu wanted to suppress this group of people. After all, they are all high-quality talents. Now they have fallen from grace. They must be unbalanced. If they are not suppressed, Problems will arise sooner or later. You can call me the president. When you become a member of the Ocean Heart, it will not be too late to call me the boss. I have prepared a welcome dinner for you. Now, you can get on board. As soon as the words fell, the gangway of the Ocean Heart fell down and connected to the side of the container ship. Everyone was immediately excited, but they still lined up in order to board the heart of the ocean. When the last person boarded the ship, who you did not order the gangway to be folded, but looked at the more than 100 people. Logically speaking, you are not eligible to attend this dinner. But, who you cast his eyes on Shen, I can give you a chance. A chance to attend the dinner. Chapter 219 Shen? Salted fish. As soon as these words came out, everyone was immediately excited. Dinner. This word is both familiar and unfamiliar to them. More than 20 days ago, those of them who lived in the upper class of Magic City would attend banquets almost every night. At that time, banquets were just about drinking a glass of wine and eating 1 or 2 pieces of exquisite snacks. As for those staple foods, cakes, etc., they were all disdainful things to them. But now, if there is such a piece of cake or dessert in front of them, they are even willing to give up all their money in exchange for a chance to eat a bite. Oh, I forgot. Now, no matter what money it is meaningless. But now it is good. No need for money. No need to sell souls. The ready-made dinner opportunity is in front of them. Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, they will try it. President. One of the women who is a little brave raised her arm. Excuse me. What opportunity are you talking about? Simple. Who you spit out 2 words. Took out 100 pieces of paper and pen from the space, and distributed them in front of everyone. Now, according to your standing position, from left to right, from right to left, numbered from 001 to 100. After I finish speaking, you have 3 seconds to write a number on a piece of paper. But this number cannot be your number. The person who is selected will be your representative to compete for this opportunity on your behalf. At the same time, the selected person can directly participate in the dinner regardless of whether the challenge is successful or not. 3, 2, 1. It's over in 3 seconds. Without knowing each other and standing randomly. The selection of these 100 people is full of randomness. Generally speaking, in this situation, people will write some numbers with special meanings. For example, numbers like 001, 066, 088, 099. Who you just looked at it. Shen's number is 042. This number is not special, and will hardly be chosen by anyone. But if he is not chosen, as the owner of strong luck, being chosen is a manifestation of bad luck. This means that the chosen person will definitely fail, and no one will attend this dinner, including him who has strong luck. According to the logic of strong luck, if someone is selected to attend the dinner, his luck is slightly better than this person, so he should also be selected to attend the dinner. So, now it depends on who will be the selected person. If it is Shen, it means that this epic strong luck has reached the conceptual level of ability, and there is a lot of room for operation. If it is not Shen, the limitations of this so-called strong luck will be very high, and there is nothing to worry about. Soon, the voting is over. Hold up the notes. Hundreds of notes were raised above his head at the same time. Who you certainly didn't have the energy to count them one by one. So he just said, "Shall I count?" "Yes, master." Shao Hai had just responded when the base statistics appeared on the tablet in Hu Yu's hand. "Master, the first place is number 42. With 2 votes, voted by number 24 and number 21. Number 044 has 0 votes, and the other numbers have 1 vote each. Wow! Such an extreme operation can be done. It's worthy of epic luck." Hu Yu nodded calmly, and he had to continue the next verification. Number 42. Step forward. After the voice fell, Shen also stepped forward, walked out of the crowd, and stood in front of Hu Yu. "Congratulations. You have the opportunity to participate in the dinner." Hu Yu smiled at Shen in front of him. "Now you have 2 choices. One is to give up the challenge. Go directly on board. Become a member of the trainee crew, and join this dinner. The other is to give up the opportunity to become a trainee crew. Take your opportunity, and fight for a full meal for the people behind you. Even if you succeed in the challenge, you can't become a trainee crew member. You can only attend this dinner. It's up to you to decide which one to choose." Remember? You only have 3 seconds. In an instant, the expressions of the people behind Shen suddenly changed. As the saying goes, if a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In this case, no matter who it is, he will choose the former. After all, there are not many people in this group who have any relationship with him. Even if there are, they are just resource competitors who used to live in the same building. Who would give up such an opportunity in vain? Everyone's face suddenly turned pale. But no one thought of blaming Shen for this matter. After all, such temptation was simply irresistible to them. But the next moment, it's really troublesome. Then I'll choose the second option. Shen's voice was not loud in the rain, but it was clearly heard by everyone. The second option? Just give it a try. Give it a try for those who have no chance to board the ship. Everyone's eyes suddenly changed when they looked at him. It was as if they were looking at Bai Guang, who had not seen him for many years. You are so brave. Hu smiled and took out half a boat of paper boxes from his space backpack. He cut open one of the boxes and exposed the contents. Scratch lottery. The island country also has this kind of instant lottery like China. And the first prize is about 460,000 Chinese yuan. Now, all the lottery tickets of this kind are here. In other words, among these lottery tickets, at least one is the first prize ticket. I value luck very much. Since you can stand out among the 100 people, it proves that you are at least the luckiest one among the 100 people. Hu casually pushed a cardboard box in front of him. Well, I'll give you 100 chances. As long as you can win the first prize among the 100 lottery tickets, you'll pass. Ah! How is this possible? There are at least tens of millions of lottery tickets here. If you want to win the first prize within 100 times, there is only a 1 in 100,000 chance. President, you better stop playing with us. Who said we're playing? Hu's tone was heavy, and everyone was speechless, not daring to say a word. He looked at Shen and said word by word. Now, you have no chance to retreat. Either try your best, or go back immediately. You will not be able to attend this dinner. President, I am willing. If you gamble, you still have a chance. If you don't gamble, you will lose even the last chance. For a gamble like this that has already borne the consequences, it is better to give it a try than to retreat. Then you can start choosing. Hu said calmly. Speaking of it, Shen was too lazy to run, and directly took out a lottery ticket from the nearest cardboard box. There were exactly 100 tickets in a bundle. He was too lazy to choose, and directly opened the lottery ticket and handed it to Hu. Here, this is it. You check it out? This guy is really lazy. Chapter 220 The Correct Use of Strong Luck. Hu rolled his eyes. The reason why he asked Shen to test this was not to embarrass him, but to test his strong luck triggering mechanism. If it was luck, then there was no need to test it. With epic luck, 100 tickets would definitely win the first prize. But if it was strong luck, without another person to compare, his ability should not be triggered. If he scratched it, he would be included in his skill judgment range. So what was the point of testing it? Scratch it yourself? But 100 is too many. Shen asked tentatively. How about I ask my friends to help me scratch it? If you let others scratch it, I will throw you off the boat now. Okay. President, don't be angry. Shen had no choice but to open the lottery ticket and ask tentatively. President, can I have a shovel? The bigger one? Hu didn't say anything, which was a new understanding of lazy people. He casually threw a small shovel over, the kind that could scrape off all the layers on the lottery ticket cover with one shovel. Shen quickly started to operate. However, he didn't even look at the pattern on the lottery ticket, but just focused on shoveling. After shoveling the lottery ticket, without waiting for Hu to speak, he directly distributed the lottery tickets in his hand to the people behind him. Everyone help check it. I can't check it by myself. Okay. Lazy dogs really have lazy dogs' ways. But since the lottery tickets have been shoveled open, the cause and effect are already determined. And it doesn't matter who checks it. No win. My ticket didn't win either. Mine too. My ticket has a fourth prize. Don't even mention the fourth prize. The second prize is useless. Let's see if there's a first prize. Soon, the lottery verification results came out one by one. Among the 100 lottery tickets, the most you can win is the fourth prize. The others are all basic small prizes. which can only be regarded as a 30% return on investment. It seems that it is just an ordinary delivery rate. Everyone on the container ship was in mourning. The dinner qualification they had obtained just flew away like that. Everyone hung their heads, and the pressure was extremely low. On the other hand, Yu Xian looked indifferent, as if he was not the one who had just lost the qualification for the dinner and the qualification for the apprentice crew. The main point is to start directly. Looking at this lazy and pretentious guy, Hu Yu showed a satisfied smile. This is relieved. Although the skill is abnormal, it is not to the extent of being terrifying. Now it depends on how large the range of influence of this skill can be. If it is only 1 meter, then this is just a life-saving skill to prevent accidents. If it is 5 meters, or even more than 10 meters, this is a human pollution source. Imagine throwing this guy onto a ship that is not under his control, and letting him accidentally step on a nail or cut his hand. With this level of bad luck, other people in the range will naturally be affected by the good luck, thus gaining stronger bad luck themselves. At that time, it can't be solved by stepping on a nail or cutting a finger. This is why Hu Yu thinks he is a talent. Just throw it directly, and it's bloodless. It would be even better if this skill could affect mutant fish. Okay. Hu Yu waved his hand and collected all the lottery tickets on the deck. Actually, I was just playing a joke on you and wanted to see how lucky you are. It's just a dinner party, and we prepared portions for everyone. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. A chance to enter the dinner party? Great. Okay. Don't just stand there. Get on the boat. Long live the president. The president is awesome. The president gave birth to 20 children. Something strange seemed to have mixed in with the cheers. Hu Yu glanced at everyone and said nothing. He wasn't a tyrant, so joking around wasn't a big deal. Similarly, he also looked at Misusu and Tushingi, who had been busy all day. You should also bring people on board to attend the dinner. We will leave for the Pacific Ocean tomorrow, so it's a good time to relax. Yes, boss. The two of them responded in unison and boarded the heart of the ocean with the non-staff members of the 2 ships. Hu Yu soon joined in and drank a lot of wine. This should be the last welcome dinner in a short period of time. After the trigger to go to the Pacific Ocean, when you come back, you don't know how much the water level has risen. The survivors in the country should sacrifice themselves, and those who can survive don't have to risk saving themselves. So the group of people in front of him were most likely the last batch of members of the Heart of the Ocean. The welcome banquet had to be held in a grand manner. One night passed. The lights on the Heart of the Ocean were bright, and gradually fell silent. Hu Yu didn't know how many people came to toast, nor how much wine he drank. He only knew that even with the blessing of the Evolver, he finally felt dizzy. In a daze, he was helped back to the room by Sienner and fell asleep directly. When he woke up, it was already early the next morning. The sun's rays peeked out from the dark clouds and fell on his face. The first thing Hu Yu did when he opened his eyes was to turn his head and look at his side. Well, good. No one is lying next to him this time. He is the only one in the room. Great. Shao Hai. Daily report? Yes. Master. It is August 6th. 10 o'clock in the morning. The 24th day after the end of the world. The water level in Jinling has reached 473 meters. And the water level is increasing at a rate of 1,280 centimeters per hour. All the facilities on the ship are operating normally. On the ship side, after 12 o'clock, Misusu and Tushingi took the personnel of the 2 ships and left the Heart of the Ocean respectively. Nothing happened during the period. On the personnel side, Zhang Sirui submitted a personnel screening report, which is waiting for review. Lu Ling also submitted a detailed report on the crew promotion mechanism and the contribution value distribution plan, which is waiting for review. There is no new news in other aspects. If you need to check the latest situation, you can check the surveillance footage. Don't worry. Hu Yu stood up and walked towards the toilet as usual. Call Yu Xian. Remember? Don't let anyone else know. Yes, Master. It was already the 6th day, and the number of black eggs left was 3. So, it was the tense and exciting time to open the eggs again. But this time was different from the previous ones. He planned to knock one by himself first, and let Yu Xian do the remaining 2. According to his skill settings, no matter what quality he opened the first egg, the quality of Yu Xian's next egg would definitely be higher. For him, that salted fish was simply a magic weapon among magic weapons. The key point now was Could this Yuxian knock open the black eggs produced by his system? Chapter 221 Sigod's Followers. This is just a hypothesis. But if it succeeds, as long as you open a perfect or even epic item, then let Yuxian come over to open it, and you can directly get a higher quality item. It's simply a super double. As for whether the other party will leak the secret, Huyu is not worried about this at all. No matter Misusu's brainwashing method or Xiaomo's absolute control over the mutants. As long as Yuxian is still on his ship, betrayal will never exist. However, if conditions permit, Huyu still hopes to win people over with virtue. Let's open a black egg first. He walked all the way to the bathroom, lined up the 3 black eggs, selected the one on the far left, and cracked it directly. A burst of white light suddenly exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood coagulation mixture named blood coagulation mixture type medicine. Prop effect after use. Can not exceed 100,000 L of blood coagulation into solid. Note: please be sure to place the item in a safe area to avoid accidental ingestion. Otherwise, you will get a specimen made of human blood. Bad news. His face turned black, and he pulled out a normal level thing. Good news. This thing is very useful to him. Now Xiao Zissou is worried about how to deal with the blood of so many mutant fish, and is even trying to purify the blood into mutant crystals. This thing can't be researched in a day or two. But, with this blood coagulation mixture, it's different. 100,000 milliliters of blood coagulated into a solid can be used as a mutant crystal, even if it doesn't reach the level of a real mutant crystal. As long as the synthesized solid product is broken into pieces, it can be synthesized on the synthesis table. This is a lot of extra experience. Huyu was delighted and quickly looked at the other 2 black eggs left in front of him. What a pity. The quality of the things produced this time is not high. Even if Yuxian is called over, he may not get anything very good. Yuxian's current favorability is not high. He does not need to expose his secrets for an excellent level item. Try to knock another one. Huyu raised his hand and knocked the egg. The second black egg exploded, and at the same time, a burst of purple light burst out. It's out! A perfect level product. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill copy book named skill copy book type prop effect after using. You can randomly copy a skill from the other party and upgrade it to the perfect level. Note 1: if the opponent's skill level is higher than perfect, it will be reduced to perfect level. Note 2: young host. Do you want to copy the perfect bicycle skill or the perfect rubber band jumping skill? You don't want either. Bastard. Huyu looked at the notes of this prop and was speechless. This thing is indeed a rare and top quality prop. If used well, there is even a chance to copy skills such as strong luck, mental control, metal control, or concealment. But if you don't use it well, jumping rubber bands is good enough. If you copy a perfect run, then you can cry. Keep it for now, and wait for someone with few useless skills. There is only 1 egg left. I opened a perfect item in the last round. If Yuxian can really open an egg, then he is at least perfect. Why not? Give it a try. Xiao Hai. Call Yuxian. Yes, master. Less than 10 minutes later, Yuxian, who had just woken up, was taken to the outside of Huyu Min. There was a knock on the door, and Huyu spoke directly. Come in. The door is not locked. Hey, Yuxian responded, and although his face was full of smiles, Huyu could see hesitation on his face. Mind reading? Triggered. What should I do? Could this person have some special fetish and be ready to sacrifice his body? Huyu was speechless. He got straight to the point and put the black egg on the table. Try to see if you can crack this egg. Egg? Yuxian was stunned, threw away the messy thoughts in his mind, then looked at the mysterious black egg on the table and walked up. He raised his hand and knocked twice, and only a crisp echo could be heard. Boss, this egg seems not easy to crack. Yuxian turned his head to look at Huyu, with a questioning look in his eyes, obviously wanting to ask whether to continue. After all, this thing doesn't look like an ordinary egg. It's okay to crack it open, but if it breaks into pieces, the egg liquid will flow out. Continue. Use the maximum force, and you won't have to pay if you break it. Okay. After receiving the instruction, Yuxian punched it directly. The egg that Huyu could easily crack was now like a stone, lying on the table indifferently. It seems that this bug can't be fixed. Okay. Go out. Don't tell anyone about this. Yes, boss, Yuxian replied, with a little doubt in his eyes. and turned to leave the cabin. You kept holding the copy skill book, but didn't use it. It's not because Yu Xian's other skills are not good, but mainly because his skill level is epic. If this is copied, his luck will be better than others, but he will still be suppressed. What's the point of copying it? It's better to find another choice. Yu actually has a candidate in mind. However, let's crack this last black egg first. He raised his hand gently, and when his knuckles touched the black egg, an orange light suddenly lit up. This is epic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the epic pet Sea Gods follower. This is also a product of the Sea God series. Yu's pupils trembled. And he didn't know if it was because Yu Xian came over and smashed the egg just now. But there was such an unexpected surprise. He looked closely at the black egg, and saw a palm-sized dark golden fish fluttering in the half eggshell. From the appearance, this dark golden fish looks like a crocodile, but it has 2 small horns on its forehead. Wait! Could this be? Yu tremblingly opened the panel and looked at the other party's attributes. Just one glance, the joy in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Name Sea God's familiar type pet race half-dragon effect 1 dragon bloodline. Has absolute dominance over the waters within a radius of 500 meters. And all water beasts will submit. Effect 2 call the wind and rain. Can control the precipitation and wind speed within a radius of 500 meters. Effect 3 dragon blessing. Can be used once every 24 hours. Greatly improves the host's luck. And is immune to fatal damage. Effect 4 swallowing mutant fish can increase experience points. Ordinary mutant fish +1. Elite mutant fish +3. Perfect mutant fish +5. Epic mutant fish +10. Note 1 experience can be used to upgrade Poseidon series products. Note 2 collect 5 Poseidon series products. There will be extra surprises. Note 3 follow the will of Poseidon. Chapter 222 Little Dragon Girl. Dragon. Really a dragon. Although it is only half dragon, it can be considered as an evolutionary label. And it is entirely possible to become a real dragon in the future. Since you are dark gold, I will call you Xiao Jin from now on. Awuh! Xiao Jin roared, obviously liking this name very much. Yu looked at its effect description, tentatively took out the smallest fish corpse from the space, and fed it in front of him. But even the smallest fish corpse is twice the size of this guy. I don't know if it can eat it. Come on, Xiao Jin. Try to see if you can eat it. Awuh! With just one bite, this guy swallowed the whole mutant fish, and showed a satisfied expression at the same time. But why didn't the experience value increase? Does it have to be a live fish? Yu quickly took out a normal fish tank, filled it with water from outside, and put Xiao Jin in it. Find another live fish to try. He came all the way to the fish tank at the bottom of the heart of the ocean, took out the favor of the sea god, and wanted to find a slightly smaller one to catch. But the next moment, Xiao Jin in the fish tank jumped out directly. Xiao Jin! With a cry of surprise. Yu only saw a dark golden figure constantly shuttling in the fish tank, and he could not catch its trace at all, but could only see the mutant fish in his fish tank decreasing one by one. At the same time, the experience value was also rising crazily. This feeling is simply wonderful. Counting the heart of the sea god, the favor of the sea god, and the tears of the sea god. He already has 4 pieces of Sea God series equipment. Just talking about the experience points gained yesterday. The Poseidon's tears have evolved from ordinary to excellent level, and unlocked a new effect. The speed of the heart of the ocean has increased by 50%. With this bonus, plus they are going to the Pacific Ocean again. As long as they sail for another day, the Poseidon's tears will reach the perfect level. If we also count the experience swallowed by Xiao Jin, at most 10 days, all Poseidon-type equipment can be upgraded to the legendary level. And even the heart of the ocean may be able to go one step further. The distance that was originally out of reach will soon be reached. Ding! Congratulations to the host for accumulating enough experience. The level of the Poseidon's tears has been upgraded to perfect, and new functions have been unlocked. Yu was delighted. But before he could check the new panel of Poseidon's tears, another prompt popped up. Congratulations to the host for accumulating enough experience. The level of Poseidon's tears has been upgraded to epic. Unlocking new features. Name Poseidon's tears type item effect 1 after use. It can be bound to Poseidon's heart. For every nautical mile sailed, 1 point of experience will be accumulated. Effect 2 the speed of Poseidon's heart is increased by 50%. Effect 3. The effectiveness of all attack and defense systems carried by Poseidon's heart is increased by 50%. Effect 4. All facilities carried by the heart of the sea god have an effect that is increased by 50%. Note 1. Experience can be used to upgrade the products of the sea god series. Note 2. Get 3 products of the sea god series, and you will get an extra surprise. Note 3. Follow the will of the sea god. Artifact. Apart from these 2 words, you can't find a better evaluation to describe this equipment. Needless to say, the previous effects. The improvement of the speed and attack and defense system directly enhances the dominant position of the heart of the sea on the sea. As for the 4th, all facilities have an effect that is increased by 50%. In addition to the attack and defense system, there are also production facilities on the heart of the sea. This efficiency increase of 50%. I'm afraid that Mr. Fong's face will be broken with laughter. Experience points are still increasing crazily. There are tens of thousands of mutant fish in it, and they are all elite level. If Xiao Jin swallows them all, I don't know how much the experience points will increase. It would be bad if the heart of the ocean evolved again. The last evolution took 7 days. Now it is busy going to the Pacific Ocean. If it evolves again, it will take some time. Yu opened the experience panel of the heart of the ocean and frowned. The experience bar that was originally empty is now growing rapidly. There are still more than 50,000 experience points, and the experience slot is about to be filled. Fortunately, the fish tank is completely empty. All the fish in the fish tank have entered the stomach of this guy. Now it has grown from the original palm size to about 2 meters. Judging from its length, it can only be considered a slightly larger snake. If you want it to become a real dragon, it probably needs to be at the legendary level. However, now is not the time to talk about these things. I have just obtained the experimental materials, but I have lost them all. If I don't run away, I won't be able to explain it later. Little Jean, can you become smaller again? Yes, Master. Little Jin's voice was extremely childish. Just like a girl. After saying that, it jumped up from the water and rushed directly towards Yu. Before Yu could react, it had already wrapped around Yu's arm, turned into a dragon pattern on the arm, and wrapped around his body. Master, is it okay to be so young? Yes. Yu nodded and spoke tentatively. Xiao Jin, didn't you not know how to speak just now? Why are you so? I'll have more strength after eating. Xiao Jin replied as a matter of course. Master, feed me some more delicious food, and I can turn into a human form and follow you in the future. Fuck. Little dragon girl. Which man can refuse a little dragon girl who calls him master? Yu was immediately excited. He immediately called up Xiao Jin's panel and looked at the experience bar on it. His heart, which was originally in an excited state, died in an instant. 100,000. A full 100,000 experience points. Converted, that is 100,000 ordinary mutant fish. Even with the experience points of the tiers of the ocean, it is still a distance of 100,000 nautical miles. It seems that we have to go to the Pacific Ocean. Yu checked the experience points of another item of the same legendary level. The Favor of the Sea God. It still has 30,000 experience points to upgrade to the mythical level. Logically speaking, it should be the first item to be upgraded to the mythical level. I just don't know. What changes will this fishing rod have after it is upgraded to the mythical level? But now is not the time to talk about this. If Xiao Zissou and the others come down and find that the experimental materials are gone, I am afraid that I will be taken away to serve as materials. It is better to escape first. By the way, find a greedy ink. The only disadvantage of the skill copy book is that it will randomly select all the skills of the selected person. The most feared thing is to select some relatively useless skills. However, there is a person who does not have a single useless skill. He even has a magical skill. This person is Enciener. Chapter 223 Enemy Attack? Enciener has many skills, but each one is not useless. Legendary Fighting, Legendary Assassination, Legendary Firearms, Legendary Off-Road, Legendary Camouflage. Any one of these skills can be copied to improve Yu's physical fitness. If you are lucky, you may be able to copy that skill. Mastery of Metal Control. You should know that at the mastery level of this skill, Enciener can operate more than 100 bullets to attack, and the force of the bullets can even penetrate the pupils and skulls of elite mutant fish. If this is a perfect replica, then it can probably fly with a sword. Wait, what is flying with a sword? Directly control the heart of the ocean to fly in the air. Hu Yu led Xiao Jin all the way to the cabin. As soon as he reached the top floor, he saw Sienna coming towards him. Before he could use the props, Sienna came over first. She came to Hu Yu's side, sniffed lightly, and her expression was a little strange. The smell on you seems to be a little different. Is there? Hu Yu raised his hand and smelled his own scent. But he didn't feel anything strange. Yes. And Sienna nodded affirmatively. Hu Yu didn't care about that. He took out the copy book and moved in front of Sienna. Forget about that. Sienna, don't move. I'm learning a skill. Although she didn't understand what learning a skill meant, Sienna understood what don't move meant. So she stood there motionless. Hu Yu also pressed the copy book on it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully copying the skill and mastering metal manipulation. The skill will be upgraded to the perfect level. It's done! Hu Yu was delighted, and felt his head go empty, as if the world was instantly clear. All the metals around him were like his organs, and he could adjust, control, and even control them at any time according to his will, including the heart of the ocean. Hu Yu was delighted and immediately checked the specific information of this skill in the panel. The metal manipulation effect of the skill can control all metal objects within a radius of 500 meters with itself as the center, including but not limited to alloys, ores, metal products, etc. The control strength is about equal to the attack strength of perfect level weapons. Note, flying with a sword. It is recommended that people who are afraid of heights add a railing first. Too strong. In other words, I can also use Sienna's previous method of scattering flowers. And the strength is even one level higher than hers. The attack strength of perfect level weapons. Isn't it able to break the defense of perfect level mutant fish? Unfortunately, there is no target to try now. And we can only wait until we reach the Pacific Ocean. Hu Yu's smile on his face could hardly be concealed. But at this moment, a voice sounded from the bottom of the cabin. Where's my fish? It's Zissou. Oh no. This time I'll be warned by Jinjin. Sienna, don't tell Sienna that you've seen me. Hu Yu told Sienna and quickly hid in the room. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, Xiao Zissou came up. She looked at Hu Yu lying on the bed with suspicion in her eyes. Oh, it's Zissou? Hu Yu rubbed his eyes and pretended to know nothing. What's wrong? You look anxious. Oh, nothing. Xiao Zissou folded her hands and walked closer. I dropped something in the fish tank, but I didn't find it when I went back to look for it. I want you to check the surveillance to see if there is a thief on the ship. Thief? How is that possible? Hu Yu smiled guiltily. Could it be eaten by mutant fish? Fish can't eat that thing. Xiao Zissou smiled and said, I won't bother you to do it. Give me the authority, and I will check it myself. This is so unnecessary. It will ruin the relationship between the crew members. Hu Yu smiled awkwardly. What did you drop? How about I give it to you directly? Give it to me? That's your line, Xiao Zissou said, and threw herself directly onto Hu Yu's bed, pressing him under the quilt. Tell me, did you steal the experimental materials? Before she finished speaking, a dragon roar sounded immediately. A wha! Before Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou could react, a golden figure threw her to the ground. Although the body of more than 2 meters long was not big, it could completely wrap Xiao Zissou up. Master! Xiao Jin turned the dragon's head, and the dragon's fangs were already hanging above Xiao Zissou's neck. This woman is rude to you. How about I eat her? Master? Xiao Zissou was stunned, looked at the things wrapped around her body, and came to her senses. Dragon, where did you get a dragon? Ahem. Hu Yu coughed helplessly twice, and first looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin. It's okay. This is one of us. You come back first. Yes, Master, Xiao Jin said as he dodged and pounced on Hu Yu, merging into his left arm again and turning into a tattoo. This is a long story. Hu Yu knew that he couldn't hide it. Since Xiao Jin had been exposed, there was no need to hide it anymore. I did feed all the fish on the boat to Xiao Jin. Ha! You stole it. What do you mean by stealing? This is my own thing. How can this be called stealing? Hu Yu had no choice but to defend himself. Humph. The experimental material you promised me is gone now. Do you think it counts? Xiao Zissou said as she came closer. As compensation, let me take another look at the dragon. It's so small and cute. As a Chinese, I have a natural admiration for dragons. Seeing a dragon right in front of me, how could I not be curious? It doesn't matter if I look at it. But don't think of using her as an experimental subject. Who you said seriously? And you should tell others about this first. I don't want to cause a commotion. As for experimental materials, are you afraid that there will be no experimental materials when you go to the Pacific Ocean? The significance of the existence of dragons is not as simple as discovering a new creature. Since even dragons exist, do those ancient Chinese legends also exist? Once this proposition is confirmed, more doubts will obviously emerge. There are still a lot of things to be solved, and Xiao Jin's existence should be kept secret. Understood? Xiao Zis rubbed her hands excitedly. Can I take a look now? Hu Yu was speechless. But just when he was about to release Xiao Jin, something happened outside. Shells were thrown one after another. Fire and water splashed outside. It was a pity that the opponent's aim was too poor, and even Xiao Hai's automatic defense measures were not triggered. Hu Yu was stunned. Where did this warship come from? Chapter 224 for the Heavenly Locust. In the waters of the Demon City, a warship about 100 meters long was anchored 2 miles away from the heart of the ocean. A flag like a dogskin plaster was hung on the ship. Report. A middle-aged man in military uniform walked to the bridge and saluted the white-bearded old man in the main seat. The first round of bombing has ended. The other party has no reaction yet. It is predicted that they have been hit. Are you getting closer? Meichuan. You are still too anxious. The white-bearded old man sat in the main seat, holding a cane in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on the radar screen. With the current precipitation level, even if the distance is only 2 nautical miles, there is no way to observe the other party's situation with the naked eye. The only basis for judging the other party's actions is to detect the other party's actions through radar. Tell me, what is our purpose this time? Yes. Yumekawa immediately stood at attention. Find a shelter for China, plunder resources, and ensure the continuation of the civilization of the Big Island country. That's right. The old man stroked his beard. Look at the radar. Although there are only 3 ships, each ship is about 100 meters long. What does this mean? They are all container ships. They are cargo ships. The food stored on a container ship is limited, and the crew of each ship is no more than 20 people. After almost a month of the apocalypse, how much supplies can there be on it? How many people can be left? If we sink them now, we can only harvest some heads in the past, which is not our purpose. On the contrary, after they lose their place of survival, they will definitely try their best to find a ray of hope. That is, a shelter. Hai. General is wise. Yumekawa hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. I was not thoughtful enough. Please give me the next instructions. Add more fuel to the fire of those Chinese pigs. Don't try to survive in the water. Yes. Yumekawa ran to the control panel and was about to launch a missile. But the next moment, buzz! The alarm sounded, instantly filling the entire cab. The radar detector, which originally had only 1 red dot, was now completely filled with red dots. Enemy attack. As soon as he finished speaking, Meichuan was about to protect the old man. But before he could fly over, the missile had already hit the ship. The ship they were so proud of was instantly defeated. Seawater poured into the ship. Hundreds of soldiers fell into the water. Some of them were unlucky and were killed directly by the fragments produced by the explosion, while those who were lucky enough survived by chance, but could only float on the water holding the fragments of the ship. Meichuan, didn't you say that you had defeated the enemy? General, there must be Chinese warships nearby that were not detected by radar. We were counterattacked. Meichuan and the old man both survived by chance, and were floating in the water holding a steel plate of about 2 square meters. Hurry up and start the emergency plan. The old man immediately exclaimed. Where's the lifeboat? Hurry! The words had just been finished. A black shadow covered everyone's heads, instantly covering the heavy rain. The hundreds of people soaking in the water looked up at the same time, and with the weak light, they could vaguely see the situation in the air. That seems to be a ship that can float in the air. General, Meichuan's voice trembled, not daring to believe what he saw. It's pretty daddy. The old man immediately became excited. This kind of technology must be the product of Pretty Daddy. Meichuan, you are responsible for this action. Meichuan? Baka! The old man slapped him in the face. Why are you looking at me like that? If you hadn't rashly attacked Pretty Daddy's ship, would we have been counterattacked? Yes. General. Meichuan lowered his head, apologizing but feeling helpless. It was you who wanted to launch the sneak attack. Now it's my responsibility. It's good that you know you're wrong. The old man frowned and said, when the pretty dads come down later, you could open your stomach and apologize. Yes. For the locusts. Soon. The heart of the ocean landed from the air. Since the other party's greeting was too novel, who you didn't want to avoid it, and landed directly at the place where the ship was destroyed. The ship pressed down. And those who reacted quickly did not swim out by chance, while those who reacted slowly were directly pressed into the water. If they could swim out, they might still be alive. If they couldn't, then they could only congratulate themselves for being on the list of candidates for reincarnation. Hey! Here! Pretty daddy! Here! Seeing the heart of the ocean fall, the general immediately began to cheer, as if being a step slower would be disrespectful to their pretty daddy. Amidst the endless calls, a figure slowly walked to the bow and looked down. At this moment, the old man's eyes were dull. How could this be a yellow man? Could he be a Chinese pig who had taken refuge with his beautiful father? Hey! The Chinese up there! Hurry up and rescue us! Meituan also saw Hu Yu and immediately shouted to the boat. We are Japanese. You hit the wrong people. We are ordered to come here to search. Your superior should know. The voice echoed on the water. The few people who came to the side of the boat with Hu Yu were stunned when they heard it. Lu Ling held the notebook and pushed his glasses in confusion. Boss, is this guy out of his mind? Even if he's not in, he's probably almost there. Hu Yu complained. He had doubts before. The island nation didn't have no naval fleet. Oh no, they can't be called an army. They should be called the Maritime Self-Defense Force. Although the equipment and weapons of the Self-Defense Force all came from their handsome dad, there were more or less some warships. When he took over the island nation, he didn't see a single fleet. It turns out, these guys came to China to get money. They are like dogs that never change their nature. They always want to make money from their suzerain country. Oh, they are Japanese. Shen Shan got excited when he saw them. He regretted it so much last time because he didn't have time to take action. This time it was different. These Japanese were floating on the water like lambs to be slaughtered. Whatever he wanted to do, it was just a matter of his thoughts. Boss, let me handle it. No hurry. Hu Yu spoke calmly, turning to look at Lu Ling. I remember there were a few white people on Misusu's ship. Right? Yes. Boss, there are 2 white women in total. What do you need? Call them over. And put on a show. Yes. Boss. Hu Yu looked down at the islanders in front of him, with deep malice in his eyes. From the tone of these guys, it is estimated that they are regarded as people from the United States. And the island fleet seems to have some actions against China. Why not take advantage of the situation? See where the island warships have gone, and what plans they have. Chapter 225 Those who offend China shall be punished with hell. Soon, the 2 white men were brought aboard by Misusu herself. Hu Yu glanced at the 2 of them, and frowned slightly. Too young. Too young. The combined age of these 2 little girls is no more than 40. And it is simply impossible for them to perform the feeling that Hu Yu wanted. But there is no way to find other candidates now. The only option is to change the setting. Shall Hai notify everyone to leave the first floor cabin and wait in the second floor cabin? Yes, Master. Brother Shan. Go down and pick up the 2 Japanese people. Yes, Boss. Shen Shan walked towards the gangway, while Hu Yu looked at the 2 white girls with stars in their eyes. You too. Follow me. Yes, Boss. Well, it seems that the sequelae of Misusu's brainwashing have not been completely eliminated. Remember. Hu Yu looked at the 2 girls. You are now princesses of a Western country, and you come here to find something. As for what that thing is, you don't need to care. If someone comes up later, you just need to act like a princess, and I will explain the rest to you. You just need to look at the 2 people with the most contemptuous eyes. Do you understand? The 2 white girls nodded in succession. Hu Yu sighed helplessly. And now he just hoped that these 2 people's acting skills would be better. Misusu. President. I'm here. Misusu immediately came up. Anti-brainwashing work must be strengthened. Hu Yu said with a serious tone. There is no way. After so many days, he can still see the worship and desire in the eyes of the 2 women here. If this can't be eradicated, then the problem will be big. You know, the women on Misusu's ship account for 3/4 of the women in the fleet. And the offspring they will give birth to in the future will most likely inherit their beliefs. Who doesn't want to be put on the altar before he dies? It always feels a bit unlucky. Yes, President. Okay. Help me dress them up. It will be fake if they are too plain. 10 minutes later, Shen Shan led the two islanders to the heart of the ocean. When they saw the two white girls sitting in the main seats, they knelt down on the ground. Are you kidding? Who took out the most expensive jewelry in the space? 2 sets of top-grade emerald jewelry. And now hung them on these 2 people. In addition, after being dressed up by Misusu, the 2 girls suddenly revealed a sense of nobility. Like aristocrats who have been in high positions for a long time. Just sitting there. The jewelry on their bodies has already spoken the first sentence for them. Needless to say, the person dressed like this and sitting in this position is obviously the owner of this ship. The old man and Mutation knelt down on the ground and spoke one after another. Admiral of the island country. Kamita Ichi. Thank you for saving my life. Major General of the island country. Mutation Naiku. Thank you for saving my life. Yes, this is diplomacy. As long as you are strong. You beat someone. And he will thank you for saving his life and not killing him directly. Just when the 2 were about to raise their heads, Who immediately stepped forward. Bold. The other party immediately fell to the ground after he shouted. But then he thought, no. Why did this pig dare to shout at them? I am the spokesperson for the 2 princesses. Who spoke calmly, looking down at the 2 people in front of him and spoke calmly. Which unit are you from? Why are you firing at us? When he heard the spokesperson, Kamita did not dare to neglect and quickly replied. We are from the Maritime Self-Defense Force of the island country. After the end of the world, we knew that China also had a shelter. So we came here to see if we can help them. Help? Hee. Who sneered in his heart and continued to ask. Oh, in addition to you, are there other troops coming here? No. Kamita buried his head. Other fleets have responded to your army's call and marched towards the Pacific Ocean. Only we are too far away and our ships are too old. So we can only come to China to find an opportunity. Got it. You want to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Right. Who narrowed his eyes and thought of the letter for help that EC mentioned at that time. This letter is probably true. But it is also true that the United States wants to take advantage of their departure and enter China. The island country may only have this fleet. But it is not certain whether other countries around will also send fleets here. After all, it is well known that rabbits like to hoard things. Now that the end of the world has come, it is estimated that many people are eyeing our shelter here. It seems that before going to the Pacific Ocean, we have to prevent our house from being robbed. Waste. Who immediately cursed and stepped forward to kick one of them. Is this the reason why you attacked us? Do you know how noble the status of the 2 princesses is? If you get hurt, can you afford the responsibility? The 2 lowered their heads and dared not refute a word. Why are you still standing there? Who lowered his eyelids. Why don't you commit seppuku and apologize? Did you hear me? Kamita immediately turned to look at Mutation Naiku. Mutation. This is your command error. Commit seppuku and apologize. Okay. Mutation said. And drew a dagger from his waist. Wait. Who looked at Kamita. Did you not hear clearly? I said you 2. Commit seppuku together. This. Kamita hesitated. He looked up at the 2 people sitting on the sofa. Princess. Please spare my life. I can use. Originally, he wanted to exchange all his resources. But then he thought, resources? Where can he get any resources now? Even the ship was sunk. And now the only thing that belongs to him is only one thing. Kamita slapped his head to the ground. I will serve you with my loyalty for the rest of my life. The 2 girls obediently did not answer, but just looked at Who. Why can't you understand what people say? Who didn't want to waste time either. So he looked at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, I'll leave it to you. Yes, boss, Shen Shan replied, and walked directly towards the 2 men. Boss? Mutation raised his head, his eyes full of shock. You, a Chinese pig, are the boss? You're really filthy. Who frowned slightly. Brother Shan, don't let them die too easily. Those who offend China will be punished by hell. Since ancient times, China's internal affairs have been resolved by China. If there are blind people who take advantage of the chaos to endanger China, then, humph. Do you really think the title of Phoenix is given for nothing? Boss, don't worry. I understand, Shen Shan said. holding one in each hand and walking towards the ice storage. Don't they like to do human experiments? It just so happens that there is a laboratory on the ship. And it would be great to give some experimental materials to a doctor who is about to explode. Chapter 226, I just want to live a better life. After getting rid of the scum on the ship, we have to deal with the problem at hand. Shall I release EC and Wei Shengyan? I have something to discuss with them. Yes, Master. You want to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Right? The tiger won't go. Stay at home to guard it. As a strong dragon, we have to go over and see what's going on. After all, the island countries have already gone down. And it's not good to leave these fleets outside. A family should be well organized after all. Breakfast time. Huyu was eating breakfast happily when two semi-vegetative people came over, holding Wei Shengnan and EC. Just right. Come on. General Wei. Commander E. Have breakfast first. And we'll talk while we eat. The two looked at each other, wondering why Huyu's attitude changed so quickly. Didn't he treat them as prisoners just now? It was only this morning. And he invited them to have breakfast together? No matter what the reason was. The two sat down and immediately began to feast. It would be a waste if they didn't eat, as the objects of being attacked. Although the two also had food supplies, the richness and deliciousness were far less than 1/10 of the food on the table in front of them. We must seize this opportunity. I came to you two to discuss something with you. Huyu picked up a shrimp dumpling and ate it. I want to requisition that aircraft carrier. No. EC swallowed the steamed buns in one gulp and said immediately, Boss Hu, haven't we already discussed it? We will take you to find more aircraft carriers. So don't think about taking our aircraft carriers. I am only requisitioning it, not seizing it. Huyu explained helplessly. You can go take a look outside now. I will explain it to you after you have seen it. The two looked at each other, and immediately walked to the porthole of the heart of the ocean, and took a look at the situation on the water. With just one look, they knew what had happened. The fragments of the island fleet, plus the clothes of their self-defense forces, combined with the attack just now. It is not difficult to judge what happened before. The two sat back in their seats. Before they could speak, Huyu took a sip of sour plum soup and spoke immediately. Shall I? The defense system is activated, and all creatures within a radius of 500 meters will be killed. Yes, Master. Then the sound of gunfire rang out outside the ship. Instantly, the remnants on the water were sent by Huyu to reunite with their families. You two should have seen it. Huyu's tone was very calm, and he slowly explained. In addition to this island fleet, there are probably many fleets eyeing China's shelter. I think you should also know the reason. EC did not speak. To be able to sit in his position, his mind is naturally clear. Shelter. China was one of the first countries to build a shelter. Before the apocalypse, other countries sneered at it. Now that the apocalypse has come, the surrounding countries that know the news will definitely come to find the location of the shelter as soon as possible. This is why a concealment system was designed when the shelter was designed. If it is an earthquake hazard, the shelter will be hidden underground. If it is a flood that submerges the entire world, the shelter will be suspended in a safe location. The purpose of doing this is to prevent this from happening. However, as the saying goes, there is no way to guard against thieves. Since the other party has come to find us, hiding blindly is not a good idea. We must be prepared, and even have a tendency to counterattack. Wait! EC seemed to have thought of something, and looked up at Huyu. Boss Hu, is it that the Pacific incident, they want to lure the tiger away from the mountain? At least that's what I guess. Huyu smiled and replied. That's why I borrowed the aircraft carrier. I understand. EC's eyes were shining. You want to go to that place in the Pacific Ocean in our name. Create an illusion that we have been tricked. And then we will stop them here? So, he immediately came up, and the light in his eyes was almost as bright as Ultraman's big move. Boss Hu, you are going to lend us this ship. You are dreaming. Huyu rolled his eyes. Borrow the heart of the ocean? Although EC is ugly, he has beautiful ideas. How can we stop them without an aircraft carrier? EC asked helplessly. It's simple. Huyu released the warship that Wei Shengyan had at the beginning. Isn't there another one? One? EC looked a little ugly. This is just an ordinary warship with limited maneuverability, and no ability to carry aircraft. If it faces an aircraft carrier, it will probably be difficult to intercept it. Simple. Huyu said calmly. I can guarantee that no enemy aircraft carrier will enter the Magic City from the East China Sea, unless it is a ship captured by me. This, EC hesitated. In the past, if anyone dared to say such a big talk in front of him, he would slap the other person in the face, and then mock the other person without hesitation. But if it is the person in front of him, maybe he can really do this. It doesn't matter if you disagree. Huyu picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth. I don't mind if you follow me to the Pacific Ocean. After all, your military thinking is what we lack. No, absolutely not. If you follow me to the Pacific Ocean, there is a high possibility that there will be problems with the shelters in China. Those are the future of China. EC gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Okay. But boss Hu, since we are a cooperative relationship, the materials, don't worry about that. Huyu took out 2 perfect grade beans again, counting the one I gave to General Wei before. There are 3 beans in total. According to normal production, it is enough to produce 12 ordinary beans a day. One can provide food for a normal person for a month, which is enough to guarantee food for more than 300 people of yours. And if you grow beans of the same grade, you can increase the yield again. Before, in addition to wanting to keep it a secret, I also wanted to protect myself. So I didn't fully explain the role of the beans, which led to a big mistake. Learn from the lesson. It is better to explain the function clearly. If these idiots eat the perfect beans, it will be a waste. Thank you. Boss Hu. EC's eyes lit up immediately. He naturally understood the preciousness of these seeds. Okay. Huyu waved his hand and took out 2 more perfect beans. I will put some people on your ship. You are responsible for sending them to the shelter. And these 2 beans will also be sent to the shelter. This is what I promised them. Of course, if more than 80% of the people are willing to stay on your ship, you can also take one sends a bean. And the other one must be sent to the shelter no matter what. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Okay. Huyu stood up to see him off. I'll leave the things here to you. We have to set off for the Pacific Ocean. Boss Hu. EC raised the teacup in front of him. I'll use tea instead of wine to toast you. Your righteousness should be that of a national hero. What a bullshit national hero. Huyu waved his hand, did not take the cup, and walked towards the ice storage on his own. I just want to live a better life. Chapter 227 Hunting. Boss. Boss. Lu Ling chased Huyu all the way and trotted towards the ice storage. Huh? Huyu was a little confused. He had never seen Lu Ling lose his composure like this before. He turned around and asked, "What's wrong?" "That?" Lu Ling asked tentatively. "I heard from others on the ship that the island country has been taken over by you." "Yeah." Huyu did not deny it. When the island country was taken away, many people on the ship saw it. So it was not a secret. With Lu Ling's current status, it's not easy to find out these things. "Boss." Lu Ling's eyes were red, and he immediately knelt on the ground. "Thank you, boss, for avenging my ancestors. What's going on?" "Get up first. I don't want to be rumored. If it gets out that I have some special fetish, I don't know what kind of tricks Misusu will come up with." Huyu hurriedly helped Lu Ling up. "What's wrong with your ancestors?" "My ancestors used to live in a mountain village. The village was carried out by the devils for 3 atrocities decades ago. Only my great-grandmother and my grandfather survived. The rest were slaughtered by the devils, and their heads were piled up like a jingwan. From now on, no matter if it's a man or a woman, there must be one person in each generation of our family who joins the army, just to have a chance to take revenge in person." Lu Ling's eyes gradually turned red. "In our generation, my brother joined the army, and now I don't know where he is." "Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Boss, thank you for taking revenge for us." "Hey!" Huyu slapped his head. "I should have left a few for you. Just look at what this thing does. I'll tell Brother Shan later. And when those 2 beasts are useless, you can do it." "Okay." Lu Ling burst into laughter, and her favorability level soared to 70. "By the way, boss, you just said that all aircraft carriers cannot enter the East China Sea. How should we do this?" "This is easy." Huyu's eyes flashed with anticipation. "You just need to notify them that after entering the East China Sea, there will be a points event. If you want to increase your points, seize this opportunity." "Yes, boss." Lu Ling was still confused. But since the boss had notified them, she just did as she was told. Soon, Huyu came to the ice storage. Just as he was about to open the door, he heard the wailing inside, which even penetrated the door of the ice storage. Goosebumps instantly appeared all over his body. It was hard to imagine what experiment Xiao Zissou was doing inside. Forget it. Forget it. I still have to eat lunch later. Don't let me not be able to eat when I see the food. It's better to take a nap. Hu turned around and sent EC and the others away. He lay on the sofa and took a nap for a while, and asked Lu Ling to wake him up after arriving in Donghai. August 6th, 12 noon. The heart of the ocean has left the waters of the Magic City and officially entered the waters of the East China Sea. Boss. Lu Ling half crouched beside the sofa and whispered to Hu who was taking a nap. We have arrived in the East China Sea area. Huh? Hu opened his eyes and yawned. Are we there? Let's start when we get there. Let me Susu and Tushingi get ready. This is their first chance to fight for points. Okay. Boss. I have notified them. Lu Ling responded respectfully. If Lu Ling only feared and was afraid of Hu before, now she only had one emotion for Hu, admiration. So even if she didn't understand the meaning of Hu's order, she would execute it without hesitation. Xiao Hai. Turn on the radar. Yes. Master. With the blessing of the sea god's tears, the radar range of the heart of the ocean has also expanded by 50%. Now the radar scanning range of the heart of the ocean can cover the entire East China Sea. If there are really blind things that dare to enter the East China Sea, they will be exposed to Xiao Hai's radar without any privacy. This is why Hu dared to say that to EC. Report. A total of 14 warships and 2 aircraft carriers were found in the waters of the East China Sea. Do you want to lock the target? TSK. 2 aircraft carriers and 14 warships. It seems that not only China can hide things, but those guys also hide a lot of things. But it is also thanks to their ability to hide things. So thank nature for the gift. Lock the target cabin and be ready to attack at any time. Hu also looked at Lu Ling and ordered. Notify everyone to search for ships according to the radar. No matter the number of people, as long as you capture a warship and drive it back, you will get 100 points. If you capture an aircraft carrier and drive it back, you will get 200 points. Don't underestimate these points. Although there are only 100 points, it is enough to mobilize everyone's enthusiasm. According to the points system formulated by Lu Ling, every 1,000 points will increase 1 level, and every level will double the upgrade experience. As long as they accumulate 1,000 points, the people on the other 2 ships can board the heart of the ocean and become trainee crew members. Similarly, trainee crew members can become official crew members when they accumulate 2,000 points. Above the official crew members, there are junior crew members, intermediate crew members, senior crew members, and after the senior crew members are the third mate, second mate, and first mate. First mate and above are not captains, but seats on the committee. To become a member of the committee, in addition to accumulating enough points, all committee members must agree. Converted into points. If someone on Misusu wants to become a committee member, they must get at least 131,000 points. In addition to upgrading, points can also be exchanged for various daily necessities. Whether it is a mobile phone, computer, tablet, magazine, or even a silicone girlfriend. The higher the level, the more things you can exchange. Hu found a lot of this stuff in the island country supplies. Take a mobile phone that can watch videos online as an example. You only need to pay 50 points to exchange it. According to purchasing power conversion, 1 point is equivalent to 100 yuan in peacetime. In other words, as long as you participate in this mission, even if you just paddle aboard a warship, you can get a reward of 10,000 yuan. Who would not want such a welfare mission? For a while, even the people on the heart of the ocean left by 80%. As for the remaining 20%, except Lu Ling, they are either members of the committee or people who were forcibly tied up by Mr. Fang to farm in the greenhouse. You're not going? Hu looked at Lu Ling and asked in confusion. Although any crew member who has work to do on the ship will get 15 points every day according to the value of the work content. As a secretary, Lu Ling can get 3 points every day. But 100 points is also a very high amount for her. Don't forget that she is still a trainee crew member, and it's too early for her to upgrade. Points are not the meaning of my work. Lu Ling replied with a smile. I should stay by your side. Yes. Hu finally understood why women in the past liked to lick dogs so much. Hearing this sentence every day is better than a panacea. Ahem. Yu coughed twice and focused on the real-time monitoring of the tablet. After the radar locked the target, Xiao Hai had already projected the real-time image onto the tablet through the space satellite. Everyone pay attention. Send a signal after approaching the target range of 500 meters. Soon, one signal after another was fed back to the tablet. Yu saw the last team coming to the warship, and he immediately gave an order. Xiao Hai. Launch. Chapter 228. Traces of Giant Mountains. As soon as the words fell, countless flames shot up into the sky, aiming at many targets on the map. In an instant, 16 flames exploded in the waters of the East China Sea. The 16 ships, including 2 aircraft carriers, exploded at the same time. Of course, in order to maximize resources, the missiles released by Xiao Hai only destroyed the opponent's cab, ensuring that the opponent's leader was killed and ensuring that the opponent would not launch a heavy firepower counterattack. As for other facilities, they would of course be retained if possible. As for the other armed personnel on the ship, there are a total of 16 groups, each with 3 semi-vegetative people, just to clean up these existences. If it doesn't work, there is also the Heart of the Ocean as a mobile support. It's just the East China Sea waters. As long as the Heart of the Ocean starts the hovering navigation, it can reach any coordinate in the East China Sea waters within 5 minutes. How can you lose if you are riding on the face of the dragon? Now you just need to wait for the little ones to collect the ship back. 1 hour later, everyone approached the Heart of the Ocean with the captured ships one after another, with 3 semi-vegetative people in the lead. The teams completely crushed the ships and recovered them. After all, not every country has the same scientific research capabilities as China, which can create devices to control mutants. In the absence of mutants, semi-vegetative people are the strongest single-soldier combat power, fearless of bullets and with fast recovery. Dealing with those armed personnel is like cutting melons and vegetables, without any damage. Now the ship has been recovered, but the team members dare not deal with the people on the ship rashly. Yu just glanced at them and confirmed that none of the fleets and aircraft carriers belonged to China, and then ordered them to be thrown into the water. Screening? Talents? What the hell? To be honest, he didn't strangle these robbers who broke into his house directly, which was already out of humanitarian spirit. After everything was settled, Yu assigned the 2 aircraft carriers to Misusu and Tuxingyi. The number of people has increased dramatically recently, and they can't keep squeezing on those 2 small boats. After everything was settled, Yu and others led the team and headed towards the Pacific Ocean. According to the coordinates given by EC, the giant mountain is in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Xiao Hai directly drew a straight line on the nautical chart. If we sail at full speed along this line, there will be no problems. The previous route was crooked. In addition to docking for supplies, it was mostly to avoid reef areas. But now, the water depth of the entire sea area has increased by nearly 500 meters. Even if there are reef areas, they will not appear in the original ocean. However, the difficulty of navigation has not decreased at all, but has increased a lot. The rise in water level will cause the reefs to disappear, but there are a lot more undercurrents in the water. Once involved, even the heart of the ocean would find it difficult to escape. That's the sea. Even though the size of the heart of the ocean is comparable to that of an aircraft carrier, it is still just a ship. It is still a bit cramped to fight against the entire ocean. Of course, this problem will not occur for the heart of the ocean. Who says that ships must sail on the water? In addition to the 1-hour hovering voyage every day, Yu can easily control the heart of the ocean to hover in the air with the perfect metal control. It is not an exaggeration to say that the heart of the ocean is now half a seaplane. That is, the other 2 ships cannot keep up. Otherwise they will reach the Pacific Ocean tonight. There is no other way. The rule set by oneself cannot be broken at will. Anyway, it is still early before the agreed time. At the speed of the Chinese aircraft carrier, it will take at least 2 days to reach the agreed location. Yu did not want to reveal any flaws because of his anxiety, so he just took a rest and saw if he could catch any big fish in the sea. He came to Diaoyu Island and threw the sea god's favor into the water. Start fishing. I don't know if it was because of the speed or some other reason. After a whole afternoon, Yu didn't catch even half a fish. This is the sea god's favor, which is known for never missing a single fish. If it was in other waters, it would be fine. But this is in the East China Sea. Is there not even a single fish in the entire sea area? This is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Xiao Jin. Yu whispered to Xiao Jin on his left shoulder. Go under the water and see what's going on. Master. Xiao Jin's tone was a little hesitant. I don't dare. Don't dare. Come on. You are epic. You don't dare? Is there any legendary sea beast under there? Even if the fish resources in the East China Sea are rich, it is impossible to reach this level. Right? Huh? Yu was stunned for a moment. Then asked, tell me more. Why don't you dare? There is a big guy under there. The other fish have all run away. And I don't dare to go down. Sure enough. Even Xiao Jin called the other party a big guy. Who knows what is underneath? Forget it. The heart of the ocean is only at the legendary level now. What if the level of the thing below is higher than the legendary level? Wouldn't it be a disaster? To be on the safe side, let's wait until Xiao Jin evolves to the legendary level. Or the heart of the ocean evolves to a higher level. Anyway, look at the experience bar. After returning from the Pacific Ocean this time, the experience will be almost the same. Wait until the time comes to return to the East China Sea and take a look. Notify them. Go full speed. Yu quickly put away the favor of the sea god, fearing that the so-called big guy below would want to look out. Since you want to hide completely, it's better to escape first. In the evening, the three ships led by the heart of the ocean officially entered the Pacific Ocean. No matter whether they are mutant fish or ordinary fish, the fish around them suddenly increased. But Yu didn't want to fish now. Not for anything else, but because that mountain, the towering and huge mountain body, like a towering altar, stood still under the dark clouds. This is also called a mountain. At this time, the distance from the coordinates given by EC is more than 5,000 kilometers. Even if it is a mountain of more than 9,000 meters, it is impossible to observe it with the naked eye at this location, unless the mountain is moving. Xiao Hai, calculate the distance between us and the opponent. Quick! Report. The target is about 215 kilometers away from us, and it is expected to arrive in 3 hours. 3 hours. Now the speed of the three ships is about 40 knots. Since the mountain is almost in front of us, the ships that were originally around the mountain are probably also approaching. Right? In this case, we can't wait on the heart of the ocean. Notify everyone to pack up their belongings and change ships in 10 minutes. Yes, Master. Chapter 229 Ghost Aircraft Carrier? 10 minutes later, China's aircraft carrier number 001 appeared on the water, and the heart of the ocean was stored in the space. Yu and others also changed into corresponding clothes. As before, Shen Shan's temperament is most suitable for playing the role of leader, and Yu quietly followed behind him, acting as a guard. As for the others, they naturally performed their duties, and were stationed on the aircraft carrier as armed personnel. Misusu and Tushingi were also ready. The two captured aircraft carriers belonged to the White Elephant Country and the Monkey Country. Of course, these two countries do not have aircraft carriers. It is easy to guess that this must be an aircraft carrier borrowed by a guy who is too bored. The two had no choice but to pretend to be this identity. Are you ready? Now that Xiao Hai has been loaded onto the three aircraft carriers, Yu can fully use its functions to communicate with the operators of the three aircraft carriers in real time. Okay, boss. Shen Shan and the other two responded at the same time. Very good. Let's review the script again. Yu spoke carefully. We will head towards Jihan at a speed of about 50 knots. Misusu, Tushingi, you two should follow us at a distance of about 25 nautical miles. We are the pursuers and the prey. You can launch the heavy firepower devices in the aircraft carrier within an appropriate range. Let Xiao Hai lock everything. It knows how to do it most accurately. Once you encounter other aircraft carriers, if there are less than 3, you can sink them directly and capture the people on board alive. If the number is higher than 3, remember our character settings. You can infiltrate the other party's organization and arrange UCN in. The rest can retreat. Do you understand? Understood. The three of them replied in unison. Although I don't understand why the boss insisted on throwing UCN into the other team. As long as it is the boss's order, just do it. After Yu gave the instructions, he also looked at UCN standing next to him. Do you remember your mission? I remember. But UCN had a sad face, holding 2 pills in his hand, not quite understanding. President, is it really okay to do this? The 2 pills were just given to him by Yu, and they were pills made from the blood of mutant fish. This was one of the things Xiao Zissou had researched before. As long as you crush the pill, the blood mist will spread on the boat, covering an area of about 100 meters. And anyone who inhales, it will have a certain probability of mutation. But because the range is too wide, except for the core range, the probability of mutation in other places is very small. As the person who crushed the pill, the probability of mutation is naturally extremely high. This is a method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting yourself by 800. Xiao Zissou didn't plan to use this pill as a weapon before. But what if it was crushed in leisure? Mutation is a negative buff. As long as he is affected by his strong luck. As long as there is one person within 100 meters who has not mutated, he will not enter the mutated state. Even if he really mutates. There is another pill. Only if he swallows it, he can jump from an ordinary mutant to an elite, or even a perfect mutant. He can regain his sanity at that time. Yu Xian also knows these things. So he asked the question just now. Who knows that he has the skill of strong luck? If someone else listens to it, this method is unreliable no matter how you listen to it. Of course. Hu raised his hand and fell on his shoulder. As long as you do what I say, you can get 1,000 points after completing the task. Then you can directly become a trainee crew member. But, no buts. Young man, you have to believe me. Hu interrupted the other party and started to make big promises. Yu Xian, as long as you complete this mission, you can be a salted fish who enjoys a good life even if you are a salted fish for the rest of your life. Don't you want to lie flat on the heart of the ocean for the rest of your life? This sentence hit Yu Xian's heart. He gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and spit out only one word. Do it. It's done. Hu said earnestly. Remember, you must find a place with the most people before taking this pill. Once you take it, you must find a safe place to hide. Wait for support. Understand? Got it. Yu Xian's eyes were sparkling, and he looked at Hu and asked, Boss, you are sure you are not going to send me to be a suicide squad? Right. Don't worry. Hu patted his shoulder twice again. Although you eat a lot and it's useless, you are still a member of our ship. How can I be so cruel? I am very kind. By the way, Hu said, and looked at Lu Ling behind him. Xiao Ling, notify Zissou. I will send her new experimental materials later to calm her down. Okay, boss. Yu Xian shuddered and his mouth twitched. Kind? Who would be so kind as to use mutants as experimental materials? But we have already boarded the pirate ship, and it is obviously impossible to get off. We can only take it one step at a time. Okay. Get ready and set off. Yes. Boss. Aircraft carrier number 001 immediately headed towards the giant mountain. After sailing for nearly half an hour, Mi Susu and Tu Xingyi's ship finally caught up. Of course, Hu was not idle either. It was not easy to expose the heart of the ocean. But some things that could not be exposed could still be used. He directly took out 50 drones and flew towards the giant mountain. In less than 10 minutes, the 50 drones had already arrived at the giant mountain and began to record the situation on it. Looking at the real-time images transmitted on the tablet, Hu couldn't help but frown. The mountain seemed to be covered by a mosaic. It was impossible to see the specific situation on it. Only a layer of hazy black fog could be seen. Once the drone got too close, it would be swallowed by the black fog and the signal would be completely lost. As for the top of the mountain, the drone could fly up. But after flying up, the situation on it was exactly the same as the mountain. Unable to explore. Unable to get close. Hu had no choice but to control the drone downwards to see the situation below the mountain. Sure enough, under the giant mountain, there are 7 aircraft carriers and more than 35 warships hovering near the giant mountain. The place where the national flag should be raised on each aircraft carrier is now replaced by a flag of unknown meaning. At this time, Hu would still put the form of a country on their head. Of course, they would establish themselves as kings. Oh, of course, except for China. That is not a country at all, but a civilization. When other countries are destroyed, the remaining people can form a new country, and it does not necessarily have to be the previous name. But China is an exception. As long as there is a Chinese alive, Chinese civilization will still exist in the world. Compared with other countries on the blue planet, it is a monster in itself. But speaking of which, the situation on these 7 ships is a little bit wrong, judging from the infrared thermal imaging system installed on the drone. There is no one on these ships, but they are still sailing. What's going on? Ghost ships are not enough. So they directly built a ghost aircraft carrier? Chapter 230 Black Fog. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Not to mention people who march and fight all year round. Even a person with normal intelligence and common sense would not send everyone on the ship under such circumstances. You really don't consider that someone will steal the house? Right. Not to mention that outsiders like them are close to the giant mountain. As long as there are people on one of the aircraft carriers, and the others are not, the scene will be completely different. Unless something special happened on the ship. But it is not ruled out that the other party is acting like them. So, the show still has to go on. At least until we confirm that there is no one on those ships. Mi Susu. Tu Xingyi. Hu Yu immediately said to the people on the other two ships, pay attention. Don't get close to the giant mountain. And don't go past us to get close to those aircraft carriers. Whether it's Shen Shan, Xiao Mo, and Xiener or the 50 semi-vegetative people. They are all on this aircraft carrier number 001. Although there are many people on the other two aircraft carriers. They are all ordinary people after all. Once you encounter a danger beyond your cognition, you will inevitably be helpless. Hu Yu doesn't want the team he has accumulated with great difficulty to sink in such a place. Yes, boss. The two responded in unison, and continued to chase the aircraft carrier that Hu Yu was on according to the plan just now. 3 hours later, Hu Yu and others came to the bottom of the giant mountain, at an altitude of more than 9,000 meters. Looking up, you can't see the head even if you bend your neck, giving people a sense of oppression that makes it difficult to breathe. This is only the part that is exposed above the water. God knows what the situation is under the water. At the foot of the mountain is a black fog. The water mist splashed by the rain hitting the water surface mixed in it, giving people an indescribable mystery. And fear. At least Hu Yu dare not go in. Shall Hai. Hu Yu ordered again. Avoid the black fog and head towards the group of aircraft carriers. Yes, master. Aircraft carrier number 001 immediately circled the edge of the black fog and headed towards the aircraft carriers. An hour ago, aircraft carrier number 001 had entered the detection range of normal radar, and he immediately sent a so-called distress signal to the 7 aircraft carriers. But the 7 aircraft carriers were in a state of no response. If you want to know what happened on it, you can only know it by getting closer. Less than 10 minutes. The 001 aircraft carrier came to the edge of the nearest aircraft carrier. Xiaohai simply scanned it, and got the specific information of the aircraft carrier from the database. This is a large aircraft carrier belonging to the White Bear country, and the fighter series made by the White Bear can be seen on it. But there was not a single person in sight. Even when the 001 was about to approach the landing distance, the other party did not react at all. It seems it's not acting. Boss, do you want to go up and take a look? Shen Shan asked from the side. This kind of thing. You can't see anything from the outside. If you want to know what happened on the ship, the best way is to get on board. No hurry. In such a situation, Hu Yu always plays it safe. Xiao Hai. Send 10 semi-vegetative people on board. Install a real-time camera on them. I want to know what happened on the ship. Yes, master. 3 minutes later, 10 fully armed semi-vegetative people boarded the aircraft carrier. But the moment they boarded the aircraft carrier, the 10 figures disappeared. What's going on? Where are the people? Shen Shan exclaimed. Other people watching the surveillance also frowned, their eyes full of confusion. Hu Yu was no exception. When the 10 semi-vegetative people boarded the ship, not only did their figures disappear, but all the electronic equipment they carried was also cut off. It was like they suddenly disappeared. Xiao Mo Hu Yu looked at a certain Mo who was eating chicken feet in military uniform. Can you still feel their presence? Xiao Mo shook his head and sucked another boneless chicken claw. Although I couldn't control them before, I could still feel their mental network. But now, they seem to have disappeared. And I can't feel any mental power. That is, she is there. She was between thinking and eating, and chose to think while eating. Hu Yu didn't care about her. Just stood there frowning and said nothing. People disappeared. Signal disappeared. Even the mental network disappeared without a trace. Could it be that there is a barrier on the ship that separates the inner and outer worlds? That's right. If this conventional method doesn't work, he can still cheat. Try the panel function. Hu Yu immediately walked to the observation deck next to the cab and looked at the black fog in front of him. Sure enough, a prompt box popped up immediately. Name, Deep Sea Black Fog Type, Liquid Effect, After liquefaction, it can isolate the surrounding detection, including but not limited to sight, electronic signals, etc. The outside world cannot detect the internal environment, and the inside cannot detect the external environment. Long-term inhalation will cause hallucinations, hysteria, and even death in humans. Note, although the black fog is good, don't inhale it too much. Who would inhale this stuff too much? Who you couldn't help but complain in his heart. But there is progress at last. Although the 7 aircraft carriers are at the edge of the black fog and are not inside the black fog, some of them are still in contact with the black fog. Now they can see the ship but not the people on it. This is probably the reason. It's just that the effect of the black fog may not be so high when it's close to the edge. But it still has a certain effect. That is to say, there are probably people on those 7 aircraft carriers. But if you want to see them, you have to drive the ship into the edge of the black fog. Otherwise you can't communicate with them. What's the big deal? Forget it. It's better to keep it simple. Since he has come so close, those aircraft carriers can't see him. So why not just start to capture? The reason why he did so many things before, let Mutation and Tushing act, and took away the heart of the ocean, was mainly because he was afraid that the 7 aircraft carriers would cover the firepower at the same time. Even if the heart of the ocean can withstand it, Mutation and Tushing's 2 ships can't withstand it. So he had to design it. Unexpectedly, the plan was in vain. Now the 7 aircraft carriers are like unprotected toys to him. As long as he gets close, he can directly store them in the space. What's the point of defending against this? Just start to store them. Store all 7 aircraft carriers in the space. Even if you have 7 armies on them, you can't fight him in the water. Who you thought about it, and immediately gave the order. Shao Hai, keep approaching this aircraft carrier, and keep the distance within 1 meter. Be careful. Don't exceed 1 meter? Yes, Master. As Shao Hai responded, the number 001 aircraft carrier also began to approach the White Bear aircraft carrier in front of him. 3 meters. 2 meters. Just as the White Bear aircraft carrier was about to reach the collection range, Huyu raised his arm and tried to collect it into the space. But in the next moment, the giant mountain moved. It attacked Huyu and others at a speed visible to the naked eye, although it had not hit them yet. As the giant mountain moved, the deep-sea black fog also moved forward at the same time. The number 001 aircraft carrier retreated in time and stayed outside the 1 meter range. But Huyu stretched out his body and just touched the black fog. Chapter 231. Don't look up. Don't look up. Don't look up. A chill hit me. Before Huyu could react, the scene in front of him made him stunned instantly. I saw that the White Bear aircraft carrier was full of people kneeling. Those armed personnel were like the women who were brainwashed by Mutation. They all knelt on the ground and worshipped the giant mountain in front of them. Even the 10 semi-vegetative people were no exception. They all knelt on the ground and did the same actions as those armed personnel. What's going on? Huyu frowned slightly and looked into the distance, looking at other aircraft carriers and warships farther away. It was discovered that the people on those ships were also doing the same thing. No, not just the aircraft carrier. There were many ships around the giant mountain, and the people on each ship were doing the same thing. What on earth is on that mountain? Huyu frowned slightly, turned his head tentatively, and looked towards the top of the mountain. A burst of light suddenly hit. At the same time, a panel popped up. Before he could react to what happened, the coldness had subsided. Boss! Boss! Are you okay? Lu Ling's voice came. Huyu frowned slightly, and felt a heavy pain in his brain. But he still managed to reply. It's okay. He looked up and saw that the black fog had completely covered the other aircraft carriers. At this moment, he could only see the towering mountain shadows and the thick black fog. What happened just now? How did I get out? In his memory, he just looked up at the sky and wanted to observe the specific situation on the giant mountain. But before he could see what was on it, he became like this when he came to his senses. You don't know? Lu Ling's expression was a little strange. After you entered the black fog, your body began to disappear. I panicked and was about to look for Brother Shan. But when I turned around, your feet appeared on the ground. I didn't have time to think about it. I could only reach out and pull you out of it. And you didn't resist. You have no memory of these things? I remember it. Huyu frowned. He had just entered the black fog and his body was hidden. He was probably affected in some way. Just like those armed men, he knelt down to worship the giant mountain. If the aircraft carrier number 001 had not maintained a distance of more than 1 meter, and if Lu Ling had not pulled him out in time, I guess he would have become one of those kneeling people now. But then again, what on earth is that mountain? Hey, if I remember correctly, the panel information should have popped up at that time. Right? Hu Yu immediately checked the previous panel information, and soon found the information that was missed at that time. Name, Yuan Shan type, building effect? Notes? This panel is so boring. Apart from a name and type, I can't even see the level, let alone the effect and notes. What use can this thing have? Hu Yu frowned and thought for a moment, and gave the order without hesitation. Notify everyone. Retreat. No matter what is on it. No matter what is inside. The current situation has obviously exceeded his expectations. For the sake of his own safety, evacuation is undoubtedly the most correct decision. There is no other. Lu Ling. Notify everyone on board to change boats. Yes, boss. Xiao Hai. Tell me Susu and Tushingi to sail away from the giant mountain immediately. The farther the better. I will meet them later. Yes, master. After Hu Yu gave the order, the black fog got closer and closer, and was almost approaching the aircraft carrier number 001. Hurry up! Hurry! Hu Yu yelled at the top of his voice, and ran to the other side of the ship, while releasing the heart of the ocean. But the next second, the black fog poured down. In just a moment, the black fog enveloped everyone and the aircraft carrier. Before the heart of the ocean could be released, they had already entered the black fog. The 7 aircraft carriers and 35 warships were right in front of them. The scene that Hu Yu saw at that time also caught everyone's eyes at the first time. Xiao Hai. Turn on the radio. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate at all, and shouted to everyone at the first time. Everyone! Don't look up! Don't look up! Don't look up! 3 warnings sounded in a row. If anyone still looked up at the top of the mountain out of curiosity, it would be his own death, and Hu Yu could not save him even if he wanted to. Xiao Hai. Go full speed ahead and leave the black fog. Xiao Hai. Oh no! Xiao Hai always responds to his orders immediately. But now, 3 orders have been issued in a row, and Xiao Hai has not made any sound. This can only prove one thing. In this black fog, Xiao Hai has failed. Without the assistance of artificial intelligence, he can only rely on manual driving. Hu Yu immediately rushed to the cab, and under the puzzled eyes of everyone, he came to the bridge and started the ship's broadcasting device. Fortunately, the few shouts Hu Yu just made were heard by everyone in the cab. They didn't look up, but looked at Hu Yu with a puzzled look. Lu Ling didn't notice anything wrong, but looked at Hu Yu with some confusion. Boss, what are you doing? I'll explain it later. Hu Yu turned on the radio and repeated what he had just said, and ordered, everyone, gather at the control station. Quick! Boss, you shouldn't be so excited, right? Xiao Mo also smiled bitterly, and continued to eat the potato chips in his hand. After entering the black fog, she did not find anything unusual except for the aircraft carriers that suddenly appeared in front of her, and the people kneeling on the aircraft carriers. She did not understand why Hu Yu made such a fuss. It's hard to say whether it's that serious or not, but we will know later. Hu Yu did not wait for anyone to come to the cockpit, but turned to look at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, drive the boat. Let's find a way out first. Yes, boss, Brother Shan replied, and immediately took over the control console and began to control the aircraft carrier in the opposite direction of the Black Mountain. The speed soared from 40 knots to 50, 60, and even 70 knots in overload mode. But no matter how they drove, the huge mountain behind them was still following closely. It was like driving a teammate who was following him, and he couldn't get rid of him at all. Hu Yu frowned. Now Xiao Hai was also out of order, and he couldn't contact Misusu and Tushingi outside, and he didn't know what was happening to their 2 teams. I just hope they can hear the last message Xiao Hai passed on. At least, don't let everyone fall into it. 5 minutes later, everyone on the boat came to the front of the cabin. Xiao Mo, don't you want to know if I'm making a fuss? As soon as Hu Yu asked, Xiao Mo stopped stuffing potato chips and shook his head. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I just have a reasonable suspicion. You don't have to gang up on me. Who ganged up on you? Hu Yu smiled helplessly. You are professional in the spiritual level. Come and take a look. If anything unusual happens later, you have to record and analyze it in the first time. Oh, that's it? Simple, Xiao replied, and his expression was finally relaxed. Yu immediately looked at the remaining 40 semi-vegetative people on the boat and found one of them. Under the gaze of everyone, he gave an order. Look up. Chapter 232 I'm with you. As soon as the words fell, the semi-vegetative man immediately raised his head. And the moment he looked at the top of the mountain, a burst of purple light flashed in his eyes. His knees suddenly softened, and he fell to the ground and began to kowtow one after another. His appearance was exactly the same as the people on the other boats. Do you know why now? Yu said calmly, turning to look at Xiao. Do you feel anything different about him? Xiao shook his head and frowned. I can't feel any difference in his mental fluctuations. He doesn't seem to be affected by anything. Not affected? If it's not a mental influence, how could it be this way? Unless this mental influence has reached a point where even Xiao can't detect it. Of course, it may also be due to the special nature of semi-vegetative people. Earlier, even when semi-vegetative people were not affected by the giant mountain, Xiao couldn't control them. What if they were ordinary people or mutants who were controlled? Brother Shan, control the ship to approach the White Bear aircraft carrier. I want to go on board to take a look. Yes, boss. Shen Shan controlled the aircraft carrier to turn slowly. In terms of control proficiency, he was obviously not as good as Xiao Hai. He even bumped into the White Bear aircraft carrier when approaching it. But these are all minor problems. Zilong, Brother Zhong, you go on board and bring an ordinary person over. Be careful. Okay, boss. The two spoke at the same time and walked towards the White Bear aircraft carrier at the same time. Yu was not idle either, and turned to look at Shen Shan. Brother Shan, please bring the mutant out. Okay, boss. Shen Shan replied and walked towards the cabin of the 001 aircraft carrier. In less than 10 minutes, the three of them brought the mutant and a White Bear man who was kneeling and bowing on board. Xiao, try to control the White Bear man. Wait a minute. Xiao poured the remaining chips in his hand into his mouth, and no longer took out the second snack from his bag, but stared at the White Bear man. Stop! After the words fell, the White Bear man stopped moving instantly. It worked. If Xiao could take over the other party's control, then they could send ordinary people to climb the giant mountain and explore the objects that might exist on the giant mountain. If something happened, Xiao could also restore his condition. Yu was delighted. But before he could let Xiao conduct the next test, a stream of dark red blood flowed out of the White Bear man's 7 orifices. Bang! In less than 3 seconds, the White Bear man fell to the ground. Su Zilong leaned over to check and quickly came to a conclusion. Dead. Try this, mutant. Yu had to change his target. The mental strength of ordinary people is limited. It is normal for them to collapse when being controlled by Xiao and the giant mountain. But the mutants are not necessarily the same. Xiao expression became heavier. Although she is greedy, it does not mean that she only has food in her mind. She is naturally clear about the current situation. If they can't find a way to break the deadlock, they will most likely be trapped and die near this giant mountain. There was no need to consider the problem of supplies. But what if the black fog had other effects? Or there were other dangers near the giant mountain? Look up. This time, Xiao took the lead in taking control of the mutant. The other party immediately looked up and looked at the top of the giant mountain. With just one glance, the mutant began to struggle like crazy. She didn't want to kneel, but wanted to go up the mountain. The mutant kept struggling, trying to escape from Shen Shan. And Sienna immediately stepped forward and controlled the other side of the woman's body. But the opponent was still unyielding. The next moment, puff! 2 dark purple rays immediately shot out. The 2 arms of the mutant were torn off by herself. Blood spurted out, but she rushed towards the mountain without hesitation, and jumped into the sea in a flash. Even without arms, she still swam towards the giant mountain by wagging her tail. In less than 10 seconds, she passed through the black fog on the water, climbed up the giant mountain, and climbed all the way up the mountain. Everyone's eyes followed her figure and kept moving up. Lower your head, Yu shouted angrily. Everyone came back to their senses and lowered their heads to stop chasing the mutant. Sorry, boss. Xiao lowered his head, his voice soft and a little guilty. I don't know why it happened. Her mind was forcibly taken over by another existence. I can't control it. Sure enough, it's not that easy to break the situation. It's okay. It's not your fault. Who you said? First collecting the blood on the ground into the space to avoid contamination, and then looked at the people present. Brother Shan? Shen, do you dare to accompany me? The situation is now very clear. Or, sit and wait for death. If the situation is better, everyone can still live until the 49th day of the rainstorm, and wait until the rain stops to see the situation. If the situation is a little worse, wait until the black fog becomes thicker, or something else comes down from the mountain. They can only smile and say GG. Or, go up the mountain. Take a gamble. From all the information we know so far, as long as we don't look up at the mountain, we will not be controlled by the giant mountain, and those special situations will not occur. They could go up the mountain first, or get close to the giant mountain and put it into space directly. Once the giant mountain disappears, all problems will be solved. But for safety reasons, they can't control the aircraft carrier 001 directly. It's better to go there as a team. Boss. Before Shen Shan and Shen could answer, Su Zilong spoke first. I'll go with you. Zilong. It's not that I don't want you to go with me. It's mainly who you looked helpless. You know? If it was before, Su Zilong's ability could be considered the first echelon, and acting together would only be helpful. But now, who you alone is enough to drag down Shen and Shen Shan. If there is one more, it will be difficult to distract them. I know. Isn't it just mutation? Su Zilong stepped forward and spread his hands. Give me a crystal stone. I am willing to mutate. Who you didn't say anything. Just frowned and looked at him. It's not that he wants to control this power in his own hands, but mainly, mutation is uncontrollable. And no one knows what sequelae there will be after mutation. These things, after all, are all released by extraterrestrial civilizations. If there is any trick in them, who you has no way to solve it. Shen Shan, Shen, including him, have really taken this path because they have no other choice. And he and Shen are more special. Not mutation, but evolution. Therefore, he does not want others to pursue mutation because of power. Instead, he wants them to wait. Evolution is much better than mutation. Right? But, who you also understands why Su Zilong is so persistent. Getting caught in the rain, getting into the water, and now actively wanting to mutate. What he wants is nothing more than to be a useful person, rather than a salted fish who hides behind and only knows how to paddle in the end of the world. Hu. Yu Xian sneezed inexplicably. Hu Yu glanced at him without leaving a trace, and finally took a step forward and patted his shoulder. Come with me. Chapter 233, the second round of evolution is complete. To save time, Hu Yu called Su Zilong to a separate room and got straight to the point. Do you already know the dangers of mutation? Yes. Although we have successfully completed safe mutations and maintained our sanity in the previous few times, it does not mean that we can achieve this level in the future. This, do you understand? Yes. If, Hu Yu stared into his eyes. I mean, if you become an irrational mutant, how do you want us to treat you? Just treat it normally. Su Zilong replied calmly. Dr. Xiao is just short of experimental subjects. Right. My physique is pretty good, so I should be qualified. Right? Hu Yu was completely speechless. It seems that this guy is determined to mutate. It is impossible to stop him. The only way is to minimize the harm. Hu Yu took out a porcelain bowl and a dagger, cut open his palm directly, and began to bleed. Scarlet blood flowed into the porcelain bowl, filling up the entire bowl. He handed it to Su Zilong. Drink this first. The reason why Shen evolved at that time was probably because she drank her own blood. Since Su Zilong was determined to do it, why not help him and do a small experiment to see if the fundamental reason for becoming an evolver was because of her own blood? Isn't this a mutation? Why drink blood? Su Zilong didn't quite understand. Do you want to drink it? If you don't drink it, you'll fall down. Don't even think about evolving then. Drink. Su Zilong spat out a word, immediately took the porcelain bowl in front of him, and drank the blood in it. Instantly, a purple light bloomed in the depths of his pupils. Evolution has begun. Hu Yu did not dare to hesitate, and immediately took out 3 pieces of fine mutation crystals in the space, fearing that it was not enough. He also took out a perfect mutation crystal. When he killed the 200,000 fish before, he harvested a total of 6 perfect mutation crystals, and 5,000 fine mutation crystals. It was just right. While Su Zilong was mutating, he could synthesize these crystals to see if he could improve his evolution. Hu Yu thought about it, and synthesized them directly in the space backpack. 5,000 pieces of fine mutation crystals were directly synthesized into 1,000 pieces of perfect mutation crystals. One piece of perfect mutation crystal can provide 1% of evolution. Counting the epic mutation crystal that Hu Yu absorbed earlier, he only needs to absorb 90 more pieces. That is to say, there is a synthesis table. Otherwise, at this stage, where can we find 90 perfect mutation fish? Hu Yu took out the perfect mutation crystals one after another. When the crystals were in his hands, they disappeared instantly and merged into his body. Less than 10 seconds. A prompt popped up in front of him. Ding! The host's successful evolution value has reached 100%. After absorbing an epic level mutation crystal, the evolution can be completed. Oh! Evolution actually requires prerequisites. Fortunately, the synthesis table can synthesize epic level mutation crystals. What if I wait until the next round of evolution and need legendary level mutation crystals? Forget it. There will always be a way when the car reaches the mountain. So let's evolve first. Hu Yu put 5 perfect level mutation crystals into the synthesis table and successfully obtained epic level mutation crystals. Just when he was about to absorb and break through the current stage of evolution, Su Zilong moved. He seemed to sense something, and his figure flashed. And he gave up the perfect level mutation crystal in front of him, and rushed towards the epic level mutation crystal in Hu Yu's hand. Sure enough, as long as it becomes a mutant, whether it is mutation or evolution, it will lose its resistance to the mutation crystal. Hu Yu is not a person who cares about such an epic level mutation crystal, so he threw it to Su Zilong directly. But just as he synthesized a new piece and was about to absorb it again, the scene in front of him shocked him on the spot. I saw that piece of epic mutant crystal stone passing through the air. Su Zilong just hooked his hand slightly, and the rain outside the porthole wrapped the crystal stone and sent it to his palm. This is water control. In an instant, Su Zilong's new panel popped up in front of him. Name: Su Zilong. Gender: male. Age: 27. Skills: legendary firearms, epic fighting, epic assassination, perfect survival, perfect off-road, perfect driving, perfect first aid, perfect electronics, perfect swimming, proficient water control. Personality: loyal, impulsive, decisive, protective, and arrogant. Favorability: 79. Hu Yu's pupils trembled. At that time, he also saw this ability in the evolution direction, and he was hesitant between this ability and the word spirit. If it was before the end of the world, this ability would be at most T1 level. In some special situations, such as drought or desert, this skill would be useless. But now the whole world is full of water. This ability is a real T0 echelon. What a pity. Why didn't I use the skill to copy the book later? If I could copy it to this skill, it would be so cool. Forget it. There will be a chance to draw in the future anyway. As the epic mutated crystal was absorbed, Su Zilong's condition returned to normal. He lowered his head and looked at his hands in disbelief, his eyes full of surprise. Boss, Congratulations. You have successfully evolved. And water control is your ability. Evolution? Isn't it mutation? I'll explain this to you later. Hu Yu waved his hand and opened the door behind him. You go out and get familiar with your current physical condition first. I have some things to do. When I come out, we will officially set off. Okay. Boss. Su Zilong walked out of the room happily, and Hu Yu took out another epic mutated crystal after closing the door. When the crystal touched his palm, Hu Yu felt silence all around him, as if he could only hear his own heartbeat. When he came to his senses, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the second round of evolution. The physical fitness has been comprehensively improved, and the skill word spirit has been upgraded to the excellent level. Name: word spirit. Category: skill effect. Any sentence spoken may trigger cause and effect and make it come true. The probability depends on the target grade. When the target is excellent or below, the probability of coming true is 10%. For each level increase, the probability is reduced to 1/10. It can only be used twice a day, and the corresponding cause and effect must be born. Note: God said, "Let there be light." It's done. Hu Yu was delighted. After the word spirit was upgraded, not only the scope of influence was increased, but also the number of times it could be used was increased. If it was upgraded to the perfect level, wouldn't it be possible to use it 3 times a day? There are still 900 perfect level mutant crystals left. Let's try to see if it can be upgraded to the next level. He tried to take out a perfect mutant crystal, and the prompt came as promised. But when Huyu saw it clearly, the joy in his heart was immediately dissipated. Chapter 234 Giant Mountain? Living creature? Ding! Perfect mutation crystal detected. Do you want to absorb? After absorption, the evolution value can be increased by 0.1%. 0.1%? This is a perfect mutation crystal. According to this prompt, even an epic mutation crystal can only provide 1% of the evolution value. The remaining 900 perfect mutation crystals, if all synthesized to epic level, will only be 180. These crystals are barely enough to upgrade myself to the edge of the second round of evolution. But if you want to enter the third round of evolution, you probably need a legendary mutant crystal. This thing is obviously not something that can be done through synthesis. However, Huyu looked at the foot of the giant mountain in front of him. Maybe there are legendary mutant creatures on this mountain. In this case, it is better to save these mutant crystals for emergency use. After finding the legendary mutant crystal, it will not be too late to break through to the third stage. Now his physical condition is almost catching up with Ancienner after the mutation. That is, his combat experience and combat skills are not as good as theirs. If this undergoes another mutation, maybe there is even a chance to surpass Ancienner in terms of physical fitness. Now the time is almost up. Let's go first. Huyu walked out of the room quickly and came to the driver's cabin. As soon as he reached the door, he saw the crowd forming a circle with a radius of 5 meters. Come again! Su Zilong's voice rang out in the crowd. The falling rain instantly turned into a tiger, swooping down from the sky. In an instant, a bullet shot into the air. Before the tiger fell, the bullet turned into a shield as thin as a cicada's wing, blocking the tiger. At the same time, a muffled sound exploded in the crowd. Bang! Huyu even felt that the aircraft carrier trembled. He vaguely guessed something and hurried through the crowd to the edge of the open space. Su Zilong was lying face down on the ground, his body limp like a puddle of rubber, while Ancienner was wet all over, as if she had taken a bath. Zilong was confused. He evolved, but Ancienner also evolved. When both of them have improved, it is equivalent to that neither of them has improved. In fact, in terms of skill level, Ancienner's improvement may be even greater. Therefore, Su Zilong should be beaten. Boss. Shen Shan stood aside, looking at Huyu helplessly. I tried to stop them, but I couldn't. Forget it. It's okay. Letting them know each other's fighting power will also be beneficial for future actions. Huyu casually took out 2 bottles of Lichuan and handed them to Shen Shan. Let these 2 drink it first, and we will set off immediately. Yes, boss. Shen Shan brought Lichuan to the 2 of them, gave a bottle to Ancienner, squatted on the ground, and poured it directly into Su Zilong's mouth. After drinking the sweet spring, the 2 people's status was restored to full. 2 minutes later, the 4 people have changed into diving suits, entered the submarine, and are ready to dive. The rule for collecting space backpacks is that the edge of the object must be within 1 meter of itself as the center of the circle. If you want to take this mountain away, you must either find the top of the mountain or dive into the water and find the edge of the mountain. The water depth has now reached more than 500 meters. Without using a submarine, no one can dive 500 meters underwater with their body alone. Huyu was the last one to enter the submarine and looked at Shen Shan at the operating table and said, Brother Shan, we can start now. Yes, boss. The engine started, and the submarine fell rapidly toward the water surface. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters, the surrounding environment became increasingly quiet. In the deep sea, there was no sound at all. The 4 people squeezed in the submarine and could only hear each other's breathing. 400 meters, 500 meters, 600 meters, the submarine searchlight illuminated the surroundings, and everyone could only vaguely see the mountain still spreading downwards, and the bottomless waters. This is already the border of the Pacific Ocean. Even without this devastating rainstorm, the average depth is close to 4,000 meters. If you really fall to the bottom, God knows how long it will take. Now Shanghai is in a dormant state. Even if you want to explore, there is no way. You can only continue to dive and see. 700 meters, 800 meters, 900 meters. No. Shen Shan frowned and said, Boss, I suggest you float up. At this depth, even if you find the boundary, you can't get out of the submarine. Who said we have to go out? Who you casually took out a can and set its position outside the submarine. The huge water pressure fell and instantly crushed it. But who you took it back? At this moment, Shen Shan and others knew that this person's ability to store and retrieve items can be released remotely. What else can we say? Keep going. Anyway, the maximum distance of this submarine is 5,800 meters. As long as this number is not reached, we can continue to dive. 1,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters. As the numbers continue to increase, everyone's mood becomes more and more complicated. It is known that the mountain above the water is about 9,000 meters high, and the mountain under the water is more than 4,000 meters high. Please, the entire mountain is 13,000 meters high. This is already the height of 1.5 world's highest peaks. If they can take this mountain, even if the water level in the future is above 9,000 meters, they can live at an altitude of 4,000 meters. It's more than enough to protect themselves from being flooded. I just don't know if they can take it away. Boom! For 1,568 meters, there was a muffled sound from the bottom of the submarine, accompanied by a tremor. Finally, we have reached the bottom. The high-intensity spotlight immediately shone in the direction of the giant mountain. The giant mountain stretched endlessly, and the foot of the mountain was just not far from everyone's eyes. Only less than 5 meters away at most. Brother Shan, move forward. Who you immediately ordered. Yes, boss. Shen Shan naturally understood what this giant mountain meant in the end times. He suppressed his excitement and controlled the submarine to get closer. Soon, the submarine landed right on the edge of the giant mountain. Less than 1 meter away, Hu Yu took a step forward and got as close to the giant mountain as possible. While looking at the other side, he thought to himself, collect. If such a huge mountain is taken away, the entire water level will probably drop a bit. Right? Hu Yu thought to himself. But when he looked at the moment in front of him again, his heart trembled suddenly. No. This is impossible. Mountain. The giant mountain is still in front of him. The few people in the submarine were also stunned. This person has never failed to make a move. What happened this time? Hu Yu was stunned for a moment, and then goosebumps spread from the back of his neck to his arms. Since we have already reached the location, the space backpack still cannot collect this giant mountain. So there is only one possibility. This thing is not a thing, but a creature. A living creature. Chapter 235, Climbing the Mountain. Hu Yu should have thought of it earlier. Although the movement speed of this giant mountain is extremely slow, it is indeed in a moving state. With such a large body, it can continue to move under the sea surface. I think there is only one possibility. This is a living creature. A living creature carrying a mountain of nearly 15,000 meters on its back. Before it finds them, go up first. Surface. Quickly. Hu Yu suppressed the throbbing in his heart and immediately gave the order. Although Shen Shan had doubts in his eyes, he still controlled the submarine at the first time and began to float to the surface of the water. After setting up the program, Shen Shan turned to look at Hu Yu. Boss, you didn't want to take this mountain just now? It can't be taken away. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, and seeing that there was no danger, he began to explain to everyone. You should all know that my space backpack can only take in dead objects. Right? The few people present were not stupid. When they heard this, they immediately understood why Hu Yu's reaction was so abnormal just now. Wait! Su Zilong's eyes were full of horror. Boss, you mean that thing down there is a living thing? Yes. Hu Yu nodded. So big. Shen Shan also exclaimed. Even if it is a mutation of the blue whale, it won't grow to this size. Right? It's too big. Now is not the time to talk about this. Su Zilong frowned. Since this thing is alive, boss, who can't take it away, what should we do next? Can we try to get out of here? If we fight hard, I'm afraid we won't even be able to break the opponent's defense. You can try. But Hu Yu took over the conversation and said, don't hold too high hopes. Since this thing is a living thing, it needs to eat. Although its eating organs have not been found yet, I speculate that its food is most likely humans. Even if it is not humans themselves, its ingredients should be related to humans. So, be careful. Don't worry. Boss, I know. After receiving the authorization, Su Zilong immediately took over the control panel and let the submarine rise, while driving in the opposite direction of the giant turtle. But before they had gone for a few minutes, there was a muffled sound in front of the submarine, as if it had hit something. The submarine shook for a while, but could not break through the barrier in front of it. Can't run away. Can't run away at all. Su Zilong's face sank, although he had prepared himself mentally before. When this scene really happened, he was still a little embarrassed. Let's go up. Huyu said calmly. Escape is never a solution, no matter whether this thing is alive or dead. I have a way. Huh? Shen Shan snorted lightly, as if he didn't understand boss. Such a big thing. You really have a way? Isn't it just a creature more than 10,000 meters high? Huyu chuckled and couldn't help but think of the palm-sized fish pond and the dragon blood sturgeon swimming in it. Leave it to me. It just so happens that the fish tank seems to be missing a rockery. If it is reduced in proportion by 1,000 times, this living creature of more than 15,000 meters can be reduced to at least 15 meters. Then put it in the fish tank. The fish tank will naturally expand with its size. Just imagine. There will be a 15-meter high ornamental fish tank in the room in the future. And the fish in it will at least be perfect. Oh! It's so beautiful. However, the premise of all this is that they can go to the top of the mountain and put the entire fish pond on top of each other. In this way, it can be regarded as captured by the fish pond. And then all problems will be solved. Right? It's not that I don't believe you, boss. Shen Shan said bitterly. Let's not talk about whether you have a solution. Do we really have to climb that mountain? Let's not talk about the dangers up there. Are you sure you can climb up? With the heavy rain and this altitude, even climbing Mount Everest wouldn't be so difficult. We have to climb even if we can't. Huyu has made up his mind. If he doesn't put this thing in the fish pond, who knows what it will become in the future? All threats must be nipped in the bud. You still have a chance to regret now. If anyone wants to withdraw, I can agree. Repent? Only a fool would regret. Huyu was determined to go up the mountain. If something happened to him, the rest of us wouldn't be able to live long even if we wanted to. But if we follow him all the way, if something happens that's not too dangerous, we can still take care of each other. If we are unlucky and the whole army is wiped out, it's better than returning to the ship and dying while fighting for resources with our compatriots. Just climb the mountain, and it's done. Half an hour passed. The submarine returned to the surface. At this moment, the giant mountain was less than 20 meters away from the aircraft carrier number 001. Closer again. After everyone came out of the submarine, they simply packed up and prepared to set off again. After Huyu distributed the mountaineering equipment to the 3 people, they took the lifeboat and headed towards the giant mountain. In less than 5 minutes, everyone arrived at the foot of the giant mountain. Climbing. Start. This is different from normal mountain climbing. Like some scenic spots, mountain climbing is done through artificially carved stairs. But this giant mountain is different. There are no traces of artificial carving on it. If you want to climb it, you can only step on and climb one stone after another, and use your hands and legs to support your body forward. Even during the climbing process, you can't look up at the top of the mountain. The difficulty is self-evident. Of course, this is the method for ordinary people. For Huyu, there is an even simpler way. Are you all ready? Huyu turned his head and looked at the other 3 people. The 4 of them were tied together with steel cables, about 3 meters apart, and Sienna and him were tied to the 2 ends of the steel cables, while Shen Shan and Su Zilong were tied in the middle. Ready? Everyone replied. Su Zilong looked at Huyu beside him and asked curiously, Boss, aren't we going to prepare for rock climbing later? It's safe to be tied like this, but won't it affect your performance? Who wants you to perform? Huyu asked back, looking at Su Zilong with a smile. Lie down. The boss will take you to take off. Snap. A finger snapped. Perfect metal control. Activated. In an instant, the steel cable and the 4 people flew into the air at the same time. The people on the aircraft carrier could only see a black shadow rushing up, and the speed even reached 30 kilometers per hour. But even if it maintains this speed, it will take 18 minutes to reach the top. 1,000 meters. Everyone has no problem. Even if there is a heavy rain, it will not affect everyone's flying speed. 2,000 meters. A sharp whistle suddenly sounded. I saw a large black shadow flying out from the giant mountain, braving the heavy rain, attacking Huyu and others. Is that a bird? Chapter 236 Mountain Top. No. That's not right. How can birds still fly in such a heavy rain? As we all know, birds have feathers on their wings. This physiological structure means that once they get wet, it is difficult for them to fly. Not to mention such a heavy rain. Even in ordinary heavy rain, many birds will fall to the ground because their wings are soaked with too much water. These shadows must not be birds, or they are not normal birds. Be careful, Huyu exclaimed, and at the same time cooperated with Encianer to control the steel cable to avoid those birds. However, the other parties seemed to have only them as their target. No matter how Huyu and others avoided, those birds stared at them, like beasts ready to hunt. Soon, the figure of the first bird was clearly visible, and the panel popped up in front of Huyu. Name, iron-feathered black eagle type, bird status, hungry description, originally a scavenger. The vultures have undergone unimaginable changes in their bodies after consuming a large amount of unknown substances. The feathers have become metal, ensuring that they can still fly in heavy rain. Note, if I were you, I would not run away when I saw this situation. It is better to commit suicide than to be eaten by these things. Wait, what is this thing called? Iron feathers. Their feathers. Can they also be considered metal? Sienna, you take over the steel cable, Huyu said, facing thousands of iron-feather black eagles. He dared not be arrogant, and it was impossible to distract himself and operate the steel cable while doing two things at the same time. Although Sienna could not control the steel cable to carry 4 people to fly at the same time, she could still float in place. It's no problem to leave it to her. Determined, Huyu stared at the first iron-feathered black eagle, and his mind moved. Its 2 wings were indeed frozen instantly, as if they were filled with lead, and they couldn't swing at all, and could only be forced to fall to the ground. At a height of 1,000 meters, the water surface was as hard as a concrete floor. Even if it was a perfect level mutant creature, there would only be one result if it fell. It works. Huyu was delighted, and when he looked at the iron-feathered black eagles flying in groups again, his eyes no longer had the previous fear, but excitement. It would be a pity if all these treasures fell to death. I was just worried about not being able to find something to apologize to Xiao Zissou. Thousands of iron-feathered black eagles are not only perfect mutants, but if they can be tamed, they will be thousands of drones with bombing, navigation, and identification systems. I just don't know if the perfect metal control can control thousands of targets at the same time. I can only give it a try. Huyu immediately changed the control mode and controlled the bodies of those iron-feathered black eagles, making them hover in the air. 1,000, 2,000, until all the iron-feathered black eagles were controlled by Huyu. His face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. This feeling is like someone holding a sledgehammer, smashing the wall again and again, and yelling in your ear from time to time. 80! 80! It's too uncomfortable. Fortunately, the harvest is at least proportional to the effort. Each of these iron-feathered black eagles is a big treasure. After going down the mountain, I can slowly train and subdue these iron-feathered black eagles. Just hold on for a while. Huyu controlled these iron-feathered black eagles to approach the crowd, and looked at the other 3 people at the same time. Brother Shan, find one to sit on. Okay, boss, Shen Shan said, out of his unconditional trust in Huyu. He didn't ask any more questions and sat on the iron-feathered black eagle. With the flying ability of the iron-feathered black eagle, it can fully carry an adult male. The remaining few people also sat on it, and Huyu continued to control the 4 iron-feathered black eagles. 3,000 meters. 4,000 meters. Huyu lost control of the other iron-feathered black eagles. Anyway, these iron-feathered black eagles will not attack objects on the water, and they did not fly up to find them. They can control them again when they go down the mountain. 5,000 meters. 6,000 meters. The altitude is getting higher and higher. The surrounding air is also becoming thinner and thinner. Even the iron-feathered black eagle is starting to feel a little weak, as if it is not quite adapted to the environment here. Yes, the iron-feathered black eagle only lived at an altitude of about 2,000 meters before, and now it has doubled. It would be strange if it can still adapt. 7,000 meters, 8,000 meters. The flying speed of the iron-feathered black eagle is getting slower and slower, and there is even a faint tendency to fall. Huyu did not dare to sit on it, and controlled the steel cable to move upward again, and release the control of the iron-feathered black eagles. 9,000 meters. The giant mountain was still shrouded in a layer of black fog. Just like before. I couldn't see the specific situation, but I could clearly feel that I was close to the top of the mountain. As the mountain gradually became flatter, its diameter was also shrinking. I couldn't go up any further. If I continued to climb up by cable, I might fly directly to the top and face the mountaintop if I wasn't careful. Without knowing what was up there, it was better to be careful. I was afraid that I would have to climb up by myself. Everyone be careful. Who you control the steel cable to approach the mountain. I'm going to approach the mountain. Get ready to climb. There may be some special creatures on the mountain later. If you can hide, hide. If you can't hide, kill them. Yes, boss. Everyone responded at the same time. And who you had already started to approach the mountain. After passing through the thick black fog, the main body of the giant mountain finally appeared in front of us. Unlike normal mountains, there are many stones on this mountain. Just like scales. Round scales. Whether it's scales or stones. As long as they can be climbed. They are good things. Everyone was sent to the top of the mountain one after another. And Shen took the lead. Followed by Shen Shan, Hu Yu, and Su Zilong. The 4 people lined up in a diagonal line and climbed towards the top of the mountain one after another. It was only 1,000 meters away. It was a piece of cake for Hu Yu, whose body was strengthened. Not to mention Shen Shan and others, who also participated in mutation or evolution. In less than 15 minutes, they climbed at least 1,000 meters. The diameter of the mountain began to shrink rapidly. From the mountain with a diameter of hundreds of meters at 9,000 meters. It was now less than 3 meters. They could even hug the entire mountain. The oxygen around them became thinner. Everything proves one thing. The mountain top is almost there. But the few people dared not look up. So they could not confirm whether they had really reached the mountain top. They could only climb all the way with their heads down. Soon, a burst of light purple light came into everyone's eyes, flickering above their heads. With the current visibility, it is at most 100 meters to the top of the mountain. Who you subconsciously looked down. At this height, the huge aircraft carrier below was like a black dot. And the specific location could not be seen at all. The two were so far apart that the thing flashing with purple light even affected the existence below. God knows what it is. No matter what. Let's go up and take a look first. Chapter 237 Eggs. Going up the mountain. It is definitely impossible to go up the mountain directly like this. In this case, Who you can't fight an unprepared battle. Stack up the buff first. He began to take out things one by one. Protective goggles, gas masks, protective clothing, and to be on the safe side, Who you also gave everyone a periscope. Prepared to try first without using the naked eye. Whether it is possible to see the existence on the top of the mountain without being affected. Since technological equipment cannot be used, let's use traditional mechanical equipment. As the saying goes, as long as your mind doesn't slip, there are always more solutions than problems. After everything was ready, everyone had rested for a while, and it was time to head towards the top of the mountain. The last few hundred meters, everyone climbed very carefully. It took them half an hour to climb the distance that should have taken 10 minutes. When they climbed to the end, everyone could clearly feel the dazzling purple light from the corner of their eyes. Stop, Hu Yu said. He didn't know how far he was from the real top of the mountain. He just knew he couldn't climb any further. Shen Shan. Something's wrong. The other two, including himself, were not affected by the purple light. Except Shen Shan. From the moment he saw the light purple light, his condition started to become abnormal. Even without looking up, everyone could clearly feel that his pace was accelerating, as if he was rushing to the top. During this period, Hu Yu also tried to talk to him, and he still behaved normally, as if there was nothing wrong. But it has come to this point. No matter if there is a problem or not, Hu Yu dare not continue to climb up. As soon as he finished speaking, and Shen and Su Zilong stopped at the same time. Only Shen Shan. He continued to climb up as if he didn't hear anything. Even, his neck has begun to rise slightly. Brother Shan, Hu Yu exclaimed. But Shen Shan's movements still did not stop. And he was even about to surpass Shen in front of him. This won't work. He must be stopped. Shen, do it. Shen heard what Hu Yu meant and kicked Shen Shan. Hu Yu immediately controlled the cable and pulled him, and Shen under him. It would have been fine if he hadn't pulled. But once he did, Shen Shan was completely out of control. He looked at the top of the mountain. his eyes full of madness, and roared at Hu in the air. Roar! This roar was like the roar of a wild beast. What on earth is that? Didn't Shan go raise his head? Why was he also affected? Su Zilong also realized that something was wrong, and his voice was trembling. Don't worry about him for now. We can save him naturally after dealing with the things above. Hu frowned slightly. He was worried that he would encounter a similar situation as Shen Shan, so he didn't dare to continue climbing. Instead, he took out the simple periscope he had just made. He looked at the bottom lens, held the lens tube, and sent the upper lens to the top of the mountain. The principle of the periscope is very simple. It is nothing more than refraction through several mirrors, allowing the observer to see things at a specific angle from a direct perspective. This can avoid the influence of the thing on the top of the mountain to the greatest extent. Of course, if it affects everyone through radiation or some kind of light, the periscope cannot avoid it. This is just like the principle that the sun has the ability to illuminate and radiate after being refracted by the mirror. The periscope continued to rise, and soon, a luminous object was exposed in front of Hu through the mirror. That was an egg? The real mountain top was only big enough for one person to stand. Countless scale-like stones, like guards, guarded the half-human-sized egg in the middle. The egg was engraved with dense and complex patterns. The purple light was emitted from the patterns on the egg. Is this the culprit for those strange scenes? Hu was sure that this egg was definitely not the egg of any creature on the blue planet. The heavy rain poured down, just like pouring on a sponge, and was completely absorbed by the strange egg. Anyway, let's try to collect this egg first. Zilong, wait for me here. I'll go pick an egg and come back. Why? I always feel like you've taken advantage of me. Su Zilong was speechless. Just keep it safe. Remember? Don't look up. Hu said as he began to climb upwards. He had just used a periscope to determine the location, and the egg was still about 10 meters away from them. If they wanted to collect it within range, they had to climb about 9 meters upwards. He estimated the distance in his mind, and soon he came to the right position. The purple light was like a searchlight, and it was already dazzling. Hu was afraid of being affected by it, so he closed his eyes and raised his hands high. Collect. Strictly speaking, as long as the egg is not hatched, it is not considered a living thing. As long as it is not a living thing, it can be absorbed by space. The next moment, the purple light around him suddenly dissipated. It's done! Hu tentatively raised his head, and indeed the previous situation did not happen. He was delighted and looked down. Shen Shan had returned to normal at this time. He no longer roared or struggled, but looked around with a dull look. His face was full of 3 sentences. Who am I? Where am I? And what just happened? Since Shen Shan's situation has been resolved, the situation of those people below should also be resolved. But the surrounding black fog still exists. If you want to leave here, you still have to solve the problem of Yuan Shan. Hu was just about to continue climbing the last meter and reach the top of the mountain when a tremor suddenly hit. A violent tremor came from the bottom. The whole giant mountain began to shake wildly, and the people at the top of the mountain couldn't hold on to the rocks at all, and were thrown out in an instant. 9,000 meters. If this falls from the air, let alone what will happen when falling into the water, you will be scared to death on the way into the water. Fortunately, the steel cable is still tied to everyone. Hu immediately controlled the steel cable to lift everyone up, and the 4 of them came to the same level. What's going on? Su Zilong asked in confusion, and the other 3 were also confused. They didn't even know what Hu had done, nor why the purple light suddenly disappeared. When they came to their senses, the earthquake came. Never mind. I have to go up. Hu untied his steel cable, handed the control of the remaining 3 steel cables to Enciner, and flew to the top of Yuanshan Mountain. If I guess correctly, it should be the disappearance of the giant egg that made Yuanshan angry. A mutant of this level naturally has its own thinking and a considerable degree of intelligence. Maybe it should know the origin of the strange egg. Put it in the fish pond first. Chapter 238. Those who surrender will not be killed. It happened in a flash. When Hu flew to the top of Yuanshan Mountain, Yuanshan Mountain was also growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 20 seconds, its height directly exceeded 10,000 meters. Hu had no time to think and continued to rush to the top of the mountain. His flying speed was just as fast as the growth rate of Yuanshan Mountain. Fortunately, when the height of Yuanshan Mountain grew to 12,000 meters, it finally stopped. At the same time, a thunderous roar came from below. Ah! From the sound alone, Hu Yu couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. He only knew that if he didn't hurry up, the team he had worked so hard to build would probably be destroyed by this thing. Hu Yu had just reached the top of the mountain. Now, just put it in the fish pond. Hu Yu took out the palm-sized fish pond from the space. Due to the special nature of the fish pond, this item can be directly put into the heart of the ocean. And the heart of the ocean can also be directly put into the space backpack. Therefore, it can also be stored in the space backpack along with the heart of the ocean. However, the creatures in the fish pond will not be affected by the space backpack and produce a time lag effect, but can continue to move in the fish pond and continue to grow in age. This can be considered a small bug. He held the small fish tank and knocked directly on the top of the source mountain with his backhand. In an instant, the entire source mountain suddenly disappeared. The mountaintop, which was more than 10,000 meters high, disappeared in front of everyone as if it had been erased from the map. At the same time, the black fog lingering around also disappeared. It's done! Hu Yu was delighted, but found that the fish tank in his hand was expanding wildly. After entering Yuan Shan, the fish tank, which was originally only the size of a palm, instantly expanded to more than 30 meters. A creature 15 meters high and 30 meters wide suddenly appeared in the fish tank. Hu Yu then saw clearly what it was. A turtle. A sea turtle with a strange back shell. Even if it was due to mutation, the size of this thing was too much. Even so, it was still reduced by 1,000 times. If it hadn't been reduced, this guy would be 15,000 meters high and 30,000 meters long. The thickness of the turtle shell under the giant mountain alone is almost as thick as the thickness of the ancient city wall. I'm afraid that when everyone entered the water, they only landed on its shell and did not land on the real seabed. When Hu Yu looked at it, it also looked at Hu Yu. A pair of dark golden eyes stared at him closely, and then suddenly crashed into the fish tank. Too scary. Hu Yu couldn't lift it up by himself. Not to mention the impact of this turtle. He could only put it into the space first. When he was free later, he would think about how to deal with it. The next thing to deal with is... Hu Yu lowered his head and looked at the black spots the size of sesame seeds under the water, and vaguely saw some flames. It seems that someone has already opened fire. Yes, after a long period of kneeling. Everyone's physical strength has been almost exhausted. After the crisis in front of them is resolved, the first thing left is supplies. Eating their own supplies will definitely not be enough. This happened to encounter the Chinese aircraft carrier. If they don't rob it, it would be a shame for them to come to the door on their own initiative. After all, it is known all over the world that China likes to hoard things. There may not be things on other ships, but the Chinese ship must have supplies that other ships can hardly match. Warning! Warning! Xiao Hai's voice sounded in Hu Yu's ears. It seemed that after the black fog dissipated, it also returned to normal. It was detected that the aircraft carrier number 001 was under attack. Do you want to activate the defense system? Yes. Sorry. This function is not available on the ship yet. Please operate manually. Hu Yu. Then why are you asking this question? After all, the aircraft carrier number 001 is not our own ship, so it is normal that some functions are restricted. Heh. Hu Yu sneered and dived towards the water surface. Want to steal my ship? I'll give you 10 minutes. If you can't steal it, don't blame me for turning around and stealing it from you. 5 minutes ago, when the strange egg was taken away by Hu Yu, all the people on the other 7 aircraft carriers and 35 destroyers returned to normal at the same time. Various noises, doubts, and surprises were heard in 7 languages at the same time. Of course, the most numerous and clearest sound was, "Look! Almost all ships discovered something. Here, there is an extra ship. A Chinese aircraft carrier. Oh no!" Lu Ling exclaimed, holding the tablet with a frown on her face. The boss and the others haven't come back yet. What should we do now? Everyone pay attention. Zhao Zhong immediately stepped forward and said loudly, "The president has authorized me to take over the command temporarily." Everyone returned to their respective positions first. Fortunately, Hu Yu had a trick up his sleeve. As early as when they set out, he had found Zhao Dong. And if there was any emergency, he had the right to take over the overall command of the 001 aircraft carrier. Everyone was convinced by this soldier, and no one raised any objection to his voice. Lu Ling, try to contact the president. Tu Xingyi, And me Susu now. And tell them that we need support. Su Linglong. Come with me to the driver's cabin. The president said you can participate in the command. Li Ji. The weapon system is in your hands. If anyone shows up, kill them immediately. Li Ji answered immediately. Yes. Zhao Zhong looked at the others. Everyone. I only have one request. Stay alive. No matter what happens later. Even if the ship is lost and everyone is captured. You must find a way to survive. President. We will definitely come to rescue us. Zhao Zhong is not trying to boost others' morale and destroy his own prestige. It's mainly 1 against 42. 7 of them are aircraft carriers of the same specifications. And there are 35 destroyers. If it's a long-range battle, there may be a chance to wear it out. The farthest distance between the 42 ships is less than 1 nautical mile. At this distance, quantity determines everything. Without Xiao Hai and unable to command the semi-vegetative man, these people who have not received professional training have no chance of winning. They can only hold on for a while. With a light sound, the sky was broken. War is coming. In a war with unequal strength, there will never be a time for negotiation. Li Ji. Boom. Zhao Zhong spoke quickly. Li Ji had already come to the operating table. Having been trained, he was still able to skillfully operate the confusing buttons in front of him. At the same time, he did not forget to give feedback to Zhao Zhong. The missiles are ready. Which one are you going to attack? Whoever attacks who. Make the firepower even. Don't blow up the ship. The boss will be distressed. Don't worry. I understand. After that, as the counterattack of aircraft carrier number 001 began, the entire sea area began to be bombarded. 3 minutes later, the giant mountain and the black fog disappeared at the same time. But this still couldn't stop the hot gun barrel. The chaos was still fierce. Another 5 minutes passed. A black cloud suddenly descended from the sky, wrapped in strong winds and huge waves, pressing towards the 42 ships. Everyone looked up and vaguely saw a figure floating in the air, overlooking all living beings. The voice sounded indifferently. Those who surrender will not be killed. Chapter 239 Strength? Status? It's the President. The President is back. The exclamation instantly resounded throughout the ship. When that figure appeared, everyone on the aircraft carrier number 001 breathed a sigh of relief. They knew that there would be no suspense in this battle. As for the other 42 ships, they looked at the figure hanging in the air in front of them, and then looked at the big birds hovering above their heads. Instantly, a burst of laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Be more confident. Remove the last word. There must be something wrong. Do you really think sitting on a bird can prove anything? Come on. Aim the cannon at him. Shoot. Similar conversations were heard in the 42 ships. Almost no one took Huyu seriously. After all, it's just a mutant who can control animals. They have seen it before. But animals are just animals after all. Under the artillery, no matter how powerful the animal is, it is nothing more than a target. What's so scary about something that can be killed by pulling the trigger? If the bombing doesn't kill them, then increase the firepower. Boom! The sound of gunfire that had just stopped rang out again. Countless flames hit the iron-feathered black eagles. But there were only flames. Cannons, machine guns, and those so-called crystallizations of human wisdom poured on the iron-feathered black eagles. But it was difficult to leave even a trace. It only left a trace of fire on their feathers, and then fell into the water. The people on the boats gradually realized that something was wrong. This monster seemed to be different from the things they had seen before. Retreat. Retreat at full speed. Since we can't win, then retreat. Surrender? Who would give his life to a monster? Seeing this, Huyu just sneered and spoke calmly. I've given you a chance. After that, he snapped his fingers. Thousands of iron-feathered black eagles attacked the people on the 42 ships. Like a dark cloud, pressing down. Each iron-feathered black eagle was like a well-trained soldier, and could easily find its target in the formation. Lock, fly, capture, and then pick them up and throw them into the water. The whole action was done in one go. There were less than 8,000 people on the 42 ships, under the joint action of these iron-feather black eagles. Everyone on the ship fell into the water in less than 10 seconds. It was that Huyu still had something to ask. Otherwise these 8,000 people would have been more than 8,000 corpses. Silence echoed on the water. 3 seconds later, Everyone on the aircraft carrier number 001 realized what had happened. And cheers broke out again. President. 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 But what's with those big birds? Are they the president's new pets? Never mind. Just cheer and applaud. Maybe the president is so happy that he can have another dinner party today? Okay. Okay. Everyone. Be quiet. Huyu was still not used to the feeling of being the center of attention. He sat on the iron-feathered Black Eagle, flew around the 42 ships, and collected them all into the space. Not a bad harvest. These 7 aircraft carriers are equipped with enough food for 500 people for a year, as well as sufficient weapons. Of course, these are not what Huyu needs. What he needs is still a ship. 7 aircraft carriers plus 35 destroyers can carry at least tens of thousands of people, or even more. If he wants to build a city in the future, the establishment of a protection team is enough. As for this aircraft carrier number 001, since it is borrowed, Huyu will naturally return it. It is just a matter of time. Of course, not now. Huyu looked at the more than 8,000 people waiting for an opportunity in the water, and immediately said, "Who is the captain or captain of each ship? Raise your hands. You still have a chance to survive." Without the translator, few people could understand what Huyu was saying. Huyu rolled his eyes helplessly, and had to speak to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai. Translate what I just said. In a language they can understand. Yes. Xiao Hai's voice sounded, and immediately played Huyu's words in 7 languages. Very quickly, one after another, people raised their hands above their heads. Time passed by, and there were a total of 42 ships, and 420 captains came out. No one who can survive until now wants to die at this time. As long as you admit that you are the owner, you can have a chance to survive. Who wouldn't want a life-saving straw in front of him? But Huyu hates deception the most. He glanced at everyone and spoke again. You still have one chance. Imposter. You wasted my time. I promise he will suffer a fate worse than death. Xiao Hai translated this sentence again. But only 1/10 of those who raised their hands put them down. And 90% of them raised their arms high, almost swimming over to slap Huyu. Very good. I admire your courage. Huyu said calmly, raised his hand, and snapped his fingers. The iron-feathered Black Eagles that were still circling in the air immediately separated into 397, and brought the remaining people who were still raising their hands to the ship. Before Huyu could speak, a white man spoke first. You are the leader of this aircraft carrier, right? Based on strength and status. We want to negotiate with you. Strength? Status? Hee. Huyu looked at the white man in front of him. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with us based on strength and status? Throw this guy down. The white man panicked instantly. Just as he was about to speak, he was picked up by the iron-feathered Black Eagle and thrown directly into the water. This time, they didn't hold back. They sent the white man to a height of 100 meters before letting him go. When he fell into the water, a pool of dark red gradually merged into the water. Now, Huyu's eyes swept over everyone. Who else wants to negotiate with me? For a moment, no one spoke. Very good. Then let's fulfill our promise. Huyu chuckled and said, if you have evidence to prove that you are the captain, step forward. After that, more than half of the more than 300 people immediately raised their legs and stepped forward. About half of the people were already trembling and did not take a step at the first time. Hesitated. They were regretting why they pretended to be this person. Judging from the means he just showed, the 4 words "a life worse than death" are probably not a joke. It was this hesitation that determined their fate. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the iron-feathered Black Eagle aimed at the small half of the people and sent them back home. Everyone has a good mental state. But Huyu dragged out the last word and said calmly, next is the quick answer session. Whoever can raise his hand first to answer my question is the real captain. On the contrary, if someone does not raise his hand, or raises it too late, you should understand the consequences. Chapter 240. Come on. The boss fainted. Everyone was immediately facing a formidable enemy. They couldn't even understand why the person who was just laughed at by them had undergone a drastic change in less than 3 minutes. Now, they only knew one thing. Listen. Then raise your hand. If you are slow, your life will be in danger. The first question is, what do you know about this apocalypse? Instantly, almost everyone present raised their hands. And at the moment of raising their hands, They said what they knew. 7 languages sounded at the same time. With a little anxiety and uneasiness, the deck of the aircraft carrier number 001 directly turned into a vegetable market. Lu Ling, who was ready to record, frowned immediately, holding the tablet in his hand, not knowing what to say. This is simply a secretary's nightmare. If anyone can record what these people said in this situation, then she, the secretary, is willing to resign automatically. But Hu did not stop it. In fact, this is the effect he wants. Isn't it just noisy? Isn't it just a language barrier? As long as Shanghai returns to normal, everything will be fine. At worst, just record it directly and translate it a little bit. The noisy period lasted for 5 or 6 minutes, until the last person's voice disappeared and everyone returned to silence. The scene just now should be considered that everyone has answered. Those fakes told everything they knew, although they were all insignificant things. But when the real captain next to them heard it, they were directly stimulated. It is a well-known thing that cannot prove one's identity. If you want to prove your identity, you can only tell the real secrets. But the real secrets can be mastered by more than one person. So the faster and more they speak, the better. 5 minutes is enough for them to pour out everything in their stomachs. Now, they all want to know how to deal with the person in front of them. Hu chuckled and raised his hand to signal. Iron Feather Black Eagle was dispatched again under his control. Another wave took away dozens of people, killing the chicken to scare the monkey. *2. He must ensure that the remaining people are afraid of him, so as to determine whether the other party is telling the truth. As for how to confirm that the person taken away is not the real captain, this is simple. Just look at the panel directly. As long as the panel is not gorgeous enough, it is likely to be a disguise. It doesn't matter if there is a mistaken killing. Anyway, when they attacked the aircraft carrier number 001, Hu didn't plan to leave anyone alive. Second question. While everyone was still in shock, Hu spoke again. What do you know about mutants? The noise echoed on the deck again. Hu listened with satisfaction and nodded in response from time to time. After they finished speaking, he repeated the operation just now. Now there were only 80 people standing on the deck of the aircraft carrier. They glanced at each other, their eyes full of fear and threat, as if they were competing with each other for a glimmer of life. One last question. Hu rubbed his brows. Controlling so many iron-feathered black eagles for a long time was almost his limit, so he had to finish the questioning quickly. Everyone was as if they were facing a great enemy, their arms trembling slightly, as if they were afraid of missing something. Besides that giant mountain, what other suspicious creatures, buildings or environments have you seen? Tell me. This time, the voices were obviously not as noisy as before, and he could clearly hear what everyone said. It's just 7 languages sounded at the same time. It's still a bit difficult to extract information from them. Lu Ling gritted her teeth, stared at the representatives of 3 countries, and wrote down all the information they said. When they finished speaking, she immediately started writing on the tablet. Hu glanced at her, quite hard-working. Should I tell her that I have actually turned on Shanghai's automatic recording system? Forget it. Young people, it's good to exercise. You can't let them think that they are paid for nothing. Right? Wait until the silence is restored on the aircraft carrier. Hu smiled and nodded, and then did only one thing. He snapped his fingers. With a snap, the many iron-feathered black eagles instantly took off, bringing all the remaining dozens of people on the aircraft carrier to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with Wu Yun, and then dropped them down. The remaining iron-feathered black eagles were not idle either, and flew to the water again, pecking the heads of those people in the water one by one. In less than half a minute, the water under the aircraft carrier was dyed blood red. Hu rubbed his head, holding on to the last bit of energy, and controlled the iron-feathered black eagles to fly onto the deck. At the same time, a large number of aircraft carrier arresting cables were taken out from the space backpack. Come on! Quickly! Tie up the wings of these birds. Tie their feet to the aircraft carrier. Each one should be at least half a meter apart. Quick! At Hu's command, the crowd led by Shen Shan and others immediately surrounded them. Although they didn't know why the boss was so anxious, they still started to operate at the first time, fearing that they would be a step slower. Hu didn't dare to move a step, and sat cross-legged on the ground, watching them tie up those iron-feathered black eagles. Half an hour later, before Hu collapsed, everyone finally controlled all the iron-feather black eagles on the aircraft carrier. and Hu Yu immediately released the control of the Iron Feather Black Eagles. Instantly, thousands of Iron Feather Black Eagles suddenly fell into a frenzy. Fortunately, although their wings are hard, they are not strong enough to cut the arresting cable of the aircraft carrier. No matter how powerful a bird is, as long as its wings are controlled, it is no different from a chicken. Hu Yu was relieved when he saw this. He didn't even take out the heart of the ocean. He stood up tremblingly and wanted to rest. As for the rest of the things, everything will be settled after he wakes up. But before he took 2 steps, his body swayed, his eyes went dark, and he fell forward. Fortunately, Lu Ling was quick-witted and supported him immediately. But her strength was not enough to support Hu Yu. In order to prevent him from falling, Lu Ling almost didn't think much, and she threw herself forward and cushioned him. Hurry up! The boss fainted. A cry of surprise rang out. Almost everyone on the ship gathered around. Shen Shan and Sienna rushed over, and the 2 of them quickly lifted Hu Yu up and laid him flat on the ground. Su Zilong and Zhao Zhong also surrounded him at the same time, while ensuring that other people or creatures did not approach Hu Yu. They also looked around covetously, alert to any possible dangers. Those who came to watch Hu Yu only stood 3 meters away and were not allowed to approach. Get out of the way! Everyone! Get out of the way! Xiao Zissou also walked through the crowd and came to Hu Yu in front of him. After taking his pulse, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. It's nothing serious. Just tired. Send him to rest quickly. That's good. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. And Sienna carried Hu Yu on her back and sent him to the captain's room. And Shen Shan followed behind to escort him. Xiao Zissou followed. After entering the captain's room, she looked at Sienna and Shen Shan and asked with a frown. He also mutated, right? Chapter 241. Tell me, have you also mutated? And Sienna did not answer, but just stood by Hu Yu silently. Shen Shan looked up and looked around as if he did not hear anything. It was not that he did not want to answer Xiao Zissou's question, but he was not sure. If he said that this person had not mutated, his ability was unique to mutants. If he said that he had mutated, his blood was red. Okay. You don't say it. Right? Then I won't say it either, Xiao Zissou said helplessly, and stood there with his arms folded. I'll ask this guy after he wakes up. Soon. There was a knock on the captain's room door. Who is it? As a bodyguard, Shen Shan asked immediately. It's me. Lu Ling's voice sounded at the door. Is the boss okay? Shen Shan was a little helpless. And after thinking about it, he let her in. After all, she is the boss's secretary, and it is normal to care about the boss. When the boss wakes up, she can report the situation as soon as possible. After Lu Ling came in, she took a look at Hu Yu's situation, and did not plan to go out. She just stood aside with a tablet in her arms, waiting silently. Not long after, the door was knocked again. Brother Shan? It's me. Before Shen Shan could ask, Xiao Mo's voice was heard. I heard that the boss was in trouble. I'll see if I can help. Okay. Shen Shan knew what Hu Yu's attitude was towards Xiao Mo. He replied and opened the door to let her in. Unfortunately, Xiao Mo had no way to deal with Hu Yu's situation, so he could only stay in the room, sitting in a corner and eating snacks. Half an hour later, the knock on the door sounded again. Zhang Sirui's voice came from the door. Everyone, I prepared dinner for you. Well, this is even more impossible to refuse. Shen Shan opened the door again and brought in the dinner. After everyone had a simple meal, Shen Shan simply did not close the door, but just stood guard at the door. Su Linglong came with the experimental materials to apply for approval, and Han Weiwei also rushed over after class, saying that she would ask Hu Yu to set questions for the next exam. Mi Susu and Minanyuo's sisters were no exception. If Xiao Zissou hadn't stopped him, Mi Susu might have used the Juyu technique to treat Hu Yu. I don't know where she learned it from. There are more and more people. It's just that the captain's room is big enough. Otherwise it might not be able to accommodate so many people. But everyone knows that they are all concerned about Hu Yu. Shen Shan couldn't chase them away, so he could only stand aside helplessly, looking at Hu Yu with pity in his eyes. It's okay that the boss has fainted now, but if he wakes up and sees so many people at a glance, TSK. I really want to see how he will deal with this level of Shura field. No words were spoken all night. August 7th, 7 a.m. Hu Yu slowly opened his eyes. His head was dizzy. as if he had drunk fake wine. He tentatively got up and looked around. When he saw who was around, he took a breath of cold air. What the hell is going on here? You are here for team building. Xiao Zissou was guarding the left side of his bed, with her hands folded under her head, and the slight panting sound proved that she had fallen asleep. On the right was Xiao Mo. The girl was snoring in her sleep, and there were even potato chip residues and unknown grease at the corners of her mouth. It seems that the sheets need to be washed. By the porthole, the two sisters Mananyuo and Misusu fell asleep back to back. As long as they opened their eyes, they could see Hu Yu's situation at the first time. Su Linglong sat at the table, propped up her head and fell asleep. She looked like she was reading a document, but in fact, she was staring at the head of the bed. Han Weiwei sat on the other side of the table, lying on the table, and her saliva with the corner of the table. Lu Ling was holding a tablet, leaning against the wardrobe with her head tilted, and fell asleep. On the left bedside table, a bowl of chicken porridge was steaming. No need to think. It must have been Zhang Sirui who made it. But I don't know where she is now. On the other side of the bed, and Sienna stood silently, with a pair of black and white pupils, staring at Hu Yu at this moment, as if asking, "Are you awake?" Shen Shan was guarding the door, closing his eyes and leaning against the door to prevent any danger from entering. To be honest, Hu Yu's heart was really warm. There are so many people who care about him in the end of the world. Compared with the previous life, it is simply a world of difference. But there are really too many people. If these people find out that I woke up, God knows how much trouble it will be. Why not sleep a little longer? Wait until fewer people leave before getting up. As a loyal believer of Huolongjio, Hu Yu closed his eyes without hesitation. And at the same time, he did not forget to put his fingers between his lips to signal Sienna. Don't say it. But in the next moment, a crisp voice suddenly came from the end of the bed. Brother Hu Yu, you're awake. I saw Bubu poking his head out from somewhere, just in time to see Hu Yu and Sienna signaling. Caught directly. After Bubu shout, all the sleeping people around woke up. Hu Yu immediately closed his eyes and tried to pretend to be asleep. The voices of people around him came out immediately. Is the president awake? No way. Isn't he asleep? I guess Bubu saw it wrong. Sleep a little longer. When the voices of the crowd rang out, Hu Yu thought he had gotten away with it. However, he seemed to have forgotten that there was Xiao Zissou next to him. Xiao Zissou snorted lightly, reached into his quilt directly, took his pulse, and after feeling it, raised her eyebrows. Oh no! His pulse is dangerous. Take off his clothes quickly. I want acupuncture. And Sienna didn't care whether it was true or not. When she heard what Xiao Zissou said, she immediately lifted Hu Yu's quilt and really planned to take off his clothes in front of everyone. Hu Yu knew that Sienna could really do such a thing. He didn't dare to pretend anymore, and quickly said, "Don't. I'm awake. Really awake. I'm fine now." Seeing this, everyone stood up and surrounded him. But no one spoke, just stared at him silently. Okay. Why are you all looking at me like this? Am I not fine now? Hu Yu smiled bitterly, propped himself up and leaned against the head of the bed, and asked tentatively, "How about you guys go out first? I'll wash up and change clothes, and we can talk later if there's anything? Then I'll go out and prepare for class first." Han Weiwei was the most shy, and immediately ran out with the lesson plan. Seeing this, the other people also left one after another. In the end, only Sienna, Xiao Zissou, Shen Shan, and Bubu were left in the room. There was no way. These people had known Hu Yu from the beginning. It was impossible to fool them. Hu Yu had no choice but to lie down and sighed helplessly. "What do you want to ask?" "Just ask directly." "I'll do it." Xiao Zissou spoke immediately, and it was not enough to stare at Hu Yu's eyes. She raised her hand and pinched his inch. "Guan. And Chi. Tell me, have you also mutated?" Chapter 242 Brother Hu Yu. You got the wrong person. I was discovered. In fact, Hu Yu knew what was going on. When he flew down with thousands of iron-feathered black eagles, he knew that he could not hide this matter. If it was just a simple mutation, everything would be fine. After all, after so many days, everyone got along well with Sienna, Shen Shan, and Xiao Mo, and they did not have any aversion or discrimination against mutants. But the problem is, Hu Yu is not a true mutant. He is evolving. You know, he never entered a chaotic state from beginning to end. And his mind was always clear. If other people knew about this, who wouldn't want to get involved? This is an improvement in the level of life. It is even possible to master the supernatural powers that only existed in fantasy before. In the past, Huyu always worried that Infiltrating and himself were accidents, and he didn't dare to let others try rashly. So he kept it a secret. But now it's all right. Look, Su Zilong is still alive and kicking at such a big age. This shows that this matter is replicable. Even if Xiao Zissou doesn't ask, he plans to find a suitable opportunity to throw this matter out. Yeah, Huyu responded, and then explained, in fact, I evolved not long after Shan Gu mutated. That day after I fainted, and before you came to help me with the physical examination. What? Xiao Zissou frowned, that day. But when I was testing you. Wait, what did you just say? Evolution? That's right. Huyu smiled bitterly and shrugged helplessly. I don't know why. After I absorbed enough unknown substances, my body changed. But unlike other mutants, I didn't produce that kind of chaotic state. My thoughts were clear from beginning to end. But I fainted in the middle. And I discovered one thing. Huyu took a deep breath and said lightly, after I evolved, my blood seemed to have other functions. One of them is that it has a fatal attraction to mutants and mutant fish. And the other, it can make other mutants become evolvers like me. But so far, this function can only take effect before the mutant completely mutates. As for whether it can work on mutants who have already mutated, I haven't had time to try it. You mean? Xiao Zissou looked a little dazed. You have tried it before other mutants completely mutated? Well, Infiltrating and Zilong are not mutants now, but evolvers. Huyu said and looked at Infiltrating, but Infiltrating's feeling may not be very strong. She drank my blood when she was about to mutate. As for Su Zilong, he absorbed my blood while absorbing the mutant crystal. So he evolved directly, and did not fall into chaos. Is that so? Xiao Zissou pondered for a few breaths, and then looked at Huyu with a very determined look. Come, give it a try. This? Huyu looked helpless. You are not a combatant. This method is not stable. Wait for you. The words were not finished yet. Xiao Zissou had already pulled up her sleeves and put her arms in front of Huyu. At a glance, everyone in the room frowned instantly. Pinholes. The originally white and tender arm was now covered with pinholes. This is not the tiny hole for injection. If you look closely, you can see the silver light flashing above the needle hole. It's a silver needle. There are at least dozens of silver needles hidden on Xiao Zissou's arm. And under the silver needles, there are dense dark purple lines. I'm about to mutate, Xiao Zissou said calmly. After studying those bloods for a long time, my body has already shown abnormal conditions, but I have been suppressing them with acupuncture. Just right. You have an evolution plan that will not fall into chaos. If you don't give me a first-hand experimental version, it will be unreasonable. Right? Okay, Huyu said helplessly. She was in this situation. If he still refused, she would mutate on her own in less than 10 days. Who knows what would happen then? Huyu got out of bed without any precautions and took out 2 mutated crystals. But just when he was about to smear the blood on them, a small black shadow rushed over. Awoo! He swallowed the 2 crystals in one gulp. Boo-boo? Huyu's pupils trembled. And he exclaimed at the same time as Shen Shan, who was standing at the door. He was not prepared at all when he took out the crystals. And he never expected Bubu to jump out at this time. Brother Huyu, you recognized the wrong person. Bubu. No. Lin's voice sounded. She puffed her cheeks, looked at Xiao Zissou and said in a muffled voice, Sister Zissou, I'll test the safety for you first. As she spoke, the 2 crystals in her cheeks disappeared into her body. These are 2 perfect level mutant crystals. After absorbing them, they will mutate 100%. Huyu didn't dare to be arrogant, and immediately stepped forward, cut his finger with a dagger, and stuffed it into Lin's mouth. What a big deal. Just like Su Zilong before. After drinking the blood, Lin's body began to emit a special smell, and her skin began to change between lavender and normal color. Evolution began. Shen Shan also rushed over at the first time, his face full of anxiety. On the one hand, he was concerned about Lin's situation, and on the other hand, he was worried that the boss would blame him for this matter. Boss, it's okay. Huyu raised his hand and patted Shen Shan's shoulder. Brother Shan, let's not talk about this. No matter whether it's Bubu or Lin. They are both my nieces. Children are just playing around. It's good that nothing serious happened. With the previous 2 experiments, Lin should be fine. That's good. That's good. Shen Shan's heart was relieved. He has always been indifferent. But as long as something related to Bubu happens, he behaves like a normal old father. It's even more exaggerated. Huyu said, as he carried Lin to the bed, and stood aside and looked at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, can you still hold on? How about we do it together? It's okay. I've made it through all this time. Xiao Zissou also got up from the bed, and covered Lin with a quilt. Let's wait until she's done. Okay. Everyone stopped talking and just looked at the bed in silence. 3 minutes later, a figure gradually rose from the bed. Huyu immediately looked at the panel on Bubu's body, and his pupils trembled. This panel. This is not scientific. No. Metaphysics. It's not right. In short, this doesn't make any sense. Chapter 243 Hemolysis. Name, Shen Bubu. Gender, female. Age, 7. Skills, perfect physique. Proficient in plant cultivation. Proficient in force field control. Proficient in running. Proficient in cuteness. Elementary singing. Elementary playing. Personality, well-behaved. Obedient. Sensible. Studious. Favorability, 89-2. In addition to the perfect physique, 2 new abilities have been added. Huyu also specifically pointed out the detailed introduction of these 2 skills. 1. Plant cultivation. To put it bluntly, is to cultivate plants. The mastery level of plant cultivation skills can increase the growth rate of any plant below the perfect level by 100%. For the end of the world, it is tantamount to an excellent auxiliary skill. As for the other, force field control, it is easier to understand. Not only can she fly in the air, but she can also control the force field of all objects within a certain range. She can make a needle heavier than 1,000 pounds, and a cow as light as a feather. Of course, she can't do these at her current level. She can only control the force field within a certain range. But there is no doubt that this is also a supernatural power of the best level. The key to the problem is, 2. Why can she have 2 supernatural powers? Is it because she has 2 personalities in her body? Dad? Brother Huyu? Sister Zissou? Bubu gradually woke up and looked at the situation in front of him in a strange way. I am? Bubu. You? Shen Shan came forward and was about to ask about the situation. Huyu immediately squatted beside him, raised his hand and fell on his shoulder, stopping him from saying the next word, and smiled at Bubu. Bubu, you studied too hard and accidentally fainted in the classroom. Teacher Han Weiwei sent you back. How do you feel now? Fainted? Bubu was stunned, propped himself up and felt his condition, then shook his head. Brother Huyu, I'm fine. Thank you for your concern. I'm glad you're fine. Huyu smiled and nodded, looking at Shen Shan. Bubu, let Dad take you back to rest first. No matter how hard you study, you must pay attention to rest. I know. Brother Huyu. Sister Zissou, you must also pay attention to rest. Bubu turned over and got out of bed. She knew Sienna was not good at speaking, so she didn't say much to her, but just went forward and hugged her. The little head pressed against her thigh, and said in a soft voice, Sister Sienna, take care of yourself too. Remember to come and play with Bubu. Yes. Sienna, who was always quiet, nodded and replied, Definitely. Great. Bubu exclaimed and jumped to the door. Dad, I'm hungry. Can you make me fried rice? Okay. Wait for Dad. Shen Shan chased after him. Everyone noticed one thing. Bubu. She walked out. With a perfect physique. She can walk normally even if she doesn't switch to Lin's personality. It also helped Shan Good to get rid of his worries. Huyu said with a smile, and turned to look at Xiao Zissou. By the way, Zissou, find a time to check Bubu and say that her legs recovered naturally. Don't mention the evolution. Okay. Xiao Zissou nodded. Even if Huyu didn't say it, she wouldn't tell her about it for Bubu's mental health. After all, she is still a 7-year-old child, and it's not certain whether she can accept her changes. Let's talk about it later. Come on. Let's get started. Xiao Zissou lay down on the bed, closed her eyes, and seemed to have made a decision. Come on. Can you please not make me do something? Huyu was helpless, but still moved the mutant crystals over. This time he learned his lesson, and he personally delivered the 2 perfect mutant crystals into Xiao Zissou's mouth. After the crystals disappeared, He repeated the previous action, cut his fingers, and stuffed them into her mouth. Only in this way can we ensure that the blood does not leak out, and does not cause any unnecessary trouble. Soon, Xiao Zisu's body also began to change. The silver needles that were originally dormant in her body began to fall off little by little. In addition to her arms, there were also 9 silver needles on her legs, back, and even the top of her head. God knows how many silver needles she had pierced in her body in order to suppress her tendency to mutate. It seems that Su Linglong's evolution has to be put on the agenda. These two people have been in the laboratory for a long time, and are the most likely to mutate. Letting them evolve earlier can also be regarded as nipping the danger in the bud. Not long after, Xiao Zisu's body began to change. A burst of white light suddenly exploded. Before Huyu could come to his senses, the white light enveloped him and enseamed her. This, Xiao Zisu wouldn't be out of control. Although Huyu didn't feel anything unusual, and even felt a little comfortable, he still looked at Xiao Zisu's panel as soon as possible. After seeing the skill she mastered, he was relieved. Name, Xiao Zisu. Gender, female. Age, 22. Skills, proficient in hemolytic treatment, perfect consultation, perfect massage, perfect pharmacology, perfect acupuncture, perfect bone setting, perfect medicinal diet, proficient in medicine, proficient in psychology, proficient in ancient Chinese, proficient in gathering, proficient in geography, proficient in cooking, personality, compassionate, kind-hearted, black-bellied, shrewd, curious, gossipy, middle school purity, 100 favorability, 89 hemolytic treatment. These 4 words look simple, but the actual meaning they contain is extremely terrifying. When Huyu was choosing the direction of evolution, he saw many auxiliary skills, most of which were healing abilities. There is the ability to increase the lifespan of the treated person by consuming one's own blood. And there is also the ability to heal the treated person's injuries by consuming one's own lifespan. These abilities all have a flaw. That is, equivalent exchange. 99% of the abilities require the healer to pay a part of the price. But there is only one exception. Hemolytic therapy. This name is simple and crude. Not only can it heal all external and internal injuries, but the healer does not even have to pay any price. What needs to be paid is an external object. Blood. No matter what kind of blood. It can provide a therapeutic effect for the healer. And the more powerful the blood of the creature, the higher the therapeutic effect. Just like when Huyu fainted. If Xiao Zisu already had this ability at that time, he might only need to give 100 milliliters of perfect mutant blood to restore his mental state to its peak. Unfortunately, this ability, like Xiao Mo's mental control ability, does not provide any physical bonus to the evolver. It seems that Zisu will have to be assigned a bodyguard in the future. This ability, Xiao Zisu spoke slowly, as if he had thought of something, and immediately turned over and got out of bed, while holding Huyu's wrist, pulling him and running out. Follow me. Chapter 244. Humans. What's wrong? Why are you so anxious? Huyu didn't know what she wanted to do, but he still ran out with her. You'll know if you follow me. Xiao Zisu's tone was very excited, as if she had discovered a new continent. She ran all the way to the deck without stopping for a moment, and came directly to the place where the iron feather black eagle was tied. Come on. Control a bird and come over. What's wrong with you? Huyu didn't quite understand, but he still untied the carrier arresting cable of one of the iron feather black eagles, and controlled it to come in front of the two. Just watch, Xiao Zisu said as she activated her ability. And a dark purple began to seep out of the iron feather black eagle's skin, gathering into a stream of blood in the air. Is this water control? Huyu was stunned for a moment. I didn't expect that the ability of hemolysis treatment could also be accompanied by a part of the ability to control water. However, if they were at the same level, Xiao Zisu was afraid that she would not be able to compete with Su Zilong for control. After all, one had the authentic ability to control water, while the other only controlled blood. 100 milliliters of the iron feather black eagle's blood was extracted, forming a circle of blood in the air. Congeal. As Xiao Zisu fell, the blood immediately rushed towards Huyu. But after the blood circled around, it seemed that it did not find its target, and turned into crystals and fell to the ground. Click. It's done. Xiao Zisu bent down and picked up the tiny crystals on the ground. Full of joy, she rushed in front of Huyu, holding the crystal in her hand and showing off. Huyu, did you see it? I did it. It's done. It's done. Hu Yu nodded, with a smile on his face. Congratulations. How about treating us to a big meal? He knew what Xiao Zissou had been busy with these days. She wanted to make the blood extracted from the mutant organisms condense into crystals. After so long, she almost mutated herself. Unexpectedly, she succeeded after her evolution. Although it is just a change of existence, the scope of crystals that can be used is very wide. Don't forget, at the beginning, mutated crystals are used for strengthening. Once mutant crystals can be mass-produced, I am afraid that the socks worn by everyone can be strengthened to level 12. This level of joy is self-evident. However, this crystal is probably different from the ordinary mutant crystals. Hu Yu looked at the crystal, and the panel popped up again. Name, Healing Crystal Type, Item Effect, After Use. It can produce healing effects on internal and external injuries, with a shelf life of 12 months. Note, this crystal is made of the blood of a perfect mutant organism with special abilities. Please feel free to use it. It is guaranteed to be alcohol-free. Sure enough, this crystal is indeed different from other mutant crystals. But I don't know if this crystal can make me evolve. If possible, it will pave the way for everyone to enter the next level. Zissou, show me the crystal. Wait a minute. Xiao Zissou said, as she carefully put the first crystal into her pocket, looked at the iron-feathered black eagle, and drew another 100 milliliters of blood. Soon, a brand new crystal fell into her hands, and she handed it to Hu Yu. Here, for you. What's wrong? Why don't you just give me that one? Hu Yu was a little confused. Don't mind the affairs of a beautiful girl, Xiao Zissou asked curiously. What are you doing with the crystal? It's not me who is doing it. It's you who is doing it. Hu Yu put the crystal back into her hand. Try and see if you can crush it. Will it feel like the evolution? Crush? Xiao Zissou asked doubtfully. But she still crushed the crystal. After feeling it for a while, she shook her head. No feeling. Why don't you try this? Hu Yu took out another perfect-grade mutant crystal. This time, after Xiao Zissou crushed it, her expression became obviously different, as if she had drunk a sip of iced drink in the hot summer. I do feel it. A little numb? Is that the feeling you were talking about? Yeah. Hu Yu nodded slowly. It seems that this crystal still cannot perfectly replace the real mutant crystal. There is nothing to do. You should go back and rest and get more familiar with your abilities. Xiao Hai. Notify them that we will return to the heart of the ocean after breakfast. Yes, master. Huh. Hu Yu yawned, controlled the iron-feathered black eagle again, and walked towards the captain's room with a lazy back. I'll take a nap for a while. I can't sleep in all day long. I'll just laze you to death. Xiao Zissou followed him back to the cabin, not forgetting to complain. Hu Yu returned to the captain's room, and the room was empty. Xianer stayed all night and went back to rest, while Xiao Zissou was busy experimenting with the abilities he had mastered from various angles. Now, it's time to get down to business. Egg. And Yuan Shan. You have to know what these two things are. Right? After entering the space, as long as you don't take out the egg, you can explore it. Hu Yu immediately called up its panel. Name, unknown egg type, non-biological effect? Note, hatching degree, 5%. Well, it's worthy of being an egg on Yuan Shan. And it has the same characteristics as that thing. In addition to a name, a type, and a note, even the grade is 3 question marks. Fortunately, at least you can see the hatching degree. So it's not really in the dark. Why not try to hatch it? After all, such a big egg is placed in front of us. We can't use it to make fried rice. Right? Hu Yu tried to send various things to the egg, trying to hatch it. But no matter whether it was the mutant crystal or the blood extracted from the mutant creature, the egg remained indifferent. Just like a monk meditating in the same place. Could it be that this egg can only be hatched on the source mountain? Hu Yu frowned slightly. Since the source mountain is a living thing, it should be able to communicate with people at that level. Right? Why not give it a try? Hu Yu thought. And during the insurance period, he was still prepared to go to the heart of the ocean. After all, the space in the captain's room is limited, and it seems that there is no room for the fish pond containing Yuan Shan. After breakfast, Hu Yu released the heart of the ocean, and everyone returned to the ship. Mi Susu and Tu Xingyi also upgraded their weapons and drove an aircraft carrier each. When everything was ready, Hu Yu summoned in Xianer, Shen Shan, Su Zilong, Xiao Zissou, and Xiao Mo to the bottom of the cabin and released the fish pond. When everyone saw the Yuan Shan, which was reduced by 1,000 times in proportion, their pupils trembled. Even they knew that the giant mountain was also a living creature. Hu Yu took a step forward, and before he could speak, the giant turtle turned his head first, staring at him with a pair of dark purple eyes, and spoke calmly. Human. Chapter 245. A big turtle. This thing can speak human language. Everyone present was shocked. Even Hu Yu, who had been prepared for this, couldn't help but tremble after hearing it. He knew that this thing was of high quality, and it was very likely to have evolved wisdom. But where did it learn the human language? It even spoke Chinese. Let me go! Otherwise, you will bear the wrath of the gods. How come the gods have come out? Isn't it an extraterrestrial civilization? Hu Yu frowned slightly. He wanted to see what this big turtle knew. He came forward and asked the big turtle across the fish pond. God? I am a holy lord after all. How about you call out your god, and we can have a discussion? How dare you? The big turtle roared, and the whole fish pond was shaking. A dragon blood sturgeon that also lived in the fish pond was in a panic at the moment. It kept hiding in the fish tank with its body of more than 10 centimeters, fearing that it would be swallowed by the behemoth. You dare to insult the gods. You deserve to die. TSK. Who doesn't know how to say harsh words? Hu Yu turned his head and looked at everyone. Get the pot ready. We're having wild turtle soup today. Okay. You forced me to do this. This move of mine has sunk a continent before. Let's see if your fish tank can hold up. Then we'll see who will eat whom. The big turtle suddenly gathered strength, tilted its body, and used the mountain on its back to crash into the fish pond. It felt like a desperate move. It was a pity. When the giant mountain touched the fish pond, there was no damage to the fish pond except for the loud noise around it. That's it? Not only the big turtle, but even Hu Yu was stunned. Didn't they say that they sank the entire continent? Is your continent made of paper? But then again, the quality of this big turtle is something that even the system can't detect. The fish pond is just a subsidiary product of the legendary heart of the ocean. And it is at most a legend. How can it still hold up? You have some skills, the big turtle said, and his tone became more serious. I have given you the opportunity, but you don't know how to cherish it. So don't blame me for not holding back. Try this trick. After saying that, a strong purple light began to condense on the huge mountain on the back of the big turtle, as if it was going to use a big trick. Hu Yu didn't dare to be arrogant and immediately gave an order. Shao Hai, start the internal defense program. Yes, master. As Hu Yu gave an order, Shao Hai responded, and more than 5 layers of bulletproof glass covered everyone layer by layer. And the next moment, the purple light directly passed over the fish pond and projected out from inside. The target was Hu Yu and others. Damn! Hu Yu felt his heart skip a beat. He really didn't expect that this big turtle could release such a powerful skill even though it was locked in a fish pond. Now I just hope Shao Hai's defense system can hold up. Bang! There was a muffled explosion. Purple light fell on the outermost bulletproof glass and fell heavily. And then, nothing happened. The first layer of bulletproof glass was not damaged, let alone the next few layers. Shao Hai's voice sounded at the right time. The outer defense template is damaged by 0.001. Do you want to update it? 1 in a million? No. This shouldn't even be considered damaged. The first layer of bulletproof glass didn't even move. Just like that? Everyone's heads were full of question marks. No need. Turn off the defense mode first, Hu Yu said helplessly. He seemed to have found the problem. Size. After the giant turtle released these 2 skills, or from the first sentence it uttered, its size gradually decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is so wrong. Hu Yu stared at it, and the panel of the giant turtle popped up again in front of him. Name, Yuan Shan black turtle type, turtle status, weak description, an existence that was once endowed with mysterious power. When this power disappeared, its grade continued to decline. Note, a turtle that doesn't want to be a turtle is not a good turtle. As expected, the reason why this big turtle was so big before was because of the mysterious purple egg on its body. Now that the egg is gone, many of its weirdness has also disappeared. For example, the black fog, and for example, its huge and terrifying body. I just don't know how small its body can be. I wanted to build a city on it, but now it seems a little unrealistic. Heh. Human. The big turtle sneered again when he saw him withdraw his defense. You are courting death. After that, Another purple light was projected. But this time, the purple light was blocked before it was even projected. What's going on? Human. What did you do? This big turtle is really too childish. Huyu was speechless for a while, holding his forehead and walked forward, squatting in front of the turtle's head and said helplessly, "If I were you, I would say less now. Use your peanut-sized brain and think about it. Haven't you noticed that your body has been shrinking since you started talking? Shrink. Shrink?" The big turtle raised his head tentatively, and then he found that the huge mountain on his body, which was just as high as the fish pond, was now much shorter. So much so that the fish tank, which was a little cramped just now, has now become a lot more spacious. Human. You? Shoo. Huyu interrupted the other party's display of intelligence and spoke directly. If I'm not mistaken, the source of your ability should be that egg. Right? Tell me the truth and tell me everything you know. Maybe I can spare your life. Otherwise, guess if I can stew you into a pot of soup now? This time, the big turtle was no longer arrogant as before, but stayed in place and pondered. After a few breaths, it slowly uttered a sentence. Why should I believe you? You can choose not to believe me. Huyu grinned and raised his hand to tap the surface of the fish pond twice. But who else can you believe? Your God. Hee. Why hasn't he come yet? As this sneer fell, the psychological defense of the big turtle began to waver. Its body was still shrinking. Seeing this, the dragon-blood sturgeon next to it began to be less afraid, and even began to actively approach the huge mountain on the big turtle's body, as if looking for food. I have a condition. The big turtle thought for a few breaths before looking at Huyu and saying, Promise me. Otherwise, even if you make me into tortoise jelly, I will not agree to you. Correction. It's turtle soup. Turtle. The big turtle roared and started hitting the fish tank again. I'm a turtle. A sea turtle. Okay. I'll be a turtle. Huyu had no choice but to compromise. Tell me what conditions you want. I want to watch you while you hatch that egg. Hey. Do you think I'm a fool? Chapter 246 Origin of the Purple Egg. Hatch? Even with a little thought. You know that the egg is not simple. It may even be directly related to extraterrestrial civilization. Let alone whether Huyu can solve the problem of looking directly at the egg. Even if he can solve it, he will think twice whether to hatch the egg. Just being placed on the tortoise shell of this big turtle can produce such a perverted effect. God knows how terrifying it will be after hatching. If it is an intelligent creature, it is still okay. But if it hatches a guy who doesn't recognize his relatives and kills everyone he sees, Huyu is not sure to stop it. I just want to know the origin of the egg. And I don't want to be a hen. Huyu said calmly, since you don't cooperate, forget it. Shall I search for recipes related to turtles? Yes. Master. Wait. The voice of the big turtle sounded again. It didn't seem to be in a hurry, and its tone was full of teasing. How about this? I will tell you the origin of this egg first. If you don't want to hatch it after listening, you can pretend that I didn't make that condition. If you plan to hatch, it's not too late to agree to my conditions. Oh! With the news of 7 days of no questions asked return? Huyu paused, but did not approach the fish pond again, but stood there and asked, Tell me about it. That egg came from the sky, the big turtle said, not forgetting to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Although he could only see the plank of the heart of the ocean, the atmosphere was full. 32 days ago. Wait! Huyu immediately spoke, frowning and asked, How long did you say? 32 days ago. What happened? Nothing. Just continue. 32 days ago. It is August 7th now. 25 days have passed since the end of the world. And 32 days have passed since I was reborn. This number is too coincidental. So coincidental that Huyu has to treat it with caution. 32 days ago, I was still an ordinary sea turtle, covered with barnacles, and I had just crawled onto a small island, ready to clean it up with rocks. The egg fell from the sky and hit me. From then on, it seemed to stick to me and merged with my carapace. At first, I didn't know what it meant, but as time passed, my body became bigger and bigger. I gradually gained wisdom, and my appetite became bigger and bigger. I have tasted sharks, dolphins, killer whales, and even blue whales. But no matter how much I eat, I can't feel full. It seems that the entire sea can't fill my stomach. It was also at that time that it began to rain. Not only me, But the fish in the sea also began to grow bigger and bigger. At first I was quite satisfied. At least there was more food to eat. And sooner or later I would be full. But later I found out. I was wrong. My stomach was like a bottomless pit. It could never be filled. Not long after, my body swelled to the surface, and I began to lose consciousness. When I woke up, it was the time when you appeared. Who you frowned and listened. If nothing unexpected happened, this was all because of the chain reaction caused by the egg. According to this time, this big turtle should be the first mutated creature. And it is unknown how many mutated fish it has swallowed with this advantage. Now even without the egg, it can reach the level of pseudo-legendary evolution, which is normal. However, who you looked at it curiously. You said so much. Aren't you describing the horror of the egg? Aren't you afraid that I will be even more reluctant to hatch the egg? No. Because? The big turtle raised his head and stared at Hu with a pair of purple eyes. There are at least 6 eggs like this. Click. Not only Hu, but everyone's heart seemed to tremble. 6. In other words, there are 7 eggs like this? Just one egg like this has grown to this extent. If there are 7, Blue Star will be blown up. What do you mean? Hu asked immediately. Before I lost consciousness, I could clearly feel that there were 6 similar beings in the world. As I grow, they grow too. And they have a natural attraction to me. And I think I am the same to them. Eat them. This is a thought that has been engraved in my subconscious. This is also the reason why I can still move even after losing consciousness. The big turtle smiled bitterly and looked at Hu. If you don't hatch that egg, I don't know what accidents will happen after the other 6 eggs hatch. Hu didn't say anything. The mind-reading ability that hadn't been triggered for a long time just happened. What the big turtle thought was exactly the same as what it said. In other words, it didn't lie. There are still 6. If they hatch, they will face unknown dangers. If they don't hatch, the future dangers will be multiplied by 6. Although the egg was placed in the space backpack, who knows what the hatched creatures will use to find the egg? What if it is a smell that normal creatures can't detect? It is always possible to find it. Hu was entangled. How? The big turtle chuckled. I've told you everything I know. It's up to you whether to hatch or not. What's the method of hatching? Simple. The big turtle shook the huge mountain on its shell. Put it back on and let me eat. As long as I eat enough, it will hatch. That's the only way. What else? Oh, forget it. I'll beat the egg and make fried rice with it to go with your bowl of turtle soup. Hey, look, you're anxious again. The big turtle exclaimed and hurriedly called Hu. Actually, there is another way. Living things. As long as you let the living thing touch the egg, it will absorb it by itself. The stronger the creature, the faster it will hatch after absorbing it. As for the locations of the other 6 similar existences, it should find them by itself after the egg hatches. Only eating living things can hatch? Isn't this a perfect setting for evil creatures? What? You said Xiao Jin is also? Xiao Jin eats mutant creatures. This thing eats both meat and vegetables. How can it be the same? Hu frowned slightly. Did not make a decision on the spot, but turned and left. Everyone went straight to the meeting room without saying anything. Hu sat in the main seat, did not call a meeting, and did not make any decisions. He just leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table, lost in thought. After a long time, he looked up at the people in front of him and spoke slowly. Others don't need to know about this matter. I will deal with the egg myself. Yes, boss. The people present were all Hu's confidants. As long as he said a word, let alone such an egg, even if it was to destroy the world, they would support it without hesitation. Then the boss, Shen Shan, hesitated and said, "Where are we going next?" Back to China. Hu looked out the window in the direction of China, since the big turtle was moving towards China before waking up. It means that there must be similar beings near China. Maybe it's nearby. Chapter 247, Release the Turtle into the Sea. August 7th. 1 p.m. The water level has reached 985 meters. The water depth of more than 1,000 meters is enough to submerge all the buildings built by humans. The only thing that can still float on the water is the magic of nature. If there are still humans surviving on the water, except for those on the boats, there are only those on the mountains. In the final analysis, of the 7 billion humans, only 1/10,000th of them are left now, and 70,000 people are considered lucky. Fortunately, At least the fire of China is still there. As long as people are there. The heritage is there. The history is there. And the civilization is still there. This is why Hu Yu tried his best to save the Yongle Encyclopedia. There are too many records of heritage, many of which cannot be supplemented by the database. 1:15 p.m. The heart of the ocean returned to the East China Sea. Stop! At Hu Yu's command, the two aircraft carriers led by the heart of the ocean stopped and floated on the East China Sea. If there is such a weirdness in the territory of China, the first choice must be the East China Sea. Below, there is a big guy that Xiao Jin has certified. Maybe it is also something like a giant turtle. I have to go down and take a look after all. But this time, Hu Yu doesn't plan to take risks by himself. He walked under Lu Ling's umbrella, slowly came to the deck, raised his hand, and waved. The fish pond suddenly appeared on the deck. At this moment, the big turtle in the fish pond was only half of its original size, and the whole turtle lay at the bottom of the fish tank, as if it had been skinned and cramped, and couldn't muster any strength. When it saw Hu Yu appear, the turtle's head immediately stuck to the glass, and said weakly, "Eat, eat, hungry, eat, hungry?" The big turtle didn't respond, but this was the most obvious response. As for the dragon blood sturgeon, how big is this thing? It's just a small fish of more than 10 centimeters in the fish tank. It's not enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. I'm afraid that the energy consumed by eating it is more than the energy it provides. Think about it. When this thing is big, God knows how many blue whales it can eat in one meal. It hasn't eaten anything for so long, and its body is getting weaker. If it doesn't eat anything, it's afraid that it will starve to death here. Just right. Hu Yu raised his hand and pointed to the East China Sea. This is the East China Sea below. There are a lot of delicious food in it. Do you want to go down? The big turtle's pupils trembled, and he wanted to jump into the water right now. 3 rules, Hu Yu said calmly. First, I can let you go down to eat. But when I ask you to come back, you must come back. If you wait for me to catch you back, you will become tortoise jelly. Okay. I promise. Second, if you find a suspected shelter or suspected traces of human existence down there, you are not allowed to eat. I will install a camera on you to monitor your movements at any time. Yes. The third, Hu Yu flipped his hand and took out a small mischio and put it aside. Take this thing down later. If there is any danger, release it and run away. Do you understand? Speaking of which, this thing was found on the aircraft carrier of the Eagle Sauce. When they approached the big turtle at that time, they were all bewitched and worshipped before they had time to use it. There are a total of 24 mischio, and all of them are cheap for Hu Yu. Danger? Danger? The big turtle has almost the same intelligence as humans, so it naturally knows what this thing is. It immediately jumped up. This thing is dangerous. What on earth are you thinking? Is there really food under here? Hey, how can you say that to me? Hu Yu complained. Am I the kind of person who fools people? You have to believe me. The big turtle looked at Hu Yu with suspicion, and it was obvious that it didn't believe it anymore. But what could it do? It didn't believe Hu Yu. But if it didn't believe it, it couldn't go into the water, let alone eat. By then, no, the turtle will also starve to death. Forget it. Just agree to it first. Okay. I agree. Alright. Hu Yu took out 11 mischio and the one just now, and threw them all on the big turtle. By the way, 12 4K high-definition cameras were installed on it to ensure that it can shoot 360 degrees without blind spots. Done! Hu Yu patted the fish pond with satisfaction. Get ready for dinner. Good brother. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what we should do, Hu Yu said, and put the big turtle into the water. The moment he left the fish pond, the huge mountain appeared again. But this time, there was no black fog lingering, and the people who didn't dare to look up before now dared to look up. The mountain, which had shrunk by half, was still huge now, but its power was obviously not as strong as before. The big turtle didn't hesitate, dived directly into the water, and began to look for prey. Hu Yu walked all the way to the meeting room. Xiao Hai, broadcast the video. Be ready to release Miss Chiu at any time. Yes, Master. Xiao Hai's response sounded. Now, all the members of the Salvation Committee are present, and everyone is sitting in the conference room, watching the video broadcast on the screen in front of them. The big turtle sank all the way to the bottom, and soon landed on the seabed. stirring up mud and covering the camera. Xiaohai switched to a clean perspective at the first time. The scene on the seabed of the East China Sea was in full view. This was much easier than their exploration under the water pressure. Xiaohai, search for suspicious targets nearby. And bring out all cameras with visibility greater than 2 meters. And broadcast live at the same time. Yes, master. A total of 9 images appeared at the same time, covering almost all fields of vision. As the big turtle continued to search for possible food on the seabed, something soon entered everyone's field of vision. Look! Xiao Zixu spoke first. Camera number 7. What is that? With a cry of surprise, everyone's attention was focused on the screen broadcast by camera number 7. I saw a raised mountain range, about 100 meters high, lying hundreds of meters away. It's not uncommon to have mountains in the sea. After all, the sea has changed a lot. Mount Everest used to be rich in seafood. Who can tell what's going on in the sea? What's strange is, the mountain range is pink and purple in color. And there are circles of things on it, like some kind of pattern. But it seems to be wriggling. What on earth is this? Since he didn't see the real thing, who use panel function couldn't be triggered. So he could only use the speaker placed on the big turtle. Big turtle, go take a look at the mountain ahead. There seems to be something strange in it. I've already said it. I'm a turtle. A sea turtle. Also, I'll go if you tell me to. There's no such rule in the 3 articles of agreement. The big turtle yelled. And by the way, swam at full speed in the opposite direction. TSK. Who you smacked his lips softly. Disobeying orders? Huh? Interesting. Chapter 248 Unknown Creatures. Since Who you dared to release this thing, he must have made a perfect plan. Snap. A snap of fingers fell. The iron-feathered black eagles outside immediately lifted up the fish pond and flew straight to the giant mountain floating on the sea. Even if the size of the big turtle has shrunk by 50%, the height can reach nearly 8,000 meters. After sinking to the bottom, part of the giant mountain still floated to the surface. As long as the fish pond is put back on, it will still become an ornamental turtle again. The speed of the iron-feathered black eagle is not slow. In less than half a minute, the fish pond fell on the big turtle's head, and before it could come to its senses, it reappeared in the fish pond. Who Yu's mind moved, and the fish pond instantly returned to the space backpack. And almost at the same time, it appeared on the deck again. Let me out! The big turtle saw that it was back in the fish pond, and immediately fell into a rage. It had finally gained freedom. Before it had enough, it was gone in a snap. Human! The big turtle stared at Hu Yu fiercely, and its short claws had already stretched above Miss Chiu. If you don't let me go, I will blow up the things on my body right now. At worst, we will all die together. Oh! You try it, Hu Yu replied indifferently. You have shrunk 1,000 times. So the power of this thing will naturally be reduced 1,000 times as well. It's a bit difficult to die together. But there is no problem boiling this pot of water. You scratch it. I'm too lazy to boil water. Hearing Hu Yu say this, the big turtle didn't react much. But a certain dragon blood sturgeon immediately started to swim to the surface of the water. Boss! You want to drink turtle soup? Don't let me, a small fish, pollute the taste of this pot of soup. You? Okay. I don't believe you dare to drink it when the time comes. Go ahead. If you dare to scratch me, I dare to drink it. Come on. Go ahead. The man and the turtle quarreled like this for several minutes. The dragon blood sturgeon next to it was almost exhausted from jumping. But the big turtle still didn't make a move. Obviously, it didn't dare to make a move. Okay. Stop quarreling. Hu Yu took a sip of the ice drink handed over by Lu Ling. You also went down to the East China Sea. I think you should know what is down there better than me. That mountain may be the key to affecting the creatures in the entire East China Sea waters. If you don't go, don't even think about eating in the future. I can't eat if I go. The big turtle roared. You let me go if you know what that thing is. If I knew it was that thing, I would just rot in this fish tank. Huh? Hu Yu raised his eyebrows and immediately became interested. From what you said, you know what's in it. Nonsense. The big turtle seemed to recall some bad memories. The feeling it gave me is the feeling that led me to the East China Sea. What? Hu Yu's heart trembled. The feeling of guiding the giant turtle to the East China Sea. Isn't that another existence similar to the purple egg? He wanted to go and look for these existences. But he never expected that this thing was right in front of him. Are you sure? Why don't you go down and try? Forget it. I believe you. Yu frowned slightly. And there was no need to let the giant turtle go into the sea. He turned around and walked towards the cabin. Now the giant turtle is just a pseudo-legend. If it goes down, it may be absorbed by that thing as nutrition. If the other egg hatches, it will be difficult to deal with. Let's think about how to deal with this thing first. Hey! I want to eat. Isn't there a fish in the tank? Eat it if you can. After saying that, Yu has entered the cabin. Only the big turtle and the dragon blood sturgeon were left in the fish tank. Looking at each other. Dragon blood sturgeon. There is no hope for sashimi. I would rather be the seasoning in the turtle soup. Meeting room. Yu convened the first large-scale meeting since the establishment of the Salvation Committee. All committee members attended the meeting. He briefly described the situation below, hiding the existence of the egg on the giant turtle, and only compared the mountain below to a mutant creature similar to the giant turtle. Of course, the mountain is definitely not the original appearance of this guy. But from the current video information, it is still impossible to determine what kind of creature the other party mutated from. Now, we have to find a way to deal with the thing below. President, can't you just use that thing to collect the unknown creature below? Han Weiwei raised her hand tentatively. Like how we collected the giant turtle. No, Yu replied. At that time, we were able to collect the giant turtle under special conditions. But now this creature does not meet these special conditions, and we cannot move freely in that depth of water. These so-called special conditions are actually very easy to meet. Either the size of the fish pond is larger than the size of the creature, so that it can perfectly wrap the creature. Or if we want to collect the giant turtle, we can find the highest point or the front end of the creature and collect it. But they don't even know what the creature is or what it looks like. How can they contain it? Not to mention that the unknown creature is still thousands of meters underwater. It doesn't meet the containment standards at all. What if we lure it out? Zhao Zhong spoke at this time. I remember that you still have a lot of weapons. Right. Boss? If we anger the unknown creature and make it float to the surface, at least to the shallow water area, wouldn't that be enough to contain it? Very dangerous. Yu frowned slightly. From the current point of view, the unknown creature is even more terrifying than the giant turtle. Since we can't beat it, let's go. Mr. Fong took a sip of tea and said calmly. Anyway, we have food and drink now, and we don't have to worry about anything. Why do we have to provoke that thing? That's true. But what if there are 5 more of these things? Yu patiently explained. In addition to the giant turtle and the thing below, there should be 5 similar creatures in the world. I don't know how big they can grow, but I know one thing. If we let them continue to grow, maybe, after the rain stops, Blue Planet will face a real disaster. Fong Lao stopped talking. If there are only 1 or 2, it's a coincidence. And it's okay even if they are left alone. And humans can still survive and grow. But if there are 5 or 6, the most terrifying thing is no longer their destructive ability, but whether they will mate and reproduce with each other. Once this terrifying species begins to reproduce, no one knows what will happen. Fight. Fong Lao said one word and changed his attitude on the spot. The great man said it well. 1 punch is better than 100 punches. Since you are here, it would be a pity if you don't fight. Fight. You must fight. But it depends on what method you use. Yu knocked on the tablet in front of him. I have a plan here. Let's discuss it. A file was sent to the other 13 people at the same time. Everyone read it quickly, with shock on their faces. This, President. Are you serious? You think I'm kidding? Chapter 249 Build a City? Build a city. The plan is very simple. There are 2 steps in total. The first step is just like what Zhao Zhong proposed. To attack the unknown creature under the ocean while ensuring safety. As for weapons, there is no need to invite Miss Chiu out right at the beginning. It is better to use some conventional weapons to test it first. If the other party makes a move, it will be easy to deal with it. Find a way to take it into the fish pond and let it keep company with the big turtle. If there is no movement, it proves that the attack launched cannot have an impact on it. And the second step will be used. Station. President. Do you want to station here? Li Ji asked in confusion. Is it too risky? Where is it risky? Minono immediately jumped out to respond. This is the responsibility of the strong. Do you understand? President. I support you. Keep a low profile. Misuzu quickly pressed Minono down. Won't we just vote later? Don't embarrass yourself. President. Mr. Fong also frowned. I agree with Li Ji. This is too dangerous. We can find a safe place to stay. There are still survivors. Mu Lingxiu tentatively asked. President, don't you still plan to save people? There are still many questions. After all, staying on the top of an unknown creature, even if there is only a chance to stay, will make anyone feel scalp tingling. Hu Yu looked at everyone, then turned to look at Lu Ling. You explain it. Yes, President. Lu Ling took a step forward holding the tablet. This plan was dictated by Hu Yu and written by her. During the process, she also had these questions, and Hu Yu explained them to her. It's best for her to explain now. First, about the survivors. With the current rainfall, the number of survivors worldwide is very small. And even if there are, most of them have ships. We don't need to. Nor do we have time to look for the survivors still on the mountain top. As for the risk, Lu Ling turned to look at Li Ji. According to the Big Turtle's statement, the remaining unknown creatures are likely to be distributed anywhere on the blue star. And we don't know when the unknown creatures below will wake up. If this unknown creature wakes up without us finding and solving other unknown creatures, it is very likely to pass through the East China Sea and reach China. There are still 24 days until the rainstorm stops. After 24 days, if we want to return to China, we will have to face a monster that has grown for who knows how long. Then it will be a real adventure. After listening to Lu Ling's story, everyone fell into silence. Obviously, they began to think. Stay here. There is no other way. In addition to the reasons Lu Ling said, there are several other reasons. First, we can keep an eye on the unknown creature below. Once it makes any movement, everyone can react immediately and take countermeasures. After all, Hu Yu didn't know how long it would take for the egg on this thing to mature and hatch. Even if they wanted to live on Blue Star in the future, they couldn't run around at this time. They had to take it in or kill it as soon as it was born. Secondly, guard the country's border. Survivors in other countries also knew where the roof of the world was. If coming from the west, most country ships would choose to enter from the East China Sea and head north until they reached their destination. They stay here. If they are friends, they will be recruited into the team. If they are enemies, they can be annihilated outside the country. As for the third, and the most important point, there are no mutant fish near the East China Sea. Except for the unknown creature below, there is almost no danger. If hunting is needed, the Pacific Ocean is outside. And if defense is needed, the rear is the territory of China. It is simply a perfect place to station. If the committee did not need to discuss whether there are any unexpected points, he might have started building the city directly. After all, even the wisest man can make mistakes. It is better to be cautious when it comes to the future city building. Looking at the people who were thinking, Hu Yu did not disturb them, but sipped his brown sugar pearl milk tea silently. Well, it is still warm. The temperature has been getting lower and lower these days, almost falling below 10 degrees. He doesn't even want to drink ice drinks, but warm water in drinks. I have a question. Su Linglong rarely spoke. I have no problem with the site selection, but there are no mountains near the East China Sea. Even if you throw Zijing Mountain and the island country down there, they will be submerged. How can we build a city? This is easy. Hu Yu smiled and swiped his hand on the tablet. A picture suddenly appeared on everyone's screen. Big Turtle. Although the Big Turtle is only about 7,000 meters tall now, it can still grow taller by eating. Even if it doesn't grow taller, Hu Yu can cut off a part of the island country's continent, place it on its body, and then lay the Zijing Mountain on it, and build a city on it. By then, the altitude of the entire city will be at least 9,000 meters. Even after 49 days, they can ensure that the city is still floating on the water. Su Linglong also understood Hu Yu's meaning, but she was also a little worried. This, can it agree? Leave it to me. Hu Yu sat up straight and looked at the others present. How about it? Are there any other proposals? If not, let's vote. Raise your hands if you agree. After the voice fell, 14 people in the audience, including Hu Yu, raised their hands at the same time. Everyone understood that this was the general trend, and they had to do it. Very good. Unanimous vote passed. Hu Yu spoke calmly, then stood up and threw a thunderbolt in a very calm manner. By the way, the Points Mall will launch a new product. Evolution quota. What? As Hu Yu and others displayed their abilities more and more in front of everyone, everyone gradually understood the source of their abilities. Naturally, they all knew the meaning of the word evolution. Hu Yu was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. It seems that the product he launched is meaningful. There is no way. These 13 people have already reached the position of committee members. If they are not given a channel to consume points, problems will arise sooner or later. They are all trustworthy people. So there is nothing wrong with giving them an evolution quota. It's just a matter of spending a little money. Okay. Let's start the plan. Hu Yu has already walked to the door. There are 2 ways to buy evolution quotas. One is to make a major contribution, and the other is to sell for 10,000 points. The quota is limited to 1 per day, and currently only committee members are eligible to buy it. If you are interested, you can save money to buy it. Chapter 250 Staring. 10,000 points. This number of points is neither high nor low. The 3 people with the most points are Zhang Sirui, Xiao Zisu, and Su Linglong. The 3 of them have about 500 points. This is because they are not only members of the committee, but also hold important positions. It is naturally much easier for them to earn points. Even they only have 500, let alone the rest. However, the city construction work will start soon, and there will be more and more channels for obtaining points. And it will be easier to obtain points. These 10,000 points are actually quite easy to earn. Everyone also understood this truth. So when they heard Hu Yu released the evolution quota, everyone was extremely excited. Superpowers. Not to mention the end of the world. Even if it is not the end of the world, who has not thought about having a superpower of their own? Now that such an opportunity is in front of us, I am afraid that not only these committee members, but also others will flock to this product and work harder to earn points. Some are happy and some are worried. Su Zilong was relieved after hearing this. Fortunately, he became an evolver in advance, so he didn't have to spend these 10,000 points. This time he made a fortune. As for Zhao Zhong next to him, he looked bitter. At that time, he was a little timid. But he never thought that it was at this moment that he would have to spend tens of thousands of points. This is all personal opportunity. Hu Yu didn't care about it, but walked all the way to the deck. The weapon will be released later. If the heart of the ocean wants to operate in a relatively safe position, it must activate the hovering mode and attack the bottom of the ocean in the air. Therefore, the people on the other 2 aircraft carriers also had to temporarily move to the heart of the ocean. With the experience of the previous few times, Hu Yu just put the 2 aircraft carriers into the space, and everyone entered the cabin as quickly as possible. The 2 teams were more orderly and disciplined than each other, as if they were deliberately comparing something. Hu Yu still quite agrees with this kind of healthy competition, which is much better than a salted fish. Chu. In the cabin, Yu Xian sneezed again for no apparent reason. Cold? He looked at the exchange mall on the tablet. The temperature has dropped. Why don't you change into some thick clothes first? Xiao Hai. Take off and aim. Everything is ready. It's time to start the bombing plan. Yes, master. With Hu Yu's order, the heart of the ocean slowly took off, and various weapons were aimed at the position that the big turtle had just found. Of course, with the weapon system installed in the heart of the ocean, it is definitely impossible to kill the opponent directly. It's just to give it some appetizers to see if it can catch this person. Wait! The big turtle was stunned when he heard the word aim. It lay on the fish pond with its whole body, and asked in confusion, "Who are you aiming at?" Not, "What do you want to do? Didn't I tell you what that thing is? You still want to fire? Are you really going to go down with me to be bait?" Don't worry. Hu Yu leaned against the edge of the fish pond and said helplessly, "Even if you are used as bait, you are also bait for making a nest. You haven't even gone down to make a nest yet? Why are you panicking?" That's right. Wait. I'm not making bait. Master, we have already aimed at the target position. Shall we fire? Xiao Hai's voice rang in his ears. Hu Yu didn't hesitate at all. Just uttered 2 words. Fire! Boom! As Hu Yu's voice fell, all the defensive weapons on the heart of the ocean were fired. All aimed at the position that the big turtle had just detected. Missiles one after another penetrated the water surface and exploded at the bottom. Water splashed all over the sky. The first round of attacks had exploded underwater. But Hu Yu and his team could not see the underwater situation, so they could only judge whether the other party had taken action by the water flow. Once anything happened, Xiao Hai would definitely issue a warning at the first time. But after 10 minutes, the water surface began to calm down, and there was still no movement below. Could it be that the attack force was too weak to make the thing below hostile? Increase firepower. Yu frowned and said, and threw out all the weapons on the Eagle Sauce aircraft carrier. Shanghai's weapon system can naturally adapt to these weapons. After reloading, it can be fired normally. The second round of bombing fell. The water surface was turbulent again. But just like before, it calmed down soon. And nothing special happened. I said. Yu looked at the big turtle in confusion. Did you feel it wrong just now? That thing might just be a mountain? Impossible. The big turtle said immediately. If I saw it wrong, I'll make soup out of your head. I'm very familiar with that feeling. Yu was helpless. It is said that even a clay man can still have some temper. If the thing below is really a giant turtle, it is impossible for it to remain indifferent after repeated provocations by others. No matter what. Try again. Yu took out the remaining conventional weapons and prepared to start the third round of bombing. As for why Miss Chiu was not used, we didn't plan to station here before, so we used her. According to the current level of heavy rain, it will not have much impact on the environment and Yu and others. But now that we are planning to stay here, it is better not to use it. Soon, the third round of bombing ended. The average temperature of the water surface has risen to nearly 10 degrees. But there is still no reaction below. Could it be that they were directly killed by the bomb? That is not the case. It seems that we have to send a representative to take a look. Yu turned his head and looked at a big turtle. How about you go down and take a look? You are dreaming. Don't think about it. It is impossible. I will make you eat and drink enough, so you don't have to stay in this fish tank anymore. And you may even recover to your previous size. Yu calmly uttered a series of conditions. The premise is that as long as you are obedient, we can definitely reach a cooperative relationship. The big turtle was stunned for a moment, looking at Yu in disbelief. Are you serious? Absolutely true. Yu patted his chest and guaranteed. Yu. Never fool people. You write a letter? Okay. Yu had no choice but to write a letter to the big turtle. The A4 paper was half written, and including the remaining space, it was not even 1% of the size of its little fingernail. But it still opened its mouth and swallowed. And no one knew where it hid. Come! Give me freedom. The big turtle suddenly became heroic. I said I was just going down to take a look. If there is any danger, you have to pull me up immediately. Don't worry. Yu still pointed at this big turtle as the base of the future city. Even if it wanted to die, he would not allow it. As the big turtle went into the sea for the second time, everyone's attention was on those monitoring screens. This time, after it fell into the water, it did not stir up too much dust and mud. While keeping the camera clear, it walked all the way to the mountain just now. But just when it approached the other party and took a picture of its appearance, an incredible scene appeared. Purple pupils. A pair of dark purple pupils appeared in the center of the camera, staring at the big turtle. Or, staring at the people behind the camera.